Chapter 1. In Duo, persisting in education for 6 years. On the continent of Duo, in the Heaven Do Empire, in the Fasnuo province, lies the Holy Soul Village. As dawn broke, Xia Tian slowly concluded his night of cultivation, exhaling a cloud of turbid air. He was originally a recent university graduate who had succumbed to a global virus 6 years prior. However, fortune smiled upon him as he bound himself to an entity known as the Fate Modification system, which transported him to the continent where he was taken in by old Jack. The cultivation technique he had just practiced was none other than the novice gift package bestowed by the system. This great Tao of longevity scripture is indeed extraordinary. It allows for continuous practice without encountering bottlenecks, utterly surpassing the Xia Tian skill, a martial arts technique. According to its teachings, I should now be a peak foundation establishment practitioner, though I wonder how many levels of soul power that equates to in Duo continent. As he finished his cultivation, Xia Tian pondered silently, leisurely making his way towards a mountaintop, while absently caressing a jade pendant hanging around his neck. This white jade pendant was remarkably smooth, emanating a soft white light, inscribed with mysterious characters in relief. Anyone who touched the pendant could comprehend the meaning of these characters. Thus, old Jack adopted Xia as his surname, while Tianling coincidentally matched his name from his previous life. Perhaps due to the tempering of his body by the scriptures, Xia Tian possessed remarkable strength, easily able to toss the village's old yellow bull with a mere twist. From the foot of the mountain to the summit, he ascended without breaking a sweat, as though traversing level ground. Every day at this hour, he sought out Tang San, who had just finished practicing the purple extreme demon eye, to impart his daily lessons. In his previous life, Xia Tian found Tang San's numerous actions to be quite shameful. Now that he was personally in Duo continent, could he, as a time traveler, afford not to correct Tang San's twisted worldview that was skewed from 800 miles away? Tang San had grown up in the Tang Sect, surrounded by murder, arson, and poison-laden concealed weapons. Upon arriving in Duo continent, Tang Hao had shown little concern for him, and with the murder manual known as the Xiantian treasure record, it was indeed strange if he did not go astray. Implementing quality education was imperative. Upon reaching the mountaintop, he found a 6-year-old boy sitting cross-legged atop a large rock, none other than Tang San. Perhaps sensing Xia Tian's arrival, Tang San slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a puff of white vapor. "Good morning, Linga. Come on, let's go to my house for breakfast." All right. On the way back, Xia Tian seized the opportunity to conduct his daily lessons on moral education for Tang San. For instance, he emphasized the importance of contemplation, the courage to question, and that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. He urged against blind trust in others and encouraged thinking from multiple perspectives, among other lessons. This routine had persisted for 6 years, and through such subtle influences, Tang San had transformed from initial indifference to now accepting these teachings with composure. After all, these were all well-honed maxims from his previous life, not an exaggeration to call them truths. The original Tang San was merely a science-minded individual who had grown wildly, lacking in critical thinking. With a little assistance from certain elements, he could naturally grasp the wisdom contained within these words. By the way, Xiao San, a significant event will transpire in 3 days. While they were eating, Xia Tian remarked mysteriously to Tang San. What significant event? Tang San had grown accustomed to such statements over the years. Xia Tian's favorite pastime was predicting future occurrences in the village, proclaiming himself a prophet. However, apart from weather forecasts, his predictions had rarely been accurate. As for the reason behind the inaccuracies, it was undoubtedly because Xia Tian was merely fabricating tales. Although the scriptures taught divination, without years of dedicated study, how could one master it? His self-proclaimed title of prophet was actually a prelude to his next plan. In 3 days, it will be the day of martial soul awakening. At that moment, old Jack fortuitously entered the room. Tang San appeared somewhat puzzled and asked, "What is martial soul awakening?" Though he had a rudimentary understanding of martial souls, he was still completely clueless about the awakening process. That drunken man, Tang Hao certainly would not enlighten him on such matters. In our Duel continent, everyone possesses their own martial soul, which when we reach around 6 years of age, we can awaken it, meaning that other soul masters help us draw it out from our bodies. Martial souls are divided into tool martial souls and beast martial souls. Tool martial souls refer to common village implements like hoes and sickles. On the other hand, beast martial souls, such as the yellow bull martial soul awakened by Uncle Erniu from the east of the village, grant immense strength in plowing fields when manifested. There are also plant martial souls, like the vine martial soul awakened by Uncle Taiju from the west, which enhances plant yields as grapes grow exceptionally well. You're right, Tianling. It seems you've read quite a bit of the historical texts of our continent. Old Jack chimed in. As the village chief, Old Jack received a modest salary from the Heaven Do Empire, ensuring a reasonably comfortable living, and he possessed 2 ordinary books of general knowledge at home. In a couple of days, the officials from a martial soul hall will come to awaken martial souls for our village. Xiao San, when you return, be sure to inform that drunkard Tang Hao. I will come to pick you up in the morning. Understanding Tang Hao's nature, Old Jack sighed. By the way, take these pancakes back home to eat. Understood. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. After helping to clear the dishes, Tang San expressed his gratitude, pushed open the door, and prepared to head home. Xia Tian swiftly caught up with him, matching his pace. Lingo, what's this about? Tang San inquired, somewhat puzzled. Xia Tian feigned mystery once more, grinning at Tang San, saying, Xiao San, I have glimpsed the future again. What future? In 3 days, the one awakening us will be Master Su Yuntao from the Nodding City branch of the Martial Soul Hall, possessing a level 26 Lone Wolf Martial Soul, with 1 white and 1 yellow soul ring. Tang San. What on earth was this? Curiosity piqued. Tang San could not help but ask, Lingu, what is a soul ring? What do you mean by 1 white and 1 yellow? And who is this master of battle souls? Xia Tian waved his hand dismissively. Don't ask, you'll find out when the time comes. With that, he turned and returned home. Well, Tang San, now intrigued, arrived home and presented the pancakes to Tang Hao while attempting to inquire further. Soul ring? Lone wolf? Who told you these things? Tang Hao took a swig from his wine bottle, squinting his eyes. It was Lingu who told me. He said I would know in 3 days. Tang San replied truthfully. Xia Tian. Tang Hao set down his bottle, stroking his bearded chin, pondering silently. This child is somewhat peculiar. Xiao San, do you wish to become a soul master? Tang Hao suddenly asked. Father, of course I do. Tang San hastily responded. Through these simple clues and his understanding of martial souls over the years, he believed that the reason his Xia Tian skill could not break through the second layer likely lay with this martial soul, perhaps even related to the soul rings. To progress, becoming a soul master was surely essential. Then, go ahead when the time comes. Tang Hao waved his hand, his eyes flickering with a glint of brilliance before quickly dimming again, as if lost in thought, and he turned to retreat into the inner room to sleep. All right, father. At that moment, Xia Tian, who was seated cross-legged in his room, received a notification from the system. Ding! You have slightly altered the character's fate trajectory, earning a trace of fate power. Awakened by the system, Xia Tian felt somewhat vexed. This cursed system is utterly unintelligent. It merely provides rigid notifications. It does not specify how much fate power I have accumulated, only saying that a sufficient amount would grant me a wish. How long must I accumulate this? And what kind of wish can I even make? This was not his first time lamenting his system. It had occurred countless times over the past 6 years. However, to his surprise, this time the system actually responded. Please refrain from disparaging this system. When a fate power reaches the minimum threshold for wishing, this system will duly notify you. Xia Tian was overjoyed, hurriedly inquiring, System, no, dear system. You are my true brother. Can you clarify these matters, so I may have something to look forward to? Yet this time, no matter how he called out, the system remained silent, offering no further response. Chapter 2. Twin Martial Souls? No, rather combined martial souls. 3 days passed swiftly, and each morning, Xia Tian continued his routine of calling Tang San to his house for breakfast while imparting moral education. Meanwhile, Tang San returned home each day after breakfast to study forging with Tang Hao, a detail that aligned perfectly with the original narrative. Xiao San, hurry out. The day has come. Xia Tian shouted from outside the door, his heart brimming with excitement. After 6 years of waiting, he would finally discover what his martial soul was. Go and don't delay lunch preparations. Tang Hao's impatient voice drifted from within the house. Under old Jack's guidance, they arrived at the central martial soul hall of the village. Of course, this so-called martial soul hall was merely a larger wooden house, designated for the awakening ceremonies each year. This year, 9 children were set to awaken, and the other 7 children chatted and laughed, ignoring the 2 newcomers. The village children generally looked down upon Tang San, favoring wealth over poverty, a sentiment that persisted wherever they went. In his 2 lifetimes, Tang San, who was once deeply enamored with hidden weapons in his previous incarnation, possessed a rather limited social experience. Nonetheless, he exhibited a certain mental maturity, prompting him to eschew interactions with these children, relishing instead their indifference towards him. It could be said that apart from the precociously mature Xia Tianling, he had no other friends in the village. Xia Tianling, on the other hand, was simply disinclined to engage with this group of young rascals, wholeheartedly dedicating himself to his educational pursuits. He aspired to transform the selfish and hypocritical Tang San from the original narrative into a competent and progressive youth. As it stands, his efforts have begun to yield noticeable results. At that moment, a seated young man rose to his feet. This individual, possessing striking features and bright eyes, bore a fist-sized character for soul emblazoned on his chest, complemented by an extravagant black cloak trailing behind him. Upon closer inspection, Xia Tianling recognized him as the embodiment of Su Yuntao from the original text. In his previous life, Su Yuntao was famously dubbed the Blind-Eyed Douluo, a title that signified that those whom he misjudged ultimately ascended to divinity. Greetings, esteemed master of soul battle. I must trouble you this time. Old Jack respectfully saluted the young man. Su Yuntao nodded indifferently, interrupting old Jack, who was poised to say more. I have little time to spare, let us commence. I have traversed 6 villages already and hope that yours may yield a child capable of becoming a soul master. All right, children, line up. Though Su Yuntao displayed a lack of deference towards old Jack, he was entirely dedicated to his duties, treating the unawakened children with utmost gentleness. With a smile, he introduced himself. I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 master of battle soul, and I shall be your guide. I will awaken each of you in turn, and remember, do not fear whatever may transpire. He then arranged 6 black stones into a formation, signaling for one child to step within. Do not be afraid, close your eyes and focus. As he spoke, a sudden brilliance emanated from his eyes. Amidst the astonished gazes of the children, he called out with vigor, Lone Wolf, manifest. Streams of azure light burst forth from his brow, causing Su Yuntao's form to swell, revealing wolf-like features and fur, transforming him into a veritable werewolf. 2 rings of light ignited beneath him, encircling him from foot to head, one white and the other yellow. Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Su Yuntao after the manifestation of his battle soul. Level 26, Lone Wolf, 1 white and 1 yellow. It matched perfectly with what Ling Gu had described. Could it be that Ling Gu truly possessed prophetic abilities? Su Yuntao reassured the frightened children and prepared to continue the ceremony when he caught sight of Xia Tianling standing at the edge, his face alight with wonder, his eyes glimmering with golden sparks, seemingly eager to step forward and take a closer look. Ah, you're not afraid of me? Master Su, of course, am not afraid. Wolves are my favorite. Xia Tianling exclaimed with excitement in his previous life. Wolves have been his most beloved creatures. I hope my battle soul is also a dashing wolf. Ha ha ha. Very well, little one. I wish you luck. It will soon be your turn. Su Yuntao laughed heartily, delighted by the amusing child before him. Regarding his own battle soul, Xia Tianling genuinely hoped to awaken a wolf-like soul beast, fulfilling a wish from his past life. Thus, he had inquired of the system and even made wishes, eventually receiving a response after expending some fate energy. The essence of a battle soul lies in the amalgamation of soul, bloodline, and subconscious. Around the age of 6, the three develop simultaneously, allowing for awakening. The host's body is shaped by, employing materials such as. Hence, it is constrained by the host's subconscious. Therefore, the nature of the host's battle soul is not something I can determine. Due to, I am unable to forge a new battle soul for you. Your battle soul will be dictated by what you most deeply desire or yearn for within your subconscious. Sickle, no soul power. Ho, no soul power. Blue silvergrass, no soul power. Just as Xia Tianling awaited with bated breath to discover the nature of his battle soul, it was already Tang San's turn. As soul power surged forth, a warm golden light radiated from Tang San. Extending his right hand, a sprig of blue-silver grass manifested before him. From behind, Xia Tianling's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of the Haotian hammer concealed within Tang San's left hand. "Let us assess your soul power," Su Yuntao stated with a sense of duty, handing the crystal ball to Tang San. Level 10. Innate full soul power. My heavens! Su Yuntao, who had initially thought this was merely a formality, was taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, a hint of regret creeping into his voice as he remarked, "What a pity, truly a pity. Why must it be blue silvergrass? Even an axe would have sufficed. Master Su, does innate full soul power imply that the maximum level can only reach 10? Is it possible to achieve a higher level?" Xia Tianling, recalling Qian Rengshu's angelic battle soul, asked with a hint of mischief. Su Yuntao replied with conviction, "Of course not. Without a soul ring, how could one surpass level 10? The highest innate soul power is indeed 10. Very well, then please awaken me first, and let us see if I can become a soul master." Xia Tianling could hardly contain his impatience, tugging at Tang San, who also wished to inquire further. "Come forth, child. I hope you awaken a more exceptional martial soul." Su Yuntao sighed and gestured for him to stand in the center, then proceeded to infuse him with soul power. Xia Tianling felt himself enveloped by a warm and gentle aura. As if something within his soul was coalescing, being born, a surge of righteous energy emanated from Xia Tianling, causing even Tang San, who stood nearby, to stagger, hastily retreating to a distance. What kind of martial soul is this? To possess such might at the moment of awakening. Su Yuntao was inwardly astonished, the very instant the martial soul took form. Xia Tianling instinctively extended his hands, palms angled inward and raised upward. As two golden silhouettes were lifted by him, slowly hovering in the in his left hand rested an ordinary hammer, akin to a blacksmith's one-handed forging hammer. In his right hand was a commonplace single-handed axe, the kind commonly used by carpenters. Unlike typical tools, both items shimmered with a faint golden hue, their unassuming exteriors harmoniously blending with an understated yet regal aura. Moreover, delicate dark-hued patterns adorned their surfaces. The meaning of these patterns remained a mystery to all, yet upon closer inspection, they seemed to embody the profound truths of the universe, inducing a slight dizziness in those who gazed upon them. As they fully materialized, an inexplicable dark radiance emanated from their surroundings. This light was not cold and sinister. Rather, it enveloped those within the room like a gentle spring breeze, instilling a profound sense of peace. Akin to being cradled in one's parents' embrace, gazing at the sacred presence of the hammer and axe, Su Yuntao was left utterly speechless. Dual martial souls. Could this truly be the fabled dual martial soul? However, even if it were a dual martial soul, the quality of this hammer and axe seemed rather modest. Before Su Yuntao could regain his composure, Xia Tianling distinctly sensed a boiling vitality coursing through his veins. As something deep within his soul emerged from its cocoon, that a resounding dragon's roar shattered the sky, its overwhelming presence causing all livestock in the village and surrounding beasts to collapse in sheer terror, losing control of their bodily functions. This is the aura of a top-tier beast martial soul. Above the wooden house, in a place unseen by the crowd, the illusion of a five-clawed golden dragon coiled into existence, only to vanish without a trace in the blink of an eye. Accompanying the appearance of the golden dragon's phantom were 9 thunderous booms that echoed through the air. Everyone was awestruck by the dragon's roar. None noticing that Xia Tianling's irises had transformed into a pale golden hue, resembling serpentine slits. As the illusion of the golden dragon dissipated, his eyes returned to their original state. Coming back to his senses, Xia Tianling contemplated the hammer and axe in his hands before bursting into laughter. This is my deepest connection within, urging me towards construction and agriculture. He then spoke. Master Su, it seems that I do not possess dual martial souls. I can feel that they are one entity, a set, not dual martial souls. With Xia Tianling's reminder, Su Yuntao, still entranced by the dragon's might, snapped back to reality. Have his solitary wolf martial soul, nearly suppressed to the point of vanishing by a mere child, was indeed terrifying. Let us test the soul power. Su Yuntao's throat felt dry as he handed over a soul power crystal ball. Regarding the matter of martial souls, he decided it was best to report directly to headquarters. With his experience as a great soul master, it was prudent not to jump to conclusions. By the way, child, what is the name of your martial soul? Xia Tianling smiled faintly. My martial soul is called the Carpenter's Duo. Su Yuntao, Tang San, Old Jack. What kind of absurd name is that? What on earth is the Carpenter's Duo? He then began to channel his energy, gradually infusing the crystal ball with his cultivated spirit power. Suddenly, the transparent crystal ball blazed with brilliant light. This, you are also innate. Bang! Before Su Yuntao could finish his sentence, the crystal ball exploded with a resounding bang. Chapter 3. Innate Soul Power Level 19. I can't believe it. Su Yuntao was utterly astonished, exclaiming expletives. You have truly broken through the shackles of innate level 10 soul power. This is serious. I must report this immediately to the Hall of Elders. Su Yuntao, disregarding all else, hastily gathered his belongings, preparing to leave. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket, swiftly writing something down, and handed it to Xia Tianling. Child, would you like to attend the Martial Soul Academy? It's free, with no entrance examination. The Martial Soul Academy. What is that? Xia Tianling feigned ignorance. As the name suggests, it is an academy directly under the Martial Soul Hall, specifically designed to train soul masters. This is an invitation, bearing my signature as proof, Su Yuntao exclaimed with excitement. Who would have thought he would traverse 6 villages only to encounter such an extraordinary talent here? If he could entice this child into the Martial Soul Hall, his future would undoubtedly be bright, with a breakthrough to Soul Sage not being out of reach. Xia Tianling felt somewhat confused. He had initially intended to follow Tang San's path in the original story, aiming to secure a spot among the divine. Now, it seemed he needed to reconsider his plans. How about this, child? Where are your elders? Su Yuntao, noticing his hesitation, inquired with a spark of inspiration. I am Tianling's grandfather. Old Jack hurriedly replied from the side. Regardless of whether you agree or not, may I trouble you to accompany Tianling to the Martial Soul Hall branch? Transportation and meals will be provided. In his eagerness to recruit Xia Tianling into the Martial Soul Hall, Su Yuntao found himself at a loss for words, even addressing Old Jack with respect. Very well, sir. Old Jack, still in a daze, took hold of Xia Tianling, and together they hurriedly boarded the carriage to the Martial Soul Hall, leaving behind 8 bewildered children, including Tang San, staring at each other in astonishment within the wooden house. As Su Yuntao hurriedly escorted the grandfather and grandson duo towards the Martial Soul Hall branch, unbeknownst to him, the awakening of the true dragon martial soul had already stirred commotion across the continent. In the blacksmith shop of Holy Soul Village, the drunken Tang Hao, bleary-eyed, rubbed his eyes, turned over, and fell back into slumber. In the Star Luo Great Forest, within the mixed zone, by the Lake of Life, a massive gorilla squatted on the ground, cradling its head in its arms, while in the lake, a creature with a python-like tail emerged, its enormous bovine eyes filled with disbelief. Not even the Titan Giant Ape could compare. All soul beasts in the forest trembled in fear under this dragon's might. In the core area of the Star Luo Great Forest, the immense golden-eyed black dragon king, Tian, opened his eyes, gazing incredulously towards the direction of Holy Soul Village, muttering to himself. Meanwhile, deep underground in the core area, a colossal silver dragon slowly opened its eyes, sensing its surroundings in confusion before gradually succumbing back into slumber. In Martial Soul City, at the Hall of Elders, a stunningly beautiful woman holding a scepter, who had been seated in deep contemplation, suddenly opened her eyes wide. This aura. Elder Ghost, please go to the direction of the Fanos province and investigate what has transpired. Understood. A ghostly figure appeared and then faded away. 9 soul rings shimmering beneath its feet. In the of Martial Soul City. An elderly man sitting beneath a towering angel statue opened his eyes. Sharp light radiating from his gaze as he focused on the direction of Holy Soul Village. His piercing eyes seemed to penetrate the very fabric of space. After briefly sensing with his clasped hands, he shook his head and resumed his meditation. At this moment, Xia Tianling, completely unaware that he was under the scrutiny of top-tier powerhouses, was preparing to test his soul power level at the branch in Nodding City. To maintain confidentiality, Su Yuntao had only informed Hall Master Matthew, "Child, please place your hand on the crystal ball and release your soul power." Matthew, an 82-year-old great soul master, instructed. "All right, Grandpa Matthew." Upon hearing this, Xia Tianling directed his soul power into the crystal ball, which began to emit a dazzling brilliance. This is innate soul power level 19? Matthew's heart surged with tumultuous waves, even causing his beard to tremble. Innate level 19 soul power, having served the Martial Soul Hall for 60 years and witnessed countless awakenings. He had never heard of anyone achieving innate level 19. Ding, you have altered the destinies of 2 individuals and gained a measure of fate power. Xia Tianling received a system notification, unable to suppress his exasperation. System bro, could you refrain from notifying me about this in the future? I have no idea how much there is. Just let me know when I need to make a wish. Ding. The settings have been successfully implemented. From now on, there will be no more prompts, but the text information for reference will remain. Xia Tianling was momentarily taken aback, not expecting his casual remark to yield such results. Su Yuntao, please take good care of this child and his grandfather. I shall set off for the headquarters immediately. Just as Xia Tianling was preparing to further refine the system, Matthew had already gathered his belongings and rushed out of the room, his movements so swift that it belied his status as a frail elder. Starkly contrasting with his earlier leisurely demeanor, before long, the afternoon arrived. After savoring a delightful meal from Douluo, Xia Tianling had resolved to attend the Martial Soul Academy for his studies at that moment. He was inquiring about the fundamentals of martial souls and the Martial Soul Hall from Su Yuntao. Having discussed his intentions with Xia Tianling, old Jack saw no reason to linger and was arranged for a carriage by the Martial Soul Hall. Escorted personally by 2 guards back to Holy Soul Village, suddenly, a shadow appeared before the 2 of them. A token was tossed out, which Su Yuntao instinctively caught, glancing at it before immediately kneeling on one knee. I pay my respects to the Ghost Douluo. It turned out that the Ghost Douluo had arrived. Xia Tianling understood this instinctively, but still feigned a semblance of panic as he stood from his chair, nervously clutching his sleeves, appearing somewhat unsettled. Your Excellency, greetings. Rise, the Ghost Douluo commanded, pulling a chair over to sit down. Turning his gaze towards Su Yuntao, Su Yuntao hastily stood and recounted the events that transpired during the awakening. The Ghost Douluo, initially calm, became visibly excited upon hearing about the recent revelation of innate level 19 soul power. To the point of crushing the armrest of his chair, he shot a fierce glance at Xia Tianling, who suddenly felt a suffocating pressure, as though he were being scrutinized by an unparalleled beast, his face paling instantly. Is this the oppressive force of a titled Douluo? Just a mere glance, he pondered to himself. Seeing this, the Ghost Douluo quickly reined in his aura, and a rare smile broke through his typically stern visage. Child, may I see your martial soul? Certainly, Your Excellency. Xia Tianling obediently unleashed his dual set of hammer and axe, which floated gracefully in the air, such a sacred aura. It even suppresses my own martial soul slightly. The Ghost Douluo mused internally. All right, put it away. Once the Ghost Douluo had completed his observation, Su Yuntao timely presented a scroll of parchment, detailing the information of Xia Tianling and Old Jack. In just half a day's time, the Martial Soul Hall had thoroughly investigated the lineage of Old Jack for 3 generations. An orphan, adopted by Old Jack, who had just awakened today. What a splendid find for our Martial Soul Hall. The Ghost Douluo grew increasingly pleased and inquired, Child, are you willing to study at the Martial Soul Academy, Your Excellency? I am willing, Xia Tianling replied decisively, a decision he had already made. Good child. Do not call me your excellency. I am of similar age to your grandfather. If you do not mind, you may call me Grandpa Ghost. The ghost Dulo laughed heartily. If this child does not perish prematurely and receives the support of the Martial Soul Hall, he is destined to become a Super Duel of level 95 or above. Establishing a rapport now will only yield benefits. Then, it is with great respect that I comply, Grandpa Ghost. Xia Tianling did not expect the situation to unfold in such a manner, yet he steeled himself to address the Ghost Duel as such. However, it was for the best. The Ghost Duel and the Chrysanthemum Duel were essentially allies, backed by two powerful titled Douluos. Ensuring his safety was well guarded. Wonderful. Su Yuntao stood in stunned silence, astonished that the child he awakened had just addressed a titled Duel as Grandpa. Su Yuntao, at your service. Su Yuntao jolted at being called out. For your discovery of this talent, I bestow upon you a reward of 100,000 soul coins. Take my token to Martial Soul City. Assistance will be provided for you to break through to Soul Sovereign, and you will also be granted a suitable 1,000-year soul ring. Yes, thank you for your generous reward. Su Yuntao was nearly beside himself with joy. After years of diligent effort awakening the children of various villages, this was precisely what he had longed for. Now, you may leave. I have other matters to discuss with Tianling. Understood. Su Yuntao respectfully exited. Chapter 4. Bibi Dong and the mysterious Qian Douluo 100,000 soul coins. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Tianling, who was also listening nearby, felt he was about to go mad. This was an astonishing sum. Even a single soul coin would suffice for him and old Jack to live comfortably for several months. Grandpa Ghost, could you lend me some soul coins? Xia Tianling feigned a shy demeanor as he spoke. Oh, what do you need soul coins for, young man? The Ghost Duel inquired with a smile. That I wish to give them to my grandfather, so he no longer has to toil in the fields at his age. Once I earn money, I will repay you. You are filial and understand the importance of gratitude. The Ghost Duel's satisfaction grew as he looked at Xia Tianling, who appeared somewhat bashful. That he promptly retrieved a large bag and a card from his storage soul guide. Su Yuntao, come in. Upon hearing the Ghost Duel's summons, Su Yuntao, who had been boasting to his goddess in the next room, rushed in at lightning speed. This card contains 100,000 soul coins, along with 5,000 in cash. Take it to buy a nicer house in Notting City, then bring old Jack over. The remaining funds should be given to him for his use. Find a few guards from your sub-branch. Old Jack is an ordinary man, and it would be unsafe for him to carry such a fortune. Yes, I will do my utmost to fulfill this task. This sum is a personal gift from me to you. Little Tianling, are you satisfied? After saying this, the Ghost Duelou fixed a warm gaze upon him, reminiscent of that of a loving grandfather. I dare not refuse such a generous offering from an elder. Thank you, Grandpa Ghost. I shall repay you in the future. Xia Tianling feigned trepidation, while internally reveling in joy that he understood that the Ghost Duelou merely wished to foster a closer bond with him, which was also a way to repay old Jack's kindness. This substantial amount would allow old Jack to live like a wealthy man in Notting City, ensuring a comfortable life for the latter half of his days. The Ghost Duelou felt content as he adjusted his expression, raising his hand to release his soul power, sealing off the atmosphere of the entire room. Xia Tianling recognized that the main topic was about to begin. The Ghost Duelou was going to inquire about his true dragon martial soul. Tianling, Grandpa Ghost has a question for you. Do you possess a dual martial soul of dragon lineage? Yes, Grandpa Ghost, I do indeed have another dragon-type martial soul. Xia Tianling had no intention of concealing this. Unless he chose not to use it, it would eventually be revealed. Bibi Dong and Angel Douluo, two formidable titled Douluos, were not easily deceived to fully integrate into the martial soul hall. Honesty was imperative. True dragon, manifest, he called out, and the five-clawed golden dragon martial soul materialized, a faint dragon aura swirling around him. Xia Tianling's eyes transformed into golden vertical pupils, his body sprouting fine dragon scales and sharp claws, while a pair of diminutive dragon horns appeared atop his head. An ethereal silhouette emerged behind him, its antlers resembling those of a deer, its head akin to a camel, its eyes like those of a rabbit, its neck akin to that of a serpent, its belly resembling a mythical beast, its scales reminiscent of fish, its claws akin to those of an eagle, its paws resembling those of a tiger, its ears like those of an ox, and its entire form radiating a brilliant golden hue, embodying the legendary visage of a dragon. This oppressive force, It even transcends the domain of top-tier beast martial souls. The ghost Douluo contemplated, feeling the pressure of his own martial soul in response. Unbeknownst to him, the five-clawed golden dragon was the highest form of a true dragon, naturally mastering the five elements and wielding the power of heavenly punishment and thunder. Particularly effective against malevolent entities. With such an exceptional martial soul, given time, Tang Hao's title as the youngest title Douluo would likely be usurped. All right, Tianling, you may put it away, the ghost Douluo instructed, for now. Let us proceed to Martial Soul City to meet the Pope. Understood, Grandpa Ghost. Xia Tianling, well-versed in the original narrative, understood that the ghost Douluo's swift arrival in Nodding City must have been authorized by Bibi Dong. As the only speed-type Super Douluo on the continent, the ghost Douluo was incredibly swift. Even with Xia Tianling in tow, they arrived at Martial Soul City by dusk. Little Tianling, when we meet the Pope, do not be afraid. Answer whatever questions you are asked. Yes, you can rest assured. Upon reaching the entrance of the Papal Palace, the ghost Douluo offered one last reminder before leading Xia Tianling inside. Your Excellency Pope, I am here to report. Enter, the cold voice echoed. Upon entering the Papal Palace, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a purple golden robe, wielding a scepter, sat regally upon a grand throne. This must be Bibi Dong. She indeed matched the descriptions found in the original text, exuding an aura of commanding elegance that I in the summer. Ling thought to himself, I shall pay my respects to His Holiness the Pope. Both individuals spoke simultaneously. Elder Gui, who is this child? Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow slightly. Elder Gui hastily produced a scroll made of sheepskin and presented it to Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, the contents herein are based on my own observations and are undoubtedly true. Bibi Dong cast a brief glance at the scroll, and a look of astonishment crossed her typically stoic face, though she quickly regained her composure, now adorned with a hint of a smile. She dismissed those around her and spoke coolly, release your two martial souls for my viewing. Ling complied, first unleashing his dual set of hammer and axe. After observing Bibi Dong nod slowly, he transitioned to manifesting the five-clawed golden dragon. Not bad, very commendable, Elder Gui. You have brought back a promising talent for our spirit hall. Bibi Dong set down her scepter and gracefully descended from the high platform. This is merely my duty. Elder Gui replied. Bibi Dong waved her hand and approached Ling, gazing into his eyes as she inquired, Ling, would you be willing to take me as your master? Your Holiness, I would be honored to do so. Ling replied eagerly, if having a Douluo as a grandfather was a surprise, then being able to take Bibi Dong as a mentor was a delightful surprise upon a surprise at this stage. Who could rival the might of the Spirit Hall? Even if she had yet to complete the 9 trials of the Rakshasa, she was still at least of super Daw caliber that I pay my respects to my teacher. Ling declared this with heartfelt willingness. Being a disciple of Bibi Dong would greatly aid his future cultivation. Wait, at that moment, a somewhat aged voice echoed from the entrance. Instantly, Bibi Dong's brows furrowed, and she spoke with a hint of derision. Grand Elder, what brings you to my Pope's Hall? Grand Elder, Ling pondered internally, realizing that the visitor was none other than the Angel Douluo, Douluo. But what could he possibly want? My innate soul power has yet to surpass Qianrenqu's. He shouldn't be here for that, should he? Heh, I have come, of course, for this child. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression darkened immediately. Grand Elder, please conduct yourself with propriety. This child has just pledged himself to me as a disciple. Heh. No matter. I do not require him to formally acknowledge me as a master. I only need him to pay me half a courtesy as a mentor. Bibi Dong. Ling. What is happening? Has this old man suddenly changed his nature? Both Bibi Dong and Ling were bewildered. Only the practical relationship of master and disciple is needed. No formal title required. What exactly did Douluo see in him that he was so eager to bestow benefits? As the Pope, Bibi Dong was adept at managing her expressions. She swiftly concealed her surprise and turned her gaze into one of angered. Do not even think about it. Douluo frowned. What, Bibi Dong? Are you unwilling to grant me this favor? What worth does your favor hold? Bibi Dong clenched her fists, nearly ready to unleash her martial spirit and engage in battle. Observing this, Ling's mind whirred, and he swiftly grasped the situation. Bibi Dong was not averse to Douluo teaching him. There was no reason for her to refuse such a purely beneficial offer. However, due to the previous misdeeds of the secretive Duel, Xiangjia She could not possibly grant him this favor. Of course, there was also the possibility that she feared Tianling might attempt to undermine her authority. If I could find a way for Bibi Dong to save face. Then, with this thought, Ling stepped forward and hugged Bibi Dong's thigh. Ahem, he had intended to grasp her waist, but at only 6 years old, her legs were simply too long. Teacher, please do not be angry. I shall agree to this old gentleman's request. Ling feigned a look of fear that his teacher and colleague might fall out, adding, even if I offer this old gentleman half a courtesy as a disciple, you will forever remain my teacher. Will you not? Ling widened his eyes, looking innocently at Bibi Dong. The two locked eyes, remaining silent for a full minute. Bibi Dong attempted to glean something from Ling's gaze, but Ling felt no guilt. He was merely speaking the truth, so what was there to fear? Very well, I shall consent. But Angel Douluo, remember this. He will always be my disciple, and you had best not harbor any ill intentions. Rest assured, I have no ulterior motives, Angel Douluo replied with a hint of a smile, turning to leave, as if he truly had come to confer benefits upon Ling. What on earth is that old man thinking? Bibi Dong glanced at Ling, who was still gripping her thigh, and then at Angel Douluo's receding figure, lost in thought. Chapter 5. A distorted system, a distorted civilization. It is complete. Once I acquire a soul ring, I can harness its power to condense my golden core in one fell swoop. Ling concluded his training and gradually withdrew his energy. Just moments ago, he had completed the refinement of his final meridian, fulfilling the last preparatory requirement before condensing the golden core. For a full 3 months, Ling had dedicated himself primarily to rigorous cultivation. Bibi Dong seemed to have pressing matters to attend to and had assigned the guidance of Ling's training to Judo and Angel Douluo, aiming for him to reach the 20th level swiftly and obtain his soul ring. Unlike the straightforward cultivation of soul power on the Duo continent, the Daoist scripture, tempered by countless predecessors, represented the orthodox path of immortality and traversed the road to transcendence. The entire scripture encompassed a vast array of knowledge, including foundation building, body refinement, spirit refinement, corresponding techniques, meridians, and anatomical analysis, among many others. It was far more than just a mere set of cultivation methods. For instance, on the Duo continent, soul masters transitioning from level 11 to level 21 merely focused on cultivating soul power, whereas as a practitioner of the Daoist scripture, Ling was required to refine his internal organs, flesh, bones, and meridians to prepare for the condensation of the golden core. While it was possible for Ling to break through by acquiring a soul ring without condensing the golden core, it would impact his subsequent training phases. Conversely, if Ling could effortlessly condense the golden core, he would not need a soul ring to surpass the limitations of his current level. The Daoist cultivation system is inextricably linked with the regulations of the Duo continent, both complementing and constraining one another. Draw a parallel. The golden core can be likened to the soul core condensed by Titan Giant in later generations. During his 3 months of training at the Spirit Hall, Ling had gained some understanding of the world depicted in the original text. Throughout these 3 months, Ling obtained permission from Bibi Dong to freely browse the library of the Spirit Hall. Thus, apart from his daily training, he immersed himself in the library, absorbing a wealth of knowledge. Reflecting on his experiences in the library over these past 3 months, Ling shook his head in exasperation. The cultivation system of the Duo continent is, quite frankly, exceedingly crude. The dearth of self-created soul skills, the rudimentary methods for cultivating soul power, the lack of a coherent body refinement system, and the near absence of spiritual cultivation are all glaring deficiencies. In stark contrast to the integrated approach of spirit refinement, body refinement, and chi refinement found in the Daoist scripture, the disparity is stark and disheartening. Given such an aberrant situation, Ling has ample reason to suspect that the soul masters of the Duo continent have become excessively reliant on their martial souls and soul rings to an appalling degree. This reliance is so severe that a profession with a history spanning thousands of years has yet to establish a comprehensive cultivation method or even a self-created soul skill capable of being passed down. Did one not notice how the soul power operation methods summarized by Yu Shaojing in the original work became treasures? Even fire attribute soul masters, once deprived of soul ring skills, are incapable of casting even the simplest fireball spell. Even the protagonist Tang San could only invoke such basic skills as entangling and parasitism with the aid of soul skills. Viewed from the perspective of an ordinary modern individual with no prior exposure to cultivation, this is a truly terrifying state of affairs. Fire attribute users conjuring fireballs, water attribute users casting ice spikes, wood attribute users using entanglement, earth attribute users producing earth spikes, and metal attribute users enhancing weapon sharpness. How difficult can this be? Is this not something manageable by anyone with hands? Even in the subsequent installments, despite the passage of 30,000 years, humanity has entered an interstellar era, yet the level of cultivation remains stagnant. Progress is solely reliant on the enhancements brought about by the core of life and the consumption of rare materials. This is utterly absurd. Furthermore, the Soul Master system is excessively distorted, not to mention the other worlds within the Duel universe, such as the Ice and Fire Gourmet world, the Heavens Jewel world, and the Death God world. Even the Dragon Horse Dual Star Dragon Riders and the Elven Star world, which appeared in the original narrative 30,000 years later, allow practitioners to advance through their own efforts. Who, in the first place, was the brilliant genius who devised such a grotesque system of martial souls and soul rings? Since both Xiantian Gong and Dao Jing can enable ordinary individuals without innate soul power to cultivate, it serves as proof that even those devoid of martial souls or natural soul power can indeed harness extraordinary strength. It merely pertains to the magnitude of that power. The profession of Soul Master resembles an elderly individual with a withered tree, exhibiting rigid thought processes and an excessively entrenched mindset. The martial soul provides Soul Masters with a form of innate strength to depend upon, yet simultaneously engenders an over-reliance that thoroughly constrains the cultivator's approach to practice. Furthermore, one cannot overlook the auxiliary professions such as alchemy, weapon forging, talismans, and formations, which can bolster or enhance a cultivator's ability to unleash greater power. Remarkably, there is not even a semblance of development in these areas. In a realm like Douluo continent, where a cultivation civilization has flourished for millennia, the only assistance available to Soul Masters appears to be from ordinary blacksmiths. After 200,000 years, they have only managed to develop battle armor. Why can't they think beyond that? Can rare metals not be utilized to create armors and mechas? Why not forge a personal weapon to augment the auxiliary Soul Master's offensive capabilities? It's high time to reflect upon one's own cultivation system. While technology has advanced, it has veered entirely towards a technological civilization, leaving the original framework undeveloped. The cultivation of martial souls combined with Duo technology is powerful, akin to the Body Sect's elder, whose iron fists could conquer all heroes of the world. Having seemingly discovered a radiant path to unlock human potential, 2 millennia later, they have instead allowed it to wither away. Progress has been made, yet it remains incomplete. The vision is undeniably limited. If they had only expanded their development, they would not be derisively referred to by countless readers in their past life as the fantasy floor tile. Low emotional intelligence, fantasy basement, high emotional intelligence, low martial ceiling. Moreover, who could have imagined that the sole unique aspect of Duo's cultivation-related technological creations, the soul guide devices, could also become lost to time? Xia Tianling finds it utterly perplexing. This situation is akin to a past life where one day, all technological documentation vanished from the world, leaving behind a plethora of technological creations. Yet, people only know how to use them, not how to create or repair them. They understand that pouring fuel into a car makes it run, and flipping a switch turns on the light. But as for the reasons behind these functions? Apologies, but they are clueless. What circumstances could lead to such a profound technological disjunction? If such an event were to occur, it would essentially mean a complete reshuffling of civilization. The most absurd part is that no one attempts to deconstruct or recreate. The current Soul Masters resemble a group of primitive individuals merely capable of flipping switches, aware of the outcomes, but unaware of the underlying principles. Even if soul guide devices were to re-emerge 1,000 years hence, they would still be learning from the Sun and Moon Empire, which is utterly ridiculous. What have Tang Min and Shrek Academy been doing throughout this millennium? Could they not contribute to the advancement of their era? Are the individuals of Dugu continent today somehow less intelligent than their ancient counterparts? How is it that what the ancients could create is beyond the capabilities of the current generation? The more Xia Tianling thinks about it, the more his head aches. His plan for transforming the continent seems an arduous journey. No, he must continue to properly educate Tang San. It is unacceptable for his talents to be squandered on nefarious paths. Suddenly, an idea sparks in his mind. System, I wish to obtain the Angel Douluo, a more comprehensive version than the one Tang San possesses. Ding. Wish received. Searching for the power of destiny. Ding. Wish successful. You have obtained the Xiantian Balu. Transmission in progress. As knowledge flows into his mind incessantly, Xia Tianling reveals a mischievous smile. Xiantian Gong, Xin Jade Hand, Ghost Shadow Mysterious Track, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, and myriad concealed weapons, all acquired. However, he only needs a cursory understanding of these concepts. Possessing Dao Jing, he does not require them for personal enrichment. The tears of Guanyin and mechanical concealed weapons, however, warrant further exploration. The former could empower soul masters to slay gods at the Titan Giant level, while the latter could expedite technological advancement at an astonishing pace. Oh, what are you pondering, little Tianling, to be so joyful? Douluo approaches, seemingly just having left Douluo. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Tianling had wandered quite far into thought. Unlike the slightly aged appearance of Douluo embodies a life of exquisite elegance, his visage perpetually fixed in his 30s due to his soul power, exuding an alluring charm tinged with an air of softness. Greetings, Grandpa Ju. I have just broken through to the 20th rank and was about to seek Grandpa Gui to guide me in obtaining a soul ringed as is well known. Ju Duo and Gui Da have been steadfast companions for decades, sharing a deep bond. Naturally, Ju Duo has adopted a similar approach, prompting Xia Tianling to refer to him as Grandpa. Well, our little Tianling truly cultivates at a remarkable pace. Why seek that old ghost? Grandpa Ju will take you instead. Ju Douluo gazes at Xia Tianling with a benevolent expression. After 3 months of companionship, for Ju Douluo, who like Douluo has no descendants or partners, this has been a novel experience. In the obedient Xia Tianling, Ju Douluo seems to sense a semblance of familial bliss. Very well, then I am in your debt. Xia Tianling smiles graciously in response, though his heart is filled with exclamations of disbelief. It is utterly incongruous for Grandpa Ju to wear such a youthful visage while displaying this kindly demeanor. A trivial matter. No need for formality among family. Ju Do waves dismissively, picking up Xia Tianling and setting off immediately. The Titan Giant's nonchalance when escorting others is evident, as they take to the skies. By the way, Grandpa Ju, could we make a stop in Notting City? It has been several months since I last saw my grandfather, and I miss him dearly. I also wish to inform him that I am doing quite well. Of course, that poses no issue. Chapter 6. Tang San's transformation. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy, thanks to the substantial sum of money previously bestowed by Douluo, Su Yuntao has purchased a remarkably elegant house for Old Jack in Notting City. Under Su Yuntao's persuasion, Old Jack has also resigned from his role as the village chief of Holy Soul Village to settle in Notting City. However, he has not forgotten that today marks the day for new students to enroll. Thus, he arranged for the guards assigned by the Martial Soul Hall to transport Tang San directly to his home for an overnight stay, having also procured new clothing and bedding for his schooling. Standing at the entrance are none other than Old Jack and Tang San. Though Old Jack has now become one of the wealthiest individuals in Notting City, having lived a life of hardship, he remains quite frugal, clad in simple garments. Little San, this is where I shall leave you. Once you enter the academy, study diligently, striving to become a formidable soul master and make your mark in the world. Old Jack affectionately pats Tang San's head, producing a small cloth pouch to hand over. Alas, I wonder how Tianling is faring in the Martial Soul Hall. Here, take this. You're at a growth stage, so treat yourself to some good food. No, Grandpa Jack, I cannot accept this. Tang San hastily declines, reassuring Old Jack that he need not worry. Lingu is incredibly capable and will surely achieve great things. Just as the two converse, a guard approaches, wearing a disdainful expression. Where did this bumpkin come from? Pushing around for a few copper coins. Hurry and scram. This is the Soul Master Academy, and your presence endangers the future of our esteemed Soul Master students. Do you think you can bear the consequences? With that, he reaches for the cloth pouch in Old Jack's hand. Let me show you some color. Unbeknownst to them, Tang San had already discreetly readied a concealed weapon in his right hand the moment the guard spoke disrespectfully. Unlike in the original narrative, having been influenced by Xia Tianling for 6 years, he harbored no intention of taking the guard's life. He merely sought to teach him a lesson, perhaps by piercing his hand. How bold! At that moment, 2 guards following Old Jack swiftly released their martial souls and surged forward. 1. A monkey martial soul pinned the guard to the ground with a single slap, while the other, possessing a wolf martial soul, aimed its claws at the guard's face. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. This esteemed gentleman is not someone of your lowly station can touch. The two guards glared fiercely at the pinned guard, who had previously been anticipating a good show, now trembling in fear. Clad in the uniforms of the Martial Soul Hall, with 2 white and 2 yellow colors. For soul rings floated in the air. T2 great soul masters. In Douluo continent, even a mere one-ring soul master is regarded as a figure to be revered by ordinary people. Who would have imagined that such an ordinary-looking elder would be accompanied by 2 great soul master guards? Moreover, he is a master of the Martial Soul Hall. Esteemed soul master, we are truly blind. My brother and I have been lacking in judgment. I sincerely apologize. The guard, who had initially been watching the scene unfold, immediately dropped to his knees, weeping profusely as he kowtowed to old Jack. Esteemed elder, you are magnanimous. I implore you to spare us this once. It was high time someone put you 2 arrogant fools in your place. A calm voice interjected. The speaker was a middle-aged man of average height, somewhat slender, with short hair. Indeed, it is the esteemed Master Yu Xiaojiang from the original work. Old sir, I extend my apologies on behalf of the school. The master slightly bowed to old Jack, beseeching him to show mercy and grant them a chance at redemption. Old Jack, being a man of great kindness, had no intention of harming them. He quickly relented, saying, Ho San, Lang, spare him. His companions have already knelt in apology. Ho San and Lang, 2 formidable soul masters, huffed in agreement before releasing the guard who had been restrained. At this moment, the guard, utterly terrified, lost control of himself and fainted. Thank you, old sir, for your mercy, and thank you, master, for interceding on my behalf. Why are you still here? Take this embarrassing spectacle and leave at once. He need not return tomorrow. The guard bowed once more, hastily dragging his unconscious companion away without a backward glance. Old sir, I am grateful for your magnanimity. The master clasped his hands together. This child is here for enrollment. I presume. Might I see the certificate issued by the Wuhuan Temple? Of course. Old Jack produced the certificate from his bosom and handed it to the master. As a village chief, he could easily discern that this middle-aged man held a significant position within the academy, especially since he was addressed as master by the guard. The master examined the certificate, then turned his gaze toward Tang San, scrutinizing him intently. The certificate is indeed authentic. Old sir, I once again apologize for the earlier incident. This child shall be entrusted to me, and no need to apologize. Master, I entrust this child to your care. Xiao San, follow this master inside, and make sure to study diligently. Lang timely handed the luggage he had set aside to Tang San, only for the master to swiftly take it from him. Just as the master was about to lead Tang San away, old Jack hurriedly approached, forcefully stuffing a small bag into Tang San's clothing before boarding the horse-drawn carriage that Ho San had just driven up. Xiao San, this is a token of my affection. It is not much, so do not refuse. Old Jack's voice faded as the carriage pulled away. Tang San touched the heavy bag in his bosom. Recalling the support he had received from Xia Tianling and old Jack over the past 6 years, silently vowing to repay their kindness in the future. It was a joyous occasion. Thanks to 6 years of positive reinforcement, the previously selfish Tang San from the original narrative had begun to understand the importance of gratitude. Excuse me, what subject do you teach, master? On the way to the teaching office, Tang San inquired. Teacher, I am not a faculty member of the academy. The master glanced down at Tang San and replied nonchalantly. Not a teacher? Did you not just say you represent the academy? I am merely a lodger at the academy, enjoying the hospitality like everyone else. Call me master. That is how everyone addresses me, and I have nearly forgotten my own name. The certificate states your name is Tang San. Correct? Tang San. You must understand that the terms master and teacher are worlds apart. Do not confuse them in the future, unless, at this point, he paused, his eyes gleaming with eagerness, unless you truly wish for me to be your teacher. You wish to take me as your disciple? Tang San asked. Do you wish for that? The master halted, facing Tang San. Tang San also stopped, contemplating silently. Xia Tianling had advised him to think critically in such situations and to consider the perspective of others. In most cases, kindness does not arise without reason. Why would someone unacquainted with him offer help upon their first meeting? What ulterior motive does this individual harbor? We have only just met, yet he is eager to accept me as his pupil. There must be something amiss. Observing Tang San's silence, the master was about to elaborate on his theory. I beg your pardon, master. Allow me to ponder this further. Chapter 7. The awkward master. The master was momentarily taken aback. This was not how the script should unfold. Shouldn't I have elaborated on my theories and had Tang San bow in reverence? Or had things gone awry? I have been rejected outright by a 6-year-old child. Though his words were not a definitive refusal, it was undeniably embarrassing. After considering the potential changes Tang San could bring to his life, the master took a deep breath, regaining his composure. Child, do not rush to reject me. Let me demonstrate my abilities first, that I cannot let such a promising talent slip away. After all, you are the third dual spirit wielder in a century, Tang San. His statement did not seem unreasonable. As Ling Gu indeed awakened later than he did. Though internally skeptical, Tang San felt a sense of astonishment. Are you curious how I know you possess dual spirits? As he spoke, he shook the certificate in his hand. It is because of this document. While others may not discern its flaws, if I cannot, I would not deserve the title of master. I have conducted extensive research. What followed was a lengthy exposition of the master's data and theoretical analyses. Thus, I am certain you possess another spirit, one that is exceptionally powerful. Exceptions exist in all things. But why can I not be an exception? Tang San countered. Indeed, exceptions do exist, but your spirit is blue silvergrass. Tang San listened attentively, sensing that while the master's assertions seemed logical, something felt off. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he respectfully asked, May I inquire, Master, what is your rank as a soul master? Upon hearing this question, the master's previously confident demeanor faltered, his mouth twitching slightly as he forced an awkward smile. As for me, I am a level 29 Great Soul Master. My research in the realm of spirit theory has garnered the esteem of my peers. Hence the title of Master. Tang San fell silent. Over the past few years, the most frequently repeated admonition from Xia Tianling had been that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. The Xian Bao Lu warned Tang Men disciples that the various poisons and herbs were the results of countless lives sacrificed by their ancestors through painstaking experimentation. Although he was not well versed in souls, he had learned from conversations with old Jack's guards the previous night that the world's most powerful soul masters were those above level 90, and only those above the rank of Soul Emperor could truly be considered strong. A level 29 Great Soul Master, frankly speaking, might not even surpass many students from intermediate academies. Thus, as a low-tier existence in the Soul Master realm, it was improbable he had conducted practical research. He could only hypothesize based on data without the means to validate his conclusions. This so-called theory was nothing more than a house of cards, lacking a solid foundation of practical experience. It was destined to collapse. Moreover, from where had this so-called data originated? How did he, with his limited strength, acquire such information? How accurate were these materials, if one were to draw conclusions from flawed data? They could be vastly different from reality. It must be said, Tang San's suspicions were alarmingly close to the truth. With this in mind, Tang San resolved to decline. The master seemed to notice Tang San's hesitation and quickly added, Xiao San, how about this? I will take you as my nominal disciple, and you can attend my lectures for a while before deciding whether to stay or leave. Tang San wavered. Nominal discipleship was merely a formality. If he judged it a mistake, he could still choose to part ways. If he was correct in his assessment, the sooner they separated, the better. Seeing this, the master pressed on. Xiao San, you have yet to obtain your first spirit ring. Correct. If you agree, I will assist you in acquiring your first 2 spirit rings. Very well, I accept your offer. Tang San thought of his struggles with the Xia Tian gong and, after a moment's hesitation, agreed. May I ask your name? I am Yu Xiaojing, nominal disciple Tang San, at your service, Master Yu. Tang San raised his fist in salute, bowing respectfully, though he had only temporarily agreed to be a nominal disciple. He did not neglect the necessary courtesies. The master's lips twitched in discomfort, mentally chiding the boy for not showing him enough respect. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that in a few months, Tang San would surely be captivated by his profound theoretical knowledge. Very well, let us proceed. I will escort you to the teaching office. Though he felt somewhat unsettled, the master warmly took Tang San's hand and led him toward the office, just as depicted in the original narrative. Tang San heard the other teachers discussing the master behind his back as he was leaving. In contrast to the derision found in the original work, Tang San found himself somewhat in agreement with their remarks. He indeed sensed that his new teacher was, in some ways, rather unreliable. On the way to the dormitory, Tang San could not help but open the small bag given by old Jack, and despite his usual composure, he nearly gasped in surprise. A full 100 gold soul coins. What a remarkable sum of 100 gold soul coins. Grandfather Jack has so readily bestowed them upon him. although he is aware that the spirit hall likely compensated old Jack handsomely due to the influence of Summerling. This 100 gold soul coins is undeniably a substantial fortune for Tang San at present, enabling him to indulge in delightful sustenance throughout his 5 years at school. Tang San clenched the small pouch tightly against his chest. In comparison to his unreliable teacher, you, Grandfather Jack, and Ling Go, have shown me unparalleled kindness. Yet, unbeknownst to Tang San, for old Jack, 100 gold soul coins are hardly a significant amount. Should the news of Summerling not have been suppressed by the Spirit Hall, it is likely that a stream of individuals bearing gifts and seeking favor would have already inundated his doorstep. But on the dawn of Tang San's second day at school, Angel Douluo and Summerling arrived at the residence of old Jack in Notting City via carriage. The two elderly men, separated by vastly different statuses and appearances, found common ground in their admiration for Summerling's exceptional qualities. Upon hearing old Jack boast of his past reputation as a soothsayer in the village, merely a vendor of weather forecasts, Angel Douluo could not contain his laughter. Summerling felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could vanish into the ground. What a soothsayer, he thought. It was just a ruse to impress Tang San, a veritable black mark on his history. However, upon reflection, perhaps the title of soothsayer could be re-established. It might prove useful in certain circumstances. Young master, you were unaware that yesterday the old man took your friend to enroll. After Summerling had fled in embarrassment, Ho San approached to report on the happenings of old Jack taking Tang San to school. Upon hearing the account, he smiled softly and discreetly checked the system's record panel, discovering indeed a notification indicating that the fate of the master had been altered. It seemed that the master had been rejected by Tang San in his attempt to take him as his disciple. One wonders if Tang San will continue on to Shrek Academy and whether there is such a thing as a convergence of timelines. Let us proceed to the soul hunting forest located to the northeast of Notting City. The soul beasts there are all nurtured by our spirit hall, none exceeding 10,000 years in age, making it perfectly suitable for a novice like you encountering the hunt for soul rings for the first time, Angel Douluo announced, beckoning Summerling to set forth. I'm coming. The timing was impeccable as they approached the soul hunting forest near Notting City, aligning perfectly with the narrative Summerling envisioned. Summerling, diligently train under your grandfather Ju, and you shall become a formidable soul master. Let us bring honor to our holy soul village. Angel Douluo smiled at this sentiment. A soul sage, such a narrow ambition. Summerling is destined to become a genius of the super Douluo level, he remarked. As evening fell, the pair arrived at the quaint town preceding the soul hunting forest. Throughout their day-long journey, Angel Douluo imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding soul beasts and the precautions necessary when absorbing soul rings. Grandfather Ju, let us spend the night in the forest, Summerling exclaimed with excitement, tugging at Angel Douluo as if he were a true 6-year-old child. In his previous life, he had never experienced a night in the forest, and arriving late would mean missing out on a grand spectacle. Angel Douluo hesitated, as he had initially planned to stay at the Spirit Hall's residence in town for the night before entering the next day. However, seeing Summerling's enthusiasm, he readily consented, attributing it to the innocent nature of a child. Greetings, please present your authorization, a soldier at the forest's entrance instructed. Unlike the guards at the entrance to Notting Academy, who often wielded their authority oppressively, these soldiers exhibited a commendable level of decorum. Angel Douluo retrieved a token from his soul guide. The soldier's eyes widened in astonishment, and he was about to bow in respect. Before he could utter a word, Angel Douluo waved him off, leading Summerling into the forest. My lord, please take care, the soldier murmured softly as they entered. Who just entered? Why do you seem more respectful than the gentleman with the 3-seal token we saw this morning? One soldier inquired of his colleague. That is none other than Angel Douluo of the Spirit Hall. What on earth is happening today? A gathering of distinguished figures at this little soul-hunting forest. The distinguished figures referred to were, of course, the master wielding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's token and Tang San. Returning to the morning, it was the day the master would accompany Tang San to acquire his first soul ring. Although Tang San had not fully accepted the master as his teacher, the master, in a bid to cultivate goodwill, had gifted him the 24-bridge Minjiwai. Throughout their journey and upon entering the soul-hunting forest, the master had been extolling his vast theoretical knowledge in an attempt to impress Tang San. Initially, this was well received, but once they entered the soul-hunting forest, it began to backfire. This is a 10-year-old blazing cat, belonging to the feline family of soul beasts. Over there is a solitary bamboo, which is also a type of soul beast, a plant-type soul beast. Its distinctive feature is, the method of discerning its age is, Tang San increasingly felt his suspicions were validated. Master, as a 30-level soul master with a useless martial soul, how do you study these soul beasts? The 10-year ones are manageable, but what about the 100-year, 1,000-year, or even 10,000-year ones? I have thoroughly researched many soul masters' experiences, and 423 years should be the limit for the first soul ring one can bear. So, from where do you derive the samples for your comparative studies? Has your theory been tested on anyone else? Tang San mused silently. Yet, to be fair, some of the master's foundational theories were indeed quite solid, particularly regarding the identification of soul beast ages, which would aid his cultivation. Doubts aside, there was no harm in listening to him at times. What was that saying Summer Ling had mentioned? Ah yes, extract the essence and discard the dross. The subsequent events unfolded much like the original narrative, with Tang San and the master camping in the forest, only to encounter a pack of wolves and a man-eating flower snake. After exhausting all his cards, Tang San ultimately succeeded in defeating the man-eating flower snake, prompting the master to exclaim, "Excellent, little San, you have secured your soul ring." Teacher, you. What do you mean? You can't be referring to this snake, can you? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. The master nodded earnestly. Indeed, it is. The man-eating flower snake grows 1 centimeter for each year it survives. This specimen is nearly 4 meters long, indicating it has nearly 400 years of cultivation, just at the limit for a soul master transitioning to soul master absorption. With your innate full soul power, absorbing its soul ring will pose no issue. Wait, teacher, you. But isn't this a beast-type soul beast? Wouldn't absorbing it cause a conflict? Tang San queried, puzzled that at that moment. The master wore a confident expression. According to one of the 10 core competitive advantages in the realm of martial souls. In conclusion, you can absorb this soul ring perfectly. However, other soul masters scoff at my theories, and no one believes me. Little San, would you be willing to give it a try? While I am absolutely certain of my theoretical basis, no one has ever tested it. As the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. The master was fervently presenting his theories to Tang San, who, in turn, had grown increasingly wary of the master. What a cunning old man. You understand that practice reveals truth. You also recognize that this is a theory. And you intend to use your own student as a test subject. Is that right? This is an extraordinary way to conduct oneself as a teacher. Tang San glanced at the master, who was too engrossed in his impassioned speech to notice he had already been poisoned by the man-eating flower snake, and thought back to the wolf pack they had just encountered, letting out a deep sigh. If he did not absorb this soul ring, he would be utterly defenseless in his current state. Should the master succumb to further poisoning, he would undoubtedly fall unconscious, and he, with no strength to fend for himself, would likely meet a grim fate in this forest teeming with soul beasts. Moreover, without the master as a living map, finding the correct path out would prove a daunting challenge. Very well, I shall take the risk. Teacher, you. No more words. I trust your theories. With that, Tang San sat cross-legged, suppressing his weakening sensation, and began to absorb the first soul ring of the blue-silver grass, while the master stood by to guide him. Then, just as in the original story, before Tang San could finish absorbing the soul ring, he succumbed to the poison and lost consciousness. Sometime later. Ah, little San, it truly is you. The voice belonged to Dugu Bo and Summer Ling, who had arrived following the sounds of battle. The sounds of combat had reached Dugu Douluo's ears, while Summer Ling, well-versed in the original tale, had urged him to follow. That he knew that tonight, Tang San would engage in a fierce battle with a pack of wolves and subsequently acquire his first soul ring. Feigning a fortuitous encounter, Summer Ling arrived precisely on cue, just as Tang San had completed the absorption of his soul ring and finished detoxifying the master. Brother Ling, seeing Summer Ling, Tang San's joy was palpable. The master lies in a profound state of coma. Although I have managed to neutralize the poison, whether he will survive remains an enigma, and I find myself at a loss as to what to do next. Tianling, he is the friend you often speak of, the one with whom you share a close bond in the village. Tang San, isn't he? Angel Douluo spoke leisurely, casting a glance at the unconscious Xiaojiang on the ground, clearly recognizing him, and simultaneously giving Tang San a look laden with significance. Indeed, Grandpa Ju, I am quite close with Xiao San. By the way, Xiao San, what is this? Summer Tianling, embodying the essence of a film star. Feigned ignorance. Tang San recounted the entire situation in detail, seeking guidance from Summer Tianling on what steps to take next while subtly hinting at the identity of the elder behind him. This little ruse did not escape the discerning gaze of the titled Douluo, However, Zhu Duo chose not to comment, graciously suggesting that the two young friends remain here to reminisce, as his presence might render them both uncomfortable. He then took Yu Xiaojing aside to further address the poison. Chapter 9. In truth, I am also a disciple of the Tang sect. As Zhu Duo moved further away, Summer Tianling refrained from revealing the identity of Zhu Duo, instead feigning surprise as he pointed to Tang San's belt that, "Oh, Xiao San, this belt of yours is quite impressive, adorned with 24 pieces of jade, quite extravagant." Tang San scratched his head sheepishly. "Well, this was a gift from Teacher Yu. I named it 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night." At that moment, Summer Tianling again channeled the essence of a film star, trembling as he pointed at Tang San's waist. You say this belt is called what? 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night? Yes, what's the matter, Ling Gu? I think 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night is a beautiful name, Tang San replied, somewhat perplexed. Taking a deep breath, Summer Tianling placed his hands on Tang San's shoulders, fixating intently on his eyes. Xiao San, whatever I say next, do not shout out loud. Understood. Then, Summer Tianling recited in flawless Chinese, enunciating each word with care. 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. Where does the jade figure teach the flute? Tianling Gu. Do. Tang San was genuinely astonished, struggling to suppress an exclamation. The identity of a traveler was his most profound secret. The language of Doa continent differed greatly from Chinese, and after 6 years, hearing this familiar tongue again was a tremendous shock to his spirit. Tianling Gu, are you also? Tang San inquired, trembling with curiosity. Summer Tianling embraced Tang San tightly, concealing his own barely controlled expression, and after a few deep breaths, he released him. With a smile, he replied, Indeed, I hail from there as well. After uttering those words, he discreetly communicated with the system, expending some of his fate power to utilize a mysterious function. Who would have thought? I believed I was all alone, yet Tianling Gu, you are also. No wonder you knew so much as a child, and were so mature, Tang San murmured. Then, when you claimed to be a prophet as a child, were you actually using divination? Well, in a sense, that is not incorrect. The Dea's scriptures do contain knowledge about star observation and divination, but I only grasped the basics. Being able to forecast the weather was already quite good. Xiao San, I wish to pose 2 questions to you. First, when you traversed, or rather, when you perished, what era was it? What were your government and dynasty called at the time? When I perished, it seemed to be during the Xiantong era. I don't recall the exact year, but the emperor's name seemed to be Li Wan. No, wait. It might have been Li Zhan. Tang San pondered deeply before responding. The Xiantong period? Li Zhan. Isn't that the late Tang dynasty? Summer Tianling thought, surprised that Tang San's world aligned so closely with his original timeline. Thankfully, I studied tourism and have a passion for history. I am well versed in the reign names and posthumous titles of various emperors. Had it been anyone else, they would have been utterly lost. So, Xiao San, the court of your time was referred to as the Great Tang, correct? Though he already had a hunch, Summer Tianling still felt compelled to ask. Yes, that's right. Could it be, Tianling Gu, that you also perished during that time? Tang San asked, excitement evident in his voice. Certainly not. Summer Tianling grinned mischievously. I would say I perished several tens of thousands of years later. By the time you were in the Great Tang, it had already become mere dust in the annals of history. What? Tens of thousands of years? Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment before he could fully absorb this revelation. Summer Tianling dropped another bombshell that if I'm not mistaken, Xiao San, you should be a disciple of the Tang sect from Shu. What? You knew this as well? Of course, Summer Tianling smirked. In a certain sense, I also count as a disciple of the Tang sect. Tang San was left speechless, utterly astounded. Xin Yu Shou, ZGMO Tong, Dark Weapon 100 Solutions, Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps, Xin Tian Gong. Right? In fact, I had my suspicions when you practiced in the back mountain as a child. Who could possess such innate knowledge? Summer Tianling chuckled. The ZGMO Tong can only be cultivated with the purple energy that arises at dawn. That if I am not mistaken, you are indeed the Tang San who, after secretly learning the inner sect secrets, created the Buddha's fury Tanglian, and then leapt off a cliff in determination, correct? Who would have thought you would end up here? Ling Gu, you know me. Tang San hesitated. And it seems you have not practiced these Tang sect ultimate techniques. That is indeed the case. Summer Tianling shrugged. In our era, these techniques had long since become relics of the past, including you. They are but fragments of history, to be precise. Even the once mighty Tang sect has merely become a footnote in history books, by the time of your demise. roughly 1,000 years later, the revival of spiritual energy occurred, leading to significant advancements in the cultivation system. However, the mechanisms and techniques of the Tang sect have been passed down as history marched on. The Xian Tian Gong, or the once practiced cultivation methods, were entirely phased out. In our time, we cultivate far more powerful immortal techniques, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into unity, ultimately achieving ascension to immortality. To become an immortal. Indeed, to become an immortal. To embody the legendary beings of myth in my previous life, I perished during the tribulation, only to unexpectedly find myself in this place. Summer Tianling spoke, feigning a look of wistfulness and regret, as if he were truly a powerful being who had failed his tribulation and been reborn. Regrettably, I cannot impart the technique I cultivated to you. Firstly, the Tao of longevity that I practiced is entirely incompatible with your Xian Tian Gong. If you wish to cultivate it, you must completely abandon the Xian Tian Gong, including the soul ring you just acquired. Secondly, the emergence of a new system inevitably entails vast amounts of knowledge. Many things that are common knowledge to me would be utterly incomprehensible to you. Xiao San. Even for us, as we began our preliminary cultivation, we were compelled to spend 20 years in continuous study to advance further. The first point Summer Tianling made was the truth, to change one's cultivation method. Especially to one that represents a dimensional shift, one must first discard the previous system. The second point was only partially true. Certain fundamental concepts would indeed be as foreign as an ancient manuscript to Tang San, who lived in a bygone era. For instance, the simplest idea that the earth is round. How could one expect an ancient individual who believes in a flat earth to comprehend such a notion? How much astronomical knowledge would you need to impart? This Tao of longevity is not some esoteric or cryptic scripture relying on personal enlightenment. It meticulously details every aspect of cultivation, what might occur, and how to resolve such occurrences, serving as a complete guide. The scripture even begins with 100 days to establish a foundation, 3 years for the golden elixir, 5 years to form an infant, and 10 years to transform the spirit. It guides you step by step on how to achieve immortality. Ascension requires only a dantian. This can undoubtedly be deemed scientific. Of course, the notion of mandatory 20 years of study is merely a ruse to dissuade naive youth. While extensive learning is indeed necessary, for someone like Tang San, with a cultural foundation, it would not be a slow process. A year or two would suffice. It is purely that he is reluctant to teach, wishing for Tang San to shy away. Moreover, Tang San possesses the Xian Tian Gong, which can lead one to the rank of a god king. He might very well dismiss this Tao of longevity as trifling. Tianling Go, do not be disheartened. I can continue practicing the Xian Tian Gong just the same. Tang San pondered for a long while before finally speaking. Sigh, very well, if you ever change your mind in the future, feel free to seek me out. After being so skillfully persuaded by Xia Tianling, Tang San's trust in him significantly deepened. He then proceeded to share his recent experiences at the Spirit Hall. Chapter 10. His theory, nonsense. Following this, it was Tang San's turn to vent his grievances. That old fool is trying to take advantage of me, attempting to use me as a guinea pig, flaunting his unfounded theories that have never seen the light of practical validation, and so forth. Xia Tianling struggled to suppress his laughter, secretly marveling at the effectiveness of his education. He sympathetically patted Tang San on the shoulder and consoled him. Little San, I have observed you Xiaojiang as well. Though many of his theories are dubious, and most of the reliable ones are not his own discoveries, his foundational knowledge is fairly solid. We can selectively learn from him. Having more friends opens more paths. And there's no need to make things too contentious with him. As for his claims about spirit manifestation and soul ring absorption, let me pose a question. Little San, when your hammer spirit absorbs a soul ring, must it seek out a hammer spirit beast for that purpose? When the Soul Master system first emerged tens of thousands of years ago, did people inherently believe that different types of spirit beasts and soul rings could not be absorbed? Is this not a self-evident matter that requires further study? Upon hearing this, Tang San wore a look of astonishment, realizing he had overlooked such a simple truth. He did not dwell on how Xia Tianling knew of his hammer spirit. After all, it was only natural for his wise older brother to be aware. Even more outrageous was Xia Tianling's speculation about his twin spirits. This point was articulated to me by my mentor, the only successfully cultivated twin spirit master of our time, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. The hereditary conditions for twin spirits firstly require the qualities of both to be closely aligned. And secondly, both must be exceptionally powerful, at least top-tier spirits, for the emergence of twins to be possible. Therefore, your blue-silver grass cannot possibly be ordinary. It must be a top-tier plant spirit like blue-silver emperor or blue-silver monarch. And your hammer is likely a form of top-tier weapon spirit. Thus, Xia Tianling elaborated, thoroughly dissecting the master's theories. He refrained from revealing Tang Hao's identity, leaving that for Tang Hao to disclose himself in the future. Furthermore, didn't Tang San himself have any inkling about the origin of his innate full soul power? Did he truly believe that the master's theories were credible? Xia Tianling shot Tang San a knowing look. Continuing his playful mockery of the master. To be frank, he too was uncertain whether Tang San's innate full soul power had any connection to the Xiantian skill. After all, this was a contentious issue steeped in historical debate. In his previous life, various analysts had argued heatedly without reaching a conclusion. He simply wished to tease the master a little. Tang San fell silent. Increasingly convinced of his teacher's unreliability and lamenting how correct his initial decision had been. Had he truly become a direct disciple of the master, his future would indeed be dire. If what Tianling said was true, it suggested that his parents were not ordinary either, and that innate full soul power. It was likely entirely a gift from the Xiantian skill. How absurd was it that Yu Shaojiang had proclaimed, "There are no way spirits, only way soul masters." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Xia Tianling could no longer contain his laughter. Erupting into a hearty guffaw. If there truly are no way spirits, then why have I never heard of a Ho titled Douluo, or a grass chicken titled Douluo, among the titled Douluos registered at the Spirit Hall? Is there even one with an ordinary spirit? Even he himself is merely a dreamer who will never surpass level 29. Did he have the right to say such things? There are no waste soul masters. Only waste spirits is a more fitting statement. He originally intended to say that Yu Shaojiang was merely a waste who would never break through level 29, but he reconsidered and opted to hold his tongue. Low emotional intelligence. A waste who will never exceed level 29. High emotional intelligence. A theoretical dreamer with relatively low cultivation. Tang San's expression grew increasingly peculiar. It was quite the spectacle for the master. With his own cultivation stuck at level 29, to utter such words, it was akin to slapping his own face. This is simply the darkness beneath the lamp. By the way, little San, here essay book for you. Xia Tianling took a few breaths to compose himself, retrieving a book from the ring on his finger. The ring was a soul-guiding artifact gifted by Bibi Dong, with an impressive capacity of over 100 cubic meters. Tianling, what is this? This is the latest edition of the Xiantian treasure record from our era, especially the general principles section, which has undergone significant revisions. The selfish double standards and the propensity to eliminate entire families are not representative of the orthodox Taoist practices. This is also why the Tang sect masters of your era struggle to reach the pinnacle. This book had been prepared long ago for Tang San's studies, but now, under the guise of a Tang sect disciple, its presentation would yield better results. The Xiantian skill, as a legitimate Taoist practice, emphasizes balance and harmony, following the principles outlined in your era's Xiantian treasure record. With an impure heart and not succumbing to madness, would be a commendable achievement. How could one then hope to break through? Tang San hurriedly took the book and flipped through it, discovering it was almost in direct contradiction to the original Xiantian treasure record. The realization struck him like a bolt of cold sweat. It became evident that the Tang sect's path had strayed without their knowledge. No wonder no one could break through to the highest realm. Fortunately, with Tianling's reminder, he had narrowly escaped disaster. To have met Tianling in this unfamiliar world was truly a stroke of good fortune. Tang San thought sincerely that as for his speculation about the Xiantian skill. Xia Tianling was not merely attempting to frighten Tang San. It was a genuine and reasonable deduction. In his previous life, he had always wondered why the Tang sect, which prided itself on cultivating the orthodox Xiantian skill, had devolved into a faction of murderers and poisoners. It was utterly absurd. After carefully studying the Xiantian treasure record he had obtained recently, he discovered that the Xiantian skill indeed adhered to the principles of orthodox Taoism, advocating a path of balance and harmony. This revelation clarified why Tang San's predecessors in the Tang sect found it challenging to reach the pinnacle. The Taoist practices prioritize the refinement of one's mindset. Cultivation is, in essence, a process of self-cultivation and understanding the laws of nature. Without a steadfast Taoist heart, achieving success in cultivation would be nothing short of miraculous, especially considering the Tang sect had completely deviated from its true path. The transformation of the Tang sect into such a state, was likely a consequence of neglecting quality education. Originally a group of righteous Taoists, they gradually descended into ambush tactics in the use of poison. Methods that yield swift results but are fundamentally flawed. The promotion of quality education is undoubtedly imperative, setting a modest goal, within 10 years, to establish 6 years of compulsory education across the continent. Xia Tianling silently resolved to himself, however, regarding why Tang San could ascend to the divine king and continue refining. Don't ask. The answer lies in the rules and regulations of the realm. Suddenly, a dragging sound echoed in the air. Turning around, they saw the Angel Douluo dragging the seemingly defeated and bruised master towards them. The Angel Douluo did not regard him kindly. Gripping his collar and dragging him along with a series of bumps as they approached, he casually tossed the master onto the ground. There, I've saved your teacher. Tang San focused his gaze, astonished to see the master, who had previously been unconscious, now wide-eyed and fervently staring at him. Little San. You succeeded. I knew it. I knew my theories were flawless. Tang San helplessly nodded. Yes, master. Your theory has proven successful that my blue silvergrass has gained toxins and acquired a binding skill. Excellent. Splendid. The master struggled to utter a couple of sentences before fainting once more. Thank you, senior, for saving the master. Tang San sighed, yet still expressed his gratitude to the Angel Douluo. Although his teacher was somewhat unreliable, he had imparted some knowledge to him. The Angel Douluo raised an eyebrow. Master, that title carries weight. It seems this lad is not merely the direct disciple of that waste. You Xiangjia, no matter. Xiao Tianling calls me grandfather. You are his friend. Assisting a junior is but a small favor. However, I must warn you. This teacher of yours has quite the questionable character. Angel Douluo, do not be deceived by appearances. Even the most charming individuals possess their own unique quirks. Tang San, with a sheepish smile, candidly acknowledged this, refraining from any rebuttal. Observing this, Angel Douluo could not help but chuckle heartily. You Xiaojiang, your life has truly been a series of failures, to the extent that even your disciples have turned their backs on you. Truly, you deserve it. Very well, you shall rest here for the night. Come morning, I shall escort you out. Chapter 11. The first soul ring. The following day, Angel Douluo escorted the now-awakened Grandmaster and Tang San outside. Before officially commencing the search for suitable soul beasts with Xia Tianling, my dear Tianling, which martial soul do you intend to attach a soul ring to? Have you decided which path to pursue? As one who has accompanied Bibi Dong for so long, he was aware that with dual martial souls, one must first choose a primary martial soul for specialization. Grandfather Juju, I plan to make the two-piece set my primary martial soul. Focusing on the strength-based path, during 3 months of training, Xia Tianling had already charted his development trajectory. The extraordinary physical attributes conferred by his second martial soul, the true dragon, were nearly double that of a soul master of the same level. Neglecting to pursue a strength-based path would be a pity. Leveraging the characteristics of his first martial soul, the two-piece set, he could fully attach several strength-enhancing skills as a formidable attacker in the early stages. Once he began cultivating his second martial soul in the mid-stage, he would certainly not lack offensive capabilities. The latter soul rings of the two-piece set could afford him some domain-type soul skills, providing control and other special effects, thus creating a perfect synergy. Have you contemplated the types of soul beasts you wish to select for your first 2 soul rings? Indeed, for my first soul ring, I intend to choose a slime of approximately 900 years. Xia Tianling replied without hesitation. A slime? What skills could such a feeble soul beast possibly provide? Angel Douluo furrowed his brow. In his recollection, slimes were exceedingly weak soul beasts, possessing almost no offensive capabilities. He did not doubt Xia Tianling's ability to absorb a 900-year soul ring, for his impressive physical attributes were evident, complemented by innate soul power at level 19. It was hardly an issue to absorb beyond his level. Moreover, given the slime's inherent weakness and low intelligence, even if it were a few hundred years older, it would pose no significant challenge. Grandfather Juju, may I ask you, what is the primary characteristic of a slime? Is it fusion? Precisely, fusion. A slime can merge 2 distinct entities into one, becoming stronger, and this is essentially its sole skill. Upon acquiring this ability, I will likely be able to merge my two-piece martial soul into a singular, more powerful weapon. Furthermore, with the low intelligence of slimes, my second martial soul's physical attributes will allow me to withstand a soul ring of even greater age. 3 months of study were not in vain. The Soul Hall's library contained an array of bizarre soul beasts and methods of identification. How could an organization with a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years lack such foundational knowledge? Thus, regarding Yu Xiaojiang's understanding of soul rings and soul beasts, those who comprehend will grasp it. Those who do not may ponder it at their leisure. Hiss, merging into one. Now that is intriguing, Dugu Douluo mused. Realizing that even a seemingly weak soul beast like the slime could have its utility. Since you are resolute, let us proceed. With that, Dugu Douluo led Xia Tianling through the soul-hunting forest, occasionally capturing passing soul beasts to impart knowledge through hands-on teaching. This live demonstration proved immensely beneficial for Xia Tianling. As the ancients wisely stated, knowledge gained from books is but superficial. True comprehension requires practice. The difference between theoretical knowledge and personal experience is unparalleled. As for why he chose a 900-year slime, it was simply because no 1,000-year slimes existed. For such a diminutive soul beast, 900 years was already its limit. Especially in a place devoid of top-tier soul beasts, in the Star Luo forest, even a century-old one would be a rare find. Much like the ice silkworm, which, for millennia, only a fortunate individual like the dreaming brother managed to achieve a million-year soul beast. Something even the deep-sea demon whale king and Emperor Tian could not attain. For Xia Tianling, the age of the soul ring was merely a consideration, provided it suited him, unless it was one of 10,000 or even 100,000 years. Tianling, over there, with the perception of a tidal Duel, Dugu Douluo quickly located a slime rolling about beside a large rock. Xia Tianling hurriedly approached. This slime appeared translucent with a faint white hue, approximately 90 centimeters in diameter. Given that it grew a centimeter every 10 years, this indicated it was indeed around 900 years old. Go ahead, little Tianling. Slimes possess virtually no offensive capabilities. Even one nearing 1,000 years is merely a larger target. Perfect for your training. Dugu Douluo stood with his arms crossed, observing. That is precisely my intention. Xia Tianling replied with a slight smile. True dragon, manifest. His second martial soul emerged, and compared to the two-piece martial soul that had yet to acquire any soul rings, the five-clawed golden dragon, which provided substantial physical attributes, was far more suitable for the current scenario. After summoning the true dragon, Xia Tianling was enveloped in a layer of fine scales, with a pair of small dragon horns sprouting from his head, while his hands transformed into dragon claws, pulsing with a faint electric energy. The low intelligence of the slime rendered it quite oblivious. Had it been any other soul beast, it would have either fled or prepared for a confrontation. Yet, the white slime continued to roll about aimlessly beside the stone. The reason this creature has survived in the forest, perhaps because it is simply unpalatable, feeding off ambient energy and the remnants of various corpses. It elicited no desire for consumption from any other soul beast. Though it may be unappetizing, it occasionally serves as a mobile experience package, Xia Tianling thought as he strode forward, channeling his soul power into his right claw. Striking downwards at the slime, a faint electric aura coursed over the slime's semi-transparent body, appearing to emit a soft glow from a distance. However, it proved futile. The 5 gaping wounds inflicted healed almost instantaneously upon the withdrawal of Xia Tianling's claws, leaving it only slightly more transparent than before. This phenomenon was due to the slime's intrinsic properties. To truly vanquish it, one must incessantly attack, gradually wearing it down until its energy was entirely depleted, rendering it completely transparent. At that point, its body would transform from a gelatinous consistency to a hardened, rubber-like state, allowing for a decisive strike to cleave it in two or shatter it completely, resulting in its demise. Should one attempt to sever it while it still had ample energy, it would merely split like an earthworm into 2 entities, capable of recombining into one. Indeed, the slime's abilities were rather lackluster. Yet they were frustratingly irksome. Unless one possessed a powerful, large-scale skill capable of incinerating the slime entirely, it would require considerable effort to eliminate it once and for all. Unfortunately, Xia Tianling lacked such capabilities, so he was left to grind it down slowly. With a flurry of punches, he relentlessly pursued the rotund slime, the process becoming excruciatingly monotonous. To exacerbate matters, when the slime was full of energy, its body was exceedingly pliable, akin to jelly that a well-placed punch would feel like hitting a void. With his arms sinking into the creature, not only was it uncomfortable, but a sticky residue coated his hands and arms, rendering it quite repulsive. Yet, Should he strike lightly, he would hardly deplete its energy, while the sight of the gelatinous mass quivering before him was infuriating. Is this wretched creature's sole purpose to be an utter nuisance? Xia Tianling lamented, but for the sake of merging skills, he persevered. After an arduous half-hour of effort, he could no longer maintain the true dragon manifestation while simultaneously channeling his soul power into the slime. His stamina had already exceeded that of a soul master of his level, a testament to the quality of his cultivated soul power. Now, having summoned the two-piece set, he struck with one axe and hammered with the other. Relying solely on brute strength, under such relentless assault, the slime became increasingly transparent, its body gradually stiffening. Bang! Finally, after nearly an hour of persistent effort, just as Xia Tianling felt on the verge of frustration, he delivered a crushing blow, causing the transparent slime to explode into fragments that scattered in all directions. In a mechanical motion, Xia Tianling swung his arms, finally realizing the momentous achievement. Damn it, after nearly an hour. This wretched creature has finally met its end. With such tenacity and such obnoxious abilities, what soul beast would willingly hunt this thing? Perhaps only plant-type soul beasts possess the patience for this. A deep yellow soul ring ascended from the remnants of the slime's lower half. Xia Tianling, overwhelmed with joy, hurriedly summoned his martial soul, sitting cross-legged, and adorned the intertwined hammer and axe with the yellow soul ring. The timely reminder from Ju Da echoed nearby. Tianling, focus on your martial soul and remain steadfast in your heart. Chapter 12. First Soul Skill. Fusion in the realm of soul masters on Duo continent. Apart from Tang San, who cultivated the Xiantian skill, the concept of a dantian was virtually non-existent. They possessed a dantian, yet it had never been utilized in a certain sense. The martial soul served as an alternative dantian for them. However, Xia Tianling was different. For him, the martial soul was merely a vessel for his power, while the source of his cultivation resided in the qi of his lower dantian. Xia Tianling felt enveloped by a warm force, akin to a fledgling swallow returning to its nest, gradually flowing through his martial soul into his body's meridians, traversing throughout. Instinctively, he began to circulate his Tao scripture, guiding this warm current through his body in a great circulation. The anticipated mental impact did not arrive. Perhaps it was due to the instinctual nature of the slime, whose low intelligence harbored no resentment or desire, the creature that fed on carrion, devoid of intellect. Ultimately transforming into food for plant-type soul beasts or soul rings for soul masters, indeed exemplified selflessness. A fleeting thought crossed Xia Tianling's mind, but it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, and he refocused on absorbing the soul ring. The paired hammer and axe continuously circled and rotated around each other, and as time passed, they transformed into two colors, one red and one yellow. They constantly merged, separated, and then merged again. Dugu Bo, standing guard, watched in bewilderment. Despite years of cultivation, he had never witnessed such a transformation during soul ring absorption. It seemed he had never encountered a complete set of martial souls either. At that moment, Xia Tianling reached a critical juncture in his absorption. The power he absorbed from the soul ring was being continually refined, compressed, and transformed into soul power intrinsic to his body. This soul power continued to circulate through his meridians. The accumulation of power within him reached a threshold. The highly compressed gaseous soul power finally vaporized into a droplet of liquid within the dantian. Soon, more and more liquid appeared, gathering together to form a brilliant golden orb. The free-floating power of the soul ring surged violently into the dantian until the meridians felt empty, with all the power converging into this liquid gold orb. In the external world, the yellow soul ring produced by the slime dissipated. Condensed the Dan, succeed. The emergence of this liquid golden Dan signified that a cultivator was but a mere half-step away from the genuine golden Dan realm. Commonly referred to as the false Dan period. As long as Xia Tianling absorbed another soul ring, the immense soul power accumulated from the soul rings would effortlessly allow him to refine and compress his strength to attain the golden Dan. This exemplified the benefits of complementary rules in a traditional cultivation world. Achieving a golden Dan required years of incessant refinement of bones, body, meridians, and flesh, preparing them to withstand greater power. Following that, years of arduous training were necessary to accumulate strength, culminating in the condensation of the golden Dan or false Dan. For him, the process was significantly simpler, reaching level 20 and then relying on the external aid of two soul rings to directly condense the false Dan and golden Dan. Should other cultivators learn of this, they would undoubtedly be envious as for why cultivators capable of wielding divine powers in other worlds became merely level 20 soul masters upon arriving in Duo continent. Don't ask. The answer lies in the constraints of rules. Enjoying conveniences while bypassing arduous training and not undergoing tribulations, having this level of strength is commendable. One should be content. After thoroughly completing the absorption, Xia Tianling slowly concluded his cultivation and stood up to stretch his body. He had grown taller, and his physique had become more robust. Every movement brimmed with a sense of power that was intoxicating. The unique soul power of Douluo continent was indeed miraculous. Such a capacity to promote physical development was nearly non-existent in other cultivation civilizations, enhanced by a 900-year soul ring, coupled with the true dragon martial soul and the tempering from the Tao scripture. Xia Tianling's physical strength was comparable to that of a 30-level battle soul sovereign, if not superior. Absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring was therefore a natural progression. Tianling, how do you feel? Zhu Dulau inquired. Xia Tianling, sensing his martial soul, couldn't help but rejoice, clenched his fist, and swung it through the AIR.ITS done. Just as I expected, woodworking two-piece set, appear, the crossed hammer and axe manifested in midair, which Xia Tianling grasped firmly, as a deep yellow soul ring pulsed gently beneath his feet. First soul skill, fusion. The deep yellow soul ring illuminated, causing the hammer in his left hand to vanish in a flash of light, while the axe in his right hand expanded significantly. The originally light golden axe now featured a prominent cylindrical head on its rear, resembling half a hammerhead. Meanwhile, the opposite side extended into a blade that was even thicker than before. Reminiscent of a battle axe from Earth, the sharpness of the axe and the heft of the hammer merged flawlessly. Even in this peculiar form, the strange dual-handed battle axe maintained a balance and weight on both sides, capable of both cleaving and smashing, without hindering the ability to switch between strikes. Xia Tianling hefted the axe, swinging it vigorously a few times, nodding in satisfaction. Tianling, what effects does your first soul skill have? What is its consumption? My first soul skill is quite straightforward. It amplifies my strength and soul skill effects by 100%. However, my soul power consumption doubles during this dual form, and it increases with other activities. Once I voluntarily the fusion, the soul power consumption returns to its normal rate. Xia Tianling pondered briefly. The soul power consumption upon initiating fusion was nearly negligible, with double the soul power consumption and a 100% strength amplification. This exchange seemed fair and advantageous. Originally, Xia Tianling could sustain activity for about an hour after manifesting his martial soul. However, if he used fusion, even if he remained stationary, he would quickly become fatigued after half an hour. Engaging in combat while in a fused state would likely shorten his endurance even further, potentially lasting less than 10 minutes, especially when combined with other soul skills. That said, it was merely the initial acquisition of the skill, necessitating a longer duration for fusion. However, soul skills can be optimized through continuous practice. Should Xia Tianling master the ability to fuse or unfuse instantaneously in the future, he could effectively use it as a short-duration burst skill for a sudden increase in power, and even to catch opponents off guard. Hearing the description of the fusion skill, Zhu Douluo's eyes sparkled. Tianling, this skill is quite impressive and exceptionally practical. Even many thousand-year soul rings cannot compare to yours. Truly a remarkable set of martial souls. By the way, does the axe formed after fusion have a name? Xia Tianling glanced at the axe in his hand, reflecting on his mastery of lightning power, and thought for a moment. I shall name it Storm Battle Axe. Chapter 13, 1,000-Year Soul Skill. Thunder God aid me. Zhu Douluo was somewhat perplexed, pondering the connection between this and a storm. It was as strange as his own first martial soul being called the woodworking two-piece set. Nevertheless, as long as Tianling liked it, even if it was a bit odd, it still sounded quite imposing. Good name. Now, what are your plans for the second soul ring? Given your current physical prowess, a 1,000-year soul ring should be well within your reach. Xia Tianling carefully assessed his current physique and contemplated for a moment before responding. With my current physical condition, absorbing a soul ring around 2,000 years should present no issues. The subspecies of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex, the Alii dragon, possesses both lightning and power attributes, which should align well with me. His most formidable strengths were the affinity for lightning and overwhelming power. The woodworking two-piece set had no inherent attributes, so whatever was added would define its form. Naturally, the first choice would be the most familiar element, lightning. Moreover, with the Storm Battle Axe already acquired, and even having a hammer form before fusion, It would be remiss not to incorporate a thunder god element to complement the axe. At the same time, in a different part of the soul hunting forest, Ollie give, let us go, brothers. That afternoon, a fortunate alii dragon was captured by Zhu Duo to serve as Xia Tianling's soul ring. Perfectly fitting the 2,000-year mark. This time, he didn't dare to let Xia Tianling tackle it alone. A 2,000-year cultivation level lightning attribute alii dragon was no match for a newly advanced Xia Tianling. Even a 3-ring battle soul sovereign might struggle against it. However, to his astonishment, Xia Tianling, upon summoning the true dragon martial soul and unleashing his bloodline aura to its peak, pressed toward the alii dragon. The unfortunate creature was so overwhelmed it fainted on the spot. A foul odor wafted from the ground. The alii dragon thought, "Big brother, could you please make it quick? To be grasped by a Titan Giant is already quite enough. Yet, to have such an overwhelming bloodline pressure used to intimidate me, compounded by my internal injuries and the oppressive aura of the Titan Giant, what merit do I possess to withstand such formidable forces?" The subsequent process was rather straightforward. My twin martial souls manifested, and I initiated their fusion. Xia Tianling, wielding the storm battle axe, poured all her strength into it, swiftly ending the life of this unfortunate creature with 3 decisive strikes. A colossal dragon head was severed. Angel Douluo scratched his head, aware that dragon clans are quite sensitive to bloodline density, yet he was astonished by the resilience of this 5-clawed golden dragon. It is worth noting that even the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yuanjin, would merely be able to paralyze the Arlong without exerting extreme power, and that was solely due to his status as a Titan Giant. Xia Tianling, feeling elated, sat cross-legged and skillfully summoned the purple soul ring to commence her absorption. Having previously experienced the absorption process, coupled with the intimidating presence of the true dragon aura and the compatibility of attributes, her speed of absorption was notably rapid. The soul power from the Millennium Soul Ring continuously transformed Xia Tianling's body while gently compressing the false Dan within her, under the immense pressure of the soul power. The originally liquid golden Dan became increasingly solidified, rotating steadily as it slowly ascended from the lower dantian. The moment the false Dan reached the heart's middle dantian, the soul power had fully refined throughout her body, and the false Dan instantaneously solidified from liquid to a true golden Dan. Golden Dan achieved. The abundant soul power from the Millennium Soul Ring continued to nourish and expand this golden Dan, which had initially been the size of a dragon's eye. Thunder rumbled in the sky, yet it was merely sound without the manifestation of a tribulation. Doa continent, or rather Doa star, lacks the concept of heavenly tribulations. The heavenly path that originally birthed this plane cannot transcend dimensions to summon tribulations, resulting in this awkward situation of thunder without lightning. Thunder tribulation. Are you experiencing a bug? Xia Tianling paid no heed to such trivialities. She was currently immersed in the exhilarating sensation of her power increasing. The martial soul, lower dantian's Qi Si, and middle dantian's golden Dan formed a stable circulatory path. The soul power flowed seamlessly among the 3, gradually increasing until the soul ring of Arlong was perfectly absorbed, elevating her soul power from the early stages of the false Dan at level 21 to the current level 23. This prompted a reflective sigh from Xia Tianling, who lamented that such a remarkable auxiliary means of cultivation had been reduced to a mere necessity for breaking through major realms by the very individual who created the soul master profession. A truly foolish oversight. Was there truly no one who attempted to devise alternative methods to alter this predicament, once she achieved mastery in her cultivation and the educational system was established? She vowed to disseminate the great Tao of longevity to benefit all beings. In her heart, Xia Tianling quietly set a small goal for herself. However, unbeknownst to her, even if Tang San wished to teach, the people of Douluo could not cultivate. The reason lies in the rigid qualifications imposed by the Tao Sutra on cultivators, which mandates that only those possessing the 5-element spiritual roots may practice. Requiring a balance among the 5 elements, her body had been created by an unknown entity, endowing her with extraordinary talent and perfectly replicating the physical characteristics of Earthlings. Yet, the inhabitants of Doa continent generally possess only 1 or 2 attributes, often being derivatives beyond the 5 elements, such as wind, lightning, light, or darkness, placing them in a rather awkward position. How is it, Tianling? Have you acquired the soul skill you desired? Observing Xia Tianling lost in thought post-breakthrough, Angel Douluo approached to inquire, assuming she was experiencing the effects of her second soul skill. Yes, I have obtained it. Interrupted from her reverie, Xia Tianling returned to the present and summoned her twin martial souls. The hammer and axe now radiated subtle arcs of thunderous energy, shimmering brilliantly. My second soul skill allows me to unleash thunderous energy upon my entire being and martial souls, augmenting my strength and attack power. Maintaining this state will consume soul power continuously. When I strike an enemy or engage in physical contact, they will experience paralysis and explosive force. However, the degree of paralysis varies from person to person. If I unleash my soul power to its fullest while in the state of the storm battle axe, each strike can paralyze an opponent of equal rank, albeit the duration of paralysis depends on their physical constitution and resistance to lightning. However, this will also lead to a rapid depletion of my soul power. In this state, I can sustain it for approximately 5 minutes. That I refer to this state as the thunder god aids me. Though 5 minutes may seem brief, this duration is already exceptional due to the augmentation from the Golden Dan and the soul power refined through the Tao Sutra, far exceeding that of ordinary soul masters of the same rank. If another soul master of equal level were to attempt this, they would likely struggle to endure even a minute. Moreover, if you were pursued by a formidable power-type soul master capable of paralyzing you with each strike while simultaneously inflicting minor explosions for nearly 5 minutes, you would certainly understand why flowers bloom red on that day. If confronting a weapon or plant martial soul, one might fare better. However, facing a beast martial soul would require one to rely on their own fortune. Even if your lightning resistance is notably high, finding opportunities to retaliate would mean enduring a self-inflicted lightning counterattack, which is exceedingly unpleasant. Another enhancement type skill. It sounds quite promising that if your opponent cannot impose effective control or maintain distance. Once you close the gap, even a soul master of rank could fall within 5 minutes under the state of lightning engulfment. Angel Douluo felt the formidable power radiating from the storm battle axe and patted Xia Tianling's shoulder with vigor. Haha, I possess exceptional talent. With that, he proclaimed, let us return. This soul ring acquisition mission has been a resounding success. Angel Douluo, observing Xia Tianling's exuberance, chose not to elaborate further. After all, it was only natural for a child to be delighted upon acquiring something new. Chapter 14. Mental Interference. The following day, within a tranquil chamber of Wuhuan City, having completed certain matters, Bibi Dong returned to instruct Xia Tianling in her cultivation. She had previously witnessed Xia Tianling's 2 skills, the ages of her soul rings, and Angel Douluo's supplementary descriptions, expressing her commendation. The pressure emanating from Bibi Dong felt even more substantial than before. Familiar with the original narrative, Xia Tianling surmised that her 3-month absence was likely spent completing a particular trial for the Rakshasa inheritance. However, the original work provided scant information regarding Bibi Dong in its early stages, leaving the timeline subject to vague conjecture. Dual martial souls are not fundamentally different from ordinary martial souls. They are merely parts of our being. Therefore, provided our bodies can withstand it, it is entirely feasible for both to manifest simultaneously. Thus, we must. Bibi Dong elaborated on the greatest advantage and challenge of dual martial souls. How to utilize both simultaneously. In summary, this encapsulates the intricacies of jointly employing dual martial souls. You comprehend? Bibi Dong inquired with a calm demeanor. That I understand, Master, Xia Tianling promptly replied. This technique of usage is not overly complex, yet not entirely simple. Revolving around 2 key points. First, one must be exceptionally proficient in the manipulation of both martial souls, deeply understanding how they can complement each other. Second, one must possess robust physical attributes capable of enduring the simultaneous manifestation of both martial souls. However, fortuitously, the compatibility of the twin martial souls is notably high, and the characteristic of fusion further enhances this. In terms of physical prowess, the augmentation provided by the true dragon martial soul and the transformations imparted by the 2 soul rings, coupled with foundational body refinement, suffice to render Xia Tianling's physique comparable to that of a soul zone. Very well, channel your soul power and attempt it, Bibi Dong instructed. Xia Tianling complied, effortlessly releasing both martial souls simultaneously. In this state, although her combat capabilities surged, maintaining it would demand a greater expenditure of soul power. Should she engage in battle while utilizing the storm battle axe, she would find herself akin to the valiant original Ultraman, able to sustain only a fleeting 3 minutes as a true warrior. Maintain your focus, unleash the thunderous energy, and deplete your soul power entirely. Bibi Dong's tone remained notably indifferent. However, she enveloped her disciple with her mental energy. As time elapsed, Xia Tianling's soul power dwindled, and the Tao Sutra naturally commenced operation, with the golden Dan emitting a gentle hum as her soul power swiftly replenished. You did not utilize the meditation method I provided you with. Where did this manner of soul power operation originate? Bibi Dong's brow furrowed slightly. Before departing to attend to her business, she had given Xia Tianling the meditation techniques compiled by the Spirit Hall, which were vastly superior to the haphazard methods employed by soul masters. Nevertheless, compared to the Tao Sutra, they were akin to a novice's crude efforts, grossly inadequate. With Bibi Dong's discerning eye, she could readily discern the remarkable efficacy of the Tao Sutra in facilitating the movement of the microcosmic orbit. Returning to my teacher, this method of cultivation spontaneously materialized in my mind, Xia Tianling replied, blinking innocently. Sometimes, I catch glimpses of inexplicable fragments of events, which may originate from the future or could be incidents from an unknown time. In my childhood, I was often referred to as a prophet in the village. Bibi Dong gazed intently at Xia Tianling, lost in contemplation. She had discreetly investigated Xia Tianling's background, an unknown orphan, discovered and adopted by old Jack on the back mountain, who had never left the Sacred Soul village nor interacted with outsiders for 6 years. Old Jack himself hailed from a lineage of impoverished farmers spanning 18 generations, his background impeccably clean, devoid of any potential issues. This soul power operation route was utterly unheard of. Even that fellow Tang Hao could not possibly grasp it. Could it be that he truly possessed innate knowledge? Does such a person exist in this world? Indeed, Bibi Dong had always been aware that Tang Hao was in seclusion at Sacred Soul Village, and after Xia Tianling's awakening, she also learned that Tang San was Tang Hao's son. With the extensive influence of the Spirit Hall, locating someone would not be a challenge. The reason she hadn't taken action against the father and son was simply due to a lack of necessity. Her ability to backstab Xiangjia was undoubtedly facilitated by Tang Hao's fortune. Thus, perhaps such extraordinarily gifted individuals truly exist. It seemed quite reasonable for him to possess such a unique martial soul and peculiar talents. Very well, continue your training in this manner. This meditative approach is quite advanced. Bibi Dong sighed inwardly, resolving not to dwell on the matter any longer. Yes, master, Xia Tianling responded, secretly relieved and discreetly wiping cold sweat from his brow. Given Bibi Dong's character in the original narrative, he had genuinely feared she might eliminate him as an unstable factor or imprison him to prevent future troubles. Fortunately, the system's other function, mental interference, had taken effect. Mental interference, though sounding grand, was merely a passive means to make others more inclined to believe your words and less likely to harbor doubts. Moreover, what one said must at least hold some reasonable logic. If one were to use mental interference to claim to Bibi Dong that they were her spouse, it would surely lead to a swift demise. This was mental interference, not mental modification, and did not wield such overpowering capabilities. Of course, in the absence of active use, the effects of mental interference are extremely weak and can generally be disregarded. To utilize this function actively also requires the expenditure of destiny power. The greater the amount, the more profound the effect. Active use substantially enhances the credibility of one's words while reducing the likelihood of suspicion from the other party. However, if the other party possesses an exceedingly firm will regarding a particular matter, disbelief may still arise, just as Tang San's behavioral patterns concerning the Xian Tian Baolu exemplified. Xia Tianling had continuously modified Tang San through the limited destiny power obtained from altering the villagers of Sacred Soul Village, yielding results after 6 arduous years. Just now, he had wished to the system, investing half of his remaining destiny power to activate mental interference. The decision to use only half was not due to frugality, but rather because he had further plans ahead. Exhausting his resources here would jeopardize the success of those subsequent endeavors, by altering the life trajectories of Su Yun Tao, Tang San, the Master, and Bibi Dong. He garnered a substantial amount of destiny power. Although the system did not specify exact values, if the collected destiny power were to be likened to a large bottle of soda, then the standard amount required to activate mental interference would only necessitate a small can's worth. That night, after concluding his daytime training, it was time for Xia Tianling to move freely. Unlike his usual visits to the library, today he ventured into the archives. The archives, as the name suggests, house the historical records of the Spirit Hall. Akin to an archive repository, his purpose for visiting today was to investigate the soul awakening records from the past 2 years. Thanks to the Spirit Hall, Tianling's unwavering commitment to serving the populace. Any soul master awakened by the spirit hall with existing soul power would be duly recorded by the responsible personnel, with copies sent back to the spirit city for safekeeping. Amidst the extensive records, Xia Tianling first perused the awakening records for this year from Nodding City and its surrounding villages. Wang Shang, male, from Nodding City, Farnos Province, Tiando Empire, from a common family, beast martial soul, battle tiger, innate soul power level 2. A student worker at Nodding City's primary soul master academy. Was this the foolish lad who fought with Tang San in the original narrative? I wonder if he has clashed with Tang San again. Ignoring the various other details below, he continued to open another scroll. Tang San, male, from Sacred Soul Village, affiliated with Nodding City, Farnos Province, Tiando Empire, crossed out. Erased, from a farming family, plant martial soul, blue-silver grass. Innate full soul power, a student worker at Nodding City's primary soul master academy. Has Xiaosan's file been altered? Xia Tianling scratched his head, bringing the parchment scroll closer to the soul guiding lamp for a meticulous inspection. The first scratch revealed that his master was indeed a blacksmith, indicating a single-parent household. The second erased portion vaguely suggested the name of a certain Tang Hao. Could it be that it originally stated son of the Angel Douluo? Tang Hao. A chill ran down Xia Tianling's spine. Could it be that the spirit hall had long known Xiaosan's identity? Upon reflection, it was certainly a possibility, and he could not help but feel a wave of apprehension. Fortunately, he had invested a significant amount of destiny power to activate mental interference. Otherwise, the astute Bibi Dong, who was well aware of his background, would undoubtedly have questioned such a ludicrous explanation. It seems I must re-evaluate my ability to gather grassroots information on the spirit hall moving forward. It appeared that Tang San's situation was something they wished to keep from too many people, leading certain individuals to modify the original content. If not for his familiarity with the original plot, he would never have inferred the original content from just those 2 words. Xia Tianling shook his head and continued to sift through the scrolls before him, now that his teacher was Bibi Dong. The more powerful the spirit hall, the better. Was there no record of his own file? It was likely that the information had been sealed. As he perused numerous scrolls, Xia Tianling drew closer to uncovering what he sought. Finally, a familiar name came into view. Ma Hongjun, male, from Soren Village, affiliated with Sachua City in the Barak Kingdom, from a farming family, beast martial soul, mutated grass chicken, innate soul power level 9. Found you. Little Fatty. Chapter 15. The Shattered Shrek 7 Monsters. The original narrative made no mention of Oscar and Ma Hongjun's origins, only stating that Oscar was 2 years older than the Little Fatty, which added considerable difficulty to the search. However, perseverance bore fruit, and after hours of relentless effort, Oscar's record was also unearthed. Oscar, male, from Lingshire Village, affiliated with Sachua City in the Barak Kingdom, an orphan, tool martial soul, sausage, innate full soul powered, as expected. Xia Tianling mused inwardly. The personnel responsible for awakenings in the villages near Sachua City had grossly derelict their duties. They must have been too lazy to scrutinize the Little Fatty's martial soul, and likewise, Oscar's sausage martial soul and innate full soul power had not been reported up the chain. However, theoretically, even a food martial soul with only level 1 soul power should be considered a treasure. What on earth was happening that allowed such a prodigy to fall into obscurity? If he were to reveal Oscar's situation, it would set off a chain reaction, and the Spirit Hall branch in Sachua City would likely face dire consequences. But they deserved it. As the branch master and vice master, they should have conducted a secondary review and final inspection upon receiving the records from the awakening personnel. These 2 must have been cutting corners, sending the documents straight to the Spirit City without a thorough examination. Xia Tianling pondered as he approached the door to the archives, holding the scrolls containing the records of the 2 individuals. Uncle, may I temporarily borrow these 2 scrolls? Your Highness? Of course, you may. Just sign your name in this ledger over here. The previously drowsy guard, upon realizing the visitor was a disciple of the Pope, immediately opened the door wide, eager to make a good impression. Thank you, Uncle. So this is the convenience of being Bibi Dong's disciple. How delightful that be. Why now? It was late at night, yet the corridor remained brightly lit and eerily quiet, with only the occasional patrolling soul master passing by. Soon, Xia Tianling arrived at the entrance to Bibi Dong's chambers. Knock, knock, knock. Master, are you resting? Xia Tianling gently tapped 3 times on the door, certain that Bibi Dong was engaged in her usual training routine. At the level of a Titan Douluo, although she still needed nourishment, sleep was no longer a necessity. She typically substituted it with meditation. Creak. Come in. The large doors swung open, and upon hearing the invitation, Xia Tianling stepped inside to tea this late hour. Instead of training, what brings you to seek your master? Bibi Dong, initially irked at being interrupted, softened her demeanor upon recognizing her disciple. Master, look at this that I stumbled upon this while browsing the archives tonight. In pursuit of his planned success, Xia Tianling communicated with the system as he spoke, activating mental interference. Bibi Dong took the scroll and opened it, her fury erupting upon seeing the records of the two individuals, nearly crushing the scrolls in her grip. Goodness, truly a competent group of subordinates. Bibi Dong ground her teeth. A mutated grass chicken with innate level 9 soul power. An unprecedented innate full soul power from the food system has gone unreported. Such audacity is truly remarkable. Come forth. Bibi Dong bellowed, and two maidservants hastily entered. Inform Elder Ghost to carry my papal decree and set off immediately for Soto City in the Barak Kingdom. Bring me the negligent individuals for immediate execution. No matter the cost, I must have these two prodigies returned to the Spirit Hall, especially that soul master with the sausage martial soul, Tianling. Since you discovered this matter, would you accompany Elder Ghost on this trip on behalf of your teacher? As a disciple, I shall certainly alleviate my teacher's concerns. This proposal delighted Xia Tianling, who had been pondering how to accompany them. After all, if he did not go, how could he effortlessly turn Oscar and Ma Hongjin into the foundation of his future endeavors? The next morning, Ghost Douluo, accompanied by Xia Tianling, arrived at the third-level main hall of the Spirit Hall in Soto City. With Xia Tianling leading the way and Ghost Douluo following, the duo strode confidently towards the main entrance of the sub-hall. This had been their plan from the outset. The former sought an opportunity to display his authority, while the latter aimed to hone the abilities of the younger generation. Who are you two? Please restrain yourselves. The Spirit Hall does not tolerate such insolence at its gates, a guard on duty interjected. It was not a matter of barring entry, but rather that Xia Tianling's demeanor was overly arrogant, bordering on deserving a reprimand. This was precisely the effect he sought, if the gatekeepers remained silent. How could he proceed with his carefully crafted script? However, he did not wish to burden the guard, who had done him no wrong. Instead, he retrieved the papal decree bestowed upon him by Bibi Dong before his departure. With a cold demeanor, he declared, "Summon your hall master and vice hall master to appear before me at once." The papal decree. The issuance of a papal decree is akin to the Pope's personal presence. The guard, who had initially approached, suddenly found his throat dry and hurriedly bowed, trembling as he responded, "My lords, please wait a moment. Allow me to escort you inside to rest." A more astute guard had already bowed upon the presentation of the papal decree and, after receiving a confirming glance from Xia Tianling, rushed off to summon the necessary individuals. "Very well," Xia Tianling grunted, stepping forward with an air of unshakable confidence. Shortly after settling into the reception room, two middle-aged men hurriedly entered, bowing deeply to Xia Tianling, who was leisurely enjoying a glass of juice. The hall master and vice hall master, who had been boasting in their office, were now terrified at the sight of two individuals wielding the papal decree. Rushing down without a moment's thought to preserve their composure, as for the thought of questioning the authenticity of the papal decree. Who would be so audacious as to counterfeit a papal decree? That would be tantamount to courting death. This morning, a forger would find themselves besieged by the Spirit Hall's elite guards by nightfall. Moreover, the commanding tone with which this individual had ordered them to come down could not bode well. "Esteemed lord, I am the hall master of the third-level main hall in Soto City. May I inquire?" The vice hall master began, cautiously addressing Xia Tianling. "Let us not dwell on pleasantries. My master is none other than the current pope." "Her Majesty Bibi Dong," Xia Tianling said, swirling the exquisite silver goblet in his hand, taking his time to respond. Though it was not wine, one could not quite grasp the purpose of his display. Yet, this air of superiority only served to heighten the anxiety of the hall master and vice hall master. "Your Highness, may I ask what brings you here? Who is responsible for this year's awakening work in Xichen village and that of Lingshi village from 2 years ago? Have them come forth immediately." Xia Tianling slammed the empty silver goblet onto the table. Though his tone remained unchanged, the chilling intent behind his words sent shivers down the spines of the hall master and vice hall master. It is. I dot." After a moment of silence, the vice hall master cautiously replied, "Oh, is that so?" Xia Tianling's expression hardened as he rose, delivering a swift kick to the bent-over Vice Hall Master's face, sending him sprawling to the ground, followed by several more kicks. What a disgrace. An innate soul power of level 9, a mutated food system soul master, and yet you failed to report it. You have quite the nerve. Do you have any idea how much damage you have nearly inflicted upon the Spirit Hall? I charge you with dereliction of duty. The Vice Hall Master dared not retaliate, even refraining from using his soul power for protection. Instead, cradling his head as he was beaten, his face bruised and 2 teeth knocked out, as he lay in bed reading novels. He had never imagined such an absurdity would occur. An unprecedented innate, full soul power food system soul master. Born of humble origins with no backing, yet not recruited by the Spirit Hall. By heavens, this beating truly was cathartic. Having vented his frustrations, he beckoned Ghost Douluo, who had been sipping tea and observing. Elder Ghost, please render this fellow devoid of soul power, and take this wretched individual with you to the 2 villages. Ghost Elder. Could it be the renowned Ghost Douluo? The Hall Master trembled with fear, his body shaking uncontrollably, scarcely daring to breathe. The moment Xia Tianling mentioned the innate full soul power food master, he understood that matters had escalated severely. His negligence in failing to review the awakening records submitted by the Vice Hall Master had resulted in the loss of such a prodigy. A grave dereliction of duty. Not even the esteemed Platinum Priest Salus would escape unscathed in this situation. This detestable Vice Hall Master had truly led him to ruin. As for the Hall Master, he was stripped of his position and sentenced to 20 years of awakening duties for nearby children, along with a 20-year salary forfeiture. You have any objections? The Hall Master dared not voice any dissent, hastily expressing gratitude for the mercy of not being executed. Given the enormity of the blunder, merely retaining his life felt like a blessing from his ancestors. As for his salary, wealth was secondary. As long as he had life, what need was there for riches? As the former Hall Master stood trembling, a large stain of sweat forming on his robe, Ghost Douluo approached and shattered the Vice Hall Master's meridians with a single strike, rendering him unconscious from the pain. Xia Tianling commanded his subordinates to confine the now crippled Vice Hall Master into a small cage, tethered to the rear of the carriage, with a contingent of guards in tow. They set off with great fanfare. Chapter 16. The future god of food bring it forth. Unlike Tang San, who could immediately enroll as a work-study student upon awakening at the Nuoding City Primary Academy, Ma Hongjun and Oscar found themselves wholly unqualified for such an opportunity. Shenghun Village, having once produced a soul sage, was granted an annual work-study slot. However, the villages surrounding Sodo City were not so fortunate. Collectively, they received only one such opportunity each year. Fatefully, these villages would often have 1 or 2 children possessing soul power. Yet, even possessing merely a level 1 or 2 initial soul power meant that orphans like Ma Hongjun and Oscar were essentially excluded from this coveted slot. Wherever there are people, there exist hierarchies and circles of interest. Not every village chief possesses the benevolence of Old Jack. Moreover, places that consistently produce soul masters tend to be far wealthier than Shenghun Village, making it easier to leverage such small privileges for greater gain. This situation encapsulates the reality faced by the vast majority of common soul masters. After awakening their martial souls, the unfortunate ones, like Oscar, might spend 2 or 3 years languishing before finally securing their place in a primary soul master academy. After 6 arduous years of training, and with the assistance of academy instructors, they might obtain a mere ordinary soul ring upon graduation. Upon entering society, they would continue to struggle under the auspices of the Spirit Hall, perhaps achieving the rank of Great Soul Master, while a fortunate few may even reach Soul Elder status. Nevertheless, despite such grim prospects, who could truly relinquish even the slightest chance? After all, even a mere level 1 Soul Master would be regarded as a figure of nobility in the eyes of ordinary folk. In the original narrative, Ma Hongjun was not discovered and taken as a disciple by Flanders until he was 9 years old. Oscar's background prior to entering Shrek Academy remains unmentioned, suggesting he too spent several years treading water in his village. Had he been able to attend a primary Soul Master Academy, it is likely that he would have been fiercely pursued by various factions from the very beginning. From a distance, the opulent convoy of the Spirit Hall was spotted by the villagers of Lingshi, who promptly reported its arrival to the village chief. The chief, clearly an astute individual, made his way to the entrance of the village to greet them. Upon arrival, Xia Tianling caught sight of a rotund man wearing a sycophantic smile, prompting him to furrow his brow. Before Xia Tianling could utter a word, the man eagerly interjected, "Esteemed lords of the Spirit Hall, I am the village chief of Lingshi village. How may I be of service to you? He did not question why a mere child was speaking, nor did he inquire about the purpose of the spirit hall's visit to his humble village. He understood that distinguished figures need not explain their undertakings to him. His role was simply to provide services that would ensure their comfort. There is a child around 8 years of age named Oscar in your village. Correct? Please fetch him. And remember, it must be a cordial invitation. Summer Ling, disinterested in idle chatter, promptly addressed the matter at hand. The rotund village chief's expression faltered momentarily, prompting him to exchange a knowing glance with his sycophant nearby. Did you hear what the esteemed adult mentioned? Why not hasten to fetch young Ao for us? He then turned back towards the carriage, smiling as he suggested, might we first rest at my humble abode? No need. Summerling promptly rejected the chief's overtures, lowering the curtain instead. Oscar, oh Oscar, in the original narrative, your talent was undeniably that of the foremost among the younger generation, of being sought after by deities themselves, even to the extent of bestowing upon his wife a divine rank. In terms of innate ability, even the likes of the third party pale in comparison to him. Now, this prized gem is soon to fall under my command. Summerling felt a surge of excitement, whether it be for gaining a capable ally, diminishing a potential threat, or merely to acquire a substantial influx of destiny power, or perhaps to rectify a regret from a past life. Such prospects were indeed a cause for celebration. Soon, Oscar was courteously brought to the front of the Martial Soul Hall's carriage by the chief sycophant. The summoned Oscar appeared bewildered, questioning how a mere boy, who subsisted by selling sausages in the city, could warrant the attention of such distinguished figures from the Martial Soul Hall. As Summerling stepped out of the carriage, his gaze fell upon Oscar's distinctive peach blossom eyes, having just turned 8. Oscar was not yet the scruffy character depicted in the original tale. Clad in simple garments, he already exuded a hint of boyish charm. Standing before Oscar, Summerling first bowed slightly before speaking. Oscar, I wish to extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the Martial Soul Hall. Due to the negligence of our grassroots personnel, you have been subjected to unfair treatment, and I hope to earn your forgiveness. The individuals responsible have already been punished and stripped of their soul power. They are currently confined. Before he could finish, the 10-odd guards trailing behind the carriage simultaneously bent at the waist, declaring, please forgive us. This was a prearranged act from Summerling, and it was not without compensation. Each guard received 10 gold soul coins. For him, over 100 gold soul coins were a mere trifle. Yet for these guards, typically of only the first ring, it represented nearly half a year's wages. One could hardly blame them for expressing their apologies. In their line of work, who would turn down gold soul coins? At this moment, Oscar, merely an 8-year-old boy living off his sausage sales, found himself overwhelmed by the sight of so many guards bowing in apology, coupled with the presence of this evidently significant child before him. Not only Oscar, but even the village chief and his sycophant were left astounded. This was the vice master of a third-tier main hall, a figure of great import within the entire Ballot Kingdom. Now he lay confined like a defeated beast, reduced to the status of an ordinary person. He was even inferior to a first-ring soul master. Oscar hastily waved his hands, stuttering, and no, it's quite all right. I'm immensely grateful that the esteemed adults from the Martial Soul Hall would grant me the opportunity to awaken my martial soul. With a martial soul, I need not endure hunger as frequently and can enjoy meat. That I am doing well, truly well. Thank you, esteemed adults. Sighing quietly, Summerling reflected on Oscar's youth. The boy's sheer gratitude for a mere apology was heartwarming, yet disconcerting. It seemed unnecessary for him to employ further measures. He could simply adhere to the script he had prepared, seizing the opportunity while Oscar remained unaware of the direct path to the Martial Soul Academy and the robust support he would receive. Summerling sought to further cultivate goodwill. Thank you for your forgiveness. In light of this, I have another proposition. Summerling paused for effect. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Martial Soul Academy as my companion. From now on, all your resources will be provided by me, as a disciple of Bibi Dong and, in a sense, a half-disciple of Angel Douluo. Claiming the resources of the Martial Soul Hall as his own was not without merit. One might as well make use of them. Upon hearing this, Oscar's mind momentarily stalled, his eyes wide as he pointed at himself. Why you mean? I can attend the Martial Soul Academy? Yes, indeed, Oscar. And please refrain from addressing me as you'd. Free. Yes, entirely free. Does that include meals? Of course, Summerling chuckled. Not only would meals be provided, but accommodations, clothing, monetary support, and assistance in acquiring suitable soul rings would also be arranged. After confirming that this child was indeed speaking of him, Oscar, under the incredulous gaze of the village chief, let out an excited cry and promptly knelt before Summerling, clasping his legs in sheer exhilaration. "Brother, from now on, you shall be my elder brother. You are so kind to me." Summerling felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Please, rise. We do not engage in such displays. Moreover, I am not your elder brother. You are 2 years my senior. Whether or not you are, you shall be my leader. I will follow you." Oscar, an orphan with little to his name, instantly decided to accompany Summerling. In this light-hearted atmosphere, Summerling led him to an empty carriage behind them, allowing Ghost Dulau to ride alone. Not everyone possessed the fortitude to share a vehicle with a titled Dulau, particularly in unfamiliar circumstances. Chapter 17. No one understands the art of gaining prestige better than Xiatin village. Also known as Majiakin, primarily comprises families sharing the surname Ma, with their martial souls generally being of the most mundane variety. However, this year, a golden phoenix emerged from the humble chicken coop. A young lad named Ma Hongjun awakened a phoenix martial soul. Although this martial soul seemed somewhat flawed, his innate soul power of 9 made the villagers exceedingly jubilant. Unfortunately, Xiatin village was impoverished. The village chief, whose honest demeanor was shaped by the influences of their martial souls, lacked the cunning of the corpulent chief from Lingshi village, unable to offer gifts or bribes. Thus, the opportunity for the chubby boy to attend school was given to a more astute child from another village. They could only await the next year. While laboring in the fields, the village chief found himself troubled. The tuition fees for a regular student were exorbitant, requiring dozens of gold soul coins annually. An impossible burden even if the entire village pooled their resources. After years of hardship, the village finally produced a child like Hongjun, blessed with high innate soul power, only to see him deprived of an education due to poverty. Sighing, the elder lamented how he would explain this to the boy's deceased parents. As the old chief grappled with his woes, a grand procession of carriages approached the village with great commotion. Upon closer inspection, he realized the opulent convoy belonged to the martial soul hall. As the procession neared, the old chief hurriedly prepared to greet them, only to be surprised when a child leapt from one of the carriages. "I am the village chief of Xiatin village. May I inquire why the esteemed individuals from the martial soul hall?" The village chief noted that upon the child's descent, the convoy came to an immediate halt, understanding that this child must possess an extraordinary identity. Yet he was unsure how to address him. "Village elder, we seek Ma Hongjun, who this year should have just awakened a martial soul, a mutated phoenix that in contrast to the self-serving rotund chief." Summerling felt a surge of goodwill towards the weathered village elder, reminiscent of the kind and simple old Jack. "Please, allow me to fetch Junior. One moment." Elder, please, step aboard. Let us ride together." Summerling urged the old chief onto the carriage. The village chief, taken aback by such graciousness, repeatedly expressed his disbelief, directing the guards driving the carriage. Before long, they arrived at Ma Hongjun's home, or rather, the residence of the village chief, who had taken care of Hongjun, another orphan. Rather than calling this place Majiakin, it could be more aptly termed Ma's fortress, as most villagers were somewhat related. Compared to Oscar, who had faced a childhood of hardship, the chubby boy's upbringing had been significantly more fortunate. Hearing commotion outside, Ma Hongjun hurried out, momentarily stunned by the luxurious caravan before him, while curious villagers who had returned from their toil peered out to investigate. "Hongjun, come over here," the village chief beckoned the chubby boy. At 6 years old, having recently awakened his martial soul, Hongjun had yet to develop the awkward demeanor described in the original tale. He was merely a spirited little boy, a bit foolishly bold. "Hello, Hongjun. My name is Summerling. I am older than you, so you may call me Ling Go." Summerling introduced himself with a smile, extending his hand. Hongjun, observing this seemingly significant figure, quickly wiped his hands on his clothes before shaking Summerling's hand a few times. "Ling Go, what brings you to find me?" The chubby boy appeared bewildered. "I have come to invite you to join the Martial Soul Academy for your studies. All your resources for cultivation will be provided by me. The academy will take care of your food, clothing, and even the acquisition of soul rings." With the experience from earlier, Tianling confidently recited the recruitment pitch, concluding with the enticing statement that it would be entirely free of charge. Upon hearing this, the elderly man and the young boy, Ma Hongjun, were immediately overwhelmed with excitement, their faces flushing with exhilaration. This was the esteemed academy of the Spirit Hall, a place that only the affluent could aspire to. And now it was being offered at no cost. They quickly agreed to the proposition, declining the village chief's generous offer to treat them to a meal, after Ma Hongjun gathered some essential belongings. They boarded the carriage for their journey back. Of course, their destination was Soto City, where he intended to orchestrate a splendid scheme to pave the way for his future plans on the return trip. The two fated brothers-in-arms, who were destined to meet, felt an immediate camaraderie. Tianling openly disclosed his identity as a disciple of the Pope. The carefree Ma Hongjun exclaimed in admiration, while the more mature Oscar reaffirmed his resolve to cling tightly to this formidable ally. Observing the lively banter between the two, Tianling's thoughts drifted to peculiar reflections. Upon deeper contemplation, it became apparent that within the timeline of Douluo there appeared to be a conspicuous absence of influential backgrounds. It seemed that the prodigies of humble origins were often orphans. He, along with the chubby boy, Oscar, and several young women from the Tianshui battle team, as well as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, including the likes of Pai Li Huaqin Ming, even Ming Iran, and Dugu Yin, seemed to have lost their parents, not to mention his own teacher, Bibi Dong, perhaps even Xiao Wu. The large rabbit could be included in this grim tally. Zhao Wujia and the great owl, too, were rather young, and it appeared their parents had never graced the narrative. Even the formidable Tang Tian and his brother had lost their parents. It seemed that none of the central characters of humble origins enjoyed the warmth of familial bonds. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's parents might as well have been absent. Ning Rongrong's mother had succumbed to illness at a young age, and the circumstances surrounding Xiao San's mother, Yin, were no better, not to mention Qian Rinxue's abhorrent father, and Yu Xiaojing's mother had never made an appearance. Goodness, in summation, not a single person among this multitude had the fortune of a harmonious family with both parents present. Such a thought sent chills down his spine. The orphanage moniker truly lived up to its reputation. While one had only heard of the protagonist's halo rebounding upon them, it seemed that even the supporting characters' halos were equally unforgiving. The following day, before the Soto City branch of the Spirit Hall, a tall wooden platform was erected. On it rested a cage containing the branch leader, who had regained consciousness yet appeared utterly vacant. Upon returning, Xia Tianling had intended to interrogate him regarding his failure to report these two prodigies, but to his surprise, the man sat there in a stupor, mouth crooked, eyes askew, drooling. It was only after Ghost Douluo probed with his mental energy that he discovered the man had been rendered senseless by fear. Indeed, he was utterly dazed. Thus, the planned interrogation was abandoned. However, this turned out to be fortuitous, as the subsequent plan to garner public favor would proceed without complication. At this moment, Xia Tianling stood atop the platform, flanked by Ma Hongjun and Oscar, both quintessential representatives, ready to share their revelations. The grassroots personnel of the Spirit Hall brought forth a multitude of curious onlookers. Xia Tianling cleared his throat and retrieved a rudimentary loudspeaker from his ring. Greetings to the residents of Soto City. I am an inspector dispatched by His Holiness the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Today, I am here to thoroughly investigate a grave dereliction of duty. Before your very eyes, we shall enact justice. The two prodigies, who should have been exempt from examination for admission to the Spirit Hall Academy, were nearly overlooked due to the negligence of the Soto City branch leader. As a consequence, he would face the penalty of having his soul power stripped away and would be expelled from the Spirit Hall, never to be employed again. A gasp rippled through the crowd. The leader of the Soto City Spirit Hall was no ordinary individual. He was a high-ranking soul master, a figure of considerable esteem. To see him stripped of his powers due to negligence was unprecedented. Silence, silence, Xia Tianling commanded. Serving the public is our duty. Even in the most remote villages, the Spirit Hall will send personnel to assist the children in their awakening. Additionally, we will provide funding for student positions in various villages, offering subsidies to lower-tier soul masters, ensuring that no capable individual is overlooked. We shall not let any transgressor evade justice. A soul master's error is a crime shared with the common folk. Listening to Xia Tianling's impassioned speech and the cheers of the Soto City populace, Ghost Douluo observed in astonishment. Such eloquence in gaining public favor, it felt as though he had wasted his years in ignorance. Perhaps this was the essence of genius. He had been a mere child at 6, while here stood a stark contrast. The crowd's fervor peaked as Xia Tianling announced the removal of the Soto City branch leader and mandated that he dedicate the next 20 years to awakening the children of the villages. It was inconceivable that these lofty soul master figures would be subjected to such stringent penalties for their misdeeds, reflecting on the powerful figures who often wielded their authority, the side of the deposed vice leader. stripped of his soul power and reduced to a state of disgrace, was a source of profound satisfaction. Chapter 18. No one understands the art of gaining favor better than I, having concluded the endeavor to dismantle the Shrek 7 monsters. Xia Tianling returned to the Pope's palace to report on his newly acquired companions. On the way, he overheard Ma Hongjun and Oscar express their excitement about meeting the Pope, perhaps even more so about the soul rings they were about to obtain. Upon arrival, the two companions awaited outside. Having grasped the situation, Bibi Dong wasted no time in dealing with the branch leader, reducing him to a grotesque mass of flesh. The sight was enough to make Xia Tianling, witnessing real death for the first time, feel a wave of nausea wash over him, his complexion paling. Bibi Dong adjusted her wrinkled sleeves, speaking with deliberate calmness. Tianling, you handled this matter exceptionally well. Not only have you brought back 2 prodigies for the Spirit Hall, but you have also upheld our reputation for justice. However, your methods are rather too lenient for someone aiming to achieve great things. One must act decisively and ruthlessly. Yes, Master, I acknowledge my shortcomings and shall amend my ways, Xia Tianling replied, suppressing his urge to vomit, his response somewhat forced, for someone who had lived 20 years in the modern world. The prospect of taking lives was an immense challenge to his moral compass. Bibi Dong refrained from further comment, attributing his reaction to his youth and the difficulty of accepting such a modus operandi. Do you have anything else to add regarding this matter? The disciple believes we should establish an organization directly under your command. This organization would serve to monitor the various branches to ensure they are fulfilling their duties and not engaging in negligence. These thoughts had crossed Xia Tianling's mind during his journey back. A supervisory organization akin to the Jinui or inspectors seemed a straightforward solution. Upon reflection, it was indeed rather unscientific that such a vast organization as the Spirit Hall lacked a monitoring body, challenging the moral boundaries of human nature. Well, that is quite perceptive of you that I have already begun preparations along those lines. The Spirit Judgment Court has been secretly established. Indeed, Master, you are always meticulous in your planning. Xia Tianling adeptly offered a compliment, knowing well that everyone enjoys hearing praise. Furthermore, I believe we should intensify our efforts in discovering talents among the common folk. During my visit to Soto City, I found that many eligible children awakening their soul powers could not afford to attend the academy. We could allocate additional funds to provide more student positions and directly inform them that their education is supported by the Spirit Hall. This way, we can better unearth talent, and those who benefit from our generosity will be more inclined to support us in return once they achieve success. This proposal was not solely aimed at harvesting talent for the Spirit Hall. Xia Tianling sought to leverage the organization to offer more commoners an opportunity for advancement. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. The prospect of allocating additional funds was trivial. The wealth of the Spirit Hall was vast beyond measure, and even if tens of thousands of positions were made available each year, it would pose no issue, especially since not every year would see such a number of children becoming soul masters. It could be said that this was a wholly win-win situation. The Spirit Hall would gain talent and prestige, while common soul masters would find avenues for ascension. Bibi Dong paused, taken aback. Having occupied a high position for so long, she had never contemplated the ecological conditions faced by low-ranking soul masters, nor had she considered the need to provide them with additional opportunities. Having ascended to the position of Pope after betraying Qian Xuanji and navigating through the complexities of Qian Douluo, Bibi Dong was certainly not lacking in intelligence and possessed a keen strategic insight. In an instant, she recognized the benefits this move would bring to the future development of the Spirit Hall. Immediately, she lavished praise upon Xia Tianling and instructed Elder Zhu to implement this initiative. At the same time, she lowered her last remaining guard against her disciple. Within just 3 months, he had introduced an unprecedented innate, full soul power food system soul master and proposed a suggestion that would benefit the Spirit Hall for countless years to come. To suggest that such an individual is a traitor? If only there were more traitors like him. Is there anything else to add? At this moment, Bibi Dong was in high spirits, her demeanor devoid of the previous aura of authority and severity. Xia Tianling smiled bashfully. Teacher, why not appoint Uncle Su Yuntao as the Hall Master of Soto City? He should have already broken through to the 30th level, and with both the Hall Master and Vice Hall Master having stepped down, a diligent and capable leader is needed to restore order. Su Yuntao, is he the one who helped you awaken in Nodding City? Bibi Dong paused, initially thinking that the young man sought some form of reward. To her surprise, he was expressing such gratitude towards a mere guide who had facilitated his awakening. Having such a disciple filled her with immense satisfaction. Precisely, approved. Thank you, teacher. She agreed without hesitation, recalling that when Tianling had first arrived, he had reviewed the file of the awakening individual. She was aware that Su Yuntao had diligently awakened children in several remote villages over the years. This individual was earnest and dedicated. Although his cultivation level was somewhat lacking for a branch hall master, it posed no significant issue. And what about you? Do you not have any desires of your own? To alleviate my teacher's burdens is my responsibility and duty as a disciple. There is no question of seeking anything in return. Xia Tianling's eloquent words brought a smile to his heart that it was as if a pillow had been delivered just as he felt drowsy. With this statement, Bibi Dong's wariness towards him should have diminished considerably, right? Excellent. Truly excellent. The more Bibi Dong observed Xia Tianling, the more she felt satisfied. His words resonated deeply with her. After praising him further, she gestured for Oscar and Ma Hongjun to enter, while also summoning an elderly man. Though this old man lacked outward appeal, he was a formidable food system Soul Luo of level 82. The only one of his kind in the current world of soul masters, with a martial spirit resembling an apple. This was likely one of the 4 food system soul masters not mentioned in the original text. Surpassing the soul sage Tang Xian. Watching as Oscar bowed to this old man as his master, Xia Tianling silently pondered. The original text claimed that Shrek's teacher, Xian, ranked among the top 5 food system soul masters on the continent. Yet the other 4 never made an appearance by the end. Observing his companions kneeling before a soul Dao teacher, the nearby chubby boy could not help but feel a surge of envy. In the future, you two shall cultivate alongside Xia Tianling. Oscar, stay behind. Elder Ju, please take Oscar to acquire his first soul ring. Elder Lu, accompany them, and ensure the soul rings are meticulously chosen. The Elder Lu mentioned by Bibi Dong referred to the food system Soul Luo. You may withdraw. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. A few days later, Oscar returned after successfully obtaining his first soul ring as in the original text. He received the restorative sausage, to everyone's surprise, since no one had imparted knowledge of cultivating his martial spirit to him. Oscar, having trained diligently on his own, leapt directly to level 19 upon acquiring the soul ring. He had always believed that soul rings would appear on their own, and that his lack of breakthroughs stemmed from insufficient effort. In the midst of Oscar's boastful displays, Xia Tianling and his companions officially began their training at the Martial Spirit Academy. The training content for their age was relatively straightforward. Theory in the morning and self-cultivation in the afternoon. When the time for afternoon practice arrived, Xia Tianling declined the teacher's guidance and took the chubby boy and Oscar to monopolize a training room. Fatty, when you try to cultivate, do you often feel an inexplicable fire rising in your lower abdomen, distracting you and causing significant hindrance to your practice? Yes, Linggu. How did you know? Ma Hongjun was somewhat perplexed, as he had not shared this with Linggu. You need not concern yourself with that. I will now impart to you a set of soul power cultivation techniques. Follow along and practice. Do not use the previous meditation techniques any longer. Xia Tianling produced a jade slip and handed it to Ma Hongjun. Gesturing for him to place it on his forehead, the chubby boy complied, instantly feeling a torrent of information rushing into his mind. How to resolve Ma Hongjun's inner fire had been a question Xia Tianling had contemplated for quite some time. Relying solely on the inner elixirs of the rooster-crowned phoenix and the 10-headed sun serpent would take an indeterminate amount of time if the chubby boy could learn to control the inner fire in advance. His cultivation speed would surpass that depicted in the original text with ease. When faced with uncertainty, one could simply make a wish, and the system was exceedingly efficient, quickly providing 2 solutions. The first was to cultivate a legitimate Buddhist practice or an orthodox Taoist technique. The former would suppress desires, while the latter emphasized tranquility and inaction. Both practices possessed qualities capable of restraining the inner fire within Ma Hongjun. Once he reached a profound level of cultivation, such as becoming a soul sage, he would be able to completely eliminate this inner fire. The second option involved practicing a technique known as the Desire Fire Phoenix Art. This technique originated from an unknown dimension and was associated with a powerful being possessing phoenix blood. The greatest benefit of this method was its ability to convert the inner fire into one's own, refining it into true flame. Upon entry into the Desire Fire Phoenix Art, the inner fire could be refined seamlessly. From that point on, the inner fire would be transformed into a characteristic of true fire within his body, allowing for conscious manipulation. Naturally, this would become a means of offense for Ma Hongjun rather than an obstacle in his cultivation. As Ma Hongjun's cultivation progressed to the Soul Sage stage, corresponding to the 7th layer of the Phoenix art, he would undergo a transformation, entering a state of rebirth. After this rebirth, the inner fire within him would be completely purged with this death, and his true flame would undergo a purification process, evolving into genuine phoenix fired, in the terms of the Duo continent. This would be the ultimate fire. The evil fire phoenix martial spirit would also transform into a true fire phoenix martial spirit. Unrivaled across the land, as Ma Hongjun reaped these benefits, Oscar found himself unable to sit still, playfully clinging to Xia Tianling's arm. "Boss, I was the first to follow you. You can't forget your little AO." Ever since Xia Tianling forbade him from calling him brother, he had switched to calling him boss. While speaking, he conjured a sausage, exclaiming, "Boss, try this, my first soul skill. It's delicious. You're not forgotten." Xia Tianling shot him an exasperated glare and similarly produced a jade slip to hand to him. While receiving the sausage from Oscar, he took a bite. Indeed, it was quite tasty, to be honest. What was there to reject in Oscar's first soul skill incantation? In the open-minded Duo continent, where both genders could share a bed, how could anyone possibly find a soul incantation unacceptable? Oscar had previously witnessed Ma Hongjun's approach and imitated it, pressing the jade slip to his forehead, compared to the inner fire within Fatty. Oscar's external advantages were far easier to address. What Xia Tianling had entrusted him with was the cultivation method of the martial body golden form. Martial artists cultivate their blood and qi, focusing on developing the acupoints within their bodies. As a food system support soul master, Oscar lacked means for self-defense and offense. The martial body golden form, as a particularly formidable martial technique, involved tempering the body, circulating qi and blood, and unlocking hidden potential within. Once the body was developed to a certain extent, the qi would become like mountains, and the blood would flow like mercury, harmonizing with the natural world in every breath. With all acupoints unobstructed, spirit and flesh would merge seamlessly, akin to metal and stone. However, it must be noted that martial cultivation was far more arduous than Fatty's approach. Not only did it require tempering the body and circulating qi and blood, but it also necessitated the training of martial techniques, coupled with an abundance of precious medicinal herbs for bath therapies. Hence, the adage "scholars are poor while warriors are rich" holds true. If it weren't for the backing of the Spirit Hall, Oscar would require nearly a decade just to enter the basics without the aid of medicinal baths. Martial cultivation would enable Oscar's physical attributes to soar, allowing him to bear stronger soul rings. While enhancing both self-defense and offensive capabilities, it would also promote the advancement of his soul power, truly a multifaceted benefit. Xia Tianling could already envision a scene at the upcoming Elite Soul Master Tournament across the continent, where the seemingly supportive little AO, munching on sausages, would effortlessly pummel those powerful assault-type soul masters into submission. The sausage vendor Oscar facing off against the evil White Tiger Dai Mubai would undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold. "Little San, I have prepared a grand gift for you in a few years. I hope you won't be left devastated by the experience." Boom. Just as Xia Tianling was contemplating how to properly cherish Tang San in the future, a surge of energy erupted from Ma Hongjun beside him. A faint phoenix silhouette composed of purplish-red flames appeared around him before dissipating. Ma Hongjun opened his eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "Ling Gu, I have embarked on my journey. I have already reached level 10. As I exclaimed, I animatedly demonstrated a flicker of my innate true fire to Xia Tianling. "Very well. Go report to Teacher Li, and let him guide you in obtaining your first soul ring." "All right. Off I go," the chubby boy joyfully shouted, dashing off to share the delightful news with their supervising teacher. Xia Tianling chuckled and shook his head. The once lewd chubby boy was quite amusing now. Brimming with vitality, he would need to educate him well in the future, ensuring he did not stray off course. There was no cause for concern regarding Xiao Ao, as in the original narrative. Following Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, his character had remained largely unchanged despite their wild growth over the years. Having completed his training in the martial path golden body, Oscar gradually regained his composure, wearing a troubled expression. Unlike the fiery phoenix technique, which yielded immediate results, martial cultivation required persistent effort over time. Moreover, at the age of 8, Oscar was already somewhat older, necessitating even more arduous training to achieve success. Yet, despite his frown, Oscar showed no signs of wanting to give up. After a morning of study, he had gained a general understanding of the Soul Master profession. The ability to grant an edible system Soul Master offensive capabilities was akin to a miraculous opportunity. An exceedingly rare chance that one would be hard-pressed to find elsewhere. Was it not merely a matter of putting in more hard work? As long as he persevered, he would train diligently. The prospect of gaining offensive capabilities made the struggle worthwhile. After all, who among Soul Masters did not yearn for immense power? Who would willingly remain weak? Chapter 20. The shrinking Qianrenxue Ma Hongjun merrily set out to acquire his first soul ring. While Tianling and Oscar continued their rigorous training in order to expedite Oscar's martial training and to facilitate daily exercise for himself and the chubby boy, Tianling specifically commissioned a set of training equipment from the artisans of the Spirit Hall. From the most basic barbells and pull-up bars to more complex rowing machines and squat racks, everything was included, since these items could be easily requested from the system, which generously provided them without any high-energy specifications. He received an abundance of equipment. The system had always been quite generous in this regard. These commonplace items were not costly. For instance, a box of Luo fries could be exchanged for a mere thread of fate energy. High-consumption items, however, were either of high energy, capable of forging extraordinary beings, such as rare materials and cultivation techniques, or of advanced technology that could alter the course of civilization, like soul-spirit manufacturing technology and high-precision particle colliders. Unlike ordinary sports equipment, these devices were crafted from Iron Mother to ensure that even soul masters with robust physiques could achieve effective training results. The Spirit Hall might lack in certain areas, but it certainly possessed wealth. The weights used in the equipment were crafted from the invaluable black patterned stone. This stone had no other advantage than its sheer weight. The mass of an equal volume of black patterned stone far exceeded that of gold, making it ideal for use as weights and plates. Observing Oscar drenched in sweat beneath the training equipment, Tianling wore a paternal smile. Look at that. Now that's what I call physical training. Merely running with weights. That's hardly effective. Comprehensive training for the entire body is the way to go. Not only did he envision simple training devices, but he even aspired to emulate the gravity chamber from Dragon Ball. Creating an adjustable gravity room. Training within such an environment would not only enhance physical conditioning, but also promote soul power advancement, akin to the Sea God's light on Sea God Island in the original story. If such a facility were available, he felt confident in assembling a team comprised entirely of Soul Kings before the elite Soul Master competition across the continent. At that point, he chuckled, imagining the expression on Master S's face would be quite entertaining. After the chubby boy returned, elated with his first soul ring, he was promptly integrated into a fulfilling routine of theoretical study in the morning, physical training in the afternoon, and soul power cultivation in the evening. Bibi Dong, who periodically guided Xia Tianling's training, personally experienced the effectiveness of the equipment. Praising his ingenious ideas, she waved her hand, ordering 100 sets to be constructed that a larger branch hall would receive one set, while the Spirit Academy would house 20 sets, all to be utilized for training. Time passed, and the skills and physical prowess of the trio continuously improved. One day, Angel Douluo unexpectedly sought out Xia Tianling, who was engaged in physical training, expressing his desire to introduce him to someone. Meet someone? Xia Tianling was somewhat puzzled. Was it Qianrenxue? But wasn't she supposed to be undercover in the Heaven Do Empire? Could she really return? Confused, Xia Tianling followed Angel Douluo into the interior of the worship hall, where beneath a magnificent statue of a six-winged angel, a stunning young girl was seated on a mat. Immersed in her training she sensed someone approaching. The girl slowly opened her eyes and softly called out, "Grandfather." To his surprise, it truly was Qianrenxue. What was Angel Douluo's aim? Did the Qian family, with its angelic divine legacy, truly require his alliance? Xia Tianling, this is my granddaughter, Qianrenxue, whom I mentioned to you earlier, the young genius whose martial soul quality ranks just below your own. Angel Douluo spoke. Tianling, this is my beloved granddaughter, Qianrenxue. Please, get to know each other, and I hope you will get along well. Suddenly, a figure burst in. Bibi Dong, having heard the news that I told you, I mean no harm. So why the tension? Angel Douluo shook his head, interrupting Bibi Dong's words. You two chat for a moment. I will return shortly. With that, he exerted an unknown force, pushing Bibi Dong out and closing the door behind her. Qian Renxue, the girl, gazed at the now exited Bibi Dong, her mouth opening as if to speak, yet she remained silent. Seizing the opportunity presented by the brief disruption, Xia Tianling observed Qian Renxue, based on the original narrative. She was likely around 15 or 16 years old, yet she appeared remarkably youthful. Even if soul power had a role in enhancing development, she still seemed no older than 11 or 12. Deciding to leverage her appearance and age to engage in conversation, Xia Tianling greeted her. "Hello, Sister Qian Renxue. I am 6 years old this year, and I have just awakened my martial soul as Bibi Dong's newest disciple." "Hello, I am." Qian Renxue hesitated. "I am the granddaughter of Grandmaster Qian Douluo, and I am 11 years old. 11. "No, that doesn't add up. How could you be so much younger? You're practically the same age as Ulaina." However, this was fortuitous, as it allowed him to adjust his original strategy regarding Qian Renxue. Initially, he had planned to focus on training before interacting with Ulaina and the other members of the Golden Generation, while allowing Qian Renxue to flow naturally, later using psychological influence to ease her relationship with Bibi Dong. To this end, he had amassed a considerable amount of fate energy for unforeseen circumstances. Now, it seemed he could employ it, saving himself time for other pursuits while advancing his plan to mend the relationship between Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong. Having clarified the development trajectory, Xia Tianling seamlessly engaged Qian Renxue in conversation. Steering clear of sensitive topics, he discussed life, interests, hobbies, and friends, subjects of such nature. Having been a tour guide in his past life, conversing was second nature to him. He could easily strike up a dialogue with anyone. Before long, he and Qian Renxue were sharing laughter and conversation. He pondered the progress of Qian Renxue's undercover mission and whether the true crown prince, Shui Qinghe, was still alive. However, now was not the time to delve into such matters. Considering this was their first encounter, and probing into sensitive issues could raise suspicions, patience was key. Such matters could not be rushed. After an engaging exchange, the meeting concluded with Qian Douluo's return. Xia Tianling stood to bid farewell. Stating that they should keep in touch, Qian Renxue watched him depart, her expression filled with longing. Due to her status, she had grown up in solitude. She had no friends, nor childhood companions, only her grandfather Qian Douluo and a few worship hall attendants. Upon deciding to undertake the undercover mission, she navigated the palace with trepidation, and the concept of friendship had become a luxury. Meeting Xia Tianling, albeit briefly, provided her with an experience of interacting with someone her age that she had never known before. Not to mention, Xia Tianling's emotional intelligence allowed him to connect with people quickly, making it inevitable that she would be drawn to him. "Grandfather, will I be able to see him again?" "Of course." Qian Douluo affectionately patted Qian Renxue's head, suggesting they become friends. "Friends?" Qian Renxue lowered her head, lost in thought. Chapter 21. Intense reactions. Days passed, one after another, as time flowed imperceptibly, and nearly a year had elapsed. During this half-year, Xia Tianling frequently visited the Hall of Offerings, ostensibly to seek guidance from Qian Douluo, but in reality, to engage in casual conversation with Qian Renxue. Through these exchanges, the two gradually grew familiar with one another. With the aid of mental interference, Xia Tianling had successfully gleaned information about the undercover situation from Qian Renxue. Coincidentally, last year, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe, passed away due to illness, not by the hand of the spirit hall, but rather from natural causes. Contemplating this, Grand Priest Qian Douluo decided to turn the situation to his advantage, entrusting Qian Renxue with the Angel Sect, allowing her to masquerade as Shui Qinghe to achieve the goal of usurping the nation. Qian Renxue, eager to prove herself to her mother, resolutely committed to the objective of infiltrating Tiandode to conceal the truth of Shui Qinghe's replacement. Qian Renxue returned to Wuhuan City under the pretense of training. Seldom appearing within the borders of the Tiando Empire, this explains why Xia Tianling often found Qian Renxue in the Hall of Offerings over the past year, and why, in the original narrative, Qian Renxue could remain undercover for over a decade without being discovered by the Shui family. However, the details of how Qian Renxue managed her infiltration in previous years remain a mystery. Though that is of little consequence, is it not? Returning to the present situation, every 6 days, students training at the Wuhuan Academy enjoyed a day of rest. During these moments, Xia Tianling would seize the opportunity to visit the Hall of Offerings for a chat with Qian Renxue. After half a year of interaction and various subtle hints and tests, Xia Tianling had discerned Qian Rinxue's temperament this time. She was merely a young girl yearning for maternal affection and validation. Possessing some ability, yet far from the sickly beauty of formidable prowess depicted in the original timeline. This greatly simplified Xia Tianling's subsequent plan for mother-daughter reconciliation that in the original timeline, Bibi Dong held a faint semblance of maternal affection towards Qian Rinxue, yet was hindered by pride and certain unspoken issues. However, Qian Rinxue was considerably more difficult to handle. The resentment she harbored towards Bibi Dong for over a decade was not easily extinguished. This was the reason Xia Tianling initially amassed a significant amount of fate power, hoping to effect a substantial change in this situation. Now, it seemed that only a small amount of fate power would suffice to achieve her goals. As usual, Xia Tianling conversed with Qian Rinxue about daily life, subtly steering the conversation towards familial bonds, reiterating the same points. The underlying message was clear. Children with mothers are treasures. I truly envy your blood ties. Noticing that Qian Rinxue was entering a state of emotional resonance, Xia Tianling discreetly activated the standard level of mental interference. Sister Shui, I truly believe that teacher Bibi Dong still loves you. However, perhaps she harbors some unspeakable secrets, Xia Tianling gently expressed. During my training, I often see her gazing at the Hall of Offerings, likely reminiscing about you. What mother does not love her child? Just consider the complex emotions in her gaze each time she sees you. It surely contains love. And think about her frequent quarrels with your grandfather. Surely, there must be some underlying issues. Furthermore, Grand Priest has always been accommodating towards her. There must be a reason behind it. Xia Tianling spoke persuasively, her words akin to a devil's whisper or an angel's gentle murmur. With the enhancement of mental interference, Qian Rinxue hazily acquiesced. It seems, there indeed might be some issues, Sister Shui. Consider this. Your name is Qian Rinxue, Grand Priest is Qian Douluo, and my teacher's teacher, the previous pope, is named Qian Xuanji. Before Xia Tianling could finish, Qian Rinxue's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting that the former Pope Qian Xuanji is actually my father? But he cannot be. This defies natural order. The truth was already becoming evident. The former pope must have committed some wrongdoing against your mother, resulting in her animosity towards both your grandfather and you. Xia Tianling shrugged. Yet, she must still hold some affection for you. Otherwise, I must confront grandfather for clarification. Qian Rinxue abruptly stood, disregarding Xia Tianling's attempts to stop her as she charged out to find Qian Douluo. At 12 years of age, Qian Rinxue had recently broken through to the Soul Master rank and was equipped with the complete Angel Soulbone set. Xia Tianling could not possibly stop her. Dazed, Xia Tianling mused. This girl's reaction is rather extreme, surpassing my expectations. Alas, little Shui, do not cause a scene. Your grandfather will inform you of the past. That a voice resonated through the air, belonging to Grand Priest Qian Douluo of the Spirit Hall. The sudden appearance of Qian Douluo calmed the agitated Qian Rinxue as he turned to regard Xia Tianling, who had fallen to the ground, with a complex gaze at such a young age. Your thoughts are remarkably astute. You have deduced the truth from the slightest hints. Truly, a genius. Flushed with pride at the compliment, Xia Tianling lowered her gaze. He certainly could not confess that he had read the original narrative. These events were merely the result of diligent study. Indeed, little Tianling, you have surmised the truth, have you not? Yet, due to the reputations of your teacher and myself, you have refrained from revealing the facts to little Shui. Preferring instead to guide her gradually, Qian Douluo stated, if not for your status as a friend rather than an enemy, I would have desired to eliminate you on the spot. Fortunately, you belong to my spirit hall. Xia Tianling nodded in agreement. Undoubtedly, it was clear that Qian Douluo, as a limit de law and the Grand Priest, was no fool. He had seen through his intentions. However, how could he be so sure of Xia Tianling's loyalty? It was puzzling. Indeed, he was an Angel Douluo, not a psychologist. He lacked any mind-reading abilities. Putting such thoughts aside, Xia Tianling concluded that Qian Douluo's goodwill towards him was ultimately a positive development, and he decided to take things one step at a time. Rising, he respectfully saluted Qian Douluo before exiting the Hall of Offerings, leaving the remainder of the time for the stimulated Qian Rinxue. Did he perhaps cause some trouble for Qian Douluo? Surely, discussing such matters with Qian Rinxue would be quite awkward. But why should he concern himself with that? After all, it was ultimately because your son, the The secret of Douluo Xiangjia was a scoundrel. One could only wonder how a family representing the light of the angel god could produce such morally deficient individuals. This exemplifies the shortcomings of possessing great power devoid of moral integrity. Xia Tianling lamented once more the importance of quality education and the peculiarities of the soul master cultivation system. Neglecting the heart and solely honing strength inevitably leads to the emergence of individuals like Qian Xuanji. Chapter 22. Bibi Dong is also a foodie upon exiting the Hall of Offerings. Xia Tianling pondered for a moment before making his way toward Bibi Dong's quarters behind the Pope's hall. The Pope, after all, is not a deity. She cannot remain perpetually engaged in her duties. Like any ordinary soul master, unless significant matters arise, she typically completes her work in the morning and reserves the afternoon for her personal rest. Interestingly, regardless of their strength, even the most powerful soul masters in the Duel continent, including the legendary 99th level Douluos, still require nourishment. Xia Tianling seized this opportunity to showcase his culinary skills, inadvertently catching Bibi Dong's attention. Out of a sense of filial piety, Bibi Dong naturally accepted a meal prepared by him. The exquisite flavors instantly captivated her palate, and Xia Tianling seized the moment to propose preparing 2 meals for Bibi Dong each week. That is for Xia Tianling's culinary prowess. A simple wish would suffice. The fate system is truly miraculous. With a single wish, he acquired the skills of a master chef, proficient in all 8 culinary traditions, and even adept at foreign cuisines. His skills rivaled those of renowned chefs like Dan and Wang Quan. Who could resist the delectable offerings of our great celestial empire? Not even a super Duel or the beautiful Pope. Through the repeated opportunities of cooking and dining together, Xia Tianling gradually bridged the gap between himself and Bibi Dong, dissolving the barriers that once separated them. Due to the benevolent acts of Qian Xuanji in the past, women like Bibi Dong harbor deep regrets and engage in rumination. She often reflects on how foolish she was to have placed such unwavering trust in others. Furthermore, since the perpetrator is someone familiar, she finds it increasingly difficult to seek help from her family or to trust those close to her. The burden of this secret weighs heavily on her, amplifying her stress to unbearable levels and leading her to distrust the world and its inhabitants. However, a more harrowing aspect of Bibi Dong's plight is her lack of family. The closest person to her is her former mentor, Qian Xuanji, the very source of her misfortune. Moreover, following this betrayal, the man she once adored, Yu Xiaojing, abandoned her, inflicting a second wound. It is almost unimaginable how desperate Bibi Dong must have felt during that time. She once yearned for light, only to be scorched by it. Consequently, this despair gradually morphed into resentment, a bitterness directed at all existence. Hatred became her sole sustenance, fueling her survival. She loathed Qian Xuanji, Qian Renxua, Qian Douluo, Yu Xiaojing, the Spirit Hall, and even the entirety of the Duel continent. Thus, she inevitably resorted to the heinous, apocalyptic acts depicted in the original narrative. Trusting no one, she sought to annihilate the Qian family, destroy the Spirit Hall, and drag the entire world into oblivion alongside her. Simultaneously, stripped of her sense of security, she pursued immense power with fervor, ultimately becoming the inheritor of the Rakshasa God in an effort to counteract her extreme antisocial mindset. Xia Tianling found no better recourse than the gradual approach of persistence, offering companionship, comfort, and the enhancement of psychological insight to gently guide Bibi Dong back from her path of destruction. Faced with Bibi Dong, whose mental defenses were as solid as stone, Xia Tianling felt compelled to make yet another wish, acquiring master-level psychological abilities solely to better counsel her and assist her in escaping this dire predicament. In his previous life, while reading the original story, he felt profound sympathy for the unfortunate Bibi Dong and loathed the misfortunes that befell her. Now, equipped with the ability to intervene, he was determined to rectify these tragic events, not for any other reason but to alleviate the regrets of his past. This was not her fault. She should not have to endure such suffering. Xia Tianling meticulously prepared a sumptuous feast, opting to serve it himself rather than calling for a servant. "Teacher, dinner is ready," he called softly. "I'm coming." A graceful figure swiftly appeared at the dining table, adeptly grasping the chopsticks. A competent eater, she had become quite skilled in using this utensil. "Today, I made spicy dragon tendons and garlic greens. I knew they were your favorites." After nearly a year of companionship, Xia Tianling's efforts had yielded significant results, at least in his presence. Bibi Dong was able to occasionally remove her emotional mask. While she had yet to fully emerge from her shell, she was approaching the level of a normal person, capable of speaking, smiling, and even expressing surprise over a beloved dish, occasionally blushing when she ate a bit too much. This was indeed a remarkable improvement. Observing Bibi Dong, now transformed into an enthusiastic eater, Xia Tianling couldn't help but chuckle softly. Who would have imagined that the frosty and imposing Pope of the Spirit Hall could exhibit such a demeanor in private? Ah, Tianling, your culinary skills are truly improving. Any girl who marries you will be fortunate. After a hearty meal, Bibi Dong teased the still-eating Xia Tianling, suggesting, why not consider pairing up with your senior sister? The senior sister she referred to was, of course, the little fox, Hulaina, who was 5 years older than Xia Tianling and currently not training in the Spirit City, swallowing a mouthful of food. Xia Tianling rolled his eyes. Teacher, please don't meddle in my affairs that I haven't even met my senior sister yet. Besides, I just turned 6. It's too early to think about such things, propping her chin on her hand. Bibi Dong watched her helpless disciple with amusement. The disciple she had taken in half a year ago, initially intended to serve as leverage for future plans and to vex Angel Douluo, had unexpectedly captured her genuine affection over time. That it was not a romantic love, but a pure bond of mentor and student. He was diligent in his training, intelligent, able to please her, and his cooking was delightful. Where could she find such a commendable disciple? In comparison, her eldest disciple, Hulaina, seemed like a dullard. That it wasn't that Hulaina was lacking. Rather, she was simply too obedient, possessing no independent thought. Listen to how you speak. Being obedient has its downsides, she mused, offering a moment of silence for the little fox. Time flew, and before they knew it, a year had passed. Bibi Dong savored a sip of the exquisite wine in her cup. The surprises you bring me are truly remarkable. At such a young age, you are on the verge of breaking through to the soul respect level. Even when I was your age, I was far inferior to you. Bibi Dong was referring to Qian Renxue. Aware of the close relationship between Xia Tianling and Qian Renxue, she did not hesitate to disclose their mother-daughter connection. During this time, Xia Tianling had devoted nearly all his energy to cultivation, now reaching the 27th level. With the dual support of the Golden Core and the Taoist scriptures, alongside the continuous resources provided by Bibi Dong, his cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket. Had he not dedicated half his time to physical training and gaining practical combat experience, he might have already attained the rank of soul respect. Speaking of practical combat experience, Xia Tianling had long surpassed his peers. With his current soul power and physical prowess comparable to a soul sect, even a moderately skilled soul respect would find themselves at his mercy. Although he could only maintain his full power for 3 minutes, that was often sufficient to resolve most battles. This is all thanks to your excellent teaching, Xia Tianling added with a compliment, eliciting a soft laugh from Bibi Dong. You clever little thing, you truly know how to flatter. Today, I am in a good mood. I shall gift you something. Bibi Dong sat up, rummaging through her storage soul guide. Speak up. What do you desire? A spirit bone, a soul guide, precious metals. Xia Tianling scratched his head, feeling a surge of determination. Well, since I don't know how to broach this topic, the opportunity has presented itself. Teacher, I must ask that you promise not to get angry. Angry? Why would I be angry? I promise. Now hurry and tell me. Clearly, Bibi Dong was unaware that such requests often preceded anger. That I would like for you and Sister Shui to share a meal together. Her birthday is the day after tomorrow. Xia Tianling took a deep breath, delivering the statement while bracing himself for the impending storm. Crack! The exquisite crystal cup shattered in her grip, the ruby-red liquid spilling across the pristine tablecloth. The flicker of joy that had graced Bibi Dong's face vanished in an instant, her expression darkening as she hissed, "No. Teacher, please, you promised you wouldn't get angry." Xia Tianling quickly interjected, activating his mental influence. Why do you dislike Sister Shui so much? Feigning ignorance, he proceeded with the act. As Bibi Dong believed he was unaware of the situation, I said no means no. Choose something else. Her countenance was as cold as ice, the remnants of the crystal cup now reduced to dust on the table. Struggling to suppress her rage, Bibi Dong's voice brimmed with an unyielding authority. Sister Shui has risked everything for your approval. At 6 years old, she infiltrated the royal family of the Tiando Empire as an undercover agent. After the prince's death, she even impersonated him, living in constant danger. If discovered, she would face dire consequences. She has always believed that your disfavor stems from her lack of effort. Enough? Be quiet. Bibi Dong could no longer contain the fury bubbling within her, slamming her palm down and shattering the table into splinters. Yet, Xia Tianling appeared oblivious, channeling an even greater force of fate as he amplified his mental influence. Honestly, I envy Sister Shui. She has a mother and a grandfather. Even if you don't particularly care for her, she still has family.as for me. I have nothing. Although Grandfather Jack treats me like his own grandson, how can that possibly compare to the love of true blood relatives? His words, tinged with half-truths, reflect his past as an orphan, devoid of familial companionship. However, he is not entirely alone. He has friends and mentors that I in this life. He has also gained the presence of old Jack as a grandfather. And he has long since come to terms with the absence of parental affection. Yet, under the support of his Oscar-worthy acting skills, a boon granted by the system, his tearful display moved Bibi Dong just slightly. Softening her emotions a fraction.it is indeed a testament to the fact that even the strongest of women possess a sensitive side. Xiaoxua, I am not. Bibi Dong found herself at a loss for words. Her feelings toward Xiangjia being exceedingly complex that on one hand, she is her biological daughter. On the other, seeing her evokes memories of the beast that is Qian Suji Tio claim she is devoid of empathy would be a falsehood. Bibi Dong, too, is an orphan who lost her parents at a young age, and how could she not understand the sentiments expressed by Xia Tianling? I know you must have your own hardships and unspeakable burdens. What mother would fail to love her child unless circumstances dictated otherwise? Seizing the moment, Xia Tianling invested further into the forces of fate. Understanding the plot, he recognized Bibi Dong's internal struggles. She harbors resentment towards Qian Xiangjia and the Qian father-son duo, while simultaneously grappling with her conflicting feelings towards Xiangjia, the fruit of such a union. Her pride, too, forbids her from yielding. Yet, at the very least, you can convey through your actions that you are her mother and that you acknowledge her existence. Bibi Dong's attitude began to soften. The guidance and companionship he offered over the past year, coupled with the influence on her spirit, proved effective. With Bibi Dong's attitude shifting, the matter was well on its way to resolution. As the saying goes, the beginning is often the hardest. Having surpassed this significant hurdle, the subsequent steps would be easier to navigate. Teacher, there is truly no need for you to do or say anything. All I request is that you make an appearance. Let the three of us share a meal together. What do you think? Xia Tianling proposed his final gambit that I assure you. This meal will consist solely of you. Me, and Sister Shwed, I will handle everything myself, and no one else will be the wiser. You prideful as you are, feeling embarrassed before others, fear not. I shall arrange a private gathering. There will be no one else present. Not even Angel Douluo, and you need not say or do anything that I do not even expect you to accept Xiangjia as your daughter this time. Simply joining us for a birthday celebration would suffice. Bibi Dong fell silent, her gaze lost in the remnants of the chaos she had just wrought. Xia Tianling felt an overwhelming force pushing him from all sides, propelling him out of the restaurant as the heavy doors slammed shut. Pausing momentarily outside the closed doors, he hesitated, contemplating whether to push them open and persuade Bibi Dong once more. This opportunity was exceptionally rare. Who could say when another such chance would arise? The night after tomorrow at 7 o'clock, I will only partake in a meal and will not engage in any other activities if there are others present. Do not blame me for turning my back on you. Very well, teacher. Xia Tianling was filled with elation. He had initially feared the endeavor would come to naught, only to witness a surprising turn of events. She is a woman as proud as a cat. With a significant matter resolved, Xia Tianling felt a sense of peace wash over him. Strolling leisurely, upon returning to his abode, he found Ma Hongjun had already returned, leaving only Oscar in a meditative state. It was the time of year when the academy was on break, and the little chubby boy could hardly wait to boast about his cultivation achievements to the villagers. What was that saying again? To not return home after achieving wealth and status is akin to walking in splendid garments at night. Given Oscar's nature, he would naturally want to go back and show off. Unlike the lazy Oscar of the original story, the current Oscar was diligently honing his skills, pushing himself to the limit each day. He had now broken through to the 21st level, acquiring a soul ring that was nearly a millennium old. The soul skill remained the familiar detoxifying sausage, but due to the power of the soul ring, it had transformed into a detoxifying mega sausage, far surpassing its original effectiveness. In the original narrative, Oscar was a mere support character, yet now, with his training, he was genuinely becoming powerful. In the original timeline, after the Elite Soul Master competition, Oscar had toiled relentlessly to earn Ning Fengji's approval to marry Ning Rongrong. His cultivation skyrocketing as a result. With the aid of the martial body, his progress accelerated even further. It must be noted that among the Shrek 7 monsters, Oscar originally possessed the greatest innate talent. Even the protagonist Tang San could not compare, needing to personally seek the legacy of the gods. Yet Oscar was extraordinary. Upon breaking through to the Titan Giant level, he merely followed the aura to find it, even bringing along a divine position for his wife. What does it mean to be a true genius? Tactical retreat. JPG now. Oscar, with a well-proportioned physique, concealed explosive power beneath his simple attire. Having nearly perfected the first stage of the martial body, he could triumph over soul masters of the same rank thanks to his formidable physique. With the augmentation of his powerful body, even the martial techniques and agility inherent to the martial body could unleash tremendous force. Ahem, though his innate martial techniques are not to be underestimated, the Diamond Tiger Fist, Mighty Diamond Leg, Buddha's Palm, and Flying Willow technique, all familiar martial arts from a past life, were cataloged within the martial body. In a civilization where martial arts thrived, these techniques were merely foundational exercises. Yet in the Douluo world, my apologies, that would be akin to a dimensional crush. Did you not see that even after cultivating the Xia Tian skill to the Divine King level, one could still continue training? The martial body is in existence even stronger than the Xia Tian skill. Chapter 24. Birthday 3 days later, in Xia Tianling's private kitchen, Xia Tianling hummed a cheerful tune. Preparing the evening's meal, he planned to create a birthday cake familiar to all from his past life, along with a few side dishes, and a bowl of longevity noodles that eye in the Douluo continent. Celebrating birthdays was not customary, so Xiangjia, a girl, was naturally thrilled upon learning of it. However, Xia Tianling did not inform her that Bibi Dong would also be attending. He only hoped that the surprise would not turn into a shock. Manually crafting cream, manually making chocolate, manually preparing. Cooking without the aid of modern tools truly is a labor-intensive task. After icing the cake with chocolate cream, decorating it with fruits, and adding a happy birthday message in duel language using jam, he placed it on a tray made of cold ice stone, setting it on the table. It was utterly perfect. Glancing at the fruits of his labor from the afternoon, Xia Tianling nodded in satisfaction. Girls tend to love sweets, do they not? I hope this cake will delight both her and her mother. While his culinary skills were commendable, the actual execution of the dishes was far more arduous than one might imagine. It was fortunate that the spirit hall was prosperous enough to procure cocoa beans that asked for other unavailable ingredients. He wished with fervor. As the clock approached 7, Xia Tianling completed his preparations and was about to begin cooking. Wow, Tianling, is this the dessert you created? What is it called? Chocolate cream cake. A surprised female voice suddenly appeared. It was none other than the eager Xiangjia. Previously, when Xia Tianling had mentioned creating a new type of dessert, it had piqued her curiosity. Having been undercover in the Tiando royal family for years, she had tasted countless desserts. Unfortunately, chocolate and cream were non-existent in the Dugu continent, in a land plagued by scarcity. Sweetness was synonymous with luxury. The raw sugar extracted through rudimentary methods yielded a faint sweetness, rendering any dessert made from it rather lackluster. The primary source of sugar for the aristocracy here was wild honey. Much like in the medieval times of Blue Star, the cake, made with high-sweetness white granulated sugar and refined sugar sourced from modern industrial extraction, was a significant leap in quality on the Douluo continent. Do not touch it. You can eat later. Xia Tianling swatted away Xiangjie's hand as she attempted to sneak a taste, turning back into the kitchen. Xiangjia playfully stuck her tongue out at him. Creak. The sound of the door hinge turning made both of them turn to see Bibi Dong walk in, donned in casual attire rather than her ornate purple-gold pope's robe, simply wearing a plain, elegant long dress. Teacher. Xiangjia was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Bibi Dong, her mouth agape, yet at a loss for how to address her. Now aware of the truth, her feelings toward Bibi Dong were immensely complex. Understanding the reason behind Bibi Dong's refusal to allow her to call her mother, "You have come. Teacher, please sit down with Sister Shui. The dishes will be ready shortly." Xia Tianling shook her head, finding it difficult to articulate her thoughts about the awkwardness between the mother and daughter. The two sat across from each other, exchanging silent glances. "The food is ready." This uncomfortable silence was soon broken by the sound of dishes being served, as Tianling emerged carrying a large tray. After arranging the dishes, she retrieved 12 candles from her storage ring, evenly placing them atop the cake. An arc of electricity sparked between her thumb and middle finger, igniting each candle in succession. Simultaneously, the sole guiding lights in the restaurant were extinguished, leaving only the 12 candles flickering in the darkness. Xia Tianling cleared her throat and announced, "Today marks Sister Shue's 12th birthday, and we are also here to celebrate her recent advancement in the Spirit Master rank." "Spirit Master, you say?" Bibi Dong murmured softly, gazing at the 12 flickering flames in the darkness. "The 12-year-old Spirit Master. Even I was far from such a level back in my day." Following this, she instructed Qianrengshu to face the cake. "Silently make a birthday wish, and then blow out the candles in one breath." Qianrengshu complied, clasping her hands together and whispering her wish before forcefully extinguishing the flames. Well done. The room was once again shrouded in darkness, and the sound of applause erupted in the pitch-black space. However, the applause was faint, almost imperceptible, like fingertips tapping on palms. What a contradictory woman! Xia Tianling observed Bibi Dong's actions and expressions closely. Qianrengshu, still lost in her wish, was oblivious to Xia Tianling's enthusiastic clapping. The soul guiding lights flickered back to life, illuminating the room once more. "Happy birthday, Sister Shui. Now, enjoy this bowl of longevity noodles, and remember to finish it in one go." Xia Tianling presented a bowl of long noodles, adding, "Teacher, let us share a bit as well, to partake in the joy." Bibi Dong's previously melancholic expression stiffened at this. Sharing a bowl, this, left her with no option to refuse. As Xia Tianling deftly picked out a single noodle and placed the bowl before her, Bibi Dong found herself in a tempest of internal conflict, staring at the noodle with great distress. As if it were a lethal poison, Qianrengshu, initially filled with anticipation, felt her spirits plummet upon witnessing Bibi Dong's demeanor, her eyes reddening slightly as she bowed her head. Her repeated hopes had merely resulted in a series of disappointments. What am I truly hoping for? Qiang Sunji did such a thing to her. A pair of chopsticks lifted a noodle, only to be returned to its designated holder. The small segment of noodle in the bowl had vanished without a trace. Qianrengshu, hearing the commotion, lifted her head in disbelief, staring at the woman who was elegantly wiping her mouth with a napkin. "It's a bit bland. Just add some chili," Bibi Dong remarked. "Ha! Teacher, longevity noodles are meant to be light. Next time, I shall prepare dandan noodles and oil splash noodles for you." Xia Tianling chuckled, consuming her own portion of noodles. With Bibi Dong having eaten the longevity noodles, the matter was settled, bringing joy to all. Qianrengshu picked up her bowl, using a fork to energetically slurp the noodles, two streams of tears hidden behind the large bowl, mingling with the broth. This meal unfolded in a warm, yet peculiar atmosphere. Following the earlier experience with the noodles, Bibi Dong naturally did not decline when it came time for cake. The chocolate cream cake crafted by Xia Tianling received unanimous praise from both mother and daughter. Sweet treats, forever divine as the three finished their meal. Just as Bibi Dong was about to depart, Qianrengshu gently uttered, "Thank you, mother." To her surprise, Bibi Dong's hand, which had been resting on the door, halted. She slowly turned around, walked to Qianrengshu, and embraced her gently. "Happy birthday, little Shui." Then, with Qianrengshu's astonished expression, she gracefully exited the room. Incredible! Xia Tianling, busy clearing the table, gave a thumbs up. This was entirely beyond her expectations, a spontaneous act from the actress herself. Chapter 25. The Hidden Dangers of Cross-Boundary Cultivation. 5 years later, in the southern part of the Baloch Kingdom, bordering the Xinghua Empire, the border between the two great empires served as a perfect hiding place for unsavory characters. The ambiguous no-man's land between the two empires had become fertile ground for the proliferation of crime. A man and a woman were swiftly advancing through the night. The man stood around 1.70 meters, with a strong yet agile build, appearing quite imposing. "Godmother, why did you personally come to escort me this time?" he asked, puzzled, for he could easily handle the target by himself. "Isn't it because you never take lethal action during your missions?" The woman shot him a glance. "This time, I will supervise you closely. You must personally eliminate all these evil spirit masters. Moreover, this is your graduation exam. Have you ever seen an exam without an examiner?" The duo were none other than Bibi Dong and Xia Tianling, who had come to hunt evil spirit masters. After 5 years, Xia Tianling had finally reached the time of graduation. The good news was that during these 5 years, he had successfully advanced from the Pope's direct disciple to the Pope's godson, further strengthening their bond. Their purpose for this visit was twofold. First, to complete the graduation test assigned by Bibi Dong, which also mandated that he take lethal action. Second, to travel to the true location of the Wuhuan Academy and train alongside the 3 from the Golden Generation in preparation for the continent-wide Spirit Master Elite competition a few years hence. Over the past 6 years, Xia Tianling's daily life had been both monotonous and fulfilling. He practiced spirit power, honed his physique, and cooked for Qian Ringshu and Bibi Dong to foster their relationship. This rigorous training had elevated Xia Tianling to the realm of 39-rank Spirit Master, just a step away from becoming a Spirit King, with physical prowess comparable to that of a beast martial Spirit King. Given his current combat capabilities, he could hold his own against Spirit Kings. However, the pace at which he was cultivating, which should have been swift according to the Taoist scriptures, had inexplicably slowed. Both he and the system had overlooked a significant issue on the Douluo continent. There was no lightning tribulation, not the kind created by the divine realm to prevent spirit beasts from advancing, but rather the unique lightning tribulation of the cultivation system, which serves both as a test and an opportunity for advancement. Without the infusion of lightning tribulation, the body, spirit, and cultivation could not harmonize. Thus, with incomplete cultivation, the nascent soul could not be born, leading to a natural slowdown in the cultivation speed to remedy this minor bug. The destiny system had opened an extraordinary cross-dimensional passage, intending to summon the lightning tribulation. The tribulation would strike him with the golden core tribulation, nascent soul tribulation, and transformation tribulation when he advanced to Spirit King and coalesced his nascent soul. If he succeeded, his combat prowess would soar, and his cultivation speed would dramatically increase. If he failed, he would perish, erasing his existence entirely. To ensure he could withstand the lightning tribulation, Xia Tianling naturally compressed his cultivation once more, making it more solid and stable, which further slowed the progression of his spirit power. Soon enough, the two arrived at their destination, a seemingly harmonious little village, which secretly served as a den for evil spirit masters. Xia Tianling's objective was to eradicate the group of over a dozen evil spirit masters entirely. In previous years, he had executed similar missions, but he had merely incapacitated his targets, leaving them to their fates in the city of slaughter. Over 20 years of modern life had rendered it difficult for him to deal fatal blows to such individuals, regardless of their heinous crimes. This infuriated Bibi Dong, while her godson was commendable in many aspects. His excessive kindness in carrying out tasks was problematic. As a spirit master, one must not shy away from killing. Although the Douluo continent superficially exuded an academic atmosphere, in reality, it was rife with bloodshed. Very well. This time I will certainly take lethal action. Xia Tianling sighed in resignation, aware that Bibi Dong meant well. In the past, you relied on having guards and the presence of Elder Juhui. What will you do when you are alone in the future? It is unwise to leave potential threats unaddressed, as there will always be chances for unforeseen complications, Bibi Dong admonished, after reconciling with Qian Ringshu. Although Bibi Dong continued to regard Qian Douluo with disdain, she no longer exuded the same coldness and hostility when faced with the two of them. Instead, a hint of compassion replaced her former aloofness. And even her previously nihilistic thoughts had undergone a significant transformation. Even the little fox, far away at the Wuhuan Academy, sensed a change in her teacher. Enough chatter, let us commence our actions. With a sweeping motion of her hand, Bibi Dong unleashed her domain, isolating the small village from the outside world, ensuring that no one could escape. This isolation was purely a barrier. There was no tangible suppression within the domain for someone like Bibi Dong, who was the first to carve a path for dual martial soul cultivation. Such delicate maneuvers were effortlessly executed. Though referred to as a small village, it consisted merely of a few modest huts, easily enveloped by her domain. Xia Tianling shrugged and summoned his dual martial souls. A hammer in his left hand and an axe in his right. The yellow, purple, and black soul rings floated beneath him. Indeed, his third soul ring was of 10,000-year age, and with his exceptional physical prowess, he effortlessly bore the power of a 10,000-year soul beast. Given his composed nature, he would not recklessly charge in. Despite the information indicating that the strongest among this group was merely a 41st level soul master, with 2 others at over 30 levels, while the rest were all second-ring great soul masters. Caution remained prudent. Who could ascertain what hidden cards this group might hold? Tianling stealthily approached, employing the cover of his black stealth attire and the breath-concealing techniques from his scriptures. He effortlessly located the position of the sentry behind the village. Sensing his aura, he discerned that this individual was merely a second-ring Great Soul Master. Without releasing a soul skill, Tianling utilized the cover of buildings and vegetation to silently maneuver behind him. With a swift motion, he retracted his hammer and delivered a powerful strike from above. The sound of the axe slicing through the air and the rustle of fabric alerted the sentry. But he was unable to react in time. His terrified visage was cleaved in two by the sharp axe blade, enhanced by the 3 soul rings, which transformed it into a formidable battle axe that effortlessly bisected his body. Blood mixed with white brain matter and undigested food splattered onto Tianling. Although he had encountered dismembered limbs on numerous occasions, such a sight still elicited a slight bile rising in his throat. Primarily due to its repulsiveness, suppressing his nausea through the formidable self-control of a cultivator, Tianling continued onward into the village, axe in hand. Despite the cleanliness with which he had dispatched the sentry, the noise had alerted the evil soul masters inside the hut's dominion. Poked his head out, and upon seeing a blood-soaked man wielding a massive axe approaching, with the severed body of his comrade behind him, the evil soul master immediately shouted, "Brothers, grab your weapons. We are under attack." Realizing that the element of surprise had been lost, Tianling swiftly reduced the size of his axe for single-handed use, simultaneously conjuring a dark hammer in his left hand, which he hurled with great force. Although the alerting evil soul master managed to summon his martial soul in time, the black hammer, bolstered by Tianling's overwhelming strength, struck him squarely in the chest. With his mere second-ring power, his ribcage collapsed under the impact, and he was clearly on the brink of death. Chapter 26. 10,000-year third ring. Attributes surged. The remaining dozen or so evil soul masters surged out, their martial souls igniting in a riot of white, yellow, and purple light against the dark night. The leader, wielding a mutated scythe with 4 soul rings of white, yellow, and purple, approached with a sinister grin. "You little brat killed 2 of my brothers." Before he could finish, he was abruptly silenced, as if a hand had closed around his throat. What did he see? The evil soul master stared incredulously at the man slowly advancing towards him. "Yellow, purple, black. What kind of monster is this? Can soul rings even be configured like this?" His own 4th ring was merely 1,000 years old, while this one already possessed a 10,000-year ring. Brothers, charge together. So what if it's 10,000 years? He's just a soul master. The evil soul master gritted his teeth, rallying his subordinates. With a soul master, 2 soul sovereigns, and 10 great soul masters on their side, a 10,000-year soul ring was nothing to fear. They would face him together. Unbeknownst to the evil soul master, the black 10,000-year soul ring signified that this individual's physical prowess had reached the level of a soul king, capable of bearing such immense power. Tianling remained silent, observing the advancing evil soul masters, before unleashing his first soul skill, Storm Battle Axe, Manifest, gripping the transformed long-handled Storm Battle Axe with both hands. His second ring 1,000-year soul ring lit up beneath him. Thunder God form. Aid me. Crackling blue lightning coursed through his body and the battle axe, emitting a deafening buzz. Lightning was the bane of evil, capable of suppressing even the mightiest of foes, such as Ghost Douluo. How much more so for these mere second and third ring great soul masters? Under the pressure of the lightning, their powers could barely be unleashed to half their potential. The evil soul master leader closed in within 5 meters. Tianling calmly stepped back on one leg, raising the storm battle axe at an angle, while the black soul ring beneath him illuminated 10,000-year third ring, Thunder Half-Moon Slash. This soul skill drew from a formidable plant-type soul beast, the Thunder Vine. Without fail, the Thunder Vine endowed the dual martial souls with a powerful offensive skill known as Attribute Surge. If this skill were executed with the hammer, a violent lightning explosion would occur upon contact. If wielded with the axe, it would unleash a cut composed of pure lightning. When applied to the Storm Battle Axe, it encompassed both effects and was amplified beyond measure. Tianling recalled an animated series he had watched in his youth, feeling that this skill bore a striking resemblance to a character's technique, prompting him to adopt it for his own use. The evil soul master leader now felt a pang of regret as he beheld the oncoming half-moon-shaped slash in the Storm Battle Axe. Realizing that his initial attack had been rash, however, there was no turning back now. He had no choice but to unleash his strongest thousand-year soul skill, raising the colossal scythe to confront the soul master before him. Yet, as their weapons clashed, he soon discovered the man before him was unfathomably powerful. His prideful strike was utterly ineffectual. The malevolent energy accumulated from slaying dozens of foes on his scythe dissipated rapidly. As if it were butter meeting a hot iron, his martial soul, the evil scythe, shattered into fragments in the wake of the collision. The reality was brutally harsh. Under the combined pressure of martial souls, soul skills, and attributes, a single thunder half-moon slash obliterated not only the evil soul master leader but also 7 or 8 of his companions, including 2 soul sovereigns. Only 2 or 3 weaker members, caught at the edges, managed to survive momentarily, but they too were swiftly dispatched by Tianling with his axe and hammer. The evil soul master leader lamented, "You lack martial ethics. How can you play like this?" Starting with such a devastating attack? For these evil soul masters, there was nothing to be said. Tianling, who had intended to unleash a massacre, showed no mercy. He was averse to complications and feared delays that could lead to unforeseen changes. Coupled with his prudent nature, initiating with his most powerful skill was undoubtedly the best choice. Confirming his superiority over his adversaries, he unleashed the full force of his thunder to eliminate them in one fell swoop. For this time, there was no need to spare lives. Thus, he wielded the mightiest techniques available. Coming back to his senses, Tianling retracted his martial soul, gazing at the charred corpses strewn about. His eyes wandered in a daze. It seemed that after crossing that boundary, it was not so difficult to accept. Observing from a distance, Bibi Dong noted the conclusion of the battle and retracted her domain, approaching to pat her disciple's shoulder. "Well done, kid. There are still a few faint life forces inside. They are likely ordinary people captured by them. Let us check it out." With that, she led the way toward the hut that still held occupants. Tianling, jolted back to reality by her pat, hurriedly followed. The interior was a chaotic mess, with dirt and blood mingling to form hardened purple clumps. Leaning against the wall were several desiccated corpses. Alongside a gaunt man, skin stretched taut over bones. He had likely been spared when he attempted to flee during the Soul Master's training, only to be ultimately slain by Tianling. Bibi Dong approached, testing with her soul power before shaking her head. He is beyond saving. His internal energy is completely depleted. He won't survive until morning. The hunched man, after having been invigorated by Bibi Dong's soul power, experienced a fleeting moment of clarity, struggling to emit a few breathy sounds. "Kill me. Please, grant me a merciful end. This existence is torment enough." Bibi Dong uttered these words before turning and exiting the room. The gaunt features of the man twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth. And then he closed his eyes. He was acutely aware of the chaos unfolding outside. Such a cacophony made ignorance impossible. Tio witnessed the annihilation of the malevolent soul masters who had tormented both him and his fellow villagers was, in a sense, an act of vengeance fulfilled. Tianling stepped forward with a face of deep sympathy, sighed softly, and pierced his brain with a surge of thunderous energy. "Rest in peace." He exited the room, retrieving a jar of grease from his storage ring and tossing it inside. The roaring flames consumed the small abode, the flickering fire purifying not only the sins contained within, but also the tormented souls of the innocents who had met their tragic ends. As he moved to a neighboring small house, he found several beds inside. On the bed beside Bibi Dong sat a woman with a gaunt visage, nibbling delicately on a piece of bread while uttering something. The other beds housed several naked women, all lifeless, their wounds and the scattered sharp objects nearby suggesting suicide. It was clear, even to the most naive, what the presence of these women implied. The blood-stained chains and the foul stench surrounding them spoke volumes. Chapter 27. In darkness, yearning for light, they had already taken their own lives by the time our benefactors arrived. Typically, these beasts would chain us, releasing us only to force-feed us, leaving us without the strength to end our own suffering. And what of you? How did you? Bibi Dong was reminded of her own past, feeling immense sympathy for the woman before her. The emaciated woman shook her head, coughed twice, and after a brief pause, continued, "I was among the first to be captured. Nearly half a year ago, the women who were seized with me have long since perished, and even those who came later have succumbed. Yet I refuse to die. I must endure. My child awaits my return at home. My family longs for my presence. If I were to die, what would become of them? Their father has already been slain by these fiends, and the child is so young, he cannot be left without a mother. I have held on, clinging to the hope that someone would come to rescue us. to slay these beasts, and I have always believed that the light in this world must outweigh the darkness. Thankfully, I awaited and found my benefactors." As she spoke, the weight of her sorrow became too much for her to bear, and she broke down in tears. The power of maternal love is profound. The indomitable will to survive has allowed this mother to endure. Though she was frail, her resolve as a mother was fierce. Enveloped in a soul-crushing darkness, her heart has never ceased to yearn for the warmth of redemption. Bibi Dong gently patted the poor woman's back, using her psychic energy to lull her into a peaceful slumber. The shared experience resonated deeply, yet the suffering of this woman eclipsed her own. Bibi Dong was endowed with unparalleled talent as a twin martial soul, blessed by the divine, capable of exacting vengeance through her own strength. But this woman, she was merely an ordinary housewife, powerless, yet, in her resilience, she surpassed Bibi Dong in ways unimaginable. Light surely must prevail over darkness. Xia Tianling approached and embraced Bibi Dong, whispering softly in her ear, "Godmother, you still have me, and Sister Shui, and senior sister Hulaina. Promise me. Do not abandon yourself, all right?" Bibi Dong felt the steady heartbeat of the young man. Her expression momentarily lost in thought. 6 years ago, he had been but a child barely reaching her waist. Now, he had nearly grown to match her height. Indeed, he spoke truthfully. The beast was dead, yet she still had Xiao Shui, Laina, and Tianling. There remained so much beauty in this world. Had her decade-long obsession truly been justified, perhaps it was time to consider letting go. The sixth trial of the Rakshasa, comprehending the true nature of evil, past, reward, an increase of 20% in Rakshasa affinity, now totaling 100%. The seventh trial. A cold voice resonated in Bibi Dong's mind. "It seems I have strayed from my intended path all along. The Rakshasa is meant to wield control over sin, to judge it, rather than embody it. Much like the Shura god, one must use evil to combat evil." The trial that had plagued her for 6 years now revealed itself. Ding! Bibi Dong's life trajectory had undergone a profound alteration at the hands of the host, perfectly inheriting and surpassing the original Rakshasa divinity. Acquiring an immense amount of destiny power, due to the sheer magnitude, a reminder was issued. Perfectly inheriting and surpassing. Bibi Dong seemed to have reached understanding. Xia Tianling, embracing her, was taken aback, never expecting that such a fortuitous misalignment would resolve Bibi Dong's inner turmoil. According to the system, the original Bibi Dong had seemingly failed to achieve a perfect inheritance of her divine status. Indeed, hosted in the original timeline, Bibi Dong misinterpreted the concept of Rakshasa, resulting in an imperfect fusion with the divine position. The once singularity of the divine, under the immense pressure of millennia's worth of belief power, had undergone significant change. This affected Bibi Dong's perception, compounded by her inherent malice, ultimately rendering her a mere puppet of the Rakshas's power. So, now that Bibi Dong has inherited her divine status, she won't experience the drastic character shift seen in the original narrative. Correct. Bibi Dong has now accurately grasped the essence of Rakshasa, and her understanding of power even surpasses that of the previous Rakshasa deity. Phew. Then, that is a relief. All of my efforts have not been in vain, Xia Tianling thought, exhaling a sigh of relief. After 6 long years of toil, he had finally defused the ticking time bomb that was Bibi Dong. After a lengthy silence, Bibi Dong pushed her disciple away, her aura surging powerfully. Having relinquished her obsessions, her thoughts became clear, and her soul power ascended a level, unlike before. The unsettling malice that once surrounded her had dissipated. "Thank you, Tianling. Were it not for you, I may have tread a very dark path." Bibi Dong gazed at the young man before her, feeling immensely grateful that she had taken him on as her disciple. "You've simply let go. One must always look forward," Xia Tianling smiled. "Since you have moved on, perhaps we should also consider canceling Sister Shui's undercover plan." Bibi Dong shot him a sidelong glance, exasperated. "Have you truly dulled your wits through training? Wasn't that plan scrapped years ago?" Xia Tianling hastily checked the system records, and indeed found a notification from 4 years prior regarding Qian Renshui's fate alteration at that time. He had been preoccupied with the failure of his Yuan Ying and the lack of a thunder tribulation. And it seemed Qian Renshui had merely mentioned it to him, which he had seemingly forgotten. He could only scratch his head awkwardly and chuckle foolishly at the side. Upon reflection, it was curious that he had seen Qian Renshui at the offering hall all these years without once questioning it. After the undercover plan was scrapped 4 years ago, they had staged a false death for Xiao Shui. Not long after, news emerged from the Heaven Do Empire of the unexpected demise of Prince Shueqing'a, solidifying the royal family's only legitimate lineage, with the fourth prince, Xuelang, ascending to the title of Crown Prince. Interestingly, after Xuelang became Crown Prince, he seemed to undergo a transformation, shedding his previous persona of a frivolous wastrel to become an industrious and studious royal. TSK, perhaps he feared that Xiao Shui would bring about his demise. It was quite impressive that he had managed to maintain that facade for so long. Xuelang reverted to his true self after becoming Crown Prince. With his and Prince Xuexing's obstacles removed, it seems the others may truly become students of the Royal Combat Academy. That makes for quite the intriguing scenario. I wonder if Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder will encounter Lu Erlong again. With matters concluded, there was little reason to linger in this den of filth any longer. The master and disciple pair departed, carrying the unconscious woman with them. However, before leaving, Xia Tianling set fire to the small houses, ensuring they were burned to the ground. This served two purposes: to cleanse the battlefield, preventing the corpses from rotting and causing infectious diseases, given the terrifying history of the Black Death in medieval Europe and ancient plagues in China, and to completely incinerate the blood and bodies of the malevolent soul masters. Who knows if any of these malevolent soul masters could manipulate corpses like necromancers? The corpses of powerful soul masters would make for prime materials. Chapter 28. Do you know how difficult it is to imitate Xiaohua? Well then, it seems you have passed this assessment, and I shall grant you a few days of leave. However, do not forget to report to your senior sister punctually. This is your holy son token. I have taken the liberty of canceling the ceremony for you, as I am aware that such formalities do not appeal to you. With a dismissive remark and a token, Bibi Dong departed with her entourage. The cancellation is indeed welcome, for I detest complications. A holiday that suits me perfectly. Xia Tianling's mind began to whirl with a mischievous idea. Why not head in the opposite direction to the Star Luo Empire to confront the little cat? After all, 2 of the Shrek 7 monsters have already been dismantled. 1 more would hardly be in excess. I have long harbored disdain for that dandy Dai Mubai. A heroic rescue to abduct the little cat back to the spirit hall sounds splendid. The original timeline's narrative development is utterly absurd. How did Zhu Zhuqing, a goddess of aloofness, transform into a lovesick fool shortly after arriving at Shrek and Dai Mubai? A man who has sunk so low as to indulge in the luxuries of a top-tier hotel manages to turn his life around and become a model citizen after merely exchanging a few words with Zhu Zhuqing. Such transformations are not typically so swift. They had never even crossed paths in their youth. Is he truly a reformed rogue or merely infatuated? Who can say? The scoundrel. And you wish to perform a soul fusion technique with the little cat. The spectral white tiger is a challenge? I believe it would be best to abandon that notion. With a dramatic gesture, Xia Tianling threw down his metaphorical cards and resolutely set forth on the road leading to the capital of the Star Luo Empire. As for returning home to pack, that was out of the question. Ever since acquiring a spatial ring, Xia Tianling's collecting obsession has been thoroughly satisfied, from stoves and beds to the most mundane essentials. Had it not been for the limited capacity of his storage soul guide, he would have nearly packed his entire home to that end. He even shamelessly approached Angel Douluo to secure a storage belt of over 100 cubic units. Yet, as they say, the ideal is lush, but reality is stark. One must understand that even in modern society, where everyone travels by highway, deliberately obstructing an individual is a daunting task, let alone in a medieval setting such as Duel continent. There are no fixed routes, and the flow of people is scarce. The target is still being pursued, with no knowledge of their origin. Frustrating. Reluctantly, Xia Tianling invoked the power of destiny to wish for Zhu Zhuqing's location. Fortunate enough that altering Bibi Dong's life trajectory had granted him considerable fortune. System, I wish to acquire the precise location of Zhu Zhuqing, preferably one that can be tracked. Ding, host's wish received, scanning for power of destiny. Ding, wish successful, creating Zhu Zhuqing radar. Ding, creation complete. The radar will automatically project a map and target location into your mind, remaining active until the host meets the target. Such a cheat feels splendid. As Xia Tianling sensed the map in his mind. It resembled a rather unscrupulous navigation system from his past life, capable of zooming in and out. Hundreds of kilometers away, an icon of a small black cat was moving towards the Balik Kingdom. That must be Zhu Zhuqing. Following the little black cat icon were several skull icons, perhaps remnants of Zhu Zhiyun's assassins. Never mind, if things go awry, I can simply reveal my identity, and surely the local spirit hall branch will give me face. As the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, it should not be too difficult to protect someone. Having excelled in various tasks over the past 6 years, Xia Tianling had been nominated by the Elder Council of the Spirit Hall as the Holy Son, a title that would be officially bestowed upon him after the completion of this mission. This was not a unilateral recognition like Huliana's. His status as Holy Son was personally sanctioned by Angel Douluo, the appointed future Pope of the Spirit Hall. After securing a carriage, Xia Tianling promptly set off towards his destination. A few days later, in the evening, within a wooded area of the Star Luo Empire, a graceful figure dashed through the trees at remarkable speed, seemingly pursued by some unseen threat. This was a young girl with cat ears, clearly in a state of martial spirit manifestation, but in stark contrast to her youthful visage. Her body was clad in tight leather, accentuating her voluptuous figure. However, the beauty of her form was marred by the anxiety and panic evident in her eyes, reminiscent of a startled kitten. The moment had arrived. Concealed behind a tree, Xia Tianling produced a pair of binoculars, observing the fleeing girl with a mix of determination and anticipation. After expending considerable effort, after utilizing a significant amount of destiny power to generate this map, it led to this very moment. Furthermore, he had not only wished for the map en route, he had also wished to learn of a critical moment when Zhu Zhuqing would be in peril. To be candid, in the original timeline, the most heart-wrenching of the Shrek's 7 monsters, the only one who consistently persevered in her training, was indeed Zhu Zhuqing, compared to the advantageously endowed Tang San and Xiao Wu, the exceptionally talented Oscar and Fatty, and the well-connected Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing appeared to possess nothing. Even her innate talent could be deemed the weakest among them. Even that scoundrel Dai Mubai had several years of age advantage over her. Despite bearing the weight of her family's expectations, Zhu Zhuqing relentlessly pursued her training. Even when faced with opponents whose strength was nearly insurmountable, she endeavored to alter the situation in her favor. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, theoretically on the same side, wallowed in self-pity, having fled to the Heaven Do Empire in Soto City. He squandered his fortune as a soul master, indulging in a life of excess and debauchery. Surrounded by admirers, Tio put it charitably, this is called escaping reality. To put it bluntly, he is nothing more than a coward. Not only has he abandoned himself, but he has also left his fiancée, whom he has never even met, to navigate the turmoil of her family alone. This man is utterly despicable. Zhu Zhuqing, steadfast and diligent, is the one worthy of admiration. Even in the direst of circumstances, she clings to hope, achieving breakthroughs in both her physical and spiritual journey. That is the essence of cultivation. As Xia Tianling lingered in the tree, his thoughts drifted further and further away, almost compelling him to rush to Shrek Academy and deliver a beating to Dai Mubai. Taking a few deep breaths, he composed himself. Calm. The priority now is to time the rescue perfectly. Initially, he had thought that this endeavor was no different from what Xiaohuahua had done, but now he realized just how challenging it truly was. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, desperately fleeing for her life, remained blissfully unaware that someone was poised to perform a heroic rescue. Her eyes were filled with fierce determination, with her soul power nearly depleted. Was she about to be captured or perish here? Could she truly not escape her sister's machinations? In despair, Zhu Zhuqing reflected on the years of effort that seemed futile against the combined might of her pursuers. The thought of her ruthless sister and soon-to-be brother-in-law, coupled with the image of her unseen fiancé, filled her with a profound sense of injustice. If only someone could join forces with her to confront this threat, she would not have been reduced to fleeing under the cover of night from the Star Luo imperial capital. Alas, there was no longer time for that. With her soul power exhausted, Zhu Zhuqing collapsed to the ground, biting her lip and clawing at the earth beneath her. Second miss. Come with us quietly. You cannot escape. A group of masked men encircled her, the leader flashing for soul rings of yellow and purple. Indeed, a soul master. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, summoning the last remnants of her energy, determined to gather it for one final struggle. She would not surrender until her very last breath, observing Zhu Zhuqing's unwavering resistance. The leader of the soul master scoffed, preparing to launch an attack. Second miss. If you insist on being so obstinate, do not blame us for being merciless. Brothers, prepare. Is it truly appropriate for so many men to bully a single girl? Chapter 29. I am a person of reason. Just as the assassins prepared to charge, a voice rang out from behind Zhu Zhuqing that a young man clad in black emerged from the forest. It was none other than Xia Tianling, who had been waiting patiently. After observing the situation for some time and confirming that the leader was merely a soul master, he had no further reservations and stepped forward confidently. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been ready to make a desperate final stand, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of another person. However, her keen eyesight, honed in the darkness, quickly discerned the youthful face before her, causing her heart to sink. He was far too young, likely only recently entering the soul respect level, while the opponents included a soul master and several soul respect level fighters. Was he not walking into certain death? You must leave at once. Do not concern yourself with me. The leader is a soul master, and there are several soul respect level fighters among them. Zhu Zhuqing raised her voice to caution him, wishing to urge the would-be hero to depart hastily. Thank you, stranger. I cannot involve you in this, she silently pondered. Upon hearing these words, Xia Tianling was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. What a kind-hearted girl. Hey, lad, who are you? You heard that. I am from the Soul Sect, and I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. The leader did not act recklessly, but instead posed a question first. Oh, who am I? That's an intriguing question to Xia Tianling spoke. He retrieved a token from his ring. Are you familiar with this item? The golden token bore a depiction of a sacred six-winged angel on one side, while the reverse was inscribed with the character for soul.it was indeed the Holy Sun token bestowed upon him by Bibi Dong. The leader furrowed his brow, perplexed. What is this? I've never seen anything like it. What do you mean you've never seen it? Xia Tianling felt a wave of frustration. It was understandable. The Holy Sun token was rather prestigious and not something an ordinary individual would encounter. After a moment's contemplation, he pulled out a large stack of tokens from his ring, displaying them one by one to the others. Here, take a look at this impressive collection. Do you recognize any of these? The first was entirely black, with two distinct spiders engraved on either side, Bibi Dong's token. The next was entirely golden, showcasing a sacred angel on the front and the character for 1000 on the reverse, Angel Douluo's token. Another was a deep bronze, with an alligator on one side and the character for gold on the other. This belonged to the second priest, Golden Crocodile Duel, and so forth. Every token from the Hall of Spirits was laid bare before them, each one more remarkable than the last. Xia Tianling had no particular hobbies aside from collecting valuable trinkets whenever he encountered them. Thus, he leveraged his status to amass a collection of tokens from the titled Douluos of the Hall of Spirits. With Angel Douluo and Bibi Dong backing him, no one dared to disregard him. As he displayed each token, he muttered, "This one is from Grandpa Ghost. This one from the third priest. This one from my teacher." The leader of the opposing group watched in sheer disbelief as Xia Tianling revealed token after token from various titled Douluos, his shock visibly mounting, cold sweat soaking his back. Oh, I almost forgot about this one. This is a standard token from the Hall of Spirits, adorned with 6 distinct symbols: chrysanthemum, ghost, star crown, hammer, tyrannosaurus, and a sword. This is the token of the highest-ranking elders in the Hall of Spirits. Who on earth is this person? Could he possibly be the Pope's own son? In truth, the leader's speculation was frighteningly close to the truth. The leader's heart sank. Master, my companions are merely following orders. I implore you not to hold it against us. Oh, you recognize some of these tokens? That's good to hear. I pride myself on being a reasonable man. Xia Tianling waved his hand dismissively and turned to the still-dazed Zhu Zhuqing, waving a hand before her eyes. Little cat. Cough. Young lady, how do you propose we deal with these individuals? Still under the influence of her martial spirit, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively swatted at the paw that was swaying in front of her. Realizing the foolishness of her actions, her face flushed crimson, and her martial spirit dissipated. Let them go, but there's one person who has been intent on killing me. All right, then we shall deal with that particular individual accordingly. Before Zhu Zhuqing could finish, Xia Tianling interjected, deciding the fate of the one she mentioned. Zhu Zhuqing understood that these individuals were merely executing orders, trying to take her back to her family. Otherwise, how could she, as a formidable soul master, have escaped the clutches of so many powerful pursuers? My lord, I cannot bring myself to kill my comrades. It would be difficult to explain upon returning to my family. Please do as you see fit. Upon hearing the words of this seemingly Pope's progeny, the leader hurriedly retreated with a few of his subordinates, leaving only a soul master behind. Xia Tianling cast a sidelong glance at the remaining soul master, snorting coldly. You think you can play tricks on me? If my powers were insufficient, would you expect me to let you go? No worries. I am a reasonable individual. Speak to me sincerely, and perhaps we can discuss matters rationally. If you choose to play these games, we might have to delve into the realm of physics. The soul master left behind understood that today would not end well, activating his martial spirit and preparing for battle. 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black appeared. Oh, you think your petty tricks will save you? Xia Tianling wasted no breath, summoning his woodworking set, his aura surging dramatically. Yellow, purple, black. To his astonishment, Zhu Zhuqing realized that her savior was a soul master. The aura he exuded indicated he was perilously close to reaching the rank of a 40-level soul master. How could this be? How old could he possibly be? The staggering configuration of his soul rings left all present astounded. And the leader rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What was he witnessing? A 1,000-year second ring, a 10,000-year third ring. These were 10,000-year soul rings adorning a soul master. He began to regret not eliminating that accomplice immediately. After all, they were merely under the orders of the young lady's family, posing no threat to him. Yet if he provoked this young man, the forces backing him, the soul master beneath Zhu Zhuqing's command. Upon witnessing the prodigious talent before him, gritted his teeth and charged forward, unleashing his strongest 1,000-year soul skill. He was already at the 37th level. Perhaps he stood a chance. Phantom Slash. It was indeed Zhu Zhuqing's third soul skill from the original narrative. This soul master also possessed the Phantom Spirit Cat martial spirit. However, he was a branch member, not of the main line. The long-standing legacy of the Phantom family had led them to develop an optimal combination of skills, resulting in many of the clan members possessing similar abilities. Xia Tianling opted not to adopt the Storm Battle Axe form. Instead, he sheathed the axe and enlarged the hammer in his right hand. Gripping it with both hands, the second and third soul rings illuminated, enveloping him in a dazzling layer of thunder. Blue arcs of electricity shimmered in the evening darkness. The massive hammer swung through the air with a howling wind. Using his calves for support, he pivoted. Utilizing his waist and arms, he resembled a spinning top released from tension, rebounding forcefully. If Tang San were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as the initiation of the chaotic wind hammer technique. Essentially, the chaotic wind was merely a technique for generating force, and the original text detailed it thoroughly, making it quite accessible. The challenge lay in chaining it into the 81 strikes. The initial movements were merely a warm-up. So Xia Tianling had practiced enough to execute it with ease. The massive hammerhead collided with the Phantom Slash unleashed by the Soul Master, the impact enhanced by the overwhelming force of over 1,000 pounds. Coupled with the explosive energy from the third soul skill, shattering the Soul Master's arms and fracturing the bones within, the hammer continued unabated, striking his chest once more, triggering a second explosion. The airborne Phantom Spirit Cat, Soul Master, was propelled backward, crashing through several trees in a rapid descent. Observing the dent in his chest and exposed bones, it was clear he was nearing death. Xia Tianling set down the hammer, leaning on it as he glanced at the leader of the Soul Sect. Is this all you have? The leader let out a bitter laugh inwardly, hastily showering praises outwardly. Your power is awe-inspiring, my lord. A black-clad figure nimbly darted towards the fallen Soul Master, rifling through his belongings before returning in haste. My lord, he has perished. Here are his possessions. The figure presented a small cloth bag. Well done. Your path has widened. Xia Tianling tossed the bag to the bewildered little cat. What is your name? Returning to the lord. I am Zhu Si. Xia Tianling retracted his martial spirit and nodded. I shall remember that. Now then, I have spared this young lady's life. You may all leave. Take the unfortunate corpse of your fallen companion with you. The black-clad figures, as if granted a pardon, hastily retreated with their comrade's body in TOWS. Zhu Zhuqing watched the fleeing figures. She felt as though she had stepped into another world. The family assassins who had pursued her relentlessly had simply retreated. Who was this young man who had rescued her? Could it be he truly was the Pope's son? The little cat, having escaped a life-threatening encounter, fell into a state of bewilderment. Chapter 30. The little cat must eat fish. Thank you for saving me. Regaining some composure, Zhu Zhuqing stood and expressed her gratitude to her savior. Then, biting her lip, she asked in confusion, why did you choose to save me? After all, they were mere strangers, and regardless of his background, He was bound to offend some unknown power. Well, how should I put this? Finding you agreeable. Does that count? At the same time, I cannot abide a group of big men bullying a young girl. Xia Tianling scratched her head awkwardly, attempting to change the subject, ready to gloss over the matter. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Xia, and I am called Xia Tianling. I am from the Spirit Hall, and am preparing to attend school near Soto City. Zhu Zhuqing did not delve deeper and replied earnestly, my name is Zhu Zhuqing, and I am also preparing to study in Soto City. He plans to go to Soto City as well? Isn't that quite fortuitous? A flicker of inexplicable emotion crossed her mind, elusive and undefined that oh, what a coincidence, isn't it? Zhu Zhuqing, with the surname Zhu, being pursued. Xia Tianling mused over this name. Feigning ignorance, my lady. Are you from the Zhu family of the Yomi family in the Star Luo imperial capital? Indeed, they wish to capture me and take me back. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, looking rather despondent. Xia Tianling patted her shoulder, offering comfort. I have heard of your families and the White Tiger Dai family's rules. They can indeed be quite unfeeling. However, do not fear. With me around, they would not dare to be reckless. How about joining me at the Spirit Academy? Thank you, but I already have a school in mind. After some contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing politely declined Xia Tianling's invitation. Indeed, until she has completely given up on Dai Mubai, the little cat would not relent. Moreover, this was merely their first meeting. It was natural for her not to agree. Gurgle. Just then, a gurgling sound erupted, causing Zhu Zhuqing's face to flush crimson. Well, let's discuss this later. Xia Tianling smiled, beckoning Zhu Zhuqing to walk deeper into the woods. You must be hungry after running away for so long. Right? Before I came here, I had actually set up a camp nearby to cook. Let us eat together. Zhu Zhuqing had been fleeing for several days, too afraid to venture into the crowded city, and had retreated into the dense forest. The rations she carried had long been consumed, and having finished her last piece at noon, she was now out of supplies. Since he had already rescued her, she decided to shamelessly accept another meal. After all, he was also heading to Soto City, and she would have the chance to repay him later. Comforting herself with these thoughts, she lowered her head and followed her savior in silence. Thank you. Thank you, Duo. No need for thanks. It's a small matter. Xia Tianling waved his hand dismissively. They had not walked far when they arrived at the previously mentioned campsite. He had not deceived Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, he had been preparing to cook before her arrival, as evidenced by the rabbit on the grill and the unlit charcoal, along with a large tent behind them. Sit for a moment. It will be ready shortly. Xia Tianling pointed to a small stool in front of the tent, snapped his fingers, conjured a small fireball to ignite the charcoal, and summoned a tiny whirlwind to enhance the flames. Simultaneously, a pot hanging nearby was set ablaze, where rice was steaming. People in Doa rarely indulged in rice. They typically consumed a type of flatbread. The little cat was once again astonished, her hunger momentarily forgotten. This a self-created spirit technique. This was her first time witnessing someone applying a self-created spirit technique in such a manner. Does your hammer possess wind and fire attributes? Of course not. It's merely a small trick. Xia Tianling replied while flipping the meat. It's quite simple, nothing difficult about it. Want to learn? I can teach you. Zhu Zhuqing observed him skillfully using the small whirlwind to fan the charcoal. Biting her lip. Thank you for your kindness. Although he casually claimed it was simple, she could tell that such self-created spirit techniques were clearly advanced skills in soul power manipulation. Moreover, he had saved her. What could she offer in return? Even though she was eager to grow stronger, she could not be greedy. Noticing the little cat's conflicted expression, Xia Tianling felt a sense of helplessness. This truly was not a profound secret. Merely a small fireball and a gust of wind. However, he overlooked one crucial point. Within the cultivation system of soul masters, even a small fireball or a wind blade typically required soul rings for their release. Any self-created spirit technique was exceedingly precious. No matter how trivial, it could be cherished by any faction. Yet, for him, it held little value. Well, if you don't want to learn, then so be it, Xia Tianling pouted. We won't be able to eat enough with just this. Let me show you another trick. Just then, he clanked a small stove out of his storage belt. The stove was equipped with pots, pans, and all necessary utensils and spices. Here, help me turn this rabbit. I've already seasoned it. Just make sure it doesn't burn. Zhu Zhuqing numbly took the handle of the grill to turn the meat. If she could exclaim, "What the heck is this person?" she would surely do so, What kind of person uses a precious soul guide to carry a stove? As the second young lady of the Star Luo Zhu family, she only possessed a storage soul guide of a few cubic meters. Xia Tianling cheerfully pulled out 2 fish, preparing to make 1 coral fish and 1 braised fish to accompany the roasted meat. After all, little cats should eat fish. This stove was custom-made by the blacksmiths of the Spirit Hall, utilizing rare metals that offered thermal insulation and conductivity, designed for easy transport and even featuring an automatic blower. Extremely convenient. He had specifically dismantled it from his small kitchen to bring along on this journey. The Spirit Hall blacksmiths, we have it tough. We are weapon makers, expertly heating oil, coating the fish, frying them until set, and preparing the sauce. Soon, 2 fragrant fish emerged from the pot, while the rice that had been steaming for a while also released its delightful aroma. Under Zhu Zhuqing's astonished gaze, Xia Tianling produced a table, a candlestick, several candles, and 2 chairs. Setting the roasted rabbit and fish on the table, he arranged the utensils. Candlelight dinner, JPG Zhu Zhuqing. Who am I? Where am I? Am I truly in the wilderness? All right, let us eat. Xia Tianling served a large bowl of rice to the wide-eyed Zhu Zhuqing and added a cup of juice. Xia Tianling then retrieved a barrel of juice from his soul guide, tossing in a few small ice shards. Thank you. Thank you. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer afford to be reserved or astonished. She accepted the cup, took a sip, and promptly devoured the rice, transforming into a glutton. The spread before her was simply too delectable. After days of dry rations, her hunger could no longer be contained. It was utterly delicious. The famished little cat was moved to tears, feeling that it surpassed anything she had ever eaten at home. Although her chances of surpassing Zhu Zhuyun were slim. After all, she was the second young lady of the Star Luo Zhu family, accustomed to a life of luxury and gourmet meals. Just a simple bite of these 2 fish filled her with joy. The table was quickly cleared by the 2, with most of it finding its way into the little cat's belly. It was no wonder, having gone hungry for most of the day, combined with the naturally large appetite of soul masters, this was entirely normal. After a satisfying burp, Zhu Zhuqing bashfully lowered her head. Her face flushed again. I'll wash the dishes. She noticed a small stream nearby. No need. No need. Xia Tianling waved his hand once more. With a flick of his wrist, a force lifted the dishes and utensils into the air, while a stream of water appeared mid-air, rinsing them thoroughly. Finally, a burst of fire element evaporated the remaining moisture and grease, leaving everything neatly arranged on the stove. Why did Xia Tianling carry so many items? Essentially, it was because he was an epic-level lazybones. This dishwashing technique was developed out of his reluctance to clean pots and dishes after cooking. Now, it had indeed enhanced his mastery over soul power and elements. You really don't want to learn? This isn't a profound technique at all. Just look how convenient it is for washing dishes. Zhu Zhuqing. I'm tempted, truly tempted. Xia Tianling, the little kitten, with her contradictory nature and delicate demeanor, is irresistibly charming in contrast to her frigid exterior. Chapter 31. Withered and wicked. A few days later, Xia Tianling and Zhu Zhuqing, comfortably seated in a carriage, made their way back to Soto City within the borders of the Barak Kingdom. This was the first time he ventured out on his own, free from the supervision of Old Jack and Bibi Dong, allowing the youthful spirit within him to fully awaken. Counting the days, he and Zhu Zhuqing reveled in the scenic beauty and cultural richness of the Star Luo Empire. As a competent traveler, he remained mindful of his roots even in this alternate world. Over these days, they had grown quite familiar with one another, although Zhu Zhuqing had reverted to her usual aloof goddess demeanor, speaking little after escaping their pursuers. Every mealtime, she transformed into a little glutton, eagerly yet restrainedly awaiting Xia Tianling to prepare her meals. This amusingly conflicted behavior was rather delightful. Interestingly, during their conversations, Xia Tianling learned an intriguing piece of information. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was not at level 27, but rather at level 29. To clarify this anomaly, he utilized his fate points to inquire with the system, which revealed that had it not been for the host's earlier assistance, Zhu Zhuqing in the original story had employed a unique secret technique of the underworld clan to escape her predicament. This technique could only be used once in a lifetime, consuming a portion of the user's soul power and potential, allowing them to temporarily enter the underworld and evade a significant distance. Realizing this, Xia Tianling understood that in the original timeline, Zhu Zhuqing had used this technique to narrowly escape her pursuers and reach Soto City, which accounted for her drop to level 27. This also elucidated why, after consuming celestial herbs later, her martial soul did not exhibit any significant evolution, merely enhancing her soul power and marginally increasing her speed. The medicinal effects of the Narcissus Jade Skin had restored her bodily foundation, but the remaining power was insufficient for her martial soul to undergo a transformation, resulting in only a slight increase in soul power. Throughout their journey, Zhu Zhuqing expressed a strong desire to become stronger. After all, they were peers. Why was he able to cultivate to level 39, a full 10 levels above her? Tianling, however, was candid and straightforward, offering, "My cultivation method is unique. Join me at the Martial Soul Academy, and I will share all my secrets with you." This left the little kitten in a state of inner turmoil over the past few days. She yearned for strength and power, but her betrothed, Dai Mubai, was at Shrek Academy, and she needed to unite with him to confront the formidable forces of Davis and Zhu Zhuyuan. Simultaneously, she did not wish to burden others with the pressures of her family. It was indeed a difficult situation. Xia Tianling did not press her, for he had already concocted a mischievous plan to lead Zhu Zhuqing to the Martial Soul Academy, along with the Golden Generation seniors. Hu Laina, Yin, and Xie Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and himself, they could form a formidable team reminiscent of the 7 monsters of the Martial Soul Hall, .as for Qianren Xue, the inheritor of the Angel God's legacy. She would undoubtedly rise to become a limit de law in the future and would scoff at participating in such competitions. He was eagerly anticipating the sight of the Shrek 7 monsters being thoroughly defeated. Oh, what? The Shrek 7 monsters are down to just 4? Then that's no issue. Zhuqing, which academy are you planning to attend? The Soto City Advanced Soul Master Academy. Is it called Shrek Academy? Oh, where is that? Do you know? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head in confusion. She only knew that Dai Mubai attended a school named Shrek in Soto City, Barak Kingdom, and beyond that, she had no other leads. All right then. Let us find a place to stay for now. It's almost mealtime. We can search later this afternoon. In this unfamiliar place. Zhu Zhuqing relied entirely on Xia Tianling, her savior, trusting that he would not lead her astray. Thus, he naturally took her to dine, and then led her to a 3-story hotel, the Rose Hotel. It looked splendid. Zhuqing, shall we stay there? Xia Tianling pointed at the rose-shaped building. All right, as always. The little kitten spoke little. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, they were greeted by a fragrant wave of roses. As depicted in the original narrative, the delightful scent was refreshing and uplifting. Xia Tianling approached the counter. "Could I trouble you to book 2 rooms for me?" Before he could finish, a girl's voice rang out from outside. "Rose Hotel? Bro, let us stay there." "Okay, whatever you say," a male voice replied. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a pair of youthful and vibrant young men and women, Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Hey, my timing couldn't be more perfect. Not a moment off." Xia Tianling. Tang San feigned surprise and greeted him. "Brotherling." Tang San recognized Xia Tianling standing at the counter. Although they had been separated for 6 years, they kept in touch through letters and had gathered a couple of times at old Jack's house, so recognition was no trouble. "This must be the little sister you often mention, Xiao Wu?" He turned to the girl with braided hair beside him, who bore a striking resemblance to her anime counterpart. "Yes, that's her. Xiao Wu. This is my elder brother whom I mentioned before," Tang San introduced solemnly. "Hello, brotherling." Xiao Wu looked curiously at this young man, wondering what charm he possessed that made the proud Tang San willingly refer to him as brother. "Greetings," Xia Tianling replied with a smile. "This is my companion, Zhu Zhuqing. She tends to be a bit cold, so please don't take offense." Zhu Zhuqing nodded politely, a mere acknowledgement. "Then please prepare 4 rooms for us. I'll treat Xiao San and Xiao Wu." Xia Tianling turned to the attendant behind the counter, marveling at the fortune of the young man. Shot Xia Tianling a knowing look. "I apologize, but we only have 2 rooms left. 2 rooms. Both Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing frowned, though Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. Having lived 2 lives, Tang San understood the implications of propriety and the principle that men and women should not share close quarters, especially now that they were on the cusp of adulthood. Though they had shared a dormitory as children, it felt inappropriate to share a room now, particularly with a single bed. Of course, with old Jack's generous sponsorship this time around, Tang San would not be sharing a bed with Xiao Wu. The attendant emphasized, "Yes, we only have 2 rooms left. However, Rest assured, our rooms are spacious and well-furnished, perfectly accommodating 2 guests each. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Tianling and Tang San. Tang San thought, is this person's vision impaired? Tianling, as a modern individual, understood the implications, while Tang San, being rather oblivious, remained clueless. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu casually remarked, "One room is fine. We live together at the academy anyway." Tang San shook his head in exasperation, thinking he could always sleep on the floor since he typically practiced at night. "How about this?" Tianling interjected at the opportune moment. "I'll share a room with Xiao San, while Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu can share one. How does that sound?" Though he understood the attendant's intentions, he did not wish to partake in such privileges. Despite being from a modern background, he held relatively conservative views. Xiao Wu, the carefree little rabbit, wouldn't mind, but Zhu Qing was a proper young lady and deserved to maintain some privacy and decorum. "I am fine with that," Zhu Qing replied, maintaining her cool demeanor. "Oh, fine," Xiao Wu pouted, still wishing to stay with her brother. "This works best," Tang San sighed in relief. "Then please arrange for these 2 rooms." Tianling concluded decisively. Just as the attendant was about to assist them with the check-in process, a sudden voice interrupted. "I say, one of those rooms should belong to me, right? He has arrived. He has arrived." The flamboyant young master Dai Mubai approaches, accompanied by twin beauties. Chapter 32. Dai Mubai, your vision is too narrow. The group turned in unison, observing 3 figures leisurely making their way towards them. Among them, a young man accompanied by 2 girls, both adorned in vibrant attire, appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, their tall figures accentuating their youth. Most strikingly, they were a pair of twin sisters. Tianling's gaze was drawn to the man in the center, who had his arms around the 2 girls. He stood around 6 feet tall, youthful yet possessing broad shoulders, and a handsome face marked by a touch of ruggedness. His long golden hair cascaded down his back, nearly reaching his waist. His striking deep blue eyes, adorned with an unusual double pupil, flickered with a hint of mischief as they opened and closed. "TSK, TSK, TSK, the flamboyant young master Dai Mubai is indeed as illustrious as his reputation suggests. With such looks and a lavish wallet, he certainly possesses the means to indulge in a life of luxury without consequence. A true old sea king." The twin sisters clung to Dai Mubai's arms, while he unabashedly made advances on both. Unbeknownst to anyone, at the moment the man entered, Zhu Qing's complexion turned ashen, and she swiftly retreated to the far corner of the crowd, concealing herself in the shadows. She clearly recognized the distinctive features of Dai Mubai, his golden hair and mischievous eyes. Dai Mubai approached the counter. Addressing the server, "You must be new here, right? Don't you know you're supposed to reserve a room for me?" In the corner, Zhu Qing's expression darkened further. The server hesitated, tentatively inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" Dai Mubai, growing impatient, replied, "Get your manager out here." Faced with such a gaze, the server felt a chill run down their spine and hurriedly rushed to summon their superior. "Good sir, it seems we arrived first. Wouldn't you agree? It's rather unreasonable of you to act in such a manner. It lacks decorum and only serves to amuse those lovely ladies by your side. Your perspective is too limited." Tianling, unable to contain himself, stoked the flames. Though his words were elegantly crafted, the true master of manipulation, Dai Mubai didn't even glance at him. Instead, he lifted one of the girl's chins with a cold remark. "And what of it? In this Soto city, there's not a soul unaware of who I, Dai Mubai, am." A sidelong glance at the corner where the furious Zhu Qing clenched her fists nearly made Tianling chuckle. "My flamboyant young master Dai, sins of heaven may be forgiven, but self-inflicted ones lead to demise. He truly has a knack for digging his own grave." This moment, the normally headstrong Xiao Wu could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward. "Pathetic. First come, first served. You should leave." Dai Mubai's gaze lingered on the girl before he turned to Xiao Wu. "Very well. It's been ages since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. You all possess soul power fluctuations. You must be soul masters, am I correct? Let us see what you've got. If you can defeat me, I'll leave immediately. Otherwise, please demonstrate how to exit." His words. The twin beauties giggled, obediently stepping back. Just then, the earlier server reappeared with a middle-aged man. Having overheard their conversation, his face etched with urgency. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us discuss this calmly. Please don't resort to violence." Dai Mubai cast a glance at him. Manager Wang, it appears you're becoming quite the businessman, even disregarding my presence. Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling apologetically. Young Master Dai, please don't say that. It's my fault. This lad just started yesterday and is unaware of the rules. That I sincerely apologize, and I'll arrange a room for you immediately. Turning to the server, he reprimanded, open your eyes. This is young Master Dai, our most esteemed VIP, who must always have a room reserved regardless of how many guests we have. Hurry and take him upstairs. Impressive. Manager Wang's assistance was simply flawless. TSK, TSK, TSK. A man who has achieved the highest VIP status solely through room reservations over the years. A regular patron who graces us daily. Remarkable. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing was fuming, feeling abandoned in the Star Luo Empire, while Dai Mubai frolicked in the Heaven Do Empire. What a highest-level VIP indeed. I must have been blind to hold expectations for such a coward who bullies the weak. After chastising the server, Manager Wang hurriedly apologized to the group, hoping they would consider staying at a different hotel. According to Xia Tianling's internal script, he had already accomplished his goal of exposing Dai Mubai's true nature to Zhu Zhuqing, and it was time to exit, just as he prepared to speak and leave. Dai Mubai's icy voice rang out. I said, it's been ages since anyone dared to speak to me like this. You think you can just walk away? If this gets out, where will my face go? Dai, please. Manager Wang was in a panic, his face a canvas of desperation that if these soul masters clashed, the hotel would be lost. The glint of sharpness flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. Enough of this nonsense. Any losses fall on me. In the original storyline, it was Xiao Wu who rushed in, and Tang San who engaged in battle. However, witnessing the unfolding scene, Zhu Zhuqing's fury reached its peak, and she prepared to charge at Dai Mubai for a life-or-death confrontation. She was genuinely ready to risk it all. As her fiancé, not only did he refuse to join forces against their foes, but he also abandoned her to revel in luxury, sensing the murderous intent approaching from behind. Xia Tianling swiftly stepped in front of Zhu Zhuqing, gently patting her claw-like hands. You're not his match. Leave this to me. He then positioned himself at the forefront of the group. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brimmed with determination and an inexplicable emotion. No, don't interfere. I want to wait until you've honed your skills, and then you can defeat him yourself, Xia Tianling replied, summoning a gust of wind to hold Zhu Zhuqing in place before turning to face Dai Mubai. I initially intended to let you off the hook, but since you've insisted, let us proceed. Truth be told, I've long wanted to teach you a lesson, but lacked justification. That I've never heard such unreasonable demands. I take pleasure in helping others. Dai Mubai's eyes narrowed. How arrogant. His right fist shot up, and with a sudden advance, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Xia Tianling's chest. Xia Tianling, equally fueled by pent-up frustration, stepped forward to meet the attack. He advanced his right leg, countering with a punch of his own. That a resounding thud echoed as Dai Mubai's relentless assault came to an abrupt halt. His body recoiling half a step, surprise flickered in his gaze. He had exerted 8/10 of his strength, yet this opponent managed to push him back. Furthermore, his fist felt unyieldingly hard, trembling slightly, as if it might fracture. Yet, he stood there nonchalantly, unfazed. Xia Tianling, on the other hand, felt no discomfort. His physique, honed through both martial spirit and techniques, rivaled even that of a soul king. Dai Mubai, a mere soul venerable at level 37, was no match for him. Chapter 33. Dai Mubai shock. Very well. You possess some strength. You may qualify as my opponent. Dai Mubai barked, his form launching into action. In an instant, he soared from the ground. Positioning himself above Xia Tianling. In midair, he unfurled himself like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, ready to pounce. This was Dai Mubai's signature technique, regardless of his opponent's attempts to block or counter. He had numerous strategies at his disposal. While it appeared riddled with openings, it was, in fact, filled with deceptive maneuvers, and one misstep could lead to utter destruction. Yet, to Xia Tianling's discerning eye, this seemingly invincible attack was fraught with flaws. In combat, the greatest folly is to leap about carelessly. While martial arts films depict heroes leaping gracefully, such movements are mere aesthetic embellishments. Once airborne, one's movements and power are severely restricted. Now, Dai Mubai's ostensibly unstoppable move was indeed full of vulnerabilities. With lightning speed, Xia Tianling took a significant step to the right, extending his right fist and striking forcefully towards Dai Mubai's ribcage. Caught midair, Dai Mubai found himself unable to pivot effectively. With no walls nearby to aid his maneuver, he could only twist his body narrowly, bracing himself with his palms and abdomen to absorb the blow. Thus, the tiger's descent transformed into a scene of defeat. Dai Mubai was hurled out, crashing into various furnishings within the shop. This strike elicited an excited uproar from Xiao Wu, while Zhu Zhuqing, despite her impassive expression, felt a sense of relief in her heart. Amidst a swirling cloud of dust, Dai Mubai clutched his abdomen and staggered to his feet. His face bore a grimace. He had underestimated his opponent, not realizing that this youth, who appeared to be several years his junior, possessed such formidable strength that it was said in Soto City that everyone knew the name of Dai Xiao. Was this the level of his adversaries? Xia Tianling twisted her neck, the joints cracking audibly. Her gaze filled with playful mockery. "Do not rejoice too soon. Forcing me to unleash my soul power means I have conceded this match. However, how could I not relish a proper contest with you? Regardless of the outcome, this room is yours." With that proclamation, a spark ignited in Dai Mubai's eyes, his previous disdain replaced with solemnity. White tiger, manifest, a surge of white light enveloped him, transforming Dai Mubai into a majestic tiger human form. Beneath him, 3 radiant soul rings ascended in succession, 2 yellow and 1 purple, each pulsating with an overwhelming pressure akin to crashing waves. Dai Mubai, wielding the white tiger martial spirit, rank 37 in the realm of beast martial spirit, Soul Luo. I humbly seek your guidance. In a display of formidable presence, Dai Mubai declared his martial spirit's rank, signifying a formal challenge. Behind him, Tang San harbored concerns and approached with a hushed tone. "Lingo. This Dai Mubai appears to be quite the adversary. He has secretly readied 2 concealed weapons, his sleeve crossbow poised for activation. Should Xia Tianling find himself in peril, he would act without hesitation." Xia Tianling offered a gentle smile, granting Tang San an assuring glance that it is merely a competition. "Stow away your weapons. Did I not advise you? One must exercise discretion and refrain from constantly seeking to take lives." Contrary to the somewhat apprehensive Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing exuded confidence in her companion. After all, he surpassed the limits of soul rings and could easily eliminate a Soul Luo, with a soul power 2 ranks higher than Dai Mubai's. Xia Tianling had always found the practice of announcing one's strength before a fight to be somewhat foolish. Nevertheless, as a resident of Douluo, he would respectfully adhere to local customs, especially since this was not a life-or-death battle. Xia Tianling, martial spirit dawn of the breaking day, ranked 39 in the realm of weapon martial spirit Soul Luo. Over the past 6 years, he had faced ridicule from the spirit hall and even some outsiders for the unappealing name of his martial spirit, leading him to adopt a new one. "The dawn of the breaking day it shall be." After all, the axe does indeed possess penetrating capabilities, living up to its name. Perhaps it could also be referred to as the Shadow Battle Axe and the Shattering Star Hammer? No matter, I cherish the name Dawn. "What did you say?" "You are 39. Dai Mubai was momentarily stunned. "How old are you?" "Thank you for the invitation. I am in Holy Soul Village, just turned 12." That Dai Mubai felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He regretted issuing the challenge. "Is it too late to withdraw? You do not intend to release your martial spirit?" A perplexed Dai Mubai inquired, noticing his opponent's lack of action. "Do, it's unnecessary," Xia Tianling replied nonchalantly. "If I released my martial spirit, I would defeat you in one blow. How could I enjoy myself then?" Enraged, Dai Mubai, the esteemed Dai Xiao who had ruled Soto City for several years, could not believe someone dared to belittle him so. "Be careful," he shouted, charging directly at Xia Tianling. That a blinding white light erupted as Dai Mubai's sinister gaze transformed into pure white. The first soul ring radiated brilliantly, forming a protective white barrier, white tiger protective shield. Immediately afterward, the second soul ring glowed to life, and a massive white light coalesced. With a fierce tiger's roar, a milky white sphere of light erupted from his mouth. White tiger's raging light wave. This time, he did not underestimate his opponent, initiating with 2 soul skills, one for offense, one for defense, leaving no room for error. Xia Tianling observed the incoming white tiger's raging light wave, followed closely by Dai Mubai, and calmly raised his right hand, uttering a single word. Only Tang San among the onlookers comprehended. It was a Chinese phonetic pronunciation of the character congeal. Instantly, An immense quantity of water elements coalesced in the air into the shape of a concave lens, followed by a chilling aura that froze the water into solid ice. The white light wave crashed violently against the icy mirror, rebounding at an astonishing speed. What? This cannot be. Dai Mubai's pupils dilated. Aren't you a weapon soul master? How can you control elements as well? As you can see, it is quite simple. Tianling waved away the ice mirror, using the scattering light waves to propel himself forward, delivering punch after punch against the white tiger protective shield. You have yet to grasp the extent of my capabilities. With a resounding impact, the white circular barrier shattered under Xia Tianling's relentless assault. Dai Mubai glared at Xia Tianling, his eyes glinting with ferocity. What incredible power! If you can withstand my next strike, I shall concede. The purple soul ring flared to life, causing the air around him to warp. And suddenly, his body turned a deep crimson. Second transformation, a millennium soul skill, white tiger diamond transformation. At that moment, Dai Mubai's muscles bulged grotesquely, his upper garments torn asunder, revealing a terrifying physique. Strangely, dark patterns appeared on his skin, enveloped in a golden sheen, exuding the aura of a beastly king. Are you not going to release your martial spirit? Then do not blame me. Enraged by his opponent's calm demeanor, Dai Mubai launched himself forward after activating his third soul skill. Ling Gu, can he compete with that ferocious tiger? Xiao Wu, witnessing the fierce visage, tugged anxiously at Tang San's sleeve. Tang San studied Xia Tianling's composed demeanor, then glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who radiated confidence yet bore a look of animosity, and confidently stated, I trust in Ling Gu. He will surely prevail. After all, he is a more powerful transmigrator than I. Chapter 34. The Understanding King, Dai Mubai. Not bad. This is more like it. A wicked smile adorned Xia Tianling's face as he summoned his soul power and charged forth. His eyes transformed into golden vertical slits, faint arcs of thunder swirling around his fists, his presence swelling with draconic might. That moment, Dai Mubai, in his white tiger diamond transformation, felt as though he were confronting not a mere soul master, but a peerless dragon king. Even his supreme white tiger martial spirit feeling somewhat subdued. Yet retreat was not an option. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had taken refuge behind Tang San, clutching his garments tightly, trembling with fear. Tang San, what is happening to Xiao Wu? He inquired urgently. Xiao Wu, what troubles you? I feel so frightened. Sengu, the aura emanating from Ling Gu instills a profound terror within me. Xia Tianling caught sight of the scene from the corner of his eye, stifling a chuckle. Indeed, she was a timid little rabbit. For Dai Mubai, this battle required his utmost focus. For him, it was merely a release of pent-up frustration. He had been biding his time, deliberately provoking Dai Mubai to unleash his full potential. Ending it too soon would be no fun at all. His heavy fists, imbued with draconic might, penetrated Dai Mubai's defenses without reservation. Landing a blow squarely on his chin, the towering Dai Mubai was left dazed by Xia Tianling's rising dragon punch. Before he could regain his composure, Xia Tianling's second strike landed on his abdomen, doubling him over. The third punch, the fourth, elbow strikes, knee blows, headbutts. There were no flashy soul skills, only the straightforward application of close-quarters combat techniques, one punch after another. Dai Mubai found himself completely unable to defend against the onslaught. This was no mere joke. Xia Tianling had exchanged fate energy for specialized combat techniques. Without any ostentation, he dealt the heaviest of blows using the simplest and most direct techniques. Minutes passed, and Dai Mubai, battered and bruised, was forced to relinquish his white tiger diamond transformation, leaning against the wall with two panda eyes, devoid of dignity. Stop, please, I yield, Dai Mubai exclaimed in desperation, his pride shattered. What manner of monster is this? He hasn't even released his martial spirit, yet his physical prowess bests me. Moreover, this person seemed akin to a lightning-imbued hedgehog spirit beast. Every strike landed on him felt electrifying. Despite his current disheveled appearance, clothes torn, body bruised, these were mere superficial injuries. With Dai Mubai's resilience, he would recover in a couple of days. You yield? Xia Tianling summoned a bit of water element to wash the blood from his hands, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe them clean. I yield. I yield. This room is yours. Manager Wang, please charge the losses to my account. Dai Mubai has readily admitted to them, although he is somewhat fickle and domineering. He is still capable of accepting defeat and would never resort to evasion of responsibility. He stretched his limbs and grinned at the crowd, thinking to himself that they would soon meet again. You all intend to apply to Shrek Academy, I presume. Should anyone trouble you, just invoke the name of the evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mubai. With that, the twin sisters hurriedly approached, each taking one of Dai Mubai's arms. And the trio began to make their exit. Suddenly, a cold snort caught Dai Mubai's attention. He turned his head in confusion, only to be met by the fiery gaze of a striking young woman. However, this girl was tightly clenching her fists, her expression as if she wished to devour him whole. The combination of her aloof demeanor and such a countenance seemed perfectly suited to Dai Mubai's operating system. Having just been beaten, Dai Mubai assumed this girl was simply hot-tempered and angered at having her room taken. He gave no further thought to it, and instead cast a knowing glance at Xia Tianling, who had just finished washing her hands. Perhaps it was the rarity of encountering an opponent of similar age that compelled him to speak. Brother, you are indeed fortunate. This girl is truly exquisite. It seems we are kindred spirits. If you ever need assistance, brother will help you find something even better. With that, he strode away without looking back. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain the fury boiling within her and immediately called upon her martial spirit, ready to confront Dai Mubai. You scoundrel, Dai Mubai, I will kill you. She had traveled all the way to the Heaven Do Empire only to find herself entangled with a playboy whose mind was filled with thoughts of women. Is this truly the man to whom she was betrothed? Such a character? Dai Mubai, having already walked some distance away, paid her no mind, assuming her temperament was simply fiery, never considering what he had overlooked. Xia Tianling, quick on her feet, managed to grasp Zhu Zhuqing, but the smoothness of Zhu Zhuqing's leather attire made it difficult to find a proper hold, leaving her only able to lightly press on her shoulder. Observing his brother's predicament, Tang San swiftly summoned his blue-silver grass to restrain Zhu Zhuqing momentarily. Zhuqing, calm down, calm down. After a futile struggle, Zhu Zhuqing gradually quieted. The anger within her did not dissipate, but was instead buried deep within, waiting for the next provocation to erupt with even greater intensity. The desire to grow stronger and her disappointment in Dai Mubai could no longer be suppressed. Zhu Zhuqing finally resolved her thoughts and solemnly declared to Xia Tianling, I want to become stronger. I will follow you. Xia Tianling smiled and nodded, signaling Tang San to release the blue-silver grass. Hee, the plan is a success. Little kitty won, no problem. Once Zhu Zhuqing had regained her composure, Tang San released her from the blue-silver grass, and a fierce determination ignited in her gaze. This time, she was not only determined to defeat her sister, but also to personally trample the depraved Dai Mubai underfoot. The once lively Xiao Wu, having emerged from behind Tang San after Xia Tianling had retracted her dragon might, peered forward nervously. What's wrong, little bunny? Am I truly that terrifying? Xia Tianling asked with a smile. Don't call me little bunny. I feel like you might eat me at any moment, Xiao Wu retorted, only to mumble, you eating me? San Ge wouldn't agree to that, right? She cast a sidelong glance at Tang San. Tang San chuckled helplessly. Of course not. Xiao Wu is my younger sister, and there's also De Ming and Er Ming. Xiao Wu. How do you know De Ming and Er Ming? She exclaimed, her eyes wide. Could it be that you? As you can see, Tang San, standing nearby, looked puzzled. Xiao Wu, Lingu, what kind of riddle are you two playing at? Who are De Ming and Er Ming? De Ming and Er Ming are Xiao Wu's family. This matter is not trivial, Xia Tianling replied, choosing not to expose Xiao Wu's identity, knowing that Tang San would eventually discover the truth after his purple extreme demon eye breakthrough. All right, Tang San conceded, refraining from further inquiries. However, he could surmise that Xiao Wu's background was likely complex, much like his own alcoholic father, Tang Hao. Their conversation deliberately omitted certain key information. What could it be? You too. What did that refer to? Was Xiao Wu, like himself, a transmigrator? That seemed unlikely. She appeared to be an innocent child without any signs of wisdom. What, exactly, are you two hiding from me? Nevertheless, Tang San decided to let it go, trusting that since Lingu mentioned he would learn in due time, he could wait patiently. It wasn't a matter of great urgency. Chapter 35. The Pope is not my biological mother. She is my godmother. Excuse me, esteemed guests, are you still staying at the inn? The previously timid manager Wang, seeing that the soul masters seemed to have concluded their discussion, mustered the courage to inquire. Xia Tianling and the others were discussing nothing secretive, so they spoke freely. However, even so, Manager Wang would not dare eavesdrop. The leading young soul master had not even unleashed his martial spirit, yet rendered Dai Mubai incapacitated, indicating he must be far more formidable. Cultivating a good relationship with him would surely be beneficial. Oh, staying. Tang San, coming back to his senses, hurriedly replied. Since Zhuqing has no intention of going to Shrek, we shall not stay. Xia Tianling produced some gold soul coins to give to Manager Wang as compensation for their losses. Having achieved their goal, whether they stayed at the Rose Hotel or not was inconsequential. Although staying might have afforded them some additional benefits, he would rather forego such advantages, considering it merely taking advantage of others. Even during their night in the wilderness, he had managed with just a single tent for himself. Manager Wang quickly refused. That won't do, as Dai Mubai said. Everything today is on his account. Very well, Xia Tianling conceded, beckoning Zhu Zhuqing to exit. Sangu, little bunny, take care. We will meet again. How infuriating. Don't call me little bunny. I'm Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu huffed from behind. By the way, Sangu. Are we going to split rooms tonight? I want to sleep with you. Sangu, shall we go out shopping this afternoon? Where are we going? Zhu Zhuqing, who had silently followed behind, asked once they exited the Rose Hotel. Of course, we are going to my house. After traveling for so long, we need to rest a bit. Tomorrow we shall set off by carriage. Xia Tianling replied matter-of-factly. He was a lazy dog, very averse to trouble outside of his interests, preferring to let others handle what he could avoid doing himself. Your house? Do you really have a place here? Zhu Zhuqing asked, puzzled. Could anyone truly purchase a house just for schooling? If Xia Tianling could hear Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts, he would certainly respond, yes, and quite a few. The prices of school district houses in his previous life were simply outrageous. Look, We've arrived. They had not walked far when Xia Tianling pointed ahead. A colossal domed structure came into view. Its front width exceeded 100 meters, towering 20 to 30 meters high. With multiple levels, the entire building was brown, and the emblem of the Martial Soul Hall adorning the main entrance featured 3 distinct designs, indicating that the edifice before them was a level 3 main hall of the Martial Soul Hall. This is the Martial Soul Hall? Is it your home? You can't possibly be the Pope's biological son. Can you? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in shock, voicing her thoughts directly. Puffed. Xia Tianling facepalmed, bemused by the bizarre notions swirling in the little kitty's head. Of course, I am not the Pope's biological son. Well, but my sister is. And I am the Pope's godson, he continued. Let me introduce myself. I am the contemporary saint's son of the Martial Soul Hall, a disciple of the Pope, and the heir to the next Pope. Upon hearing this, little Kitty was struck dumb with astonishment, her mind entering a state of shock. Being the contemporary saint's son of the Martial Soul Hall was even more impressive than being the Pope's biological son. It far surpassed her status as the second miss of the Yuming family in the Star Luo Empire. All right, stop standing there in a daze. Let's go, Xia Tianling urged, pulling the dazed Zhu Zhuqing towards the entrance of the Martial Soul Hall. Your Highness, Saint's son. The guards at the side all bowed in respect. These were some of the guards who had accompanied him during his previous recruitment of Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Thanks to him, they had received substantial rewards of gold soul coins that to ordinary folk. That was no small sum, and they were naturally very grateful. Xia Tianling waved his hand. From now on, don't bow to me. That's not necessary here. The nearby guard candidly stated so that as they stepped through the grand entrance, he escorted Zhu Zhuqing upward, making their way directly to the master of the hall's office. Along the way, those who saw him bowed and paid their respects, to which he graciously acknowledged each one. Is the Holy Son truly deserving of such flattery from so many? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her curiosity piqued by the throng of bowing individuals. The elder Xia Tianling, unfazed, replied, It is not the Holy Son who warrants their adulation, but rather my amiable nature. This is the charm of my character. Soon, the pair arrived at the master's office on the top floor, where a young man was engrossed in writing behind a mountain of scrolls. Uncle Su Yuntao, Xia Tianling exclaimed, casually taking a seat and pouring juice for both himself and Zhu Zhuqing. At the sound of his name, the youth at the desk looked up, his face lighting up with surprise as he exclaimed, Your Highness, the Holy Son, what brings you here? Recently, Su Yuntao had been riding a wave of success. After discovering the prodigious Xia Tianling, he was first commended by Ghost Douluo. Then, With the aid of the Spirit Hall, he broke through to the 30th level and acquired a millennium-old spirit ring. He continued to receive accolades and rapidly ascended from a mere assistant in a branch hall to the master of a third-level main hall, surpassing even his longtime superior, Master Matthew. Furthermore, even the goddess he had long admired had cast him a glance. And a year prior, he had successfully won her heart. Xia Tianling had even attended his wedding, which added to his sense of pride. With status, strength, a family, and a mentor who recognized his worth, he was undoubtedly a winner in life. In the terms of the previous life, one might say he had received promotions and salary increases, assumed the role of general manager, became CEO, and married a beautiful heiress, reaching the pinnacle of success. Years later, when Su Yuntao, now in a high position, was interviewed by reporters about the most correct decision he made in his life, he would answer without hesitation, "That would undoubtedly be my diligent work." Which ultimately led to the Holy Son's awakening of his martial spirit. "We need to find a place to stay. We'll be departing for the academy tomorrow. The hotels in the city are subpar. It's far more comfortable to stay at home," Xia Tianling remarked, eyeing the desk piled high with documents. "Jesting, Uncle Su. Even as the master, you are still so diligent with your work, aren't you?" Su Yuntao quickly waved his hands, responding, "I dare not. It is merely my duty, and how can you call me uncle? You still don't know me. In private, we can speak freely. I don't mind those titles." Over these 6 years, Xia Tianling had thrived within the Spirit Hall largely due to his character. Having come from a modern society, he was educated to believe in equality among individuals, making it difficult for him to accept titles laden with servitude. He preferred to refer to others as subordinates at most. Hence, he never wielded his status to act arrogantly. He treated the Spirit Hall staff with kindness. If someone lent him a hand, he would surely repay their kindness manifold. With his capabilities and potential, coupled with an understanding and appreciative attitude towards his subordinates, who wouldn't he admire such a leader? Moreover, everyone enjoys the feeling of being respected. Your Highness has returned with a companion. I shall arrange a larger room for you tonight. Ahem, 2 rooms, please. This is a newly discovered genius I plan to bring to the academy. We are merely friends, Xia Tianling hastily clarified. He jested, for he was indeed a paragon of virtue. Although he often made light-hearted comments online about his desires, in reality, he was quite conservative. All actions must be based on mutual consent. While he would not refuse benefits offered voluntarily, he certainly would reject any forced advances. Taking advantage of others is not the way of a gentleman. Chapter 36. The Gathering of 7 at the Spirit Academy. The Spirit Academy, designed to provide ample space for student cultivation, is not located within the territories of the 2 great empires, but rather at the junction of their borders, forming a strategic position across from the Spirit City, boarding the Spirit Hall's exclusive carriage. The 2 quickly arrived at their destination. Compared to the humble Shrek village, the Spirit Academy was truly opulent. Even the Tiando Royal Academy paled in comparison. Moreover, in terms of faculty, the Spirit Academy boasted a terrifying lineup of teachers that other factions could scarcely rival. 2 Titan Douluo were stationed here to ensure the safety of the students, along with several Soul Douluo and numerous Soul Saints and Soul Emperors fulfilling teaching roles. However, half of these educators were not permanently stationed here. Many would come to rest after completing significant missions, utilizing their time to teach students, ensuring they did not become complacent while simultaneously nurturing the next generation of talent. The Spirit Academy situated in the mountains. Zhu Zhuqing curiously surveyed the surroundings through the carriage window. In truth, this entire mountain range belonged to the Spirit Academy. It was Xia Tianling's first visit, although he had previously heard Hu Liena's descriptions. The Spirit Academy was not merely a facade that encompassed an entire mountain range. It also provided simulated training environments for various attribute academies, artificial lakes, subterranean lava, lush forests, and even a thunderous sea formed by lightning attribute spirit beasts. There was nothing one could imagine that the Spirit Academy did not possess. The Academy even had its own exclusive spirit beast forest, vastly larger than a first-level hunting forest, teeming with numerous 10,000-year spirit beasts. This spirit beast forest was specifically designated for students to use in assessments, training, and hunting for spirit rings. With wealth, one can indeed do as one pleases. Such a grand undertaking of acquiring an uninhabited mountain range as an academy, coupled with a separate hunting forest, was a feat only the Spirit Hall, which commanded 70% of the world's spirit masters, could accomplish. The carriage, having received prior clearance, smoothly made its way to the heart of the academy at the foot of the mountain within the academy. There was a row of villa-like structures, reserved exclusively for the talented students' activities. Unlike the two great empires, which were monopolized by the nobility, the Spirit Hall understood the principle of valuing talent above all else. As long as one possessed capability, cultivation, and talent, one could enjoy superior treatment. Each newly admitted student, upon completing their aptitude assessment, would receive an initial rank medal whenever one broke through in cultivation, completed tasks to accumulate merit, or excelled in academic assessments. They could apply to the academy for a rank upgrade, thereby gaining access to more resources and superior teaching guidance. For instance, the Purple Lu medal obtained by the Golden Generation in the original work represented the highest tier of students in the academy. Upon graduation, they would immediately enter the Spirit Hall to assume significant roles. Under normal circumstances, Tianling and his two companions should have reported to the academy immediately after their awakening. However, there will always be a select few individuals deemed crucial to a certain organization. Thus, until they developed sufficient self-protection capabilities, the trio remained within the Spirit City to cultivate. For them, it mattered little. The initial years of cultivation primarily focused on increasing spirit power levels and acquiring theoretical knowledge, which could be learned anywhere. Now that their cultivation had reached a certain level, they could begin engaging in practical combat training. Xia Tianling led Zhu Zhuqing to a multi-story building. This was the exclusive teaching facility for gifted students, accessible only to a select few. Just as they stepped through the door, a flurry of footsteps echoed, and a brightly dressed girl with an alluring smile rushed down the stairs, enveloping Xia Tianling in a warm embrace. "Wow, little junior brother, I've missed you so much. You've grown taller again. You're almost catching up to your sister." The one who had come was none other than the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall from the original work. The little fox, Hulaina. "Ahem, senior sister, please put me down. I can't breathe." Xia Tianling struggled to extricate himself from Hulaina's embrace. "Is that longing for me? Or are you simply craving my cooking?" "Hee, who wouldn't miss your cooking? After tasting your dishes, the cafeteria food pales in comparison," Hulaina teased, sticking out her tongue. "Even Xiao's spirit food can become monotonous after a while. And your culinary skills surpass his." Like Xia Tianling, Hulaina was also adopted by the Spirit Hall, returning to the Spirit City during the Academy's breaks to train with her teacher. After fortuitously tasting one of Xia Tianling's meals, she frequently shamelessly came to mooch food. In this way, she became familiar with Oscar and Ma Hongjun as well. To be honest, I often envy Tianling. Several individuals descended from the upper floor. "Yengu, with your obsequious demeanor, how could senior sister Lena possibly harbor any affection for you?" Xia Tianling, having discerned the identity of the speaker, retorted with a hint of irritation. "To forge iron, one must first temper oneself." "Ha, Tianling speaks wisely. If you were to apply even a fraction of that effort to your cultivation, my sister would not be so exasperated by you," remarked another man nearby. He was none other than Hulina's brother, Xieyu. Yen awkwardly touched his nose, feigning nonchalance. After all, he had played the sycophant to Hulina for not just a year or two. This was a shared understanding among them all. "Hey, Lingo, I was wondering why you didn't join us. Turns out you were sneaking off to meet the ladies behind our backs." "Exactly, Fatty is spot on." "Boss, you're being quite underhanded." "Don't call me Fatty. I'm not fat at all." Oscar and Ma Hongjun, two lively characters, bantered back and forth. Over the span of 6 years, not only had Bibi Dong and Qianrenshua changed, but so too had Oscar and the former Little Fatty. No, he couldn't be called Little Fatty anymore. After cultivating the Fiery Phoenix technique, Ma Hongjuan's physique had become quite normal, shedding the lewd aura he once possessed, now radiating youthful vigor and vitality, making him appear somewhat dashing at a glance. Coupled with his 32 levels of power, he had returned home during the holidays as a bona fide young and wealthy handsome man, garnering secret admiration from many village girls. However, liberated from past dangers, Ma Hongjun no longer needed to seek release through romantic entanglements. After 6 years under Xia Tianling's tutelage, he had not devolved into a lecherous fiend as he did in the original narrative. Instead, he remained a pure-hearted young man devoted to his cultivation. Oscar, on the other hand, had undergone even greater changes compared to his original self. After mastering the martial body technique, Oscar exuded newfound confidence. Far removed from the despondency and carelessness of the former timeline, the increase in strength, particularly through martial arts, had fortified him both inside and out. With a well-defined physique, beneath what seemed a slender frame lay explosive power that could terrify even battle spirit masters. Having perfected the no-leak body technique and boasting a soul power of 35, Oscar's abilities were sufficient to defeat similarly ranked beast spirit soul masters. If one were to claim he was merely a food system soul master, who would believe it? Fatty, are you itching for a fight? Your cultivation is still below that of little Ao, the food system soul master. It seems you've been slacking off lately. Oh, you need me to help you train harder? Ma Hongjuan's face fell immediately. No. Lingu, that guy little Ao is simply a monster. I can't compare to him. Although Xia Tianling had already helped him resolve his internal fire issues, Ma Hongjuan's inherently lazy disposition was difficult to change. You are truly oblivious to the fortune you possess. Allow me to introduce you. This is my newly recruited student and friend. Her name is Zhu Zhuqing, and we shall all be learning partners from now on. Zhuqing, do greet everyone. Stepping out from the shadows, Zhu Zhuqing, who had remained silent, addressed the group. Hello everyone. My name is Zhu Zhuqing, and my martial spirit is the Nether Spirit Cat, a level 29 battle spirit master. The Nether Spirit Cat, with the surname Zhu, are you from the Zhu family of Xinluo? Hulina pondered aloud. At such a young age, a level 29 cultivation is impressive. Indeed. However, leave her identity to me. I will handle everything. Xia Tianling interjected swiftly. The group erupted in playful teasing. Boss, with this, you still claim to be friends with her? Oscar wore a mischievous grin. Indeed, Lingu, we all know each other well. No need to hide anything, Ma Hongjun chimed in. Get lost, Xia Tianling exclaimed in anger. Fatty, I must inform you that Zhuqing has been far more diligent in her training than you have, and even little Ao pales in comparison to her. If she surpasses you in level in the future, don't blame me for making you train harder. He.s. panicking. He.s. flustered. Ma Hongjun laughed heartily, unconcerned. The air was filled with a jovial atmosphere. Meanwhile, as the group engaged in playful banter, in another part of Soto City, Tang San and Xiao Wu had arrived at the registration location for Shrek Academy. However, in this timeline, Shrek appeared rather lackluster. Without Oscar and Ma Hongjun, only Dai Mubai remained as a student within the entire academy. 6 teachers for a single student was comparable to a paleontology department in another academy. As expected. During the 4th round against Zhao Wujing, Xiao Wu fell victim to her own charm's backlash. Yet, unlike in the original tale, Tang San did not attempt to eliminate Zhao Wujing with lethal intent. He understood that this was a consequence of Xiao Wu's own actions. Lacking Zhu Zhuqing's assistance, he merely maneuvered with hidden weapons against Zhao Wujing for a brief moment before conceding defeat. However, as the saying goes, the ever-flowing traverser meets the beaten Zhao Wujing. Even without a fierce battle, Zhao Wujing could not escape the fate of being bested by Tang San. To be honest, Xiao Wu's mental fortitude was rather lacking. A soul beast of 100,000 years reincarnated into a human, yet her spiritual power could not surpass that of a power-type soul saint, which was indeed perplexing. Isn't that your innate skill? Little rabbit? Wait, does the little rabbit possess an innate skill of charm? Tang San felt as though his hat had become even greener. Chapter 37. The Assassin's Blade. After completing Zhu Zhuqing's enrollment procedures, Xia Tianling brought her to his exclusive training ground. This was the privilege of being a top-tier student. There was no need to share training grounds with others, as one could have a space tailored specifically for oneself. Reflecting on Zhu Zhuqing's path of agility and offense in the original narrative, Xia Tianling felt a sense of exasperation. Agility, control, defense, power, were they truly useful? Every Titan Giant Ape across the continent, without exception, was a formidable powerhouse. Claims that control-type soul masters had the advantage in one-on-one confrontations against agility types were misguided. The old poison master would have something to say about that, aside from serving as mere support. Control-type soul masters hardly had any significant role. The most ridiculous aspect was agility-type soul masters. Among all the Titan Douluo on the continent, only the Ghost Douluo could be classified as an agility type. Was that truly effective? What should agility be like? It should embody the essence of an assassin, conceal oneself, possess high attack and agility, and with a single strike, take away a life before vanishing without a trace. Kill one person within 10 steps, leave no trace for 1,000 miles, complete the deed, then depart, concealing both merit and name. Yet, What were agility-type soul masters on Douluo continent engaged in? They might possess agility. But where was the attack? Where was the explosive power? A flashy series of skills would merely result in defense-type soul masters remaining unscathed. What, then, was the purpose of agility? The understanding of cultivation, no, the comprehension of combat, was fundamentally flawed. For years, soul masters on Douluo continent had failed to grasp the essence of agility-type soul masters. Each insisted on confronting others head-on like power-type masters, which was simply a sign of grave misunderstanding. Thus, Xia Tianling resolved to teach the little cat how to become a competent assassin. Can I become as strong as them? Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip. Upon meeting the others, she sensed their overwhelming presence. It was one thing for the older individuals to be stronger, but even Ma Hongjun, who appeared to be of similar age, had a cultivation level comparable to that of a soul emperor. Zhu Zhuqing felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. With companions so formidable, could she keep up? Moreover, what could she offer in return for the kindness he had shown her compared to Dai Mubai and these young prodigies? She felt utterly inadequate. You will become even stronger than them. Xia Tianling wasted no words and got straight to the point. Hold this dagger, and let a drop of your blood fall upon it. Carefully feel its essence. Following his instructions, Zhu Zhuqing used the sharp blade to make a small cut on her finger. Crimson blood oozed forth and fell upon the dagger, which absorbed it, emanating a dark crimson glow. Simultaneously, the dagger began to fade, merging into Zhu Zhuqing's very being. This dagger, known as the Assassin's Blade, originated from a Western fantasy realm that it served not only as a weapon, but also as a legacy artifact left by the god of assassins. Assassin. Through systematic deconstruction, the legacy left by an otherworldly deity could be easily unraveled, by filtering out the original divine power. What remained were insights into the practice of the assassin profession along with some primal energy. This residual power greatly assisted Zhu Zhuqing in quickly mastering the weapon while also enhancing her physical form. This weapon was formless. The dagger was merely a vessel for its essence. In truth. As long as Zhu Zhuqing so desires, she could effortlessly conjure a formidable broadsword in a certain sense. The little feline has acquired a second martial soul that cannot be enhanced by soul rings. The brilliance of this weapon lies in its ability to bypass any form of defense, rendering it infallible against even the most formidable barriers. The only means of withstanding its assault is the inherent physical strength of the assailed or through a contest of might. For instance, should one wield this weapon against a magician clad in the finest divine armor, fortified by multiple forbidden spell shields, the outcome is inevitable. I would disregard all defenses and deliver a fatal blow. Conversely, if one were to strike at a rock golem, renowned for its extraordinary resilience, the effectiveness would be significantly diminished. At that point, it would merely serve as an indestructible, albeit sharp, instrument of war. Among the myriad techniques left behind by the god of assassins, aside from the cultivation methods, the most treasured is undoubtedly the art of void walking. This is the god of assassin's signature skill, enabling the practitioner to become ethereal and slip into the void. Eluding detection and attack. When mastered to perfection, even the barriers of the world can be effortlessly traversed. In simpler terms, it is akin to being unselectable in reality. At this moment, with her eyes closed, Zhu Zhuqing felt as though she were a small vessel adrift in a tempestuous ocean, bombarded by the relentless forces assailing her will. Unbeknownst to Xia Tianling, although the system had nullified the latent dangers within this inherited weapon and extricated it from its original realm, it remained, at its core, a divine artifact. The designation of divine artifact does not arise merely from its strength or excellence, but rather from its utilization by deities as a tool, even in this diminished world of Douluo. The accumulated malevolence and the essence of the god of assassins, steeped in countless years of power, still possess immense energy, though the god of assassins may be merely a mid-tier deity in terms of divine strength. The essence of power transcends the capabilities of a soul master by far. This overwhelming force cannot be wielded as a means of aggression, yet it assails the resolve of the inheritor with a tempestuous fury. Should their will shatter, the consequence would be a descent into a soulless husk, governed by the will to kill, akin to a drunken Bloody Mary in the city of slaughter. Can it be that I cannot even withstand the onslaught of a weapon's will? No. I must grow stronger. I must seek vengeance. I must prove that this pathological system of familial inheritance is flawed. I must, within the illusory realm of will conjured by the assassin's blade. Zhu Zhuqing clung desperately to her resolve. Her countenance contorted in pain. This state of hers is troubling. Xia Tianling quickly sensed the issue, while the system provided the aforementioned explanation. How can I save her? he expended a significant amount of fate energy to prompt the system for a solution. Ding! The Tao of longevity that the host practices is the most harmonious existence with nature, embracing all things. Utilize your breath and spiritual consciousness to guide her. Upon hearing the system's words, Xia Tianling promptly complied. Enveloping Zhu Qing with his soul power and spiritual energy. It bore fruit. Zhu Qing's expression began to regain its tranquility. Just as she was on the brink of succumbing to darkness, she felt a beam of light within this dark realm of will, radiating warmth and a familiar essence, clarifying her previously tumultuous mind. I ask at you. Are you here to assist me? No one anticipated that this struggle of will would persist for a rather extended duration. On the very night Xia Tianling brought Zhu Qing into the training hall, Huliena sensed that something was amiss. Just a mere cultivation session. Why has it taken so long? Chapter 38. A blessing in disguise. She had experienced something similar. A few years prior, Xia Tianling had imparted to her a cultivation technique called the Qingqiu Celestial Fox Method, which even her teacher, Bibi Dong, praised highly. Concerned, she peered through the special observation mirror of the training room to check on the situation inside. Finding that nothing was amiss with the two, little did she know, this state persisted into the second, third, and fourth days. Until the morning of the sixth day. By this time, several individuals had gathered outside the training room. Aside from a few of his companions, the others possessed formidable soul power. Two Titan Giant Ape stationed at the academy had arrived, accompanied by several healing-type soul masters, including a healing soul Duel. This was indeed the contemporary saint of the spirit hall. Such a situation warranted the utmost seriousness. Just as the two Titan Douluo were deliberating whether to forcibly break down the door, fortune smiled upon them, for the inheritance had finally concluded. Having expended his spiritual energy for 4 consecutive days, Xia Tianling was on the brink of exhaustion. The moment he sensed the inheritance's completion, he collapsed to the ground. His final thought was a resigned acknowledgement of his predicament. With the inheritance complete, Zhu Qing's aura surged, her entire being resembling a blade soaring towards the heavens, albeit with an ethereal quality. Tianling, Your Highness, Lingu, Junior Brother, Boss. The first call was from Zhu Qing. Upon opening her eyes and realizing she had ascended to the 30th level, her joy was swiftly overshadowed by the sight of Xia Tianling, who lay drained before her. She hurried to support him. The commotion outside, upon witnessing the awakening of both individuals, led to a surge of people rushing in. The healing soul Duo hastily extended his soul power towards the feeble Xia Tianling, assessing his condition while unleashing healing soul techniques upon him. No, please don't treat me, Teacher Wang. I'm fine. Xia Tianling lay weakly in Zhu Qing's embrace, assuring, I merely overexerted my spiritual energy. A brief rest will suffice. Overexerted spiritual energy? That's easily remedied. A voice chimed in. 7 treasures glazed tile, 6 days. Divine. A spiritual energy enhancement buff enveloped him, gradually restoring his depleted energy. This individual was a soul emperor from the 7 treasures glazed tile schooled, one of the upper 3 sects. The 7 treasures glazed tile school had long maintained a favorable relationship with the spirit hall. Moreover, Sword Doa Chisha Jianshin and their sect master Ningfengji were even renowned elders of the spirit hall, leading to substantial collaboration between the two factions. Tianling, thank you. Zhu Qing clutched the pallid Xia Tianling, her eyes glistening with tears. He had done all this for her. Xia Tianling, with a nonchalant smile, replied, What is there to thank for? This is only natural. Did I not say before? You are my partner. I'll protect you. Xie Yuyan, why have I never seen you extend such care towards us? Is it preferential treatment? Please, refrain from speaking. Focus on resting. This moment. Zhu Qing's eyes were not only red, but her cheeks also flushed. One of the Titan Douluo, witnessing the tranquility of their highness, who even seemed to be enjoying playful banter with a lady, felt a surge of indignation. Enough. Everyone disperse. Return to your training. Ming Tao. Escort the highness back to her quarters. However, what transpired thereafter was beyond Xia Tianling's knowledge. His mental state was exceedingly poor. Previously, he had merely mustered the strength to utter a few words before his eyelids fluttered shut, succumbing to unconsciousness. When he regained consciousness, it was already the following morning. That was a truly refreshing slumber. Xia Tianling sat up from his familiar bed, stretching languidly. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed such relaxation. Having replaced sleep with cultivation. My soul power has actually surpassed the 40th level. Just in time, he could take the little feline to the Star Luo Great Forest to obtain soul rings. I wonder how she is faring after the inheritance. This time, it was truly perilous. Having sailed smoothly for so long, my guard had lowered, almost leading to disaster. In the future, I should consult the system before engaging in uncertain matters. Tianling, you're awake. Just as Xia Tianling was reflecting on the events and their implications while seated on the bed, Zhu Xing pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing him in good spirits, she exclaimed in delight that, "Oh, Zhu Xing, you didn't go cultivate. Young man, you're quite fortunate." Hearing Zhu Xing's call, the healing Soul Duluo from yesterday also entered. He had remained in the downstairs parlor, waiting for any unforeseen events. After you fell unconscious yesterday, this young lady has been steadfastly guarding you. Youth is indeed a marvel. The elder sighed, noting that since there was no issue, he would not intrude upon the young ones any longer. Zhu Xing's face flushed crimson, her head bowed in silence as she knelt by the bed. She had not left for the entire night. This little feline truly. Zhu Xing, how do you feel after the inheritance? Xia Tianling felt a twinge of embarrassment and hastily shifted the topic of conversation. Having surpassed level 30, he sensed a considerable lightness in his body. Zhu Xing pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Moreover, the dagger you gifted me yesterday can transform at will. As she spoke, Zhu Xing summoned the assassin's blade. Perhaps it was more fitting to refer to it as the assassin's claws now. A pair of jet black claws materialized over Zhu Xing's hands, exuding an aura of sharpness. The structure of the claws conformed perfectly to her hands, producing a subtle and low-pitched sound of friction with the movement of her fingertips. This sound was so faint that it would be imperceptible to anyone lacking the keen perception of a cultivator. Not bad, Xia Tianling remarked as he sprang off the bed and onto the floor. Let us go call Xiao Ao and the fatty. We're heading to the Star Luo Great Forest to hunt for soul rings. Aren't we inviting senior sister, Huliena, and the others? Also, why do you call Ma Hongjuan fatty? He doesn't seem fat at all. Zhu Xing inquired curiously as she retracted the claws. Our trip to the Star Luo Forest is for 2 reasons. One is to hunt for soul rings, and the other is for training. Senior sisters have completed countless missions, and in terms of combat experience, even I feel inferior. Thus, they naturally do not need to accompany us. Although Xia Tianling had participated in a few activities to hunt down evil soul masters in the past, he primarily went to gain experience rather than actively engage in combat. As for why he called Ma Hongjuan fatty, it was merely a nickname that had stuck since his chubby childhood. The two chatted as they made their way towards the teaching building, with Xia Tianling doing most of the talking while Zhu Xing occasionally responded with a nod or an They smoothly found Oscar and Ma Hongjun training at the training ground. Upon learning that Xia Tianling had fortuitously broken through to level 40, they immediately offered their congratulations. The quartet successfully assembled, and after applying to the title Douluo in charge, they were promptly led by a top-tier Soul Douluo towards the direction of the Star Luo Great Forest. As for why a title Douluo was not leading them, it was quite understandable. Each title Douluo was a prominent figure in the world. While it was acceptable to escort one person, bringing 4 into the Star Luo Forest so conspicuously could easily attract the attention of other powers and strong individuals. After all, the Ming brothers had not been particularly amicable towards the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, if they encountered other powerful forces within the Star Luo Forest, the appearance of a group led by a Spirit Hall powerhouse would undoubtedly reveal the significance of these geniuses to the Spirit Hall. Human intentions are difficult to fathom. One could never know if someone might act out of desperation. Additionally, the Soul Duel leading them was a formidable assault-type soul master at level 88, rivaling the combat prowess of certain title Douluos, and could even win in a one-on-one battle, ensuring the safety of the group. This time, you 4 little rascals will handle everything on your own. Unless life is in danger, I will not intervene. The guiding Soul Douluo reminded them as they traveled towards the Star Luo Great Forest. Although this is your first time in the Star Luo Forest, you should be familiar with the necessary points from your theoretical classes. This trip is for practical experience, and how you proceed will be entirely up to you. I hope you make fewer mistakes. Understood. In the evening, the carriage arrived at a small town, with the decision-making authority in hand. Xia Tianling promptly decided to rest for the night before continuing their journey the next day. The carriage they were traveling in bore no insignia of the Spirit Hall, although the interior was spacious and luxurious. It appeared quite ordinary from the outside. Upon entering the town, the leading Soul Duel vanished in an instant. Without the adults around, the children became noticeably more lively. A Hongjun, who was traveling away from home for the first time, curiously gazed around while driving the carriage, observing the array of goods lining the streets, various potions, trinkets, and equipment. Xia Tianling's collecting instincts began to stir. Bye-bye, that's all there is to it. I won't feel satisfied until I purchase a full set of various supplies. Especially since the allowance from the teacher is more than enough. At that moment, Oscar pointed towards a seemingly ordinary hotel ahead. Boss, let us stay there for the night. The hotel Oscar mentioned was a 2-story building, with a simple restaurant on the first floor and accommodations on the second. Could this be fate? Xia Tianling mused, comparing it to the gradually overlapping descriptions in his memory, and agreed with a peculiar expression. Upon entering the hotel, he booked a triple room and a single room. Though he was indeed wealthy, there was no need to splurge unnecessarily in non-essential areas. The sky outside had darkened, after a quick wash and changing into clean clothes. The group descended to prepare for dinner. Just as the 4 settled down, 5 more individuals entered the hotel. The leader was a stocky man, muscular like a bear yet not particularly tall. In a way, could it really be this coincidental? Upon spotting the familiar Tang San and Xiao Wu, Xia Tianling had to admit that the coincidence was uncanny. Is this the convergence of timelines? Hey, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Xiao, we meet again. Lingu, you're here too. What a coincidence, Tang San exclaimed. Xiao San, Mubai, do you know each other? The man at the forefront was Zhao Wujing. Dai Mubai recalled some unpleasant memories from a few days prior and awkwardly replied, I suppose it's a case of not knowing each other until now. Tang San, brimming with excitement, introduced Zhao Wujing. Teacher Zhao, this is my childhood friend and my elder brother, Xia Tianling. Lingu, this is our Shrek Academy's lead instructor. Teacher Zhao Wujing. Beside him, Ning Rongrong greeted them gently, her demeanor sweet, though her darting eyes betrayed her true thoughts. Ning Rongrong. It's been a while, Xia Tianling acknowledged with a knowing glance. Tang San, taken aback, asked, Lingu, Rongrong, you two know each other? Our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has collaborated with the forces behind Lingu. Naturally, I got to know him when my father took me along for some outings. Ning Rongrong replied. Xia Tianling smiled, appreciating that she had been discreet enough not to mention the spirit hall in front of Zhao Wujing. So you are the legendary unmoving king. Zhao Wujing. It is an honor to finally meet you. I never expected that after a decade of absence, you would take up the mantle of teaching. Xia Tianling stood and offered a formal greeting. Kid, you know me. Zhao Wujing raised an eyebrow. Naturally, I have heard of the unmoving king's reputation. Reputation? I call it infamy. But since you're acquainted with Xiao San and the others, I want to disturb you further, he remarked, heading off to a single room upstairs. This teacher Zhao is quite rude. Xiao muttered disdainfully as she nonchalantly pulled out a chair. Lingu, I want to eat something delicious. Xiao Wu, you can't criticize teacher Zhao and you yourself are being just as rude. Tang San remarked helplessly. He was unaware that Xiao Wu had begun to regard Xia Tianling as a similarly transformed 10,000-year-old beast. Ha ha, of course, no problem. Xiao San, Dai Xiao, and Rongrong. Fate has brought us together. Today, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Xia Tianling cheerfully invited them to sit. The 7 individuals, once part of the same faction, were now split into 2 opposing groups, yet they gathered in this familiar place for a meal. How amusing, truly amusing. Lingu is treating us. I'll make sure to enjoy this meal thoroughly. Ma Hongjun grinned mischievously, calling over the waiter, bring me everything on this menu except for the main course. Fatty, you're still such a glutton. Ning Rongrong, don't call me fatty. I'm not fat at all now. Although Ma Hongjun claimed he wanted to feast extravagantly, in reality, even if he ordered an entire menu, it would hardly cost much in gold soul coins. Furthermore, could this ordinary little hotel serve dishes as delicious as those prepared by Lingu himself? Dai Mubai felt increasingly uneasy since entering. Sensing a terrifying gaze fixed upon him, it wasn't until he sat down that he realized it was the girl who had previously looked at him coldly. Although she seemed oddly familiar, he was certain he had never offended her. Why then did she harbor such animosity towards him? Since the moment Dai Mubai entered the room, Zhu Shiqing, who had initially been in relatively good spirits, was instantly engulfed in ire, wishing she could tear apart this degenerate man before her. I say, my dear, even though I previously expressed a desire to take you out for some leisure, is it truly necessary for you to harbor such intense anger towards me? Dai Mubai remarked, his expression one of utter bewilderment, determined to seek clarity. Get lost. Do not speak to me. You make me feel nauseous. Zhu Zhuqing retorted with a fierce countenance, her words resolute and unwavering. leaving the onlookers, who were oblivious to the underlying context, utterly perplexed. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in indignation, poised to retaliate. As the illustrious Evil Eye White Tiger. Who would dare to speak to him in such a manner within Soto City? Calm down, calm down. Let me introduce you to my companions, Xia Tianling interjected, attempting to mediate, while secretly preparing to enjoy the spectacle. This is our food system support soul master, Oscar, and this flamboyant character is Ma Hongjun. As for this young lady, I shall introduce her to you later. The crowd? What is wrong with this person? Zhu Zhuqing was equally bewildered, casting a questioning glance at Xia Tianling. Do not fret. You shall witness an entertaining show shortly. Chapter 40. Songhui Academy. Very well. I shall wait to be introduced to this young lady later, Tang San remarked, attempting to smooth over the situation. Indeed, dining is of utmost importance. Despite the modest size of this establishment, I hope the cuisine is delightful. Ma Hongjun lamented, patting his stomach. After a day of travel, I'm famished. The rations were dreadful. The 8 of them gathered around a table. The atmosphere decidedly peculiar. Zhu Zhuqing maintained a frosty demeanor. Ning Rongrong wore a mischievous grin, relishing the chaos, while Dai Mubai seethed in confusion. Only Oscar, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun remained blissfully eager for the forthcoming meal. Tang San exchanged a glance with Xia Tianling, silently lighting a candle for Dai Mubai. He understood that whenever his friend exhibited such behavior, it indicated a brief glimpse into the future, and he was poised to ensnare someone. However, given that he had only just met Dai Mubai, and their initial impression could be deemed unfavorable, he refrained from offering any warning. At this moment, the restaurant was already filled to about 70% capacity. Suddenly, a group of 8 entered, bearing a striking resemblance to the first group. Leading them was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s. He was quite handsome, with impeccably groomed hair and adorned in a white soul master robe, intricately embroidered with silver threads that shimmered with every movement. Following him were 6 young men and 1 woman, all appearing to be around 20, clad in similar light blue soul master robes, albeit lacking the silver embroidery. However, both the middle-aged man and the 7 youths bore a distinctive green circular emblem on their left shoulders, within which were embroidered the characters Tsang. They're here. The familiar Songhui Academy approaches us. The members of Songhui Academy were dressed flamboyantly, prompting the restaurant owner to rush forward to greet them with excessive politeness. Brotherling, that young lady is truly enchanting, Ma Hongjun whispered, stealing a glance and speaking softly to Xia Tianling. Xia Tianling discreetly glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, thinking, not bad. She has learned to respect others after 6 years of my tutelage. For men, it is natural to be attracted to beauty. If one were not, could they still be considered a man? He had never discouraged Ma Hongjun's proclivity for admiration, as he too was a connoisseur of beauty. Yet, there was one critical lesson: to respect others, especially women. Some thoughts may remain unvoiced, but one must never express them openly, as commenting on a woman's appearance in such a manner is exceedingly rude. Dai Mubai, seated at the same table, naturally caught wind of Ma Hongjun's mutterings and disdainfully scoffed. It's merely a trivial Songhui Academy. What a display of arrogance. This girl is of average beauty at best. If she seeks me out another day, I shall introduce her to more captivating company. At that moment, his flamboyant nature was on full display, shameless and vulgar. Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened further. Oscar hurriedly interjected, do not be upset, Zhuqing. He won't pursue her, though he may be a bit of a leck. He still maintains a sense of decency. Ma Hongjun replied, somewhat aggrieved. Indeed, I merely spoke my mind. I have the desire but lack the courage. Ning Rongrong, having observed the unfolding drama, eagerly chimed in, not a single man is trustworthy. That's nonsense. My brother San is a good man, Xiao Wu quickly countered, and brother Ling seems quite respectable as well. Zhu Zhuqing silently added in her thoughts. Amidst the commotion, the middle-aged man from Songhui Academy cast his gaze over. Furrowing his brows, Dai Mubai had not lowered his voice, and his remarks were clearly audible to those from Songhui Academy. Dai, is it appropriate for you to openly comment on others in such a manner? Xia Tianling spoke flatly. And what of it? Dai Mubai shot a sideways glance at the already seated members of Songhui Academy. The esteemed academy head has taught me that a soul master who is afraid to stir trouble is not a worthy soul master. After all, one must not shy away from confrontation. Provoking fellow soul masters is the safest bet. At most, it leads to a brawl. What utter nonsense. Fearing trouble is a sign of mediocrity, Xia Tianling scoffed, crossing his arms. Is this what you call stirring trouble? This is merely bullying the weak. If you have the courage, provoke a Titan Douluo and show me, not just you. Even your academy head would hesitate to confront a Titan Douluo. Wouldn't he? Last time you provoked me, you were not left unscathed, were you? Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words. The retort he had prepared caught in his throat. Indeed, he had stirred trouble previously, only to encounter a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, a teacher from Tsanghue Academy leaned in and whispered to a young man, who promptly stood up and approached Tang San's table, clearly heading towards Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai regarded the young man with disdain. Though he had suffered a setback at Xia Tianling's hands, it did not mean he would grant any respect to this group of perceived weaklings. The young man, feigning nonchalance, passed by Dai Mubai, but covertly executed a kick aimed at the leg of a nearby chair. Dai Ti was merely an ordinary wooden chair, and with one leg broken. Dai Mubai could not remain steady. At the moment the young man kicked, Dai Mubai reacted. Having endured a beating at Xia Tianling's hands, along with Zhu Zhuqing's scorn, and feeling cornered by the earlier taunts, he had been harboring a tempest of frustration. The provocation was fortuitously timed, striking his raw nerve. With a thud, the young man from Tsanghue Academy felt as if he had kicked an iron plate, his calf vibrating painfully. Consequently, Dai Mubai's palm came crashing down. The young man attempted to block the blow, but in a moment of carelessness, his soul power was insufficient against Dai Mubai's strength, resulting in a solid impact to his chest. His body arched backward, akin to a weightless scarecrow, as he was propelled through the air, crashing into two tables before colliding with the group from Tsanghue Academy. One of the academy's teachers hurriedly stood, raising both hands to catch the young man by the shoulder, preventing him from falling further. The young man's complexion paled, and he coughed up blood, appearing considerably weakened. Dai Mubai halted, stretching lazily, as if to apologize for the mishap. The true nature of the evil eye white tiger was fully revealed, his expression brimming with disdain and arrogance. Dai, that was excessive, wasn't it? Even if his kick had truly landed, with your strength, it would have merely caused a stumble. Hardly a cause for embarrassment. Yet you have sent him reeling and bleeding. Your force was undeniably heavied. At that moment, Xia Tianling's expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze fixed coldly on Dai Mubai. Moreover, you instigated this trouble first. Dai Mubai shrugged nonchalantly. So what? Chapter 41. If there's no trouble, why seek it? Why not make friends instead? At this point, the restaurant was abuzz with commotion, nearby diners hastily rising to avoid being caught in the fray. However, most remained, their faces alight with excitement as they watched the unfolding spectacle. Typically, witnessing a duel between soul masters required a trip to the Grand Soul Arena, which came at a cost. Now, they had the chance to witness such an event for free. And naturally, they were eager to seize the opportunity. The remaining members of Tsanghue Academy could no longer restrain themselves. The 6 remaining students stood in unison, glaring fiercely at the table of their adversaries. Desiring to rush forward, he was thwarted by the middle-aged man who stood in his way. The man assisted the young man in taking a seat, maintaining a composed demeanor as he inquired of Dai Mubai. Which academy do you children belong to? Dai Mubai, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, retorted, Are you worthy to ask that? With that, he nonchalantly resumed his seat. Xia Tianling silently pulled Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun back, addressing the members of Tsanghue Academy. Apologies, but our 4 encounters with this individual are merely a fleeting occurrence. We shall not partake in this matter. Just because you say it isn't, doesn't mean it isn't. We're all at the same table. Who would believe that? One of the youths shouted. Yes, they must be in cahoots. Let us teach them a lesson. As he spoke, they collectively activated their martial souls, preparing to confront the group. Each of the 7 stood as soul masters of the second ring, 1 white and 1 yellow. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai activated his own soul rings. I said we are not allies. Do you truly wish to persist? Xia Tianling expressed his growing impatience. He had indeed come to witness the spectacle, yet found himself unwittingly embroiled in trouble. This is becoming quite bothersome, and I have only myself to blame. He unleashed the axe from his dual weapon set, simultaneously activating its attributes, crackling with electrical energy as his yellow, purple, and black soul rings shimmered beneath him. Black, a 10,000-year soul ring. How could his third soul ring possibly be 10,000 years old? A bystander gasped in astonishment. His second soul ring is purple, 1,000 years. Others too began to notice the anomaly in his soul ring configuration. What a monstrous being! After Xia Tianling summoned his martial soul, The students from Tsanghue Academy were already rendered speechless. Not only did they face a significant level disparity, but even the mere presence of a 1,000-year second ring and a 10,000-year third ring was enough to overwhelm them. Even if his first soul ring were of a deep yellow hue, it still surpassed the age of their second rings. In stark contrast, even the White Tiger Martial Soul Master appeared somewhat mediocre beside him. Cease this at once. The instructor from Tsanghue Academy could no longer contain himself, gesturing for his students to withdraw. The students, disheartened, retreated, while the instructor was filled with profound shock, setting aside the anomaly that defied common knowledge regarding soul ring configurations. Even the White Tiger Soul Master who had instigated the conflict possessed a 1,000-year soul ring. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the head of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghue Academy. May I inquire which sect you belong to? We are from Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai replied coolly. Shrek Academy? I don't believe I've heard of it, Yi Zhiqiu remarked, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. Dai Mubai scoffed. That is merely a reflection of your ignorance. It isn't particularly renowned, so it's understandable that you haven't heard of it. What a backwater academy, Ma Hongjun muttered quietly from the corner. Luckily, Dai Mubai did not catch his words. Then may I ask? Who are you? Yi Zhiqiu turned to Xia Tianling, unconsciously infusing his words with a tone of respect, for that black third soul ring was simply too dazzling. Even he, a soul king of over 50 levels, lacked a black 10,000-year soul ring. Xia Tianling sighed, recalling that the Soul Luo had advised him not to reveal the title of the Spirit Hall, as it would be too troublesome. That I apologize. But my sect forbids me from disclosing my identity or sect name. He ran his fingers through his hair, contemplating. I understand that I cannot prove to you that we are not in league with them. It would be difficult for you to endure this without losing face in front of your students. How about we find a secluded spot to spar? What do you think? You and I? Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback. Even though this young man possessed remarkable talent and a 10,000-year soul ring, he doubted he would be a match. I and her. Xia Tianling gestured to the side where Zhu Zhuqing stood. She was merely at the 30th level, primarily accompanying him to obtain her third soul ring. Perhaps we should call your instructor out instead, Yi Zhiqiu pondered, weighing the situation that if he fought these two children and emerged victorious, it would be seen as him bullying the weak, while losing would be even more humiliating. What a hassle. I in truth, he merely wished to provide Zhu Zhuqing with a worthy opponent to test her new weapon, as Yi Zhiqiu was a defensive-type soul master, perfectly suited to assess the capabilities of the assassin's claw. Xia Tianling stepped forward, pulling Yi Zhiqiu aside and turning his back, discreetly retrieving 2 tokens from his storage ring. Each token bore a distinct inscription, chrysanthemum and ghost. Xia Tianling swiftly covered Yi Zhiqiu's mouth before he could exclaim, smiling as he queried, What do you say, Teacher Yi? Care to do me a favor? Of course, not just one favor, but 100. Yi Zhiqiu eagerly acquiesced, secretly relieved that he hadn't acted impulsively. Good heavens, the tokens of the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Behind them stood 2 individuals with titles above 95. Could this child possibly be the contemporary saint the Spirit Hall announced recently? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and no wonder he insisted on keeping his identity hidden. If this information were to leak, countless individuals would undoubtedly come rushing to curry favor. Then, Teacher Yi, shall we dine together before our match? This meal is on me, a gesture to foster goodwill. With this token, your students can receive proper treatment at any branch of the Spirit Hall. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. Please remember to keep this confidential. The onlookers, including the students of Tsanghue Academy, as well as Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, were utterly bewildered. What were these two discussing? Just moments ago, tensions were high, and now they appeared as good friends. Those familiar with him had a rough idea that he must have revealed his identity in secret, following a brief treatment by the healing soul master. The student from Tsanghue Academy was now in stable condition. Tomorrow, armed with Xia Tianling's token, he would visit the Spirit Hall for further healing and would likely recover fully. The 2 reconciled tables resumed their seats, and the proprietor timely summoned the waitstaff to serve plate after plate of delectable dishes. Xia Tianling, I do not require you to come to my aid. Dai Mubai, now seated, wore a sullen expression. Feeling a distinct lack of dignity, come to your aid. Am I well acquainted with you? My intention was merely to diminish the number of adversaries for Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Rong Rong. With that, he patted the icy Zhu Zhuqing beside him, also seeking to provide her with a formidable opponent for growth. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. Her name is Zhu Zhuqing. What did you say her name was? Dai Mubai shot up from his seat, nearly overturning the table. his eyes wide with disbelief. His reaction drew the attention of nearby diners. Even the members of Tsanghui Academy turned to look. Dai Mubai exclaimed, "Zhu Zhuqing. No wonder she looks so familiar. Isn't she the fiancée from my arranged marriage? What have I done? I was flirting, posturing, instigating trouble, and acting arrogantly in her presence while contemplating taking her friends along with me. And no wonder she has remained hostile towards me." At that moment, Dai Mubai wore a bitter smile, wishing he could return to a few days prior and eliminate his former self. Regret washed over him. Ching, please allow me the chance to explain. Get lost. Chapter 42. The Nine Turns Skyward Step. Zhu Qing, would you grant me an opportunity to explain? After both tables had finished their meals, Xia Tianling dismissed the others, leading Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Zhiqiu towards the outskirts of the town. Get lost. Don't follow me. You make me feel sick. Zhu Zhuqing's countenance was as cold as ice. Not even glancing back that eye in her heart, Dai Mubai had become a source of utter disappointment. Their two encounters, combined with Dai Mubai's actions, had extinguished any glimmer of hope she had held for this irredeemable man. She was thoroughly disillusioned. He was 5 years her senior, and even Oscar, who was only a year younger, was rapidly closing the gap in their respective soul master levels, a mere 2-level difference. This was a food system soul master, for whom training was notoriously arduous. Oscar was likely on the verge of becoming a soul king at 15. While even the often lackadaisical Ma Hongjun had reached 32 levels, not to mention Xia Tianling, who had already surpassed 40, he had squandered his innate talent over the years, and she harbored a deep-seated disdain for someone so complacent. Dai Mubai stood frozen in place, yearning to catch up, yet the sting of having been dismissed filled him with an inexplicable pride that held him back. TSK, 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 Great Tiger, you've failed. Even your own woman has run off with someone else. Ning Rongrong had long harbored a grudge against Dai Mubai. Now, without anyone else around, her true nature emerged at AS for how she knew of Zhu Zhuqing's connection to Dai Mubai. That was quite simple. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sects, is undeniably a formidable force in the world. Growing up amidst such prominent influences, she has been subtly shaped by them. Get lost. Don't bother me. Although Dai Mubai may appear somewhat spineless in the presence of Zhu Zhuqing, he remains the arrogant and domineering evil white tiger Dai Shao in front of others. Just a self-degrading waste lost in his impotent rage. Who do you think you are, daring to speak to this young lady in such a manner? Ning Rongrong turned on her heel, not forgetting to mock Dai Mubai, suggesting that if his brother Davis were present, he would have the audacity to be boastful. But as for him, how dare he even think of engaging with her, without the support of Oscar and Ma Hongjun? Flinder lacked the leverage to compel Ning Rongrong to lower her head. As a little princess spoiled by the 2 titled Douluos and Ning Fingji since childhood, how could she tolerate such indignities? She retorted immediately. The Princess of Zhuan, online to hurl insults as for Ning Rongrong's current perception of Shrek Academy. It was merely a dilapidated village she was passing through, with only 1 student remaining before their arrival. The teaching standards of such an academy could hardly be elevated. In terms of support capabilities, could the sugar bean martial soul of Shao Xin surpass her father? Regarding strength, how could Flinder and Zhao Wuji's 2 soul saints compare to the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo? When it comes to theoretical knowledge, aside from the vast resources of the Spirit Hall, is there anyone who can rival the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? And as for training facilities, my apologies, but Shrek has none. As for the so-called friend Flinder mentioned before their departure, the renowned master in the Spirit Master world was even more laughable. His so-called top 10 competitive martial souls had either been thoroughly dissected by major powers or were entirely nonsensical. How could such trivialities be considered his research theory? What sense of belonging could she, Ning Rongrong, possibly find in such a dismal school? Spare me the nonsense, you. Dai Mubai was so infuriated that he nearly erupted, wanting to lash out at Ning Rongrong, but he restrained himself. At this moment, Zhao Wuji's was upstairs, and judging by Ning Rongrong's tone, she was likely the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. That was why he held back. If he dared to strike at Ning Rongrong, it was likely that the Sword Douluo Qinshin would not let him off easily. Don't think that just because he was a disheartened heir, being the Star Luo Emperor would spare him either. In a certain sense, the fleeting rationality of Dai Mubai saved his life. Xia Tianling and the others, of course, were oblivious to the events that transpired after their departure. They had now arrived at a grove outside the small town. Teacher Yi, I appreciate your assistance, Xia Tianling said with a gentle smile, releasing his dawn martial soul. That my martial soul is rather unique. It is not a twin martial soul. I am a level 40 attack system soul master. Please guide me. I am a level 30 agility system battle soul master. Please offer your guidance. Zhu Zhuqing also released her phantom spirit cat, which seemed to have undergone an indescribable change compared to its original form. Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback. He had not expected this seemingly petite girl to have reached level 30. Even more astonishing was the fact that the boy from the spirit hall before him was already a quasi-soul sect at such a young age. It was truly unimaginable. I am flattered, Yi Zhiqiu replied, also releasing his Mystic Turtle martial soul. Mystic Turtle, embody, level 54 defense system soul king. Yi Zhiqiu, my young friends, I apologize for my inadequacy. After embodying his martial soul, Yi Zhiqiu's limbs shrank by a third, and his back swelled, forming a massive shell. His entire body shimmered with a dark light, and 5 soul rings spiraled above him. Teacher Yi, let us spar one-on-one first, Xia Tianling said, preparing himself, gripping his hammer and axe tightly. This was, in essence, his first true confrontation with the Soul King, even if this particular Soul King was rather weak. Previously, his practice partners had all been Soul Saints who had held back. At the very least, Soul Emperors. To be honest, the Spirit Hall couldn't find a single Soul King level instructor. All right, but do be careful, Yi Zhiqiu warned. A strange sound resonated in the air as Xia Tianling's figure surged towards Yi Zhiqiu in an uncanny manner, almost as if swimming through the air. What kind of footwork is this? Yi Zhiqiu dared not underestimate him and let out a low growl, directly unleashing his first 2 soul skills. The first 2 soul rings on his body lit up as he spun swiftly, revealing the turtle shell on his back. Simultaneously, a stream of black light, akin to flowing water, was released, emanating a chilling aura. This was a defensive soul skill combined with a control-type soul skill, the first being Mystic Turtle Shield, and the second, Mystic Water Ice Seal. The effect of Mystic Water Ice Seal was to release a cold aura, hindering and slowing down the enemy's movement. 9 Turn Sky Step. First turn, swim in the sky. This was a movement technique that Xia Tianling had cultivated, known as 9 Turn Sky Step. Although it was called 9 turns, this technique was actually divided into 4 realms. The first realm, swim in the sky, was the current level Xia Tianling had achieved, allowing him to traverse the ground as if swimming, greatly accelerating his movement speed. The second realm, third turn, walking in the sky, allowed one to break free from ground constraints and gain the ability to fly, as if walking in midair. The third realm, sixth turn, dancing in the sky, permitted free movement in the air. The user's motions were as graceful as a dance. The final realm, 9 Turn Sky Step, was said to allow one to easily break through space, even crossing the barriers between the mortal and celestial realms with ease. In the realm of cultivation, one could directly smuggle their physical body into the celestial realm without needing guidance from the celestial world. However, without undergoing the complete 9-fold heavenly tribulation, one's body and soul might not withstand the overwhelming celestial energy and perish upon entry. Chapter 43. Teacher Yi, it would be a shame if you don't become a professional sparring partner. Utilizing the swim in the sky technique of 9 Turn Sky Step, Xia Tianling twisted his body and narrowly evaded the incoming light beam. The cold aura emanating from the beam hardly impeded him at all. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared directly in front of Yi Zhiqiu, and with his right hand gripping the axe, he swung horizontally, aiming straight for his opponent's neck. Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback and hurriedly retracted his head into the turtle shell. I anticipated you would have such a move. The axe grazed Yi Zhiqiu's scalp before a powerful hammer blow struck down upon the turtle shell on his chest. The axe's attack was merely a feint, while the left-hand hammer delivered a solid blow. Bang! Xia Tianling's strike was nearly his full strength, and the explosive force sent Yi Zhiqiu staggering backward, his body tingling all over. However, as a defense-type Soul King, Yi Zhiqiu quickly regained his balance, opening his mouth to unleash a stream of black cold air towards the advancing Xia Tianling. Third soul skill, Mystic Water Surge. The intense cold made Xia Tianling shiver involuntarily, prompting him to channel his fire attribute to maintain his internal temperature. Meanwhile, he activated his first soul ring, merging it into action. Storm Battle Axe. Manifest. Teacher Yi, unleash your strongest soul skill. Let us decide the victor with one decisive blow. Xia Tianling announced in advance, in the form of the storm battle axe. His strength and soul skill attributes doubled. This was merely a spar. It would be troublesome if someone were to get seriously injured. Yi Zhiqiu responded affirmatively, releasing his fourth and fifth soul skills in succession, as a circle of black air swirled around his turtle shell, augmenting his size once more, while he faced Xia Tianling with the most resilient part of his back. As a defense-type soul king, defense was his forte. Both his fourth and fifth soul skills were purely defensive. The fourth enhanced his turtle shell, while the fifth released a spiraling black air flow. Somewhat akin to a mage's ice barrier. Thunder God, assist me. Thunder Moon Slash. Xia Tianling strode forward with the storm battle axe, igniting his second and third soul rings, dramatically declaring the name of his technique. A massive axe, infused with the power of thunder, struck fiercely against the turtle shell on Yi Zhiqiu's back. Boom! This strike unleashed the full force of Xia Tianling's body, along with the pressure of the true dragon aura, all in a single blow. However, he used the back of the axe, not the blade. Just how powerful this blow was, he could not gauge himself. Had he wielded an axe instead, he might have truly inflicted grievous injuries upon Yi Zhiqiu, which would render the situation rather difficult to explain. Struck by the hammer, Yi Zhiqiu soared through the air like a colossal golf ball. The swirling dark energy had dissipated the moment it came into contact with the strike of the Thunder Half-Moon Slash. Failing to serve its purpose as a hindrance, the massive turtle shell collided with the hammer, resulting in a thunderous eruption that shattered it into fragments. The shell disintegrated into the purest essence of soul force, vanishing into the atmosphere, and in that moment of suspension, his martial soul manifestation was abruptly dispelled by the hammer's blow. In the instant of a direct confrontation with Xia Tianling, Yi Zhiqiu felt the weight of a predator's intimidation. A primal urge to submit rooted deep within his bloodline. This instinct nearly caused a significant decrease in his overall power, by as much as 20%. How could a mere turtle prime minister possibly dare to display ferocity before a true dragon? This was merely the aura at play. Should Xia Tianling truly manifest her dragon martial soul, the resultant pressure could diminish his strength by half. Coughing, Yi Zhiqiu managed to rise amidst the swirling dust. Teacher Yi, are you all right? Xia Tianling hurried over, stuffing a leaf from a plant into Yi Zhiqiu's mouth. He chewed and swallowed it. This herbal remedy was remarkably effective for healing. This herb was cultivated by the martial soul hall, proving especially beneficial for lower-ranked soul masters. Before their departure, he had gathered a generous handful and stored it in his ring. Your strength is commendable. I find myself lacking, Yi Zhiqiu remarked with a bitter smile as he consumed the leaf. Just moments ago, Xia Tianling's forceful strike had shifted his organs and left him with a sensation of cracking bones. Despite his meticulous preparations, if she had wielded an axe or employed that peculiar movement technique to approach me head-on, a single blow could have left me gravely wounded, he pondered silently. Fortunately, aided by this peculiar herbal remedy, Yi Zhiqiu felt a warm current within him, steadily mending his body, and soon he was nearly restored. Teacher Yi, are you all right? Perhaps we should allow Zhu Qing to strike you as I just did, while you utilize your strongest defense. What do you think? Assessing his current physical state, Yi Zhiqiu considered that this agile girl was merely a great soul master, unlikely to possess such terrifying strength, and thus he readily agreed that I am fine. Let it come. He prepared himself once more, releasing his martial soul along with several defensive soul techniques. Zhu Qing, give your new ability a try. Zhu Qing nodded, similarly manifesting her martial soul. After inheriting the legacy of the god of assassins, her phantom spirit cat martial soul underwent an inexplicable transformation, as evidenced now. Her speed had increased, and her form became somewhat elusive, akin to a shadow. Yi Zhiqiu felt a stirring in his heart. This girl's speed was astonishingly quick. Compared to these two children, his proud disciples seemed almost comical. As she activated her third soul skill, Mysterious Water Surge, Yi Zhiqiu unleashed the combined attack and defense skill. Observing Zhu Qing rushing towards him, he released Mysterious Water Surge, a technique that melded offense with defense. Facing the oncoming torrent, Zhu Qing adjusted her stance, took a deep breath, and activated her newly acquired skill, Void Walking. However, as she had just learned it, she could only remain in the void for a mere second or two. Yet, during that fleeting moment, Yi Zhiqiu began to question his reality. Is this a self-created soul skill? Teleportation. In Yi Zhiqiu's perception, Zhu Qing had completely vanished within those 2 seconds, only to reappear before him, akin to teleportation. Her claws, shrouded in a layer of dark, claw-like appendages, bore a matte texture that refracted no light under the moon's glow. Claws of the assassin, phantom 100 claws. Zhu Qing transformed into a flash of black light, her claws piercing directly into the turtle shell behind Yi Zhiqiu. The sound of piercing echoed, starkly contrasting with the anticipated clanging of claws against shell. Zhu Qing's phantom 100 claws bypassed Yi Zhiqiu's protective dark energy, penetrating deep into the thick shell as though a searing blade were plunging into a block of cheese. After concluding her assault, Zhu Qing halted, staring in astonishment at the immense wound on the shell. Then at her own cat-like claws. Did I truly inflict this? Zhu Qing distinctly sensed that her single application of phantom 100 claws, concentrating the force of countless strikes into one point, had entirely breached the shell's defenses, exposing Yi Zhiqiu's true form within. Just one more release of Phantom Strike would suffice to severely injure this Soul King before her. The legacy of the formidable assassin named Assassin bore such immense power. Chapter 44. The unchanging nature of the little witch Ning Rongrong Xia Tianling, observing from the sidelines, nodded in satisfaction. Now this aligns with the assassin's role: high attack, high agility, high burst, capable of swiftly eliminating the enemy. Without the passive ability of the claws of the assassin to guarantee a defense break and enhance sharpness, even if Yi Zhiqiu refrained from using any skills, Zhu Qing might still struggle to penetrate his defenses. Just as in the original work, when Zhu Qing had used Phantom 100 Claws against Zhao Wuji, even a direct hit had left no mark upon his skin. Zhao Wuji was not merely a defensive soul master. Thank you for your efforts, Teacher Yi. Please remember to keep this confidential. Xia Tianling offered Yi Zhiqiu several more herbal leaves before leisurely escorting Zhu Qing back towards the hotel. That why Yi Zhiqiu wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. Though he had endured a beating, he had forged a beneficial connection with a future prodigy and acquired several miraculous healing herbs. Such a transaction was hardly a loss. He resolved to return promptly with his disciples to the academy, prioritizing their recovery. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhao Wuji's booming voice echoed throughout the hotel. Even those in the adjacent rooms, including Xia Tianling and her companions, were roused from their slumber by his thunderous call, prompting them to rise, freshen up, and gather for breakfast at the dining table. The 9 individuals were distinctly divided. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were engrossed in their meals, while Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, who had clashed the previous day, remained at odds, ignoring each other entirely. Xiao Wu, brimming with curiosity, inquired of Zhu Qing about the battle from the previous night, eager to join Yi Zhiqiu in a confrontation herself. Tang San, with sincere intent, extended an invitation to Xia Tianling to join their endeavors, his admiration for her having grown after hearing of her prowess in the duel against Yi Zhiqiu. Join us? We are indifferent to the matter, Xia Tianling replied, momentarily taken aback as she turned to the conflicted Zhao Wuji, who was vigorously chewing on a bun. Teacher Zhao, would this not be inconvenient? She was aware of Zhao Wuji's strained relationship with the martial Soul Hall and cautiously broached the subject. Not at all. Come along, Zhao Wuji replied, chewing on his bun and pickles as if they bore some personal vendetta against him. Unbeknownst to Xia Tianling, the previous night, Zhao Wuji had witnessed her 3 soul rings clearly from above and had stealthily followed her out, observing her battle with Yi Zhiqiu. Subsequently, he had been forcibly invited by a Soul Luo leading the team for a friendly discussion. The Soul Luo's condition was clear: to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. He often found it inconvenient to appear in person as long as Zhao Wuji accompanied them. The martial Soul Hall would erase any pursuit against him, with no means of escape or ability to defend himself. Zhao Wuji reluctantly acquiesced. He had no desire to be inexplicably beaten again, especially since his previous injuries inflicted by Tang Tian had yet to heal. Truth be told, the martial Soul Hall held no particular interest in Zhao Wuji. If they truly wished to capture him, even 10 Zhao Wuji would be insufficient to evade them. Ultimately, he was merely a soul sage. The powerful martial Soul Hall had little regard for him. After all, Zhao Wuji was not a particularly heinous figure, so they allowed him to continue his existence as the group departed the small town. The affluent Xia Tianling naturally arranged for a carriage, inviting the members of Shrek to join her. Why run when we have a carriage? She mused, dismissing the notions of Shrek's traditional education. Originally, she had intended for them to travel in one carriage while Shrek's members took another. However, a minor complication arose when Ning Rongrong adamantly refused to share a carriage with Dai Mubai, stubbornly squeezing into the Martial Soul Hall's carriage. Following suit, Xiao Wu, who harbored little fondness for Dai Mubai, imitated her, climbing aboard the Martial Soul Hall's carriage as well. Ultimately, Oscar and Ma Hongjun willingly relinquished their seats to accompany Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Zhao Wuji, thus resolving the issue, sharing a carriage with 3 young women. Now, that was a stroke of luck. On the journey to the Star Luo forest, the inexperienced Xiao Wu gazed around in wonder from within the luxurious carriage, occasionally lifting the curtain to curiously peek outside. Since her arrival in the human world, her mode of travel had always been on foot. She had never been in a lavish carriage, let alone a regular one to Tianling. Did you bring the stove this time? I long for the meals you prepare. Once aboard the carriage, Ning Rongrong felt as if she had returned home, skillfully opening the hidden compartment to retrieve food, after spending a few days at Shrek. She was on the verge of starvation. What kind of academy was this? Merely a broken village that, of course, I brought such important items, he replied with a smile. As honorary elders of the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji and Chun Xian often came to discuss business. Given Ning Rongrong's playful nature, she naturally insisted on accompanying them. Thus, through their interactions, she had become quite familiar with the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Naturally, she also knew Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who frequently followed Xia Tianling. That Dai fellow is truly insufferable. He pretends to be so capable when he is anything, but that I could just go study at your Spirit Hall Academy. It seems that Zhu Zhuqing has grown quite formidable after spending barely a few days with you. That I have no objections. Would Uncle Ning and your grandfathers Jian and Gu agree? Ning Rongrong pouted. Offering no reply. It appeared that without the presence of Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong was unlikely to show any respect towards Flinder, let alone feel any sense of belonging to Shrek. Given her current relationship with Dai Mubai, it was quite remarkable that she hadn't simply walked away. Wait, what's this? You brought a stove with you, Lingo? Returning to reality, Xiao Wu noticed the peculiar detail. Indeed, Xia Tianling cooks exceptionally well, Ning Rongrong replied. Even Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, her expression cool yet affirming the deliciousness of his cooking. The 3 good friends quickly engaged in a harmonious discussion about food. Completely forgetting about Xia Tianling. As the carriage galloped forward, they soon reached their destination. The Star Luo forest, existing on the Duel continent for countless years, was a testament to its ancient presence, as evidenced by its dense foliage that obscured the sky. From a distance, Xia Tianling sensed a refreshing breeze wafting towards him, imbued with the unique fragrance of plants and indescribable comfort. Everyone, halt. Zhao Wujin, leading the group, commanded. The Star Luo forest was far more perilous than the spirit hunting forest, where spirit beasts were merely herded. Here, the spirit beasts were exceedingly dangerous, and they could face attacks from century-old, even 1,000-year-old spirit beasts at any moment. Thus, once they entered the forest, everyone was to remain within 20 meters of me. Especially you, Ning Rongrong, and that food system spirit master named Oscar. Understood, they replied in unison. Chapter 45, Changed, but not entirely changed. Zhao Laosher, everyone, please wait a moment. Just as Zhao Wujin was about to lead them forward, Xia Tianling called out once more, retrieving a sachet from his storage ring and distributing it to everyone, instructing them to hang it at their waists. Amidst the puzzled gazes, only Tang San, after sniffing the air, inquired, "Is this for repelling insects?" Xia Tianling proudly nodded. Of course. While traversing the forest, not only do we have to be wary of spirit beasts, but also countless insects. This little gadget is my secret recipe. Effectively keeping mosquitoes at bay, Zhao Wujin, with a serious expression, attached it to his waist, acknowledging Xia Tianling's thorough consideration. Even I hadn't thought of that. I am a spirit saint, unafraid. But for you all, the various insects in the forest could pose significant trouble. Oscar, prepare the sausages. After distributing the sachets, he gestured to Oscar. Just wait and see. Oscar replied, soon producing 3 types of sausages: a spirit power recovery sausage, an antidote sausage, and a rapid flight sausage, having cultivated the body of martial arts. Oscar was robust, and his 3rd spirit ring had a lifespan of over 5,000 years, provided by a phoenix-tailed cockerel snake. The newly created rapid flight sausage allowed spirit masters to fly at the speed of a phoenix-tailed cockerel snake for 3 minutes. A considerable improvement over the original 1-minute duration to in the early days of awakening his martial soul. Oscar had to recite some rather crude spirit incantations while making sausages, but after years of practice, he no longer needed to. Essentially, the spirit incantations were merely aids in sausage making, not fundamental. Having overcome the lack of incantations, Oscar's production speed had increased significantly. Let me reintroduce you to my companion, Oscar, a 35th level food system spirit master. With the martial soul of a sausage, his 3 soul skills are, and their effects are. Upon hearing Oscar's sausage capabilities, the Shrek members were instantly astonished, especially Xiao Wujin, who pondered with a sigh, why isn't such a genius part of our Shrek? It's been a while since I had the sausages made by Xiao Ao. I miss them. The others stored their sausages, while Ning Rongrong took a bite from hers, declaring that even store-bought sausages couldn't compare. Hey, Rongrong, if you like them, I'll make you more, Oscar said enthusiastically, shoving a few more into her hands to end this timeline. Oscar and Ning Rongrong were still acquainted, but not at Shrek. Rather, they met in Spirit City. However, in this timeline, after Xia Tianling had educated Ning Rongrong through mental intervention several times, she was no longer as childish as depicted in the original story. Oscar still had a fondness for the little witch Ning Rongrong. Transforming into a love-struck puppy, watching them, Ma Hongjun and Xia Tianling felt a shiver run down their spines. Lick, just lick, alright, let's set off to a seasoned bachelor. Zhao Wujin could no longer bear the scene and interrupted their interaction. I'll lead the way with Dai Mubai, while Fatty, Xiao Wu, and teacher Zhao will follow behind. Rongrong and Xiao Ao will stay in the middle, with Zhu Qing scouting on the flanks, observing Dai Mubai attempting to stay close to Zhu Qing. Xia Tianling took command. The others followed suit, and Dai Mubai, unable to act special, could only begrudgingly transform into his white tiger form and clear the path alongside Xia Tianling. Once they entered the Star Luo forest, Xiao Wu felt as if she had returned home, bouncing with joy, much to Zhao Wujin's dismay. This little rabbit won't lead out any trouble, will she? After traveling for a while, they reached noon. During this time, they encountered numerous spirit beasts, but prior to their arrival, Xia Tianling had unleashed his true dragon aura, scaring them all away. This left Zhao Wujin, trailing at the back, puzzled, wondering if the spirit beasts had changed their temperament today. All right, everyone, let's rest for a moment. Zhao Wujin's voice allowed the tense group to relax slightly. Xia Tianling and Dai Mubai worked together to clear a small area of thorns, creating a little clearing. They all sat on the ground to take a breather. Xia Tianling, I want something delicious, didn't you bring the stove? Why not take it out and cook something? Ning Rongrong pouted, knowing Xia Tianling's ring contained not only a stove, but also a variety of ingredients and seasonings. What are you talking about? We're in the Star Luo forest. Do you think we're out here for a picnic? Zhao Wujin shot her a glare. What? Are we going to start a fire and cook? If a powerful spirit beast shows up, we'll all be on the menu. Although Ning Rongrong liked to stir trouble, she had to admit Zhao Wujin had a point, resigned to munching on the sausages made by Oscar. Just as they had been resting for about half an hour, suddenly, a commotion arose from the depths of the forest. Xia Tianling and Zhao Wujin simultaneously shouted, Everyone, up! Something is approaching. The group quickly rose, forming a line with Xia Tianling and Dai Mubai at the front, protecting Ning Rongrong behind them. Oscar, aren't you a food system spirit master? Get to the back. Zhao Wujin noticed Oscar had also stepped forward and quickly scolded him. Oscar chuckled, so what if I'm a food system spirit master? I can fight too. Ew. A spirit beast, a phoenix-tailed cockerel snake of about 1,500 years, is approaching. Zhao Wujin intended to say more, but was cut off by Xia Tianling. How do you know? The others turned to him, puzzled that I'm a seer. Didn't I mention this? Xia Tianling replied nonchalantly. Zhu Qing, climb a tree and take a look. Without a word, Zhu Qing sprang into action, her claws propelling her swiftly up a nearby tree. Soon, her cool voice rang out from above. It's a flying snake, but it can only fly about 3 meters off the ground. Upon the head rests a fleshy crest, appearing larger than the head itself. A vivid crimson hue reminiscent of blood, and shaped like a fan.my goodness. It is indeed a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent. Boss, you are remarkable. Oscar exclaimed with an enthusiastic shout. His third soul ring was that of a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent. and he was quite familiar with its characteristics. Meanwhile, others were preoccupied with their astonishment. Tang San, who was aware of Xia Tianling's abilities, managed to maintain a semblance of calm and inquired, "What is the length of this serpent? What color are its wings?" Zhu Zhuqing responded, "The wings are a pale red, measuring approximately between 6 to 8 meters. Tang San mentally calculated, intending to say something, but was interrupted by Ma Hongjun, who spoke up first. "Pale red wings? This must undoubtedly be a millennium-old phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent. If it measures 6 to 8 meters, then its age should be around 1300 to 1800 years. Ling Ge, you are truly extraordinary, possessing such foresight." Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Oh, you know too?" Tang San remarked with a hint of surprise. "That of course I do. Don't underestimate your little Ma Ge. This is basic knowledge. After all, back in theory class, Ling Ge made me memorize all of this." Ma Hongjun huffed. "Not only did he make me memorize it, but he also provided me with some sort of practice booklet called 5 Years of Theory and 3 Years of Practical Exercises to work on, not even allowing me a break when I went home." Chapter 46. Assault Type Support. Food System Battle Soul Master Oscar. So, this knowledge is considered foundational in the realm of Soul Masters. Tang San pondered. Recalling teacher Yu's proud demeanor, feeling somewhat speechless. Indeed, it is common knowledge. This is not exclusive to you. Ning Rongrong licked the honey that Oscar had brought her, stating, "We of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School possess similar information, albeit not as detailed as that of the Spirit Hall. But my father often pressured me to study this when I was younger. It was quite vexing." "Enough chatter. That serpent is approaching. Prepare for battle." Zhao Wujing interrupted the conversation. "Ning Rongrong, put away your food." Zhao Wujing sighed inwardly, reflecting on the disparity between his self-taught knowledge of soul beasts and that of those from major powers who had inherited traditions to learn from a young age. Ning Rongrong discreetly made a face. "Zhao teacher, allow me to handle the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent. That I am familiar with this serpent, and it would be a good opportunity for me to practice," Oscar proclaimed, striking his fist against his palm, producing a sound akin to a thud on leathered. "Aren't you a food system soul master?" Zhao Wujing furrowed his brow deeply, intending for the children to face the challenge together for training. "I am not merely a food system soul master. I am an unprecedented assault type support." Oscar confidently faced the incoming phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent, already holding a rapid flight sausage in his mouth. The phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent is inherently non-venomous, a rare and powerful serpent devoid of toxins. Its method of attack relies solely on constricting its enemies to induce asphyxiation, making its attack style rather simplistic. Aside from its rapid speed and instantaneous explosive power, it is woefully lacking in other aspects. "However, I have this." Oscar swallowed the rapid flight sausage and propelled himself into the air, charging directly at the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent. Radiating a bronze glow, this signified the first stage of the martial path golden body, the unleaking bodied AT. This moment, Oscar's physique had been honed to an extraordinary resilience, rivaling even Xia Tianling's. Once he completed his blood and chi cultivation, he could ascend to the second stage of the martial path golden body, the blood chi wolf smoke realm. His bronze fist made contact with the head of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent, producing a dull thud, nearly striking its crest. The serpent seemed startled, emitting a shrill cry as it jerked its head, opening its mouth wide to unleash a spray of colorful mist that drenched Oscar. "Little AO, let me give you a buff." Ning Rongrong, watching from the sidelines, showed no concern, cheerfully retrieving the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower. Known for its powers of strength and speed, the term buff was something she had learned while playing with Xia Tianling and the others. Finding it quite impressive and thus adopted it. 2 rings of light enveloped Oscar, enhancing his already formidable physical capabilities. Meanwhile, a nearby tree lent its support as Oscar executed a technique known as the falling leaf technique. Akin to a leaf fluttering in the air, with the colorful mist surrounding him, he delivered another punch directly to the serpent's fleshy crest. This strike was indeed a critical hit, causing the serpent to lose its ability to maintain flight and plummet to the ground. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who had descended from above, tugged at Xia Tianling's clothing, glancing at the exuberantly fighting Oscar, asking, "Is Oscar all right?" Of course, the colorful mist it spewed is merely a bluff, devoid of any toxins. Upon seeing the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent fall, Oscar utilized the tree for leverage, leaping high into the air, extending his right hand downward for a rapid descent. Haha, little phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent. Have you ever heard of the palm technique that descends from the heavens? He cackled as he struck downward, a resonant sound echoing as a symbol resembling the swastika appeared in his palm. Great might heavenly dragon, world-honored earth store. Om Mani Padme Hum. This was a legendary Buddhist technique. The Ruli divine palm. Tang San found himself momentarily stunned. This was a secret of Mahayana Buddhism from his past life, taught only to those of the highest standing within the Buddhist order. To see it executed by Oscar was undoubtedly a lesson from Lingo. Although it was merely the most rudimentary version of the Ruli divine palm, it was exceptionally effective as a suppression technique, particularly in subduing animals, akin to a universal remedy. In this regard, both a certain monkey and a certain serpent would likely have a say. On the ground, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent writhed in resistance. Sensing the immense pressure from the golden Buddhist light and the massive palm imprint, yet, having just sustained a significant blow to its vital area, it struggled to retain control over its body. Its movements becoming considerably sluggish. Thinking of escape? Not so easily. The enormous golden palm imprint descended upon the serpent, transforming into a glimmering mound of earth, sealed beneath it by a 6-character mantra. However, this serpent was a millennium-old soul beast. It was not so easily subdued, as it thrashed violently beneath. Cracks soon appeared on the mound. Even the seal made of the 6-character mantra began to wobble precariously. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhao Wujing intervened. Initiating the gravitational compression, the serpent's struggles diminished significantly. He then sprang forward, standing atop the mound, and with a flick of his hand, struck the serpent's crest, rendering it unconscious. Who among you can utilize this serpent? Xiao Wu, and the girl named Zhu Zhuqing? He inquired of the two. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. Her third soul skill had already been planned by Xia Tianling, with the assistance of Void Walking and Assassin's Blade. She merely required a plethora of single-target burst or offensive skills. Zhao teacher, I also do not need it. This serpent is not suitable for me, Xiao Wu replied softly, somewhat disheartened. Zhao Wujing scratched his head, concluding that since none of them needed it, they might as well release it, assuming this little creature would no longer dare to approach them. What do you think? Oh, hold on. Just as Zhao Wujing prepared to release the unfortunate phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent, a hoarse voice urgently called out. Immediately, 2 figures emerged from the direction the serpent had previously come. Appearing before the group. 1 was an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s. With neatly arranged white hair, despite her age, she exuded vitality, her complexion as rosy as an infant's. With keen eyes that sparkled. In her right hand, she wielded a 3-meter-long serpent-headed staff, her 6 soul rings pulsating rhythmically. Accompanying her was a beautiful young girl, around 16 or 17 years old, with short hair framing her face. Her deep brown eyes were fixated on the restrained phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent. She too held a serpent-headed staff. Though significantly shorter than the elders, adorned with 200-year soul rings. Snake matriarch Tianxiang and Mengyuran have indeed arrived, Xia Tianling remarked upon seeing the pair, instantly sensing an opportunity for friendship. He stepped forward and cleared his throat. Are you not the esteemed snake matriarch and your granddaughter Mengyuran? Chapter 47. Zhao Wujing, your 2 students are truly exceptional. Lingo, how is it that you know everyone? When one is out in the world, isn't it better to have more friends than foes? Your brother here loves to forge connections with heroes from all corners. Xianling elucidated. I had long intended for you to examine the characteristic profiles of the various formidable beings across the continent. Young man, do you recognize this old woman? Indeed, I am Shi Phoenix Xianxiang, and my husband is none other than the illustrious Long Gong, Meng Shu. That is certainly the case. That I am well aware of your unique serpent-headed staff and your esteemed rank as a soul emperor, which makes you quite recognizable, especially given the rarity of female soul emperors on this continent. Tianling bowed respectfully. If I am not mistaken, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is precisely what you have been pursuing all this way, is it not? Previously, upon hearing Zhao Wujing's intention to release this creature, Xianxiang had intervened vocally, the reason being that she and Mengyuran had discovered the trail of this snake, only to inadvertently allow it to escape. Hence their relentless pursuit to this point. Upon hearing this, curiosity flickered across her face. Indeed, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is ideally suited for my granddaughter, which is why I have been pursuing it. But tell me, young one, how did you come to know this? Xia Tianling approached Zhao Wuji's side and examined the belly and beneath the wings of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, where two distinct scars were glaringly evident. I possess keen eyesight. Earlier, when my companion subdued this snake, I noticed these wounds, which do not appear to be inflicted by a soul beast. Considering the direction from which you arrived, it seems likely that these injuries were caused by your serpent staff. Am I correct? Ko Xiangxiang inhaled sharply, the realization sending ripples of astonishment through her mind. You are entirely correct. What remarkable powers of observation and deduction you possess. To reconstruct the truth of the matter from merely 2 wounds, and your approach is truly formidable. Incredible, Meng Yiran exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. Wow, boss, that's truly impressive. I fought this snake for quite some time without even noticing. Tang San nodded vigorously. Even with his purple extreme magic eyes, he had not discerned the wounds beneath the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake until Xia Tianling revealed them. Not only Ko Xiangxiang and the inexperienced members of Shrek and the Spirit Hall, but even Zhao Wujin, a seasoned soul sage, was rendered speechless by the revelation. You noticed those wounds while Oscar was battling the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. What manner of being are you? Overwhelmed by the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xia Tianling smiled bashfully. One can only see what is written clearly in the original work. It requires no extraordinary vision. As for feeling embarrassed? Oh, that was primarily due to the somewhat shameful nature of reading in such a situation. Yet, he maintained an outward appearance of humility, attributing his insights to mere luck. You have an exceptionally talented student. Ko Xiangxiang remarked, turning to the nearby Zhao Wujin. Might I inquire as to your identity? Considering the group of evidently youthful children, the presence of this 7-ring soul sage nearby must indicate that he was the instructor leading the expedition to hunt soul beasts. I am Zhao Wujin, he replied. Upon hearing Ko Xiangxiang introduce herself, Zhao Wujin's formerly fierce demeanor softened slightly. Although she was merely a 6-ring soul emperor, she was invariably accompanied by her husband, Long Gong Mengshu. The combined might of their martial soul fusion techniques could rival even the title de Ko Xiangxiang's expression shifted slightly. No wonder I encountered such a young soul sage here at the outskirts of the Star Luo forest. It is the famed immovable king of the soul master world. Zhao Wujin chuckled. You flatter me, esteemed one. I, too, was once notorious in my youth. However, these past years of reclusion have led me to teach students at an academy. This time, I brought these children to the Star Luo forest not only to acquire soul rings for 2 of them, but also to broaden their horizons. I did not expect to encounter you here. Zhao Wujin adeptly engaged in mutual flattery with Ko Xiangxiang, having learned over the years that it is often more beneficial to have allies than adversaries. Since this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is needed for your granddaughter, it rightfully belongs to you. After all, I intended to release it anyway. Let this be a fortuitous connection between us, Xia Tianling said, discreetly nudging Oscar. Oscar, who had already obtained his 3rd soul ring, no longer required the soul ring from this unfortunate creature, making it the perfect opportunity to do a favor. Yes, please take it, esteemed one, Oscar said, instantly grasping Xia Tianling's intent. That it is merely a snake. I intended to practice with it. After training diligently, I have yet to find a proper opportunity for real combat. Ko Xiangxiang, hearing this, was naturally overjoyed and quickly responded, I am exceedingly grateful to this young friend. Zhao Laoshi, what do you say? Zhao Wujin said nothing, simply stepping aside with a gesture of invitation. Be my guest. As the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was to be dealt with by Oscar alone, he naturally had the right to handle it. Thank you, Iran. Go ahead, Ko Xiangxiang said as she stepped forward and handed Oscar a token. Young friend, I owe you a favor. Please keep this token. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. Thank you, esteemed one. May we meet again by fate in the future. Oscar accepted it. This token also represented Ko Xiangxiang's investment in the future. From their conversation, he discerned that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was likely to be captured by this youth, with such strength at such a young age. His future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless, making it wise to establish a relationship now. Seeing that there was nothing more to discuss, Zhao Wujin called for everyone to prepare to leave. As they departed, Ko Xiangxiang did not forget to compliment Zhao Laoshi. Your 2 students are truly remarkable. Zhao Wujin smiled outwardly while internally cursing. These are not even my students. Nevertheless, considering the conditions surrounding the spirit hall's withdrawal of the arrest warrant. He could only concede. "Boss, here, take this," Oscar said as they walked a distance away, tossing the token given by Ko Xiangxiang to Xia Tianling Xiao Ao. "What is this?" Xia Tianling inquired, puzzled. "Boss, I know you have a little hobby of collecting tokens from various high-ranking soul masters. UVE already collected a token from each of our teachers. Just take this one for fun. What you've given me is worth far more than this little token." Oscar shook his head, responding without hesitation, "Besides, if I really need help, you wouldn't just leave me to fend for myself. Would you?" Xiao Ao. "Thanks," Xia Tianling said, tucking the token safely away in his ring. Chapter 48. Soul Masters and Soul Beasts. After bidding farewell to the unfortunate phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, the group continued their journey toward the Star Luo forest in search of their next fortuitous encounter. However, suitable soul beasts do not simply appear at one's beck and call. After traversing several miles that afternoon without any success, they were left with no choice but to set up camp and rest. That a night passed without incident. The next day, they resumed their meandering journey deeper into the Star Luo forest. With the change in geography, the presence of thousand-year-old soul beasts began to increase. Following several practice encounters, aside from the somewhat aloof Dai Mubai and the leader Zhao Wujin, the remaining members gradually developed a sense of teamwork. Thanks to Oscar acting as a cohesive force, Ning Rongrong successfully integrated into the group. Whenever a soul beast approached, Zhu Zhuqing, responsible for scouting, would issue a warning. Tang San would take control, while Ning Rongrong provided buffs to the others. The remaining four would then charge in, swiftly driving the soul beasts into retreat. Dai Mubai, whose relationships with the others were less than harmonious, found himself an outsider, watching with a melancholic expression as Zhu Zhuqing and the others interacted. Dai Mubai thought to himself, "The joys and sorrows of people seem to be disconnected. I only find them somewhat noisy." As night fell once more, each member diligently set about constructing their campsite and preparing the tents. After a simple meal, with the evening still young, they gathered to chat. "Lingo, it seems we've had quite the streak of bad luck. 2 days in, and we haven't caught so much as a hare. We have 4 people in need of soul rings, yet we haven't even encountered a suitable soul beast," the fatty complained, holding a small flame in his left hand while grilling sausages in his right. Due to the prohibition against lighting fires in the Star Luo forest, Ma Hongjun had to resort to this method of heating. "Indeed, our luck has been rather unfortunate," Xia Tianling replied, though his mind was preoccupied with the timeline. The event he anticipated was approaching night after tomorrow. "Hey, fatty, toss me a sausage too." Over the course of the journey, Zhao Wujin had become familiar enough with Xia Tianling and the others to join in calling Ma Hongjun fatty. "Zhao Laosher, you're joining in on this too?" Ma Hongjun wore an expression of deep indignation as he secretly added a generous sprinkle of chili powder to Zhao Wujia's sausage. Zhao Wujia took the sausage and took a bite, letting out a sigh, remarking that the Star Luo forest was beginning to feel desolate. Many years ago, he recalled the vibrant scenes that once filled this place. Back then, even on the forest's outskirts, one could frequently encounter soul beasts of millennial caliber. Yet now, as they ventured deeper into the forest, they encountered only a few small cats and kittens among the thousand-year soul beasts, Tang San remarked. Regardless of the reasons, it is ultimately a consequence of human actions. Though soul beasts are formidable, soul masters are even more so, are they not? Zhao Wujia was taken aback by this statement, pondering its implications. Because soul masters require soul rings and soul bones to cultivate, Xia Tianling interjected. Think about it, Zhao Laosher, how long does it take for humans to reach the rank of Titan Douluo? The poison Douluo took as long as 70 or 80 years, while the Haoyan Douluo was achieved in a mere 40 years. That if it were me or Xiao San, we could attain that status in just 20 or 30 years. But how long does it take for a soul beast to cultivate? A common soul beast without any bloodline inheritance must live a full 100 years to reach that milestone. That a higher-tier soul beast with bloodline inheritance requires nearly a decade of cultivation to achieve 100 years. Now consider how long it takes for a talented human soul master to become a great soul master. Just a few years will suffice. Look at us. We are only 12 this year. Oscar is 14, and the eldest, Dai Xiao, is merely 15, yet we have all already attained the rank of 3-ring soul masters. Almost every century, the ranks of human soul masters undergo a complete reset. Within each cycle, there are always about 10 to 20 Titan Douluo born, which amounts to nearly 110,000-year soul rings being consumed, and that is only counting the Titan Giant Ape, not to mention the soul beasts and soul rings consumed by soul masters of other ranks. But how long does it take for a soul beast with good talent to reach the 10,000-year level? How can that possibly compare to the speed at which human powerhouses emerge? Indeed, while there are numerous soul beasts in the various forests, how can they withstand the relentless harvesting of human soul masters, who reap them like chives? Each powerful soul beast lost is one less in existence. At this rate, 1,000 years from now, soul beasts, along with the profession of soul masters, may very well fade into the annals of history. Tang San nodded in agreement, affirming Xia Tianling's words, noting that Teacher Yu had expressed similar sentiments. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall imposing certain restrictions, the number of high-level soul beasts would be even fewer. Even if someone has a full complement of soul rings, who wouldn't desire soul bones? This is a direct quote. Please refrain from altering the original text. Even if one possesses 6, more are always welcome, as passing them to the next generation can bolster the family's power. If powerful soul masters were allowed to indiscriminately slaughter soul beasts for soul bones, we would be hard-pressed to find suitable soul beasts today, let alone ensure their continued existence. Take the Spirit Hall as an example. Even a single Titan Giant could sweep through the Star Luo forest with ease. Of course, Tang San was unaware of the formidable creatures concealed within the true core of the Star Luo forest. The publicly acknowledged 10,000-year soul beasts were merely the sky blue bull python and the Titan Giant Ape. If one were to factor in that particular entity, even the Spirit Hall, along with the guardians of Sea God Island, might not suffice. The others pondered this, surprised to hear Ning Rongrong, usually so frivolous, speak up. Third brother, Lingu, your points are well taken. My father has voiced similar thoughts. But who among soul masters contemplates such matters? Everyone desires stronger soul rings and more soul bones. There are few, like us, willing to release unsuitable soul beasts. Thus, the distorted profession of soul masters must inevitably undergo significant change, although I currently lack the capability, and still require soul rings and soul bones. I shall undoubtedly seek a method for soul masters to cultivate without them in the future. Xia Tianling's words stirred a tempest of thoughts, especially in Dai Mubai, who scoffed openly. Change the profession of soul masters, to break through without soul rings. What grandiose claims! Who do you think you are? A deity. Even Zhao Wujie chimed in. Kid, having dreams is commendable. But attempting to alter the cultivation system of soul masters seems rather unrealistic, does it not? I am no one else. I am the man destined to reshape the landscape of Douluo continent. He declared, gazing resolutely at the night sky. I believe in you, said Zhu Zhuqing, who was seated beside Xia Tianling, tugging at his sleeve. Boss, Lingu. I also believe in you. This sentiment was echoed by Oscar and Ma Hongjun, both of whom had trained under Xia Tianling's distinctly different cultivation method, thus holding firm in their convictions. Tang San remained silent, exchanging a glance with Xia Tianling, their understanding unspoken. Lingu, I hope that day truly comes. Mused a little rabbit in her heart. Chapter 49. The Devil Be King. The following day, after a night of rest, the group continued their quest to find soul beasts, deciding to delve deeper into the Star Luo forest. The team progressed steadily, the afternoon hours slowly passing. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong let out a disgruntled exclamation. Little AO, help me out. This bee is so annoying. It keeps landing on me. Where? I'll help you chase it away. Oscar said eagerly, moving closer to Ning Rongrong to swat away the small insects attracted to her clothing's patterns. How can there be bees here? Tang San wondered aloud, activating his control crane, capturing dragon and purple extreme magic eye to catch one. This doesn't seem like an ordinary bee. It's purple, and its body structure is quite different though. A purple bee. Let me see. Xia Tianling, busy clearing a path for the group, turned back upon hearing the commotion. Hey, this isn't just any bee. This is a devil bee, a type of social soul beast. Xia Tianling examined the sample Tang San had caught and identified it. What is a devil bee? Tang San asked curiously, noting that there was no mention of this soul beast in the theoretical knowledge provided by his master. Such a tiny creature is also a soul beast? Zhao Wujie inquired. Moving closer. I know, exclaimed Xiao Wu, unable to contain her excitement. They are a peculiar soul beast group, with the queen generally being a 1,000-year soul beast, possessing the strength of a typical soul beast along with the abilities of a worker bee. However, the other devil bees are quite weak. They barely qualify as soul beasts. Moreover, the honey they produce is exceptionally delicious, she added after a moment's thought. Xiao Wu is correct. The devil bees exist solely to serve their queen with the strength of their entire colony. Zhu Qing, this might just be your opportunity for a soul ring. Me. Zhu Zhuqing blinked in surprise, pointing at herself. Yes, if this is a hive of thousand-year devil bees, then the queen's soul ring would be perfect for you. Are you saying the queen's decisive strike? Oscar recalled something from his studies. Exactly, Zhuqing urgently needs a powerful single-target explosive soul skill, and decisive strike is just what she requires. Rongrong, from which direction are they coming? Over there. Ning Rongrong pointed in a direction. Zhao Wujia scanned the surroundings and declared, "All right, everyone, summon your martial souls and head towards the devil bees." As the group advanced, the number of devil bees increased until a massive hive came into view. A gigantic black-purple queen bee lay upon the colossal nest, its serrated mandibles and sharp stinger gleaming like metal in the light. This queen is impressively large, estimated to be between 4,500 and 5,000 years old. Making her an ideal target for Zhuqing. 4,500 years. Isn't that a bit too much? That exceeds the theoretical limit for a fourth soul ring. Tang San questioned in surprise. One cannot generalize physical capabilities. While it may be excessive for ordinary soul masters, it is just right for the enhanced Zhuqing and Oscar, Xia Tianling explained. Just look at Fatty and Oscar's soul rings. Tang San observed closely, noting that both Oscar and Ma Hongjuan's second soul rings were indeed of vivid yellow, with Oscar's even showing hints of purple. Their third rings clearly surpassed the 1,500-year threshold mentioned by Yu Xiaojing. For Zhu Zhuqing, whose physique had been significantly enhanced by the assassin god's power, absorbing a 5,000-year soul ring would pose no problem whatsoever. I believe in you. Zhu Zhuqing smiled at Xia Tianling. You will handle it yourself, Zhao Wujia stated, stepping aside. After all, they weren't his students, and he couldn't interfere. His only responsibility was to ensure their safety if there were any issues with absorbing the soul ring. The hidden soul Dao would intervene. Then let me assign the tactics to in the sweltering heat of summer. Xia Tianling stepped forward. The devil bees, aside from their queen, were only marginally stronger than ordinary honeybees. However, the most troublesome aspect was the sheer number of these swarming insects. The most effective method to annihilate them, undoubtedly, was fired at this point. He tilted his head to glance at Ma Hongjun, who was eager to take action. Fatty, this time you shall be the main force. I hope you can shine brightly and not embarrass me. Hey, how could I? Just watch. Lingu, Ma Hongjun replied, channeling his soul power. Flames roaring around him. It was only due to the high humidity and moisture content in the Star Luo forest that Xia Tianling felt confident allowing Ma Hongjun to unleash his full potential. Had they been in the drier outskirts of the forest upon their entry, a single soul technique from Ma Hongjun would have necessitated a hasty retreat to avoid any accidental fatalities among themselves. As the saying goes, a fire in the forest, and the director falls in love with me. By the way, could you refrain from calling me Fatty? All right, Fatty. The group chuckled at Ma Hongjuan's flustered expression, and a jovial atmosphere enveloped them. Xia Tianling smiled and continued. The queen bee's attack methods are exceedingly simplistic. All it possesses is an erratic flying maneuver and a decisive strike. Fatty, you shall be responsible for incinerating the surrounding bees. Oscar and I will charge and head on, while Xiao Wu will encircle from behind. Xiao San, utilize your blue silver grass and some ordinary concealed weapons to restrict its movements. Leave the Zhuge divine crossbow aside, as it would be somewhat wasteful. Rongrong, provide buffs for everyone. And Zhu Qing, find a good vantage point to prepare for the kill. Don't be deceived by the fact that only Oscar dealt with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. That was merely a practice endeavor. This time, however, the Devil Bee Queen is a necessity for Zhu Qing, possessing over 3,000 years more cultivation than the previous foe, and it absolutely must not escape. It is prudent for us to strike together. What is the Zhuge divine crossbow? Ning Rongrong inquired, having never heard of such a term. The Zhuge divine crossbow is a lethal weapon that Ling Gu and I created. Tang San initially intended to claim sole inventorship, but, upon recalling that Xia Tianling also possessed the Xiantian treasure record, he modified his statement. Alright, that's not the main point. Rongrong, if you're interested, you can have a few custom-made later on. Xia Tianling redirected the conversation back on track. Dai Mubai frowned, feeling excluded once again, particularly at this critical juncture of assisting Zhu Qing in acquiring her soul ring. What about me? He asked, somewhat displeased. You, adapt as needed and protect Zhu Qing, Xia Tianling replied, feeling a headache coming on as several members of their team were sulking, complicating his task of assigning roles. I do not require his protection, Zhu Qing coldly retorted, vanishing into the void and leaping onto a tree. Xia Tianling spread his hands, displaying an expression of helplessness. Damn it, Dai Mubai clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Zhu Qing, do you truly despise me this much? I have humbled myself to plead with you. What more do you want from me? Woman, a flicker of malice flashed in his sinister eyes as he stormed away. Chapter 50. United against the Queen Bee. Everyone, take hold of Oscar's 3 types of sausages. Once ready, we shall commence our assault. Ignoring Dai Mubai, who was sulking alone, Xia Tianling continued to strategize. Observing that everyone was prepared, he issued the battle command. Onward, the 3 simultaneously consumed the rapid flight sausage and charged toward the Queen Bee in their predetermined positions. The 7 treasure glaze tile emitted a glow, enhancing their speed by 30%. A Hongjun, in particular, illuminated all 3 of his soul rings. First soul technique, Phoenix Fire Line. Second soul technique, Bathing Fire Phoenix. Third soul technique, Phoenix Wing Sky Soar. Despite sharing names, the skills possessed distinct attributes. Having cultivated the Fiery Phoenix technique, Ma Hongjun not only harnessed a more potent soul ring, but also further amplified the effects of his original skills. The Phoenix Fire Line, now significantly thicker than before, soared over the heads of his companions and struck the beehive with tremendous force. The thick, fiery essence erupted upon impact, splattering like viscous liquid. The oppressive heat radiating from above caused even Oscar to perspire slightly. Let alone the ordinary devil bees. In that instant of fiery collision, numerous flame-imbued devil bees scattered in all directions, their lives extinguished like brilliant fireworks in the night sky, witnessing the devastating impact of his strike. Ma Hongjun cackled gleefully while devouring a reinforced recovery sausage, continuing to unleash the Phoenix Fire Line to clear out ordinary devil bees. A piercing sound echoed. It was the Devil Bee Queen. Unable to bear the sight of her subjects being slaughtered, she soared directly toward the fatty. Can you make it? Oscar propelled himself into the air utilizing the rapid flight sausage and aimed a powerful palm strike at the queen. Although the queen bee exhibited remarkable reflexes, executing an emergency brake and descending vertically, she could not evade the massive golden palm print. Despite her efforts, it struck her wing, causing her to lose balance and plummet. Just as she struggled to regain control, Xiao Wu, who had circled around, arrived at her rear. Bow and shoot. Before the queen could stabilize herself, she was sent flying once again, akin to a ball passed in a game. However, thanks to the force of Xiao Wu's strike, she managed to find a moment to regain her equilibrium. The queen bee, witnessing Ma Hongjun relentlessly pursuing her subjects in the air, let out a furious roar and charged forward once more. Come at me. At that moment, Tang San, who had been lying in wait below, ascended, launching a barrage of projectiles at various angles, though not particularly formidable, mostly stones, scrap metal, and a few penetrating needles and money darts. These peculiar projectiles forced the queen to maneuver frantically to dodge them. Unbeknownst to her, the actual attack power of these projectiles was minimal. Their sole purpose was to restrict her movement. It is my turn to strike. Xia Tianling exchanged a glance with Tang San from afar and surged upward. In the air, his martial spirit manifested solely as a giant hammer, and the last 2 of his soul rings illuminated in succession. Second soul technique, attribute enhancement. Third soul technique, attribute explosion. The 2 effects merged seamlessly. Violent lightning crackled around the massive hammer, producing a cacophony of sound. Bind. Tang San timed his move perfectly, unleashing his first soul technique. The blue-silver grass ensnared the queen, rendering her immobile. Immediately, he canceled the technique and activated his second soul technique, parasitism. At this moment, Xia Tianling, having prepared meticulously, descended with the enormous thunder hammer, aiming a devastating strike at the queen. However, the 1,000-year soul beast was not without its defenses, having survived in the Star Luo forest for many years. Sensing the imminent threat to its life, the queen bee twisted her body in desperation, using her sharp tail as a weapon to execute her sole offensive skill, decisive strike. The tail, the hardest part of her body, was her only means of offense. Yet, despite its hardness, Xia Tianling's hammer proved even tougher. The queen's tail shattered upon impact, and her decisive strike was utterly insignificant in the face of Xia Tianling's overwhelming might. The dark, faintly glowing hammerhead struck her rear, and amid the explosive sounds of thunder, her abdominal carapace fractured, the emerald green blood evaporating instantly due to the intense heat of the lightning. Now severely injured by a series of strikes, the queen bee found herself ensnared by the blue-silver grass and paralyzed by the electric shock, utterly unable to move. Zhu Qing attacked the head. In the summer, Xia Tianling let out a shout. However, before he could say anything, the ever-watchful Zhu Qing had already darted out from her perch in the tree the moment his voice echoed, with the enhancement of void walking and a rapid flight dash. Zhu Qing's agile figure almost instantaneously appeared before the Bee King. The dark claws of the assassin, enveloped in a shroud of black light, merged into one and, aided by gravitational acceleration, pierced directly through the massive head of the Bee King. Just as Zhu Qing executed her phantom stab, the colossal corpse of the Bee King crashed to the ground with a resounding thud that a swirl of violet light rose, gradually coalescing into a halo above its lifeless form. The Devil Bee King had fallen. This formidable creature, boasting 5,000 years of cultivation, had been dispatched in a mere flurry of coordinated strikes. Had it not been for the brief acquaintance among the group, the Bee King would have had no chance to evade. It would have been ensnared by their control chain, ultimately meeting its demise at Zhu Qing's hands. The notion of merely weakening it before delivering the final blow seemed too cumbersome. Applause erupted, and two figures approached the gathering, one leading and the other following, with the former being the Star Luo from the Spirit Hall, and the latter a resigned-looking Yang Wudi. Magnificent, simply magnificent, such exquisite coordination. And to think it was achieved by you youngsters. In my youth, I was nowhere near your level. I am thoroughly humbled, the Star Luo remarked, stroking his beard with a look of satisfaction. Zhu Qing, please proceed to absorb the spirit ring. Yes, Teacher Liu, Zhu Qing replied, settling into a meditative position to commence the absorption. Teacher Liu, what brings you here? Xia Tianling scratched his head. Ha, I simply couldn't resist witnessing your remarkable teamwork. Besides, now that we're here, it's unlikely we'll encounter anyone else. The Star Luo chuckled heartily. I say, Yang Wudi, why not let these three youngsters accompany me? Keeping them at Shrek Academy seems like a waste. Yang Wudi wore a bitter smile. Senior, please don't put me in a difficult position. I have no authority over that matter. In a distant corner, Dai Mubai clenched his fists tightly, feeling a sense of injustice. Clearly, he believed he too deserved a share of the glory. As dusk approached, Zhu Qing gradually concluded her meditation. She successfully absorbed the 5,000-year spirit ring of the Devil Bee and the overwhelming power of the ring, combined with the residual divine energy from her earlier fusion with the Assassin's Blade, propelled her directly to level 33. Tianling, I did it. Thank you. Haha, I'm glad to hear that. Xia Tianling smiled slightly, nudging the dazed Ma Hongjun beside him. Fatty, make sure to practice diligently when we return. Wait, does this mean you've surpassed me? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in indignation. Lingu, this isn't fair. You secretly gave Zhu Qing a boost. Oh, a boost? What sort of boost? I, Xia Tianling, have no such enhancements. This is all a result of perseverance and effort. You wouldn't understand, Xia Tianling retorted, shaking his finger with a composed demeanor. That moment, the air seemed to resonate with the soundtrack, reminiscent of a journey begun at the moment of departure. Zhu Qing, what is your third spirit ability? Have you acquired what we seek? Zhu Qing nodded. My third spirit ability is called Phantom Decapitation, a fortified version of my first ability. Phantom Stab. Upon activation, it unleashes a powerful single-target strike, and by channeling more spirit power, the strike's potency can be further amplified. It was rare for the usually reticent Zhu Qing to speak so extensively. After explaining, she summoned her martial soul and directed her ability towards a nearby remnant of the beehive. A beam of violet light emanated from her hands, swiftly slicing through the massive hive. The Star Luo swiftly moved to the hive's edge, gently pushing it, causing the upper half to slide down, revealing a bounty of royal jelly within. The cut was remarkably clean, leaving behind a significant amount of regular honey that had seeped out. Impressive, a formidable cutting ability, the Soul Duo remarked, instinctively stroking his beard. It's getting late. Let us set up camp here. Fortunately, you've cleared out the devil bee swarm, so for the time being, no other spirit beasts will encroach upon their territory. The group complied, expertly tidying the battlefield and setting up their camp. By the way, everyone, lend a hand in transporting the royal jelly. This is a rare treasure. After cleaning up, Tianling invited his companions to help lower the massive hive, filling several large bottles with the remaining royal jelly and regular honey. Honey is a precious commodity. Perhaps I can find some herbs later and make a wish to the system. Who knows? I might be able to concoct a healing potion. In the dead of night, Tianling roused Tang San, who was meditating in the same tent. San, prepare yourself. Danger is imminent. Very grave danger. Wake everyone else. Understood. Tang San recognized Xia Tianling's foresight and asked no further questions. Soon, both those meditating and those asleep were awakened by the duo's urgent calls. Dai Mubai, disturbed from his rest, grumbled, "What's the meaning of this? Why wake us at such an hour? Are you too bored? No time for chatter. Danger is approaching." Xia Tianling shot him a glance. "You think it's just a coincidence that I'm saying there's danger? Indeed, I am the one foreseeing danger." As everyone prepared to exit the tent for battle, two figures rushed towards them. You're already out?" Zhao Wujia was momentarily taken aback by the gathered group. "Enough of that. Little ones, quickly unleash your martial souls if things take a turn for the worse. Don't mind us and flee as far as you can. Get out of the Star Luo forest." The Soul Duo, now on high alert, had summoned his martial soul, a gun, with 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black shimmering around him. Seeing their teachers so tense, the others, aside from Xia Tianling, were puzzled as to what could cause such anxiety in a soul sage and a Soul Duo. Just then, they witnessed a bizarre sight. Before the Soul Duo's gaze, 2 towering trees slowly parted, revealing a tremendous figure that silently emerged from the shadows. Upon sighting this behemoth, everyone's breath seemed to catch in their throats, and they finally comprehended the source of their teacher's concerns. This creature was a colossus, its entire body cloaked in ebony fur that shimmered faintly under the dim starlight, although it was on all fours. Its shoulder height undoubtedly exceeded 7 meters. The Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, the trio spoke in unison. However, their tones varied. Xia Tianling's was resolute. Tang San's was filled with astonishment, while the Soul Duo's held a hint of despair. The Spirit Hall had once attempted to encircle the 10,000-year spirit beasts within the Star Luo forest, and this particular Titan Great Ape had left an indelible psychological scar on him. "Esteemed Forest King, we mean no offense if this is your territory. We are willing to withdraw immediately." Zhao Wujia intoned solemnly. He recognized that the Titan Great Ape could comprehend human speech, especially this imposing specimen that clearly surpassed 10,000 years in cultivation. He could hardly fathom if there existed a soul beast stronger than the one before them. The Titan Great Ape, however, paid Zhao Wujia's words no heed and took a step forward. An action that sent a wave of anxiety through the group. All were tense, save for Xia Tianling, who remained composed, understanding that the Titan Great Ape had merely sensed the presence of his sister, Xiao Wu, and was likely seeking an audience. "Stay calm. Do not act rashly. Trust me, nothing will happen," Xia Tianling declared loudly. Yet, in that very moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The Titan Great Ape seemed to sense something. Its gaze fixating on the group below. Roar. The Titan Great Ape unleashed a thunderous roar, pounding its massive fists against its chest, the sound reverberating so powerfully that it nearly toppled the others. The Soul Duo, fearing the Titan Great Ape recognized him, gritted his teeth and activated most of his soul rings. His martial soul's true form manifested, resembling a spear as he launched himself toward the Titan Great Ape while shouting, "You all flee!" Zhao Wujia, witnessing the Soul Duo's action, similarly activated his 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 7th soul rings, summoning his martial soul's true form to charge alongside him. "Teacher Lu, Teacher Zhao, don't!" Xia Tianling cried out in urgency. "What are you doing provoking it? This foolish creature only wanted to see Xiao Wu. Why are you seeking death? I had warned both of them just a couple of days ago, instructing them that if they encountered the Forest King, the Titan Ape, they must not engage, as there would be no danger. Yet, these two fools, It is one thing for Zhao Wujin to doubt my prophetic abilities, but how can he not trust his own people? Zhao Wujin, shrouded in the protective aura of the unmoving king, unleashed a gravitational field centered around him, attempting to restrain the Titan Ape's movements through the combined force of gravitational pressure. Simultaneously, he activated the powerful Vajrapalm, releasing a formidable wave of energy. Clearly taken aback by the simultaneous assault from both directions, the Titan Ape erupted in fury, letting out a thunderous roar. Chapter 52. Ignoring the prophet's words can lead to death. Before Ning Rongrong could finish reciting her soul incantation, the Titan Ape retaliated. Its fist, as large as a hill, shimmered with a dim light, showcasing its signature skill, the Fist of the Earth. Concurrently, a gravitational field activated, casting a wave of black energy from above that pressed down with terrifying force, drastically reducing the speed of both Zhao Wujin and the Soul Luo. The Titan Ape's fists, akin to meteors, struck both Zhao Wujin and the Soul Luo with devastating impact. The onlookers, the mightiest of Soul Saints and Soul Luo, were sent sprawling, utterly powerless to defend themselves. Zhao Wujin, in his martial spirit form, was hurled a great distance, crashing through several trees, unconscious and unresponsive. The Soul Luo fared even worse, not only suffering from the Fist of the Earth, but also being obliterated by a subsequent colossal energy sphere, the Titan Ape's ultimate technique. The Titan's destruction. Had this Soul Luo been a tank like Zhao Wujin, perhaps he would have survived. Unfortunately, this Lu instructor was a pure offensive type. Although his attack power was formidable, his defense was exceedingly fragile. Damn, Summerling cursed under his breath. Why provoke it in the first place? Are all the soul masters from the Spirit Hall so single-minded? Zhao Wujin may not have recognized my foresight, but you should have. Why can't you trust me? Does the Titan Ape need to silently approach you to kill you? Lu instructor, Zhao instructor. The fates of the two teachers hung in the balance, yet the Titan Ape was indifferent. Leaping high into the air and crashing down before the group, the immense shockwave sent several of them reeling, and in an instant, the Titan Ape snatched up Xiao Wu in its gigantic hand. Turning to leave without hesitation, no, let Xiao Wu go. Seeing Xiao Wu captured, Tang San's eyes turned crimson. Without waiting to regain his balance, he kicked off the ground and shot forward at an angle. At the same time, his hands swiftly drew forth, unleashing a flurry of glimmering projectiles aimed at the Titan Ape's head. Initially targeting its eyes, he found the Titan Ape had already turned, forcing him to settle for a secondary target. Clang, 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 clang. The hidden weapon struck the Titan Ape's head, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds. Yet, the Titan Ape didn't even flinch, merely scratching its head with its other free hand. The damage was minimal, but the insult was profound. Subsequently, the Titan Ape unleashed another wave of black energy, sending all but the prepared Summerling and the supported Zhu Zhuqing tumbling down. No, please, Xiao Wu cried out, watching her companions being blown away. The Titan Ape glanced at Xiao Wu in its grasp. Emitting a low growl, suddenly, it leapt into the air, disappearing into the woods beyond 100 meters. Xiao Wu. Tang San scrambled to his feet, immediately pursuing the direction the Titan Ape had taken. Little San. Ling brother, I must find Xiao Wu. Do not stop me. At this moment, Tang San's eyes burned with rage, his entire being suffused with a sense of vengeance. That I won't stop you, Summerling sighed. To be frank, he had never understood what spell had bewitched Tang San, a 30-something-year-old virgin, head over heels for a rabbit with the mental age of a mere 10 years, yet physically thousands of years old. Appearing as a young girl, according to the Divine Realm legend narrated by Xiao Wu herself, he pulled out several enhanced Oscar sausages, offering them to Tang San. Xiao Wu will be fine. Tang San accepted the sausages with a deep gaze, immediately consuming one of the speed-enhancing sausages and bolting away. But I must find her. At this time, under Summerling's protection, Zhu Zhuqing remained largely unharmed. He has gone to chase after Xiao Wu. Do not worry, they will be fine. Summerling shook his head. He saw no need to restrain Tang San. Xiao Wu would be safe, and so would Tang San. Moreover, Tang San was currently far less injured than in the original narrative, and with 2 enhanced Oscar sausages, defeating the soul-devouring spider should pose no problem. This was his 3rd soul ring. Let's check on Zhao instructor. Lu instructor's body has vanished. Speaking of which, Summerling felt utterly speechless. He had explicitly warned that Soul Luo against engaging in combat, but to no avail. Now, it had cost them dearly. Moreover, Zhao Wujin seemed to have suffered more than in the original tale. He had initially caused some trouble for the Titan Ape, but now he had been swiftly eliminated by the reckless actions of Lu instructor. They found Zhao Wujin barely clinging to life in a deep pit. The group hurriedly lifted him, and Summerling stuffed a handful of restorative leaves into his mouth, mixed with diluted royal jelly. The Devil Bee royal jelly possessed some healing properties, albeit limited. The restorative leaves were also rather ineffective for Soul Kings and above, but with no better healing potions at hand, they could only rely on Zhao Wujin's resilience. Cough, cough, where is Tang San? Zhao Wujin asked weakly after regaining a breath. He went after the Titan Ape. Ning Rongrong answered succinctly. She had remained unharmed under Oscar's protection and had noticed the exchange between Tang San and Summerling. PFF. Zhao Wujin nearly choked upon hearing this. Was he not seeking his own demise? That is the Titan Ape. Oscar, give me several more restorative sausages. He cannot go alone. Just as Oscar was about to comply, Summerling restrained him with a hand. Zhao instructor, let us not talk about combat. Do you even have the strength to move? Perhaps I should check first, you? Summerling met Zhao Wujin's incredulous gaze and retorted. Xiao San and Xiao Wu will be fine. I have said I am a prophet, capable of foreseeing the future. Upon entering the forest, I warned that the Titan Ape would arrive tonight. Did that not come to pass? In prior incidents involving the phoenix-tail chicken-crowned snake, Xiao Tian and her granddaughter Mengaran, do you truly believe I possess such keen observational skills? Time and again, events have validated my prophecies. I told you and Lu instructor not to engage, yet you both insisted. Now, look where it has led you. One dead, the other gravely wounded. Zhao Wujin opened his mouth, but found no words to refute her. While he had indeed been informed about the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake and accurately predicted the time of injury, including the Titan Ape's appearance, he had always regarded it as mere coincidence. Who could have anticipated that this self-proclaimed prophet was, in fact, genuine? Enough, recover your strength. At the very least, regain your ability to move. Summerling instructed Oscar to prepare several swift flight sausages. You all rest here for now. Once Zhao instructor can move, follow me. I will proceed ahead to investigate. With that, he turned and dashed in the direction Tang San had disappeared. In truth, his journey was not solely to search for Tang San and Xiao Wu. They would be fine. What need was there to seek them out? His solo endeavor was motivated by the desire for his fourth soul ring. After 2 fruitless days of searching the previous day, he had made a wish to the system, hoping to learn which soul beast would be most suitable for his fourth soul ring and its location. Though the system provided an answer, due to the unique nature of the soul beast, he could only seek an opportunity to act independently. Chapter 53. The Golden Bilyong Descending into Darkness. Upon arriving at an unknown region, guided by the location given by the system, Summerling found himself utterly astonished by the colossal creature before him. This being, resembling a tiger with 2 massive fangs, bore an uncanny resemblance to the saber-toothed tiger of his previous life. Yet, unlike any ordinary tiger, this one was enormous, its entire body gleaming a resplendent gold. This is no mere tiger. It is unmistakably one of the 9 dragon offspring, the Bilyong. Only upon witnessing it with my own eyes did the system reveal the name of this creature before me, the Golden Bihuan. I cannot ascertain whether it bears any relation to the Emperor's auspicious beast, the 3-eyed golden swan Wang Qiuer, from 10,000 years hence. Curiously, the Bihuan, once a symbol of righteousness, justice, and the ability to discern right from wrong, is now enveloped in a swirling mist of black smoke. This is no ordinary black. It is a pure embodiment of malevolence. Even from a distance, its mere sight instills a sense of dread and awakens desires within. This colossal Bihuan howls in anguish within the forest, thrashing about and toppling giant trees one after another. What has befallen it? Xia Tianling inquired of the system. It has been tainted. It is no longer the embodiment of justice, but is undergoing a transformation into a chaotic and disorderly form. Once this transformation is complete, it will metamorphose into a dark Bihuan, standing in stark opposition to all orderly beings, poised to annihilate any realm of order. What constitutes an orderly being? What has polluted it? Xia Tianling encountered a term previously unknown to him, one that seemed to diverge vastly from the aesthetic of Duo continent. That is not something you need to concern yourself with at present. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. While this Bihuan still retains a modicum of its senses, swiftly employ your most formidable power to bring it to an end. It can still maintain some control. Once it fully transforms into a being of chaos, it will become an irrational monster that even the gods will struggle to confront. Very well, since the system refrains from being explicit. It is likely constrained by some limitation that I should heed the system's counsel promptly, taking advantage of its weakened state. True Dragon, manifest, dawn, arise. Xia Tianling inhaled deeply, invoking for the first time in 6 years the five-clawed, true dragon martial soul. Simultaneously, he grasped the dawn martial soul in his hand. With a hammer in his left hand and an axe in his right, he advanced step by step towards the descending dark Bihuan, unleashing his bloodline aura without reservation. Given that the Bihuan is said to be the 7th offspring of the true dragon, the aura of the true dragon's bloodline may prove advantageous. The agitated Bihuan sensed this aura, its fierce demeanor softening somewhat, yet it continued to writhe on the ground. A vague wave of mental energy invaded Xia Tianling's mind. Father, presence, alas, you are not him. Is it effective? Kill me, quickly, I can no longer control. Caution, the aura upon me. The Bihuan seemed to exert all its strength, forcing forth another wave of mental energy, after which the clarity that represented its rationality swiftly faded, obscured by a dark crimson hue. Hurry and slay it. It has begun its metamorphosis. It is currently at its weakest, its power diminished to that of an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. The moment it completes its transformation, even that little dragon below will be powerless to contend with it. The system's voice remained cold and mechanical, yet its pace quickened, tinged with urgency. Xia Tianling no longer hesitated, directly activating his 2 soul rings. The storm battle axe materialized. The thunder god form was conferred. Employing both martial souls simultaneously imposed little burden on his body, but the consumption of soul power was staggering. Both martial souls activated, wielding the storm battle axe and enhanced by attributes. His soul power was depleting at an unprecedented rate, far exceeding the usual. Even though he possessed the dual cores of Qi Si and Golden Core, with a soul power reserved many times that of an average soul master, he could not withstand prolonged consumption. The primary issue lay in the low quality of soul power, while the energy quality of the Doa world was insufficient to cultivate higher-tier foundational strength, such as spiritual power. Let me see your abilities. He executed the 9-turn sky-treading step, wielding the storm battle axe in one hand, charging headlong towards the dark Bihuan. Although the dark Bihuan had lost its reason, it was still partially subdued by the aura of the true dragon. Its battle instincts and innate abilities, honed over countless millennia, were formidable. That a surge of dark energy erupted from its body, rapidly expanding into a cubic domain. Within this space, Xia Tianling felt as though he was encased in heavy shackles. The previously unimpeded 9-turn sky-treading steps struggled to navigate the oppressive environment. That moment, the dark Bihuan's forehead split open, revealing a dark, luminous ray as black as ink, laced with flickering red lightning, shot towards Xia Tianling's chest. This was one of the golden Bihuan's innate abilities, judgment, as one of the dragon's 9 sons. The Bihuan possessed an inherent capacity for discernment, and its innate powers were tied to this radiant energy. However, having succumbed to corruption, its properties had shifted. Judgment could now be aptly renamed as corruption. Restricted in its movements, the Bihuan found it difficult to evade, thus igniting its 3rd soul ring. The massive blade of the lightning axe clashed with the slender beam of black light, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars before both dissipated. Harnessing the momentum from the thunder half-moon slash, Xia Tianling pressed on, unleashing a trio of spells in rapid succession: lightness technique, wind riding technique, and evil breaking technique. The first 2 accelerated his movements, while the latter mitigated some of the oppressive force of the dark domain. Rain summoning technique, heavenly lightning invocation. 2 more spells were cast. A dark cloud formed above the dark Bihuan, unleashing a torrential downpour. The lightning invocation summoned thunder, amplifying the storm's fury, as bolts of azure lightning relentlessly struck the Bihuan, causing it to roar in agony. In this fleeting moment, with the aid of various spells, Xia Tianling succeeded in closing the distance. Just as he prepared to strike, his 3rd soul ring illuminated, and the thunder half-moon slash coalesced in an instant. The storm battle axe roared forth in its full glory for the first time. Previously, even a standard attack in its ordinary state was sufficient to severely wound Yi Zhiqiu, a defense-oriented soul king. Now, under the might of the true dragon martial soul and the formidable power of lightning, its potency had more than doubled. Not only was this a testament to his physical strength, but the dawn martial soul was also his innate weapon. Nurtured over 6 years to become indistinguishable from his own essence, surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary cultivator's innate magical artifact, this moment, wielding his innate artifact with mastery, the force of this strike rivaled that of a full-on assault from a battle soul saint. Even an ordinary soul emperor would likely be obliterated in an instant, and yet he stood merely as a 30-level, 3-ringed quasi-soul master. The Bihuan, as a pure-blooded descendant of dragons, inherited the formidable physique and magical prowess of the true dragon. Its bloodline bestowed upon it a fierce close combat capability, capable of overpowering many indigenous soul beasts, including the Emperor Tian and the Golden Dragon King. However, now, the chaotic darkness of its corrupted nature clashed violently with the orderly light of its original justice within the same vessel. Though its innate rationality was suppressed, the pride inherent to the true dragon bloodline refused to allow it to succumb without a fight, desperately resisting in the depths of its subconscious. The descending Bihuan now resembled a powerful weapon in the hands of a child. Though it was ferocious, its movements were wildly uncoordinated. The sharp blade of the axe met the dark Bihuan's right claw with a piercing screech. The azure lightning continuously eroded the black aura surrounding the Bihuan, revealing flecks of gold, only to be swiftly obscured once more by the encroaching blackness that a massive claw fell away, exposing its stark white bone. What should have been a bone as lustrous as jade was now imbued with an ominous aura. As crimson blood mingled with viscous black liquid gushed from the severed vessels, upon contact with the dark fluid, the plants beneath withered instantly, emitting a hissing sound. The dark Bihuan let out a piercing scream. It was thoroughly enraged by the little insect before it. What it had thought to be an easily squashed bug had inflicted upon it grievous wounds, an unforgivable affront. Yet just as it prepared to unleash its innate ability once more, it was abruptly interrupted, causing it to cough up a trickle of blood, and for a fleeting moment, clarity flickered in its gaze. A weakness, the mouth, lightning, fire, suppress, darkness, a familiar mental wave surged into Xia Tianling's consciousness. The mouth? Shouldn't that be its most potent area? As a dragon son representing judicial fairness, akin to the Yazi, the fierce and irascible Yazi habitually resorts to violence to resolve conflicts, while the gentle Bien, on the other hand, prefers to reason with those who transgress. Thus, Bien possesses a remarkable eloquence, even exhibiting a modicum of ability to wield laws with his words. Yet, in his dark and corrupted state, Bien is devoid of consciousness, driven solely by chaotic instincts, rendering him incapable of harnessing such formidable powers. Were he in his complete form, he could effortlessly subdue Xia Tianling with a mere utterance. Xia Tianling had previously unconsciously believed that Bien's mouth was the most powerful aspect of his being, only to discover that his greatest weapon was paradoxically his vulnerability. However, he did accurately deduce that thunder and flames could mitigate the oppressive darkness enveloping Bien, possessing a purifying effect. Therefore, let the tempest rage even fiercer. Xia Tianling continued to engage Bien with various incantations, occasionally delivering strikes with his thunder half-moon slash, inflicting wounds that, while not fatal, were rather burdensome. The dark Bien was thus manipulated by Xia Tianling, unleashing its crimson lightning in a fit of rage. Unbeknownst to it, the thunder striking it was intensifying, and the rain above was pouring down with increasing ferocity. What had begun as a mere downpour had escalated into a torrential rain, akin to water being poured from the heavens. Aside from necessary evasions and enhancements, Xia Tianling devoted nearly all his soul power to sustaining the thunder in this deluge. At last, the water elements within several kilometers had been entirely depleted, and a vast accumulation of water elements flooded this confined space. The heavenly thunder grew more violent than before, yet the irrational dark Bien failed to notice that. Although the thunder above had become denser, the strikes upon it had nearly ceased. Instead, the puddles formed on the ground due to the downpour crackled with lightning, their area steadily shrinking. By this point, the dark Bien had ceased to attempt any assaults on Xia Tianling. It was wholly focused on its transformation, seemingly indifferent to the changes in its surroundings or the thunder striking it. Having exhausted several soul power recovery sausages, Xia Tianling's own soul power was nearly depleted, and even his dawning martial soul had been converted into the primal soul power to replenish his dwindling energy reserves. Now, the remaining soul power was barely sufficient for him to unleash one last full-force attack in the Storm Battle Axe state. Maintaining the true dragon's embodiment with great difficulty, Xia Tianling allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he swiftly consumed the last of his rapid-flight sausages. Abruptly withdrawing from the realm of darkness, while simultaneously hurling an explosive fireball within. Boom! A fierce explosion erupted within the dark domain, flames soaring skyward, only to be forcefully suppressed back by the darkness. The tremendous roar reverberated for miles, even rousing the slumbering Tianqing Nyomong at the Life Lake, who lifted its head in alarm. What a grand conflagration! What occurred over there? Xiao Wu stood atop Ming's head, gazing in that direction, hoping that Teacher Zhao and the others were safe. The residual shockwave from the explosion, despite being filtered through the dark domain, sent Xia Tianling tumbling backward, leaving his ears ringing. The dark Bian screeched in agony, foolishly attempting to use the power of its domain to shield itself from the explosion. Had it not previously unleashed its power, it might have fared better. But now, with the explosion occurring within, the contracting domain relentlessly compressed the oxygen and hydrogen generated from the torrential rain and thunder into a sealed space. This unreasonable power of the domain enveloped the kinetic energy and heat produced by the explosion, leaving the surrounding flora largely unscathed. Yet, the dark Bian was in dire straits. The fiercer the explosion blazed, the more it sought to contract the domain for protection. Yet, the tighter the domain shrank, the more potent the forces of explosion and combustion grew. A divine beast caught in a self-destructive cycle. Ultimately, the severely wounded creature could no longer sustain the domain's power, allowing the scant remnants of its strength to be unleashed, devastating some surrounding vegetation. Taking a breath, Xia Tianling activated his remaining soul power to initiate his most potent dual martial soul form. Wielding the Storm Battle Axe, his attributes enhanced for protection, cautiously advancing toward the explosion's epicenter. Upon stepping into the area previously shrouded by the domain, he found not a trace of plant life beneath his feet. The soil had been scorched to a glass-like state by the intense heat. As the flames receded, the form of the dark Bian became visible. The once ominous black mist had been reduced to mere wisps, and its once lustrous golden exterior now resembled charred remnants, cracked and desolate. Its blood had nearly evaporated away. Xia Tianling silently broke into a sweat. The vitality of this divine beast was indeed formidable, surviving such an explosion even in its weakest state. The dark Bian had not perished. It had yet to form any soul rings. Did such a creature truly possess the capability of generating soul rings? It shouldn't be a soul beast, right? Two questions suddenly arose in Xia Tianling's mind. However, since the system indicated that this was the most suitable fourth soul ring for him, it should indeed exist. He approached the ailing dark Bian. Yet now, it perhaps could no longer be termed the dark Bian. The cataclysmic explosion had nearly cleansed all traces of its darkness. Although the Bian was on the brink of death, it had regained its former clarity. You have arrived at a significantly weakened wave of mental energy entered Xia Tianling's consciousness. It was the rational golden Bian. Elder, how can I save you? The Bian laboriously shook its head, indicating that such profound corruption was essentially irreversible, and that the vast majority of its primal power had dissipated in the struggle against its fall. Rendering it beyond remedy, Xia Tianling released the embodiment of his martial soul. Standing there in a daze, the imminent demise of the Bian stirred a profound sorrow within his bloodline. Though this world is weak, frail, and riddled with flaws, its rules hold a certain intrigue. My time is short. Allow me to leave you with something of interest. Something of interest. The Bian did not elaborate, but raised its remaining left paw, gently lifting Xia Tianling, pressing its forehead against his. Inheritance. That a familiar voice resonated, distinct from the previous mental communications. This marked the first true words spoken by the Bian in ages. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped the Bian, coalescing into its third divine eye. The divine eye on the Bian's forehead served as a bridge connecting man and beast. That a torrent of golden light surged through this conduit into Xia Tianling's being. At that moment, Xia Tianling felt a disorienting resonance in his mind, as if a grand bell was resonating within, accompanied by a cacophony of celestial sounds whose meanings eluded him. That voice was commanding, imbued with a profound sense of justice. bearer of my father's bloodline, wield this power wisely. The Bien transmitted another wave of mental energy. Subsequently, its colossal form ignited in flames, the last vestiges of darkness around it being thoroughly cleansed by the golden fire. Xia Tianling felt a tremendous warmth surging into him from his forehead, coursing down his spine and gradually enveloping his entire being. His flesh and veins underwent transformation and metamorphosis in this torrent of heat. The dawning martial soul was forcibly summoned, and a ring of crimson golden circles began to coalesce around it. Was this a form of sacrifice? In a sense, the Bien's actions bore resemblance to a sacrificial rite. Yet it was not a true sacrifice. That it was not a native species of the Duel continent. Rather, it had inadvertently shattered space and arrived here after being infected by that malevolent darkness. As a divine beast, upon death, it would not leave behind any soul rings and lacked the capacity for sacrifice. However, the power of the rules in the Duel world is extraordinarily peculiar and easily manipulated. The Bien happened to excel in this regard, and thus, in its dying moments, it bequeathed its remaining primal power and innate abilities to Xia Tianling, who possessed the true dragon bloodline. This represented the last vestige of pure essence after the Bien's purification and refinement of its own power. One could say that nearly all of its strength dissipated in the clash against the forces of corruption. As one of the dragon progeny, the Bien's bloodline naturally resonated profoundly with Xia Tianling, enabling the successful completion of this pseudo-sacrificial ritual. Were it another, the mere clash of bloodline power, devoid of any talk of inherited capabilities, would be beyond the reach of an ordinary individual after a period of time. The immense form of the Bien appeared to be consumed by flames, while a circular, scarlet gold emblem gradually manifested upon Xia Tianling's forehead. The bones within his body began to emit a cacophony of crackling sounds. This seemingly subtle noise imparted a heart-stopping sensation, as if his entire being were on the verge of exploding. Concurrently, a gray-black substance, interspersed with tendrils of dark purple blood, began to seep through the surface of his skin. This was the power of the Bien cleansing his body, expelling all impurities and internal injuries, typically during the phase when a cultivator transitions from qi refinement to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. It is a gradual process of bodily transformation and impurity removal. However, due to the peculiar geographical location and rules, while cultivation was facilitated, the formidable bodily transformation abilities inherent to the cultivation system were considerably simplified. As the transformation of his body progressed, the remnant power of the Bien fully integrated into him. The scarlet gold ring surrounding the dawn martial spirit solidified into the form of a soul ring, signifying that Xia Tianling had ascended to the rank of soul master. Yet, this was not the end at that moment. A resounding thunder echoed from the heavens, and a colossal dark cloud abruptly appeared above the Star Luo forest. While Xia Tianling's body underwent earth-shattering changes, the instant the soul ring took shape, his soul power surged to unprecedented fullness, reaching heights previously unattained. The golden core vibrated incessantly, emitting a soft humming sound. Within his qi sea, energy swirled chaotically, greedily absorbing all energies from both within and without, fervently infusing them into the golden core nestled in his middle dantian. Boom! A bolt of heavenly thunder crashed down, striking directly at Xia Tianling's crown. The long-overdue golden core tribulation, after a 6-year delay, had arrived. Was this the thunder tribulation? Could there still be other 10,000-year soul beasts lurking within the Star Luo forest? The sky-blue bull python widened its eyes. With its limited experience from a lifetime spent in this forest, it could not discern the difference between a tribulation meant as a trial and reward and one purely intended for destruction. Upon the moment the dreaded heavenly tribulation made contact with Xia Tianling's body, a layer of fine dragon scales emerged upon his skin, meticulously diffusing the violent tribulation, further dividing it, before slowly melding into his being. Infusing the trembling golden core, boom, 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 the resounding echoes reverberated through the heavens as 8 successive bolts of heavenly tribulation descended, each more potent than the last, in the instant following the final bolt of thunder. The high-frequency vibrating golden core expanded to its utmost, covered in intricate patterns akin to the cracked porcelain of Ru where, boom, the long-awaited nascent soul tribulation also descended. This time, the colossal golden core shattered violently. Xia Tianling felt as though his consciousness had undergone a transformation. His soul no longer resided solely within his mind, but had become intricately intertwined with his entire cultivation that a milky white infant manifested in the position of his middle dantian. Replacing the former golden core, boom, 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 17 bolts of heavenly thunder struck down once more, this time with a force several times greater than that of the previous golden core tribulation. As the power of the tribulation intensified, the dragon scales upon Xia Tianling's body could no longer withstand the damage, gradually charring, with certain areas even emitting a meaty aroma. Yet, despite his increasingly dire exterior, the momentum within him grew ever stronger. The nascent infant also expanded rapidly, reaching perfection with each successive bolt of thunder. The descending thunder ceased, yet the dark clouds in the sky continued to rumble with thunderous sounds, the clouds of calamity. Signifying the tribulation, rolled and expanded, their inner blue and white lights swirling, brewing an even more formidable trial. The heavenly tribulation represented destruction, yet it also harbored the essence of life. It was a trial from the heavens for cultivators striving to ascend their life forms, simultaneously serving as a reward. Chapter 56. Rule skills. Unlike orthodox cultivators undergoing tribulation, Xia Tianling faced the trials of golden core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation all at once, leaving him no time to acclimatize to the sudden surge of power. Boom! The tribulation representing spirit transformation commenced. Massive bolts of heavenly thunder surged into Xia Tianling's body, violently impacting the nascent soul, spreading an indescribable pain throughout his very soul. Achieve spirit transformation. A cultivator must integrate the 3 souls and 7 spirits within the nascent soul, utilizing the refinement of the heavenly tribulation to meld them into one, thereby evolving into a more powerful primordial spirit. Simultaneously, the Mud Pill Palace, serving as the upper dantian, bore the brunt of an overwhelming influx of spiritual power. During the formation of the primordial spirit and the progression to spirit transformation, the cultivator must forcibly break through the constraints of the Mud Pill Palace using their formidable spiritual power, connecting to the ancestral passages and opening the sea of consciousness. This step is often the most arduous, requiring a tremendous accumulation of spiritual power built up over years to erupt all at once within the Mud Pill Palace. Typically, a cultivator should have formed the embryonic sea of consciousness during the nascent soul stage, developed spiritual awareness during the golden core stage, and opened the Mud Pill Palace during the foundation establishment stage. However, due to his leap through stages, he now had to face them all at once. Although Xia Tianling was somewhat lacking in accumulation, he was grateful for the legacy left by the Golden Bien. As a divine beast adept in the manipulation of rules, the Bien's spiritual power was immensely formidable. Even the last vestiges of its power were terrifying. The scarlet gold emblem upon his brow radiated waves of light. Compressing his inherent spiritual power into a compact sphere, the external force of the heavenly tribulation continually washed over this sphere, rendering it more refined and solid. The accumulation reached a threshold sufficient for qualitative change. Within Xia Tianling's Mud Pill Palace, an explosion akin to the birth of the universe erupted, as a vast amount of compressed spiritual power transformed into consciousness imbued with a faint golden aura. Surging wildly within the newly opened sea of consciousness, in the terms of later generations, his spiritual power had reached an extraordinarily vast realm, rivaling even Titan Giant Ape in direct confrontation. In this era, where few cultivated spiritual power, he was undoubtedly unrivaled. Aside from a select few, hardly anyone could contend with him. Having completed the metamorphosis from spiritual power to consciousness, Xia Tianling had surmounted the most challenging hurdle. Now, under the triple pressures of consciousness, heavenly tribulation, and soul power, the 3 souls and 7 spirits rapidly merged with the nascent soul. Although the process was excruciating, his willpower allowed him to persevere. Finally, with the descent of the last bolt of heavenly tribulation, Xia Tianling's primordial spirit completed its transformation. From this moment on, he could be said to possess no absolute vital weak points in his physical form. His brain was no longer the sole vessel for his soul, and his heart was no longer the only core of energy within his body. Henceforth, the upper dantian's sea of consciousness, the middle dantian's primordial spirit, and the lower dantian's qi-si became thoroughly interconnected. forming a second life cycle system independent of the original bodily structure. As long as either existed, the cultivator would not face complete death. This is the terrifying aspect of the cultivation system. Even if the body were utterly destroyed, the primordial spirit could still survive independently, transcending into a loose immortal or even a ghostly cultivator, exhibiting a remarkably resilient vitality that in contrast, Qian Renxue, who had just achieved angelic divinity in the original timeline, was nearly defeated by Tang San with a single tear of guanine piercing her heart, which was utterly unimpressive. Likewise, Xia Tianling, possessing both a qi and a primordial spirit as dual core energy sources, exhibited a recovery speed and magnitude of soul power several times greater than that of his peers. Xia Tianling reveled in his robust physique, honed through the trials of 3 heavenly tribulations. He now felt an inexhaustible strength surging within him, capable of easily overpowering his former self in peak condition. What is this thing on my forehead? He touched his brow and felt a hard, coin-sized circular object. He then retrieved a mirror from his storage ring that was a scarlet gold emblem. Could it be an external soul bone? Xia Tianling pondered, slowly extending his consciousness toward the emblem. The moment his consciousness made contact with the emblem, a surge of information flooded into his mind that turned out to be the legacy left by the Golden Bien. This was the Bien's third divine eye, which Xia Tianling named the emblem of justice. It possessed a single skill known as Dread, which passively enhanced the owner's spiritual power and could be actively triggered to reduce the attributes of any marked creature within the user's perception range by 10%. With guaranteed efficacy, he reached up to touch his forehead again, and having comprehended the information, he attempted to conceal the emblem after a few tries. Dawn martial spirit, arise. The axe and hammer were gripped tightly in Xia Tianling's hands as 4 soul rings gradually rose beneath him. The 4th ring, indeed, was the scarlet gold one, symbolizing the Golden Bien. Could this be a divine-level soul ring? Certainly not. This is merely the inherited talent bestowed by the Golden Bien, who, condensed according to the rules of this world, and does not belong to any specific year's soul ring. The system, which has always observed coldly, detected Xia Tianling's confusion and provided an explanation that to be precise, it is not a soul ring at all. It simply resembles one and possesses the functions of a soul ring. Rules? Indeed, rules that if there is anything commendable about the soul cultivation system in the Douluo world, it is the opportunity it affords practitioners to engage with the rules. Even in extremely feeble circumstances, for instance, the attribute enhancement of your storm battle axe form and the 4th soul skill granted to you by the Bienhu, along with the 3rd spirit bone, the divine in other worlds. Such feats can only be accomplished by those at the level of rule practitioners. Yet now, you merely need to expend a little soul power to achieve them. My 4th soul skill. Speaking of which, due to a series of encounters, Xia Tianling still had no idea what the effect of his 4th soul skill was. He immediately focused his mind to sense it. As the saying goes, you don't know until you look, and once you do, you are startled. This 4th soul skill was indeed overwhelmingly formidable. The 4th soul skill left by the Golden Bienhu was its innate ability, Judgment of Justice. Interestingly, this is a domain-type skill that can only be executed with a hammer. It cannot be doubled in effect with the Storm Battle Axe form. Once activated, the effect is a judgment on targets deemed enemies within a radius of 15,000 square meters, as subjectively perceived by the user. If the target harbors malicious intent and has acted upon it, all attributes are reduced by 25%. If the target has malicious thoughts but has not acted, all attributes are reduced by 15%. If the target has never harbored ill intent, the soul skill has no effect whatsoever. Simultaneously, all attributes of oneself and allies subjectively identified by the user, including oneself, are increased by 20%. This soul skill can last a maximum of 2 hours, and unless the user actively dispels it or the duration expires, the debilitation effect will take place even if one flees to the ends of the earth. Of course, if you possess the ability to escape the Douluo universe, outside the constraints of the rules, the effect will automatically be nullified, providing buffs to allies while imposing debuffs on enemies. This is the innate skill of a divine beast. It seems rather unreasonable. Moreover, if used in conjunction with the external spirit bone, the emblem of justice, the effect of this soul skill will double, theoretically capable of reducing the opponent's attributes by 60% while augmenting one's own by 40%. And this is absolutely guaranteed. Even if the benevolent evil God King were to personally arrive, Xia Tianling's soul skill could still amplify or weaken their powers. The potency of this skill has even surpassed the supportive effects provided by the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda at the 7th ring. Who truly is the foremost support martial soul in the continent? Chapter 57. Oh, is it time for my prophetic performance again? By the way, system, could you change the color of my golden soul ring? Black would suffice. This gold is rather conspicuous. Having finished his preparations, Xia Tianling leisurely made his way toward the direction from which the Titan Great Ape had come. He had already visited the campsite that had been attacked earlier. But the individuals had vanished without a trace. A few hours were enough for Zhao Wujia's mobility to be restored, and it was likely that they had set off to find Tang San. Ding, host's wish received. Searching for the power of fate. Ding, wish successful. You have acquired a 4th soul ring color modifier, currently modifying for you. Ding, modification complete. You may manually deactivate ITAS. Xia Tianling observed his 4th soul ring transformed into a pitch-black hue. He suddenly felt a tinge of strangeness. Was this system truly intelligent? How was it that it had previously answered his inquiries proactively, yet now it had reverted to a mechanical and procedural manner? Nevertheless, despite the oddities of the fate modification system, its functionality was undeniably impressive at its present. His 4th soul ring appeared to be an unremarkable, standard 10,000-year soul ring, utterly devoid of any trace of its former golden brilliance. When Xia Tianling found Tang San and his companions, Tang San had already defeated the man-faced demon spider and was in the process of absorbing its soul ring. Xiao Wu had also returned to the group. Tianling, where have you been? Zhu Zhuqing was the first to notice Xia Tianling's return, leaping in front of him. Little cat, you were so worried about me. Don't fret, Zhuqing. I'm fine. Xia Tianling scratched his head, explaining, I encountered a few 10,000-year soul beasts while pursuing Tang San and had to take a detour. On my way back, I came across a suitable 10,000-year soul beast and took it down. So now I am a 4-ring soul master. 4-ring soul master. How old are you this year? Zhao Wujia, who had visibly regained some strength, inquired with a hint of incredulity. I just turned 12 this year. Xia Tianling, feeling a bit bashful as he sensed his soul power level, added, not just a soul master. I have already reached level 44.44. Brotherling, are you even human? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in disbelief. Xia Tianling glanced at Xiao Wu, whose gaze seemed to flicker evasively. Of course, I'm human, right, Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuqing looked between him and Xiao Wu, feeling a bit puzzled. Why did he ask Xiao Wu? What was their relationship? Before Xiao Wu could respond, Zhao Wujia interjected, Wait, what did you just say? You single-handedly killed a 10,000-year soul beast. Indeed, did you not witness the explosion earlier? That was my doing. The soul beast was simply foolish. He then elaborated on the battle scene with embellishments, sparing no detail except for the identity of the golden Bianhu. And that's how it went down. I orchestrated an explosion, and it ended up destroying itself. Unsurprisingly, everyone appeared bewildered, struggling to comprehend the terms of electrolysis, hydrogen, and oxygen. Despite being clear in Doa language when broken down, they found it incomprehensible when strung together. If they didn't understand, so be it. It wasn't crucial. Xia Tianling waved his hand. I guess Xiao Wu has already obtained her 3rd soul ring, right? Tianling, you're amazing. How did you know? Ning Rongrong exclaimed out, of course. I am a prophet. If I am not mistaken, Xiao San will acquire a highly valuable external spirit bone from absorbing this 2,000-year man-faced demon spider. External spirit bone? How is that possible? Ning Rongrong, with her extensive knowledge, was aware of what it entailed. What is an external spirit bone? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, puzzled. Simply put, external spirit bones are rare special types that exist independently from the 6 usual spirit bones, unlike regular spirit bones, which can drop. External spirit bones bind to the soul master for life upon fusion. He paused, glancing at the pained expression on Tang San's face. Xiao San is quite lucky. He will receive an external spirit bone resembling 8 spider legs, which possess evolutionary capabilities. It harbors potent venom, so be careful not to touch it, especially you. Little fatty, don't call me little fatty. Is my hand that clumsy? Ma Hongjun protested indignantly. Suddenly, Tang San, who was absorbing the soul ring, contorted his face in agony, letting out a pained scream. His body, seated in meditation, began to spasm violently. His chest jutted upward, arching his upper body in a horrifying manner. "Third brother," Xiao Wu cried out, attempting to rush forward. Zhao Wujie was also alarmed, recalling that Tang San had experienced a similar episode when he first began absorbing the soul ring, likely due to overextending himself. "Calm down, little rabbit. I told you, right? Xiao San will gain an external spirit bone. So there's no need for such panic." Before he could finish, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric, Tang San's clothes were suddenly ripped apart. 4 bulging protrusions, each the size of a fist, sprung from either side of his spine. At that moment, Tang San appeared to be enduring immense pain, with droplets of blood seeping from beneath his skin as he struggled violently. Then, 8 thick, deep purple appendages emerged from within, rapidly extending and growing at an astonishing rate. Soon, he was lifted off the ground by the 8 spider legs, encased in a cocoon. Xiao San's external spirit bone had successfully fused. "Everyone, step back. Do not touch anything," Xia Tianling instructed, raising a hand to signal everyone to retreat. The girls should keep their distance. When Xiao San breaks free from the cocoon, he will be left without clothes. "Kid, you're incredible," Zhao Wujie exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. The changes in Xiao San truly validated his earlier predictions. Had he listened to Xia Tianling, he might not have been severely injured by the Titan Giant Ape. Is Xiao San going to turn into a giant spider? Ning Rongrong asked, rolling her eyes. "What on earth are you thinking?" On a sweltering summer day, Xia Tianling wore an expression of utter exasperation. "All right, everyone, let's get back to our tasks." They proceeded to set up camp, kindle a fire, and prepare a meal. Knowing that the integration process for Xiao San would take approximately 12 more hours, after such a prolonged endeavor, it was time for a well-deserved rest. The group nodded in agreement and began to fulfill their respective duties. Reconstructing their resting area, Xia Tianling, proclaiming himself a prophet with an uncanny foresight, had been validated several times, and the others now held his words in unwavering belief when he declared that results would manifest in 12 hours. They accepted it as an undeniable truth. After a light meal, while a few remained on watch, the others, whose minds were taut with tension, sought solace in rest. Except for Xiao Wu, the little bunny, despite the numerous confirmations of Xia Tianling's predictions. She still felt a lingering unease. This puzzled Xia Tianling, in excellent spirits and willingly taking on the watch duty, as he stealthily observed the worried countenance of Xiao Wu from a tree. How had Tang San and Xiao Wu's relationship evolved so profoundly over the past 6 years? Chapter 58. Can one person compare to a group? 12 hours later, morning dawned. After a night of fusion, Tang San emerged from his cocoon, making his grand debut before the group. Just as Xia Tianling had foretold, Tang San appeared completely unclad. Ning Rongrong, from a distance, was stealing glances. Beside her, Oscar was feeling a bit miffed. "Rongrong, stop staring at Tang San and look at me instead. Get lost. Talk to me when your culinary skills match those of Xia Tianling. Quit scolding. I'm practicing." As Ning Rongrong and Oscar exchanged playful banter, Tang San transitioned from a dazed state to one of joyous tears upon seeing Xiao Wu. The two of them enveloped in a sweet moment. Dai Ti was a scene steeped in the fragrance of romance. Ma Hongjun, chewing on a sausage with visible frustration, found himself resonating with Xia Tianling's sentiments. Observing the antics of the two couples, Zhu Zhuqing, with an air of indifference, seemed to reflect deeply in a corner. After Xia Tianling intervened to separate the lovebirds, explaining the situation to Tang San regarding retracting his 8 spider lances, quite some time passed. No wonder you all are able to absorb soul rings of a higher level. "It's remarkable," Tang San exclaimed, realizing that individual physiques truly vary. Following this first-hand experience, he increasingly doubted the reliability of the Master's precise soul ring ratios. Xia Tianling patted Tang San's shoulder, stating that the strength of the soul rings one could absorb is entirely dependent on physical condition. "Exercise diligently, and strive for your 4th ring to be like ours. Absorb a 10,000-year one." In their original timeline, Tang San's astonishing feat of a 10,000-year 4th ring was merely a standard expectation among the Shrek's 7 devils that, of course, with the exception of Yin and Xiaoyu, who had insufficient time to train their bodies and lacked the exceptional treatment that Hulaina received, they were left with the usual 1,000-year 4th rings. Reflecting on the Master's unverified theories and the knowledge imparted by Xia Tianling throughout their journey, Tang San felt a swell of admiration for his companion's wisdom. Xia Tianling waved dismissively. I merely stand on the shoulders of giants. This knowledge has been distilled through generations of soul masters. How can a single individual's research, like Yu Xiaojiang's, compare to the legacy of the spirit hall that has amassed for over 10 millennia? Enough of your mutual flattery. Save it for after we exit the Star Luo forest. Zhao Wujie smiled. Although we faced numerous challenges, we have exceeded our mission. It is time to return. Through their shared experiences of life and death, the bonds between the members of Spirit Hall and Shrek Academy had significantly strengthened. Though they belonged to different institutions, this did not hinder the friendship they had forged in such a brief time. Except for one, Dai Mubai, who felt like an outsider, watching the lively interactions with a sense of alienation. Since the ambush on the Demon Bee King, he had become almost invisible, rarely participating in either battles or discussions. This feeling of solitude was profoundly unsettling that he yearned to erupt, to confront them and demand answers. But ultimately, he held back. Indeed, Ning Rongrong was right. What grounds did he have for pride? Zhu Zhuqing was also correct. He was merely a coward who had resigned himself to mediocrity, watching the boy beside Zhu Zhuqing flirt incessantly. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Tianling, just wait. One day, I, Dai Mubai, shall defeat Davis and reclaim everything that belongs to me. By the way, Tianling and Tang San, what exactly is this Zhuge divine crossbow you spoke of? On the way back, Tang San recounted how he had defeated the human-faced demon spider. Lacking the support of the formidable dragon serpent that had severely weakened the creature, Tang San had relied on Oscar's rapid flight and an endless barrage of hidden weapons to gradually wear it down. Ultimately, the human-faced demon spider was startled by a sudden aura, which allowed Tang San to seize an opportunity and perilously shoot out its eyes with the Zhuge divine crossbow. The aura that had startled the creature was likely the residual energy from the dying golden Lin, which had escaped before its demise. As they walked and talked, Tang San produced the Zhuge divine crossbow for demonstration. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment, indignantly turning to Tianling. How could you keep such a delightful contraption from me? Tianling retorted, with your temper as a child, if I had given you this, how would the others manage to live peacefully? This device can easily eliminate soul masters of significant rank. Who would dare let you handle it? Thus, the two engaged in a spirited exchange. In truth, ever since acquiring the Xiantian treasure record, Tianling had begun studying and crafting various mechanical hidden weapons. Unlike Tang's sect disciples, he lacked neither wealth nor resources. It was far more beneficial for the logistical department of Spirit Hall to research and mass-produce such items. He had long since provided Bibi Dong with the blueprints and crafting techniques for various components. Could Tang San's individual production rival that of a powerful faction? Since Spirit Hall was his own enterprise, it was only fitting that it grew stronger. If all the soul masters, and even the ordinary military of Spirit Hall, could be equipped with Zhuge divine crossbows or even more formidable hidden weapons, the potential would be staggering. After Bibi Dong and Qian Renxua had significantly eased their relationship, despite still harboring disdain for Angel Douluo, she had abandoned her previous apocalyptic ambitions and dedicated herself wholeheartedly to leading Spirit Hall toward a glorious future. Likewise, the seemingly foolish plan of soul hunting had been promptly scrapped. Though still cautious of Xiangjia Sect and Blue Lightning Overlord Sect, Spirit Hall naturally sought to strengthen ties with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which had always maintained a cordial relationship. They sold a considerable batch of less potent mechanical hidden weapons, including the Zhuge divine crossbow, to them. Of course, these sold versions were significantly weaker than the originals. As for why both sides were able to engage in closer cooperation than depicted in the original text, it was due to a shared understanding. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. The mechanical hidden weapons provided by Spirit Hall could enhance the survival and offensive capabilities of the direct disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, thereby indirectly bolstering their power. Simultaneously, Spirit Hall reaped the benefits of friendship and various collaborations with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, such as exchanging research materials, resource trading, and acquiring some civilian soul masters they had cultivated. If you were to ask Ning Rongrong why she was unaware that her sect had long possessed such items, Ning Fengji and Sword Dobonda were well aware that Ning Rongrong had been indulged to the point of recklessness by the three of them. Although her behavior had improved somewhat after Xia Tianling's admonishments, she was still quite unruly. If she were to obtain such items, the sect would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Chapter 59. the gravity chamber, and the marvelous use of soul bones in the town of Progress outside the Star Luo forest. The survivors returned to the familiar second-floor hotel to share a meal. All good things must come to an end. Although the group had enjoyed harmonious interactions over the past few days, they were ultimately not from the same faction. We're leaving now, but we will meet again. In the summer, Xia Tianling, accompanied by several members of the Spirit Hall, boarded the carriage they had arrived in and waved to those outside the window. We shall meet again soon. I hope you don't fall too far behind, Xiao San. With the curtains drawn, Xia Tianling leaned against the carriage, relishing the rare moment of leisure. A day later, the weary group finally returned to the Spirit Academy. Upon hearing that a Soul Douluo had been instantly vanquished by a Titan Giant Ape's attack, the Titan Douluo serving as the Academy's dean erupted in fury, cursing the individual as a fool unworthy of existence. Had it not been for the Titan Giant Ape's lack of malice, this incident would have surely claimed the lives of 4 prodigies, including the Holy Sun. After resting for another day, the group, now fully recovered from their fatigue, resumed their training. Zhu Qing, you must diligently practice this divine refinement technique. In the training room, Xia Tianling handed Zhu Zhuqing a jade slip. Although Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit puzzled, she solemnly accepted it and followed Xia Tianling's instructions, pressing the slip to her forehead to absorb the technique. I am an agility-type soul master. Why should I cultivate spiritual power? Xia Tianling rubbed his forehead. Spiritual power is one of the most critical indicators for breaking through to the Titan Giant level. Moreover, a strong spiritual power can significantly enhance the soul power's rapid growth. Consider this, which is faster, using a spoon to draw water or using a bucket? Though the divine refinement technique might not be deemed profound in the myriad realms, it was certainly far superior to Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes, which could only be practiced for a brief period each morning. Furthermore, this technique is highly versatile and stable, preventing any risks of demonic deviation from rapid cultivation. The current scarcity of Titan Giant and high-ranking soul masters can be attributed to their neglect of spiritual power cultivation and the quality of their soul power. My rapid progress stems from my robust spiritual power coupled with high-quality soul power. Zhu Zhuqing nodded thoughtfully as someone who consistently strives for improvement. She was unconcerned about how much time she dedicated to training each day. As long as it made her stronger, everything was worthwhile. Comparing her family's situation to that of the White Tiger clan, she found Xia Tianling's words to hold considerable weight for a long time. Neither the Yuming Zhu family nor the White Tiger Dai family had attempted to cultivate spiritual power. This could explain why, since the establishment of the Xinghua Empire, only the Yuming family had produced a Titan Giant. As for how he knew that spiritual power was key to breaking through to Titan Giant, Zhu Zhuqing credited it to the Spirit Hall, which possessed the largest number of Titan Giant on the continent. Not long after they had begun their training, a note signed by Hulaina was passed into the training room. The Spirit Hall's training rooms were remarkably designed, constructed from highly soundproof materials to ensure that the soul masters within would not be disturbed. However, a small, operable passage was retained for urgent communications, allowing outsiders to convey messages to those inside using this special note. Unlike the simulated training grounds designed to enhance soul power, this training room provided a private space for students to hone other skills. Xia Tianling opened the door to find a lively Hulaina, followed closely by Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Zhuqing is here too. Perfect. Come quickly. Without giving the two a chance to speak, Hulaina dragged the bewildered pair to a newly constructed building. It was then that Xia Tianling seized the opportunity to share the insights he had gained from their recent expedition to the Star Luo forest. What? You've already broken through to level 44. Hulaina, who had just returned from a mission outside the academy, stared in astonishment at her junior. This was simply incredible. Even she, along with her brothers Xiaoyu and Yin, had only barely grazed the threshold of the Soul King. And they were all 5 or 6 years older than Xia Tianling. Calm down, senior sister. Does it really matter? I thought by now you would have grown accustomed to my genius. That he paused. By the way, didn't you say you had something important to discuss with us? Why the rush to bring us here? Ah, right. Let me introduce you. The gravity chamber you envisioned has been completed. It's this very room. Hulaina finally remembered that she had called them to familiarize themselves with this new structure. Her recent mission had involved seeking a special material to finalize the chamber's construction. Upon entering the gravity chamber, they found it to be a hemispherical space, with a vast dome overhead resembling a giant inverted bowl. The interior was quite spacious, containing only an isolated control station and some exercise equipment. Senior sister, how did the teacher manage to create this? Xia Tianling inquired, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the famed structure, a staple in various anime and novels from his previous life. He had previously mentioned this concept to Bibi Dong, but it had never come to fruition, mainly due to the complete loss of soul guide technology. Aside from manually releasing soul skills, there were no other means to exert pressure. Hulaina, noticing Xia Tianling's keen curiosity, teased, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be unaware of this. The principle is quite simple. Junior brother Do you know of a soul beast called the Xiangjia? Of course, that creature can emit a gravity field." Xia Tianling scratched his head, but surely the teacher didn't just toss a few Xiangjia inside, right? How could they control the intensity of the gravity? Hulaina smiled slightly. It's simple, yet complex. The teacher discovered a nearly 100,000-year-old vertebra from a Xiangjia within the Spirit Hall's vast soul bone repository, which has accumulated over millennia. After extensive experimentation, the teacher and the Grand Offering modified this soul bone so that it could activate the Xiangjia innate skill, the gravity field, without merging it with the human body. This soul bone is now situated at the very apex of the dome. I understand the reasoning. But you still haven't explained how to control the intensity of the gravity released by the soul bone. Moreover, how do we provide it with the necessary soul power to drive it? We lack the corresponding soul guide formation. Junior brother, are you foolish? While we may not know how to create it, we can dismantle it. Hulaina rolled her eyes at Xia Tianling, feeling that her usually clever junior had suddenly become dim-witted. What? Dismantle? What on earth did the teacher take apart? Xia Tianling gasped, realizing just how much Bibi Dong was capable of. The teacher completely stripped a soul guide formation that controls the brightness of the dome's soul guide lights. She replaced the front end, which originally connected to the lights, with high-purity, refined mithril to embed the vertebrae seamlessly. She pointed to a square control station isolated at the opposite end of the room. You see that control panel? By inputting soul power into it, the soul guide formation has its own energy storage system. There's a switch to control the output of soul power, allowing us to adjust the gravity's strength. Isn't that simple? Xia Tianling was left utterly bewildered. In a sense, it was indeed simple. But he had never considered such an approach. It sounded easy enough. Dismantle the soul guide formation controlling the lights, forcibly link the soul bone with the most conductive refined mithril, and voil. However, this entire high-power system controlling the lights of the Great Hall existed in only 4 sets across the continent, all built thousands of years ago by the predecessors of the Spirit Hall, preserved with utmost care through the ages and rarely activated without significant events. He couldn't help but wonder which part Bibi Dong had dismantled. If she couldn't use it after taking it apart, it would be quite problematic to reassemble. For this, Xia Tianling could only express his admiration. Such an extravagant endeavor could likely only be afforded by the Spirit Hall. In the entire Duo continent, no, the entire Duo star, it was a unique feat. The Sun-Moon Empire likely lacked such capabilities. Moreover, the modification of the soul bone had required a collaboration between Bibi Dong and Angel Douluo, presumably utilizing divine power in the process. At present, among the soul masters capable of wielding divine power on the mainland, aside from the venerable Grand Priestess of Sea God Island and the delirious Tang San, it seems that only Angel Douluo remains. One cannot help but wonder why Angel Douluo would acquiesce to such matters. Has he not always been at odds with Bibi Dong? Although his demeanor has inexplicably softened somewhat since his entry into the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong is ultimately responsible for the death of his son. Could it be that he is truly unaware of this fact? Come, everyone, take a moment to experience this. Hulaina warmly beckoned, interrupting Xia Tianling's drifting thoughts. Remember, when you use this, always summon a teacher to ensure that someone can promptly control the switch before proceeding. Using it alone is perilous, as this is merely a prototype, and no one can guarantee that problems won't arise. Nevertheless, each of you must possess this token. With that, Hulaina produced several tokens, handing them to the Ford. These tokens encapsulate a portion of Titan Giant level power and will automatically activate a protective shield when you reach your limits, allowing you to escape the oppressive force of gravity safely. Bear in mind that each token can only be activated approximately 10 times. When energy is low, be sure to seek the 2 deans for recharging. Let me be the first to test this contraption, Tianling declared as he stepped into the gravitational field, signaling Hulaina to activate the switch. A wave of pressure suddenly descended from above. Reminiscent of the dark energy they had encountered a few days prior from Air Ming. Both phenomena shared a striking similarity. However, the force unleashed by the Titan Giant Ape far surpassed that of this soul bone. Under the weight of the pressure, Tianling gradually began to stretch his taut muscles, moving cautiously within the confines of the gravitational domain. Junior brother, the gravity intensifies the closer you get to the center. Hulaina cautioned from the side. This aspect was predetermined during the divine power modification phase of its creation. Originally, the gravity within the field had been uniform, but it was now divided into approximately 5 distinct zones, allowing individuals with varying endurance levels to train effectively. As Tianling approached the innermost region, he could feel the gravity there was nearly twice that of the outer areas. Here, he could distinctly sense the pressure bearing down on him. He settled into a cross-legged position, channeling his energy. Under the oppressive force, his soul power circulated rapidly, consuming nearly several times the amount he would normally expend. Training in the gravity chamber, he would exhaust his soul power before stepping out to recover. Aside from the absence of mental pressure, it was essentially a simplified version of the sea god's light. Everyone, do come and try this. The training results here are exceptionally effective. Tianling opened his eyes, gesturing for the others to join him in their practice. In contrast to Tianling, who was seated at the very center, the others exhibited varying levels of endurance, primarily focused on body tempering. Oscar utilized specially designed fitness equipment in the second ring, while Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing could only train in the third ring's gravitational zone. By the way, senior sister, where are Yin and Xiyue? After a period of training, during which his soul power had significantly diminished, Tianling emerged to chat with Hulaina while replenishing his energy. They have gone to Gingxin City to seek Master Lu Gao. Master Lu Gao? Tianling's eyes brightened as he recalled another item he had previously mentioned to Bibi Dong. Indeed, they are there to retrieve that device you designed earlier. Long ago, the teacher had instructed the two to privately invite Lu Gao and his disciples to assist. And now, it seemed that their work was nearing completion. Much like the identity of the Saint Son, the world was aware that the Spirit Hall had a new Saint Son and a so-called Golden Generation. Yet detailed information about these individuals remained elusive. Due to the need to protect prodigies, such details were kept confidential until they could adequately defend themselves. Even in the original story, it was only on the eve of the Elite Soul Master competition that individuals like Yu Shaojing and Dugu Bo became privy to a fraction of this information. Master Lu Gao is indeed a man of rigid principles, Tianling observed Zhu Zhuqing, whose clothes were drenched with sweat from the gravitational training, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He is one of the rare talents in the Douluo timeline and an indispensable part of my future plans. Hulaina flicked her hair, also fixated on a figure within the gravitational zone, replying, "Often, those with rigid principles are the easiest to deal with, as long as we identify their vulnerabilities and necessities." Is that not so? Ha ha ha, you make a valid point. Tianling chuckled in agreement. Senior sister, are you a person of rigid principles? Perhaps. And you? Probably. Chapter 61. Weighted armor. The days of training were often unremarkable. Throughout the past half-month, Tianling and Hulaina engaged in a routine of attending theoretical classes in the morning, followed by physical training in the gravity chamber, and continued practicing soul power and mental fortitude in the evening. On this particular day, Yin and Xiyue, weary from their travels, finally returned from Gingxin City. I must say, Tianling, the contraption you designed is truly exorbitant. Xiyue laid out several garments before the group, while Yin poured forth a multitude of armor plates from a storage soul guide. Varying in thickness, although each plate was relatively small, each was remarkably heavy. It took several tons of rare metal to commission Master Lu Gao to produce 10 sets. Good thing our spirit hall possesses mines. Otherwise, we would struggle to procure such materials, Yin remarked. These rare metals were personally retrieved by him and Xiyue from the mining area, a journey fraught with hardship. Lingu, what purpose do these serve? Ma Hongjun inquired as he picked up a plate, marveling at its weight. Tio trained the body. What else? Tianling replied, his excitement palpable as he examined one of the items, turning it over in his hands. Master Lu Gao is indeed a talented individual. I merely contemplated its design, yet he has truly brought it to fruition. Xiyue picked up a garment, addressing the group. This item has been crafted by Master Lu Gao. Combining aspects of his 8 treasures Rui armor, it boasts exceptional elasticity, making it suitable for individuals of nearly any physique. Each armor plate features a concealed fastener designed specifically for affixing weighted plates. He demonstrated with a small armor plate, revealing a tiny clasp on its back that could interlock with the plates on the armor itself. This weighted armor plate is constructed from a unique alloy, possessing a high density and considerable weight that we can select an appropriate weight for our training, attaching the plates to the armor to enhance our workout. Imagine if we routinely donned this weighted armor for training. Once we acclimate to this weight, or even to the gravity chamber's weight, and subsequently remove it during actual combat, our physical capabilities would reach astonishing levels, thanks to the soul power that accelerates the growth of practitioners. If they were merely 12-year-old children, I would certainly not advocate for such practices. Prematurely carrying weight would not yield beneficial training effects, but rather hinder physical development. However, with soul power, it is a different story. The level of soul power promotes bodily growth. The combination of high-intensity weight training with soul power can effectively strengthen bones and muscles, making it a perfect match. As for the method depicted in the original work, where the master ran while burdened with stones, Xia Tianling scoffed at the notion. Such a method would primarily strengthen the back and abdominal muscles, offering minimal benefits to other areas of the body. And this was contingent upon the ability to secure the straps tightly. Individuals like Tang San, who employed a frame to carry stones, actually bore the weight on their lower back, hips, and abdomen, rendering the effect rather poor. This was why those in the original story possessed extraordinary talent, coupled with later fortuitous encounters and the healing of hidden injuries, while they all engaged in similar practices of running with stones and had mediocre diets. The effects of the medicinal baths they received afterward were also ordinary. What did Xia Tianling and his companions consume and utilize in the spirit hall? Soul beast meat, broths brewed from the essence of certain herbs, copious amounts of high-energy food, and restorative medicinal baths after their training sessions. Although both parties experienced medicinal baths, could the prescriptions provided by Yu Shaojing compare to those Xia Tianling had obtained through his wishes? Even the ordinary students who cannot indulge in the consumption of soul beast meat or other rare treasures of heaven and earth are generally well-fed, with ample supplies of common livestock meat. As the saying goes, the poor cultivate literature, while the rich cultivate martial arts. Without sufficient financial resources to nurture their bodies, the pursuit of martial arts may only lead to self-inflicted disabilities. Why did the rudimentary training methods of Shrek last merely a month before Tang San and his companions were thrust into practical combat? The answer lies in their impoverished circumstances. In stark contrast, the resources expended by Oscar alone over 6 years likely surpassed the cumulative expenditures of Shrek Academy over the years. In the realm of cultivation, wealth, companionship, techniques, and the environment, financial resources must always take precedence. Very well, each of you take one item and then change into it. Afterward, we shall proceed to the testing grounds for practical assessments and gather data before adding weight, commanded Xia Tianling with a wave of his hand. In response, not only Zhu Zhuqing and her 2 companions, but even Yin and Shiyue harbored no objections and promptly complied. This was not surprising. Over the years, Xia Tianling had already earned their respect. Outside, he could not utilize his second martial soul, but he was free to use it when sparring with them. When he had just broken through to the second ring, his combat prowess was still lacking, and Yin and Shiyue could bully him based on their own strength and awareness. However, once Xia Tianling achieved the third ring, the tables had turned, and they became the ones on the receiving end. Moreover, he was now a level 44 soul master, capable of easily overwhelming them even without resorting to his second martial soul. They arrived at the testing ground to assess their physical data. Xia Tianling leisurely retrieved a reclining chair from his ring and sat down. "Boss, aren't you going to test yourself? Set an example for us," Oscar exclaimed, bouncing on his feet with eager anticipation. Xia Tianling reclined comfortably with his hands behind his head, responding, "Me? These tests hold little significance for me. They won't yield any meaningful results." In truth, he himself was unaware of just how strong he had become. Following the dual baptism of the power inheritance from the Golden Qilin and the Tribulation of Thunder, his baseline muscle strength was conservatively estimated to exceed 40,000 gene, were it not for the inherent control over one's own body afforded by the cultivation system. He would likely struggle to adapt to his suddenly heightened strength as for the explosive power of a single punch. That remained a mystery, as there were no punch strength testers available in this era. He could only rely on his own instincts. "Get up, you. I will personally conduct your test," barked a soul saint responsible for the assessments. Visibly irate as the holy son of the spirit hall, he should not be so lackadaisical. Did he not understand the importance of setting a good example? Tianling, slightly embarrassed, rose to his feet. Though he held great power and high status, it was essential to show respect to his elders within the academy. "Ah, Teacher Zhang, you see, we are striving so hard to cultivate precisely so we can enjoy a more leisurely life in the future. Without lazy individuals, how would we be able to travel in our carriages? Hey, let us discuss this civilly. Please don't resort to violence." Before he could finish, the hot-tempered teacher Zhang delivered a swift kick, but Tianling deftly dodged. "Quickly, let me see how much strength you possess now." Chapter 62. The Defensive Soul Master. A gem in the training arena. "All right, you call the shots." Tianling, exuding an air of resignation, stepped onto the training platform. "Teacher Zhang, let us begin with strength testing." "Come on." The Zhang surnamed Soul Saint took a standard horse stance, summoning the heavy mountain shield. 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black appeared in the air, instilling a sense of pressure among those present. A colossal tower shield, towering as high as a person, loomed before Tianling, exuding a weightiness akin to a mountain. This was the origin of the name of the Zhang Soul Saint's martial soul. Renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities and substantial mass, in terms of defensive strength, not even 2 Zhao Wujis could match his prowess alone. "Let us see what you've got. Kid, show me your strength." As he spoke, the first 2 soul rings beneath his feet flickered, and the heavy mountain shield expanded significantly, surrounded by a halo of earthy yellow light. Upon witnessing this, Tianling assumed a serious demeanor and, without summoning his own martial soul, lunged forward. With a bow stance, he channeled power into his legs, twisted his waist, and threw a punch. Bang! Tianling's fist collided with the heavy mountain shield, producing a resounding boom. The massive shield was pushed back a fraction of a distance. Though it was less than half a step, the movement was undeniable. Let us not forget that behind that shield stood a soul saint celebrated for his defensive abilities. "Goodness, you packed quite a punch. That strike of yours must hold a force of no less than 80,000 Jin." The soul saint, having been pushed back half a step, was not annoyed. Instead, he grinned and congratulated Tianling. Soul masters are influenced by the traits of their martial souls, and this teacher Zhang was no exception. He could be furious at Tianling for being lazy, yet simultaneously praise him for his strength. "Come on, let us see your second martial soul. I'm curious about its might." Second martial soul? Zhu Zhuqing, who was observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. He was already this powerful and still possessed a twin martial soul. Wait, he never informed me of his dual martial souls. However, it seemed he didn't need to disclose that specifically. The cool exterior of the little cat belied the fiery thoughts racing through her mind. As her gaze towards Tianling shifted dramatically, "No matter what, I shall become as strong as you one day." Meanwhile, the individual undergoing the test remained blissfully unaware of her thoughts, brimming with excitement to gauge the power of his second martial soul. True Dragon, descend. Golden light erupted from Tianling, and a small dragon figure manifested on the scene. Compared to a few days prior in his martial soul embodiment state, the 2 dragon horns had grown longer, losing some of their cuteness while gaining an air of majesty. By the way, what is your base strength? He suddenly inquired. "Approximately 40,000 Jin. Why do you ask, Teacher Zhang?" The Zhang surnamed Soul Saint waved his hand dismissively, saying nothing, but the joy on his face had vanished. 4th soul skill, Mountain Suppression. 6th soul skill, Earthquake. Upon seeing Tianling prepared, Teacher Zhang wasted no time unleashing his 2 stronger defensive skills, the 2 effects combined, further enlarging the heavy mountain shield, rendering it even larger and more formidable. The lower portion of the tower shield even melded with the earth, standing resolutely in place. Boom, crack, crack, crack. With no unnecessary embellishments, Tianling unleashed another punch, shattering the outer defenses of the heavy mountain shield, leaving even a fist imprint on its innermost core. The impact propelled Teacher Zhang, who had been firmly bracing behind the shield, backward several meters. The high-intensity stone floor of the testing arena was gouged, creating a deep trench. Well, You little monsters certainly have some skills. That punch left my arms aching. Teacher Zhang's head peeked from behind the tower shield. It seems you were not exaggerating. Standard tests indeed hold little significance for you. The force behind that punch certainly exceeds 100,000 Jin, easily doubling your baseline state. Impressive, very impressive. Teacher Zhang repeated the word impressive twice before preparing to retract his martial soul. How much of a boost does your second martial soul provide to your physical attributes? Without hesitation, Xia Tianling replied, double. Theoretically, this figure was already exceptionally high. However, it appeared that Teacher Zhang was not particularly pleased, and he opened his mouth to speak. Hold on a moment, Teacher Zhang. Are you all right? Xia Tianling interjected. Teacher Zhang frowned. What nonsense. Of course I'm fine. What man would admit to being incapable? Hee. Then I would like to request Teacher Zhang to help me test my strength in its most potent state. How does that sound? Xia Tianling grinned mischievously. You cheeky little rascal. You really are getting bold. Come on. Today I'll see just what you can do. Teacher Zhang shot him a glare and resumed a defensive stance. You better be careful. I've never tested the potency of this soul skill since achieving the fourth ring. Come on then. Do you think you can withstand my might? Teacher Zhang was brimming with confidence. Yet after a moment's thought, he ultimately activated his martial soul's true form. Transforming into a small mountain, he remained steadfast upon the ground. Here it comes, Xia Tianling shouted, summoning his dawn martial soul, with 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black appearing beneath him. External soul bone skill, intimidation. As the summer spirit manifested, a circular emblem slowly emerged upon its forehead, a golden radiance igniting from its center, effortlessly piercing through the formidable barrier of the heavy mountain shield, and directly penetrating within. What manner of power is this? Teacher Zhang, having activated the true form of the weapon spirit, was momentarily taken aback. This brilliance seemed to disregard his defenses, forcibly diminishing his overall attributes by 10%. But that was not the end of it. The fourth soul ring, previously unutilized, ignited, and an expansive square domain radiating golden light swiftly enveloped the entire testing ground. Simultaneously, a phantom of a hammer materialized above Teacher Zhang, gently striking 3 times. You are guilty. A voice, audible only to Teacher Zhang, echoed in his ears, and suddenly he felt his overall attributes plummet by another 30%. Goodness, what an extraordinary power this young one possesses. Although Teacher Zhang felt a twinge of frustration, he remained unwaveringly confident in his defenses. He could not fathom that mere flashy tricks could breach his fortifications, even if he stood there and allowed this young man to strike at will. In terms of defense, he believed he was on par with any titled Douluo. A new metric emerged, one toxin, with a crackle and a hiss. Amidst a brilliant display of lightning, 2 thunderous weapons fused to form an axe. However, this time, the summer spirit refrained from employing it as a weapon, opting instead to carry the axe on his back, merely seeking the power augmentation it provided, without the intent of using it offensively. Interestingly, he discovered that activating both of his formidable skills simultaneously did not lead to a cumulative effect. The 20% enhancement to physical prowess from the Judgment of Justice skill could only be realized upon the foundation of the true dragon martial spirit, amounting to approximately 16,000 pounds. Likewise, the power attribute doubling from the Storm Battle Axe was similarly contingent upon the true dragon's manifestation, yielding an equivalent of 80,000 pounds. The relationship among these 3 was additive rather than multiplicative. Despite this, the cumulative result of these enhancements brought the summer spirit's muscular strength to an astounding 176,000 pounds. In terms of sheer power, he had even surpassed the 99th level Poseidon. Had the trident of the sea god been present, the summer spirit could have effortlessly wielded it without needing the sea god's acknowledgement. A mere 100,800 pounds. How burdensome could that be? Chapter 63. Striving for a better life as a lazy individual. Yet, the summer spirit did not allow this to inflate his ego into believing he could contend with the limit Douluo. He was well aware of his limitations. The primary concern lay in the duration of his most potent state. Although the enhancement of mental fortitude from the emblem of justice was passive, maintaining its deterrent effect required the consumption of soul power, while the fourth soul skill, the Judgment of Justice, could not be bolstered by the state of the Storm Battle Axe. Sustaining its effects in conjunction with that state would similarly demand double the soul power. As with the deterrent skill, the summer spirit was greatly disappointed. having anticipated that upon achieving divine transformation, he could freely wield the storm battle axe state in regular combat, despite having acquired a more powerful dual-core energy system. He had merely gained 2 additional drains on his soul power. Furthermore, possessing the strength to temporarily surpass a limit Douluo did not equate to being on equal footing with one, not to mention mental fortitude. Total soul power, soul skills, and other facets. Even the combat awareness of the 3-limit Douluo far exceeded that of the summer spirit. Even the less combat-savvy Qian Douluo would be a formidable opponent under the right circumstances. Though he may seem inferior when compared to Tang San, how would he fare against the golden crocodile Douluo, or against Chen Xian, or against Dugu? Never mind, that would be rather unfair. Previously, he was able to leverage certain techniques to dominate Dai Mubai. That was merely due to an overwhelming superiority in physical attributes across the board. In terms of genuine technique, he still had much to learn. The system could impart knowledge and theoretical understanding, but could not instill the muscle memory necessary for executing techniques seamlessly. It was akin to having all the formulas and data provided to you during a physics or mathematics exam, yet still being unable to solve a particular problem due to a lack of habitual thinking. Before his transmigration, the summer spirit was just an ordinary person, somewhat reclusive in nature outside of work. After returning home from a team outing, he would lounge on his bed, read, order takeout, and watch intriguing documentaries. Living the life of a content homebodied in the short span of 6 years since arriving in the Douluo continent and becoming a soul master, he had undergone some training, but he remained quite inexperienced. With much still to learn and master. To be candid, the space of the Douluo continent did seem somewhat fragile. With a mighty punch from the summer spirit crackling with sparks, the air resonated with a sonic boom. And even the very fabric of space appeared to waver. Confronted with what seemed like an unremarkable punch, Teacher Zhang did not dare to take it lightly. He nearly activated all of his soul rings and unleashed every defensive skill at his disposal. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. Even a titled Douluo would likely suffer from absorbing such a blow, wouldn't they? Teacher Zhang's thoughts raced, yet in the instant they flickered through his mind. The summer spirit's fist had already arrived. Unlike the previous 2 punches that had merely repelled the shield, this full-powered strike from the summer spirit swiftly penetrated through the layered defenses of the heavy mountain shield, even breaching the shield's very essence. Boom, boom. The sound of 2 thunderous explosions echoed in succession. The first was the sound of the fist colliding with the shield, the weapon spirit's true form being obliterated in the process. The second was the sound of Teacher Zhang being hurled out of the testing ground. Teacher Zhang. A group rushed out in a flurry. Teacher Zhang had not only carved a deep trench into the ground, but had also created a sizable crater. Teacher Zhang, are you all right? The summer spirit inquired hesitantly. Lying in the pit, Teacher Zhang, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, found his upper garments in tatters. He shakily extended a finger, exclaiming, "You little rascal. Was that punch meant to take my life?" It was fortunate that he was a pure defensive soul saint who had activated all his defensive skills, and in the state of the weapon spirit's true form. Had it been a soul saint specializing in agility and offense, that punch might indeed have been fatal. However, it was not so easy for an agile attack soul saint to withstand a full-powered strike. In the moments following this incident, the summer spirit had already dispatched the swiftest of his companions, Zhu Xing, to summon the healing teacher, the venerable elder who had treated him previously, and within minutes, the elder arrived. After a thorough healing session, Teacher Zhang regained most of his mobility, though he would require a period of rest for full recovery. To everyone's astonishment, the first thing Teacher Zhang did upon regaining his mobility was not to retreat to recover in peace, nor to procure some herbs to aid in his recuperation. Instead, he unleashed a scathing reprimand upon the summer spirit. Have you been training with a dog these past few years? Do you have any idea how much force you just unleashed with that punch? Less than 300,000 pounds. And what is your base strength? With the enhancement of your second martial spirit, it stands at a staggering 80,000 pounds. Moreover, your first soul skill, if I am not mistaken, should augment your strength, right? From my observations, it appears to double your power attributes and your domain type soul skill. After you unleashed it, I distinctly felt your aura surge once more. The 2 effects combined mean your foundational muscle strength must exceed 15,000 pounds at the very least. Yet the explosive force of your punch barely reached 30,000. It doesn't even amount to twice your base strength. How utterly disgraceful. You'd better prepare for extra training. With that, Teacher Zhang stormed off in a huff. clearly heading straight to the administrative office. Despite the outward scolding, this experience proved immensely beneficial for the summer spirit. Since his arrival on the Duel continent, he had enjoyed an unbroken streak of success, sailing through challenges without experiencing the rigors of battle. In terms of unleashing force, the summer spirit required considerable training. In his previous life, there was a boxer named Tang San, whose lifting strength was merely 120 kilograms. Yet he could deliver a punch with over 500 kilograms of force. Data sourced from Baidu and Jihu. Kindly refrain from disputing, dear readers. Thank you. This represented a disparity of nearly 4 to 5 times. Yet here was the summer spirit, with a muscular strength of 40,000 pounds, whose punching force only achieved a mere doubling. This was simply too far off the mark, even in a near-limit state. Approaching 18,000 pounds of foundational strength, the conversion of explosive force had actually diminished. This illustrates the drawbacks of rapid power growth. Without prolonged adaptation and training, these forces accumulate within the body, rendering the bearer incapable of fully harnessing their strength in a short span of time. Much like the previous punch, one cannot unleash the entirety of their physical capabilities if Tianling were to achieve a terrifying transformation ratio akin to that of Tyson during the summer. With a foundational state nearing 18,000 pounds, even a limit Douluo would hesitate to endure a single blow from him. Relying solely on external advantages to secure victories is insufficient. Tianling is acutely aware of his shortcomings. It may suffice when facing someone weaker, but what if he encounters someone stronger? Wouldn't it be akin to a mere collision leading to disintegration? He is not invincible. Above him are titled Douluos. Ferocious beasts, limit Douluos, and even gods. Teacher Zhang's words hit the mark, directly exposing his vulnerabilities that he spoke the truth. In order to better enjoy leisure after achieving invincibility, he must intensify his training starting tomorrow. Chapter 64. Stealthy Training of Zhu Zhuqing Grandpa Qian. Must I truly endure this? Xia Tianling remarked with a wry smile, gazing at the specially crafted weighted armor adorning his body that we are well acquainted. Surely this is unnecessary. After receiving a stern reprimand from Teacher Zhang, he had been diligently training in the gravity chamber for the past few days. To his astonishment, not long after, the elderly Angel Douluo appeared at his door, bearing uniquely compressed alloy armor created through certain secret techniques. This specially forged armor was exceedingly heavy, surpassing even the previous creations of Master Lu Gao. Even Xia Tianling, with all his strength, found his movements hindered and sluggish while donning it. What was more astonishing was that Angel Douluo had sealed his soul power with divine might, allowing it to only unseal in dire circumstances, aptly termed forging, while it wouldn't impede daily training. Normal utilization of soul power was virtually impossible, tightly restricted. Although his primordial spirit was robust at this stage, it paled in comparison to divine power, making it exceedingly difficult to break through Angel Douluo's barriers. Nevertheless, Xia Tianling thought it best to accept this, reasoning that Angel Douluo was acting in his best interest, and that remaining at the Martial Soul Academy posed no real danger. Humph, if I don't keep an eye on you, you'll be spoiled by that Pope teacher of yours. Angel Douluo huffed. For the time being, wear this every day, except when bathing or soaking in medicinal baths. Strengthen your physique. What about sleeping? Sleep? What sleep? Focus on your training. Only when you can perfectly control your muscles will I consider lifting the seal and this burden from you. Thus, Xia Tianling commenced a daily regimen of training while clad in weighted armor. However, cultivators possess a natural aptitude for physical control, and this arduous phase would likely conclude soon. With the reliance on soul power diminished, Xia Tianling's baseline strength noticeably waned, compelling him to rely solely on his muscle for daily actions and training. Although his mental strength was sufficient to manage the weight, he did not succumb to laziness. Instead, he diligently engaged in each training activity within the gravity chamber, striving to swiftly master his entire strength. If he could perfectly unearth his potential, his power would experience a terrifying enhancement. Speaking of the gravity chamber, Xia Tianling recently found it rather peculiar that he sensed that the energy storage system appeared to be malfunctioning, seemingly leaking energy. Being a person with obsessive tendencies, he made it a habit to arrive first each morning. Before commencing training, he felt compelled to verify that the energy in the gravity chamber was at full capacity. Each evening, after training, he would ensure to replenish the energy consumed that day before returning to his dormitory for further cultivation. If the energy was not fully charged, even the slightest deficit would leave him feeling uncomfortable. However, of late, Every morning he discovered that the stored energy in the gravity chamber had diminished slightly, which struck him as odd, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that Bibi Dong had inadvertently damaged something during her dismantling? To resolve this mystery, he resolved to forego his usual training that evening and instead stake out in the gravity chamber. Late at night, Tianling had been monitoring the control panel for several hours when, curiously, the energy storage had not decreased. Just as he prepared to return for cultivation, he suddenly sensed someone approaching the gravity chamber. Though his soul power was sealed, his formidable mental acuity remained intact. Who would be wandering here at such an hour? Xia Tianling extinguished the illumination from the soul-guiding lights with his mental force and swiftly concealed himself in a nearby shadow. Creak. The heavy door of the gravity chamber was gently pushed open, and a dark figure swiftly slipped inside, promptly shutting the door behind them and making their way toward the control panel with nimble steps. Hiding in the corner, Xia Tianling extended his mental perception and discerned the visitor. Unable to suppress a chuckle, the mysterious disappearance of energy was merely the result of a lively little kitten secretly utilizing it. As soon as the shadow activated the gravity zone, Xia Tianling stepped forward, illuminating the few remaining lights in the gravity chamber with a wave of his hand. Zhu Zhuqing, what brings you here in the dead of night? The light flooded the room, revealing Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared flustered yet somewhat embarrassed, resembling a kitten caught in the act of sneaking into the kitchen for a snack. Upon recognizing the voice's owner, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Training alone in secret, Xia Tianling observed the weighted armor adorning Zhu Zhuqing and sighed softly. While it's commendable that you wish to grow stronger, didn't T seen your sister previously mention that the gravity chamber should never be used alone? This apparatus is merely a prototype. What if something goes awry? Zhu Zhuqing's head sank lower, her feline eyes fixated on the ground, fixated on her own chest. I just want to become stronger to catch up with all of you. Xia Tianling approached and gently patted her shoulder. Training is a matter of balance. You've already caught up to the fatty, haven't you? Besides, you're a few months younger than him. In comparison to us, you also need to allocate time for studying theoretical knowledge. And now you're adding extra training. Zhuqing, you're making your life far too burdensome, and the pressure you place on yourself is excessive. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head, her gaze evasive. I understand you wish to surpass your sister, Zhu Zhuyun, to defeat Dai Mubai's brother, Davis, and even to alter the traditions of the Yuming family. But you're not alone in this fight. You have me, and also the fatty, Xiao Ao, senior sister. And the others that we are partners, are we not? Partners. Zhu Zhuqing mulled over the term, savoring it as if it were a delicacy. The cold atmosphere she had grown accustomed to within her family had shaped her into someone outwardly aloof, taciturn, and mistrustful of others. It was only natural that she would find it difficult to accept the existence of trustworthy partners. While she had shared life and death experiences with Ma Hongjun and Oscar, she still held instinctive reservations toward the recently acquainted Hulaina, Xieyu, Yan, and others. The only individual she could fully trust at present was likely Xia Tianling. Meals must be savored bite by bite, and paths taken step by step. There is no need to rush. Take your time. Zhu Zhuqing fell into a contemplative silence before suddenly exclaiming, "Wait, why are you here?" "Me. I'm naturally concerned about you." Xia Tianling was momentarily taken aback, pondering why this little kitten was deviating from the script. However, he quickly recovered, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he seized the opportunity to joke. "Oh, you think my reputation as a seer is mere flattery? I anticipated that after secretly training for a few days, your body would give out, and you'd retreat in defeat. To my surprise, it has only escalated. As a qualified leader, it is my duty to care for my comrades." "Really?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired skeptically. "Of course it's true. Why would I lie?" Xia Tianling asserted confidently. "Now, hurry back to sleep, and no more secret training, or I'll come to catch you again." With that, he grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand and led her out of the gravity chamber. So this is what it feels like to be cared for. How warm his hand is in the darkness. The hand that held Zhu Zhuqing's led her into a daze, filled with a vague and unexplainable sensation. Chapter 65. Tang San. Xiao Wu, should we make a run for it? Ever since returning from the Starry Forest, Dai Mubai has felt as though his life has descended into chaos. Even the several young ladies he frequently socialized with failed to pique his interest. He has begun to doubt his own capabilities. In a fit of frustration, he severed ties with those old acquaintances, cutting off all communication. This left manager Wang of the Rose Hotel deeply saddened. Lamenting the loss of a significant client, upon returning to the academy, a new teacher joined the already numerous faculty. Rumored to be Tang San's mentor, the renowned master Yu Xiaojing. However, Tang San seems to reject the notion of this individual being his teacher, addressing him with a palpable sense of detachment. Nevertheless, the esteemed Yu Xiaojing remains undeterred, continuing to devise training plans for the four of us each day. As for these training regimens, they are rather unremarkable, merely consisting of running while carrying a basket of stones. Whether this method yields any tangible results is uncertain to Dugu Bo. Yet, internally, he is fueled by an intense desire to surpass Xia Tianling, as well as a determination to prove himself to Zhu Zhuqing and others. He aims to demonstrate to everyone that he, Dugu Bo, is no inept individual. He is the heir of the white tiger martial soul with innate evil eyes, destined to be the future heir of the Xingluo Empire and the next emperor of Xingluo. Thus, in addition to the standard training regimen, he has taken it upon himself to intensify his efforts, adding extra weight to his training. Each day, he pushes himself even harder than the notoriously diligent Tang San. In just a few days, he has ascended from rank 37 to 38. Even Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who have often regarded him with disdain, have found themselves whispering secrets during their evening baths, contemplating whether the flamboyant tiger has undergone a transformation. Yet, they still view him with disfavor. It is worth noting that although Flinder is unable to reprimand Ning Rongrong in the absence of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, she has not exhibited her usual princess-like tantrums as she did in the original timeline. That a Ning Rongrong with such a demeanor would hardly attract Oscar's affection, would she? Previously, she was indeed like the character in the original story, prone to fits of princess syndrome, despite her actual status as a princess. However, after numerous interactions with Xia Tianling, her character has gradually evolved, while she still possesses a hint of the mischievousness of a little witch. She has not neglected her training, choosing not to squander her talents. Xia Tianling once advised her that having a temper is acceptable. Many formidable individuals do. However, one must possess the corresponding strength to justify such a temperament. If you lack strength yet indulge in tantrums, your life will be doomed. Consider this. If your prowess surpasses that of your peers, would you need to resort to frivolous tactics to garner their company? If you possess exceptional strength, many will eagerly seek your companionship. How liberating that would be. Under the repeated guidance of a certain individual, Ning Rongrong has come to appreciate the wisdom in Xia Tianling's words. In pursuit of having more companions to engage in frivolities, she has dedicated herself to her training with renewed vigor. Consequently, just a couple of days after returning from the Starry Forest, she has already broken through the 30th rank barrier. The Sword Douluo, who has been observing from the shadows for quite some time, has made his timely appearance, taking Ning Rongrong to acquire her third soul ring. In contrast to Dugu Bo, who is fervently striving to surpass Xia Tianling, and Ning Rongrong, who is training to attract more companions for her escapades, Tang San finds himself in a much more convoluted situation. On one hand, he feels increasingly skeptical about his teacher Yu, who has begun to question the appropriateness of his soul ring's age. Does he not realize that his theory regarding the optimal age of soul rings is fundamentally flawed? It is utterly ludicrous. Ling Gu is right. One cannot generalize the physical constitution of individuals, nor should the age of soul rings be uniform. Day after day, they are subjected to burdensome stone-laden runs or engaged in monotonous sparring sessions, with the teaching methods being painfully simplistic. After enduring a prolonged period of weighted running, he feels an unsettling imbalance developing within his body. As a disciple of the Tang sect in Shuzhong, one must possess extraordinary coordination to execute various intricate hidden weapon techniques. Yet, after such extended training, he senses a disparity in strength between his core and legs as compared to his arms and back. Several times, while secretly practicing the ghost shadow perplexing steps, he nearly faltered due to the inability to maintain perfect balance, not to mention the awkwardness he feels while attempting to practice hidden weapon techniques. Were it not for the master's repeated assurances that this training would conclude in a few days, he would have already packed his bags and fled with Xiao Wu. After all, he could always seek refuge with Ling Gu. He would surely take him in. This represents Tang San's rather simplistic line of thought that he fears that, given his father's tumultuous history with the Spirit Hall, should he and Xiao Wu, a walking bundle of experience, arrive at the Spirit Academy, they would be apprehended on the spot. Although it is likely that Xia Tianling would come to his rescue. In a certain sense, this could be considered an alternative form of refuge. Residing in a prison is still residing. After all, on another front of Tang San's internal struggle, after his purple extreme magic I reached a new level, he was astonished to discover that his dear sister Xiao Wu is not human, but rather a large rabbit. A creature identical to her martial soul, the soft-boned charm rabbit. Tang San now perceives the Douluo continent as incredibly fantastical. Could it be that, akin to the world of his previous life? Xiao Wu is a transformed spirit beast. Is she a soul beast that has cultivated for many years? Is it indeed possible for soul beasts to take human form after extensive cultivation? Although this particular creature is rather dim-witted, among the members of Shrek, the most carefree and oblivious might just be this silly rabbit, due to her status as a 100,000-year soul beast, even without training. Her cultivation level will naturally increase. Thus, the exuberant Xiao Wu spends her days seeking entertainment in the village, blissfully happy, with no inclination towards self-discipline in her training, starkly contrasting with the other three. Reflecting on his mysteriously absent alcoholic father, his foolish rabbit sister, his unreliable teacher Yu, and the several Shrek teachers who spend their days idly chatting in the village, neglecting their duties, Tang San feels as though his future is shrouded in darkness. Only the Xia Tian's skill and hidden weapons offer him a semblance of warmth in this absurd existence. What is the purpose of the top 5 food-type soul saints on the continent? The immovable Ming Wang Zhao Wuji and the golden iron triangle's four-eyed cat Eagle Flender. Are they merely mascots within the academy? It is utterly exasperating. When will these days come to an end? Perhaps he should just run away with Xiao Wu back to Holy Spirit Village and open a blacksmith shop to support her. This way, he could also indulge in his passion for hidden weapons. It seems that there is little distinction between his training at Shrek Academy and at home. The medicinal cuisine formulas presented by teacher Yu are vastly inferior to his own. He cannot fathom what merits Shrek Academy possesses that once garnered his utmost respect. Could it be simply because Flender was a friend from his youth? Unintentionally, Tang San has begun to uncover the truth of the matter. Chapter 66. What strategy? Just charge in recklessly. After enduring a particularly arduous period, Tianling has finally managed to don his weighted armor and conduct his daily activities with some semblance of normalcy. Therefore, in order to better assist him in integrating his formidable abilities, the Academy's dean has introduced a new training component for them, featuring a round-robin battle involving Xia Tianling against the likes of Xie Yin, Hulaina, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Zhu Zhiqing. This is ostensibly to strengthen the bonds and synergy among the teammates. Preparing for the All-Continental Elite Soul Master competition 2 years hence that this, Xia Tianling raised a vehement objection. However, his protests were met with indifference and swiftly dismissed. What? You ask why the participants have been limited to these 7. What of the remaining 4 from the original narrative? Naturally, they are incapable of competing. Since the trio of Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Xia Tianling reached the 2nd rank, none of their contemporaries have ever won against them. How could they contend for a spot in the competition? Although a few voices had previously expressed concern regarding Zhu Zhiqing's automatic entry into the starting lineup after her arrival, those sentiments were quickly silenced following her demonstration of instantaneous teleportation. Placing the assassin's claw at their throats, returning to the present, the group is preparing for their inaugural group training session. Before the bout commences, Zhu Zhiqing poses a question a standard 7-member team. Do we not seem rather extreme in our configuration? Upon a meticulous examination of the 7 participants from the Wuhuan Academy, one cannot help but notice an apparent imbalance in their configuration. Reminiscent of an extreme style. Yin, a formidable assault-type soul master. Xia, a powerful assault-type soul master. Xia, another robust assault-type soul master. Ma Hongjun, yet another assault-type soul master. Hulaina, ostensibly a control and spiritual type. Yet having secretly trained in the Qingqiu Tianhu technique, she is, in essence, an assault-type master. Furthermore, her martial soul fusion technique with her brother Xia remains firmly in the assault category. Oscar, while he appears to be a food-type master, in reality, he serves as an assault-type support, primarily focused on offense with a secondary role in assistance. Zhu Zhiqing, a swift assault-type soul master, yet ever since acquiring the claw of the assassin and undergoing rigorous physical training, the once speed and agility-focused Phantom Cat seems to be gravitating towards an assault-type approach. In essence, the 7 individuals emerging from the Wuhuan Academy can be categorized as 5 assault-type and 1 agile-type. With Oscar and Xia 4th soul skill, combined with the enchanting Crimson Mist, perhaps serving as a form of support, Xia smiled and retorted to Zhu Zhiqing. Do you not believe that a conventional configuration of control type masters managing the battlefield, assault types leading the charge, and agile types executing stealthy strikes with support masters bolstering the team from the rear is the optimal formation, is it not? Zhu Zhuqing found herself ensnared in confusion. Since her arrival at the Wuhuan Academy, she had discovered that many of her previously held beliefs seemed to be shattered. The peculiar training methods, the astonishing facilities, and the extreme team compositions were all bewildering. Zhuqing, may I inquire, how vast is the largest battlefield for team combat? A circular arena with a diameter of 100 meters. What of it? Zhu Zhuqing responded without hesitation. Well, assuming we both occupy the edges of the arena, the maximum distance between our two pairs would not exceed 95 meters. At that distance, even without indulging in Oscar's sausages, how long would it take you to cover the distance using void walking? Approximately 3 seconds. Precisely. So, currently, below the spirit rank, apart from Oscar and the chubby fellow, is there anyone capable of withstanding your 100% defensive breach in a single burst? It seems. There is not. Zhu Zhuqing answered uncertainly. Then, it is settled to in the opening moments, within 5 seconds at most. The opposing support type Soul Master will be eliminated, leveling the playing field. Even if the opposing team reacts promptly to establish a defense, you are likely to severely injure at least one of their members. However, this is merely the attack you initiate within those 5 seconds. What of the control type Soul Masters? Surely, we still require them, even in the absence of support. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, posing yet another question. What, pray tell, is the role of a control type Soul Master? Xia Tian countered. To provide control, restrain the opponent, and direct teammates. Then the question arises, let us not even consider battles beyond rank. In equal standing, who could possibly best me? Who could restrain me? Who could possibly control Oscar? Who possesses the speed of flight? Who could manage to control the martial soul fusion of Senior Sister and Senior Xie Yue? Xia Tian stated matter-of-factly, even in the original narrative. Merely relying on one enchanting presence, the Wuhuan Academy wreaked havoc. In the end, victory hinged entirely upon Tang San's extraordinary prowess. Now, not only do we have him, but we also possess the persistent and diligent Oscar, along with the determined Zhu Zhuqing. Brother Ling, why do you treat me differently? What of me? Ma Hongjun grumbled from the side, visibly displeased. Xia Tian shot him a sidelong glance. Step back a bit. Your time to shine will come after you attain the Spirit Saint rank. But what of battlefield command? Surely that is essential for a control-type Soul Master who oversees the grand scheme. Zhu Zhuqing contemplated, acknowledging the validity of Xia Tian's points, but still harboring one final query. Battlefield command, I deem it the most foolish of actions in the arena, bar none, Xia Tian stated, gazing incredulously at Zhu Zhuqing. The arena is merely so expansive. Once the battleground is divided, you'll have to shout commands to your teammates. Right? Will they even hear you? And if they do, can they respond accordingly? Unless you devise a unique tactical language or possess sufficient rapport to deceive the opponent verbally, such commands are utterly devoid of meaning. If the battlefield remains undivided and the opposing 7 huddle together, the situation becomes even simpler. We can simply charge in unison and wipe them out without the need for commands. If there is a lack of even the most basic understanding, then this team is merely for amusement. Zhuqing, you make a fair point that an ideal 7-member Soul Master team should indeed be well balanced. Yet such a configuration is not suitable for arena battles. It is more suited for hunting soul beasts. The arena's dimensions are limited, making it challenging for control, food, or even agile types to showcase their true potential. Had your explosive capabilities not significantly increased, I might have even sought to recruit another assault-type master to fill the gap. At the onset, Senior Sister and Senior Xie Yue would initiate their martial soul fusion, and we 6 would collectively assault a single opponent. Even if he were a spirit king, he would be swiftly eliminated. The remainder would simply involve continuing to eliminate foes, and the arena match would be concluded. Frankly, it is utterly foolish to have agile-type and food-type soul masters participate in arena battles. It is an exercise in futility. What could be resolved by 6 assault-type masters executing a straightforward push is rendered unnecessarily convoluted by such elaborate configurations. Xia Tian exhaled, having conveyed a lengthy discourse he had long wished to share with Zhu Zhuqing, yet had lacked the appropriate opportunity. Over the years, Hulaina and Oscar had already endured enough of his ruminations. It must be said that the Soul Masters of Dong continent possess a certain rigidity of thought that borders on absurdity. This is not a battlefield, It is a brief arena match where killing is not permitted. To have food-type soul masters engage in arena battles is not their strength best utilized in providing logistical support during large-scale combat. However, throughout the timeline of Douluo, Oscar remains the sole food-type soul master who has participated in small team battles. To have agile-type soul masters contest in an open arena? Surely, that is a recipe for disaster. Aside from Zhu Zhuqing, who is an exceptional case, would not the others be merely offering themselves up? At such close quarters, can an assault-type soul master truly be outpaced by an agile type by several seconds? Would not the support-type soul master face the same fate? Do they believe they are playing a game here? Is there a jungle to maneuver through? The oppressive atmosphere of this wretched competition is rife with disdain for agile-type soul masters. When will they be able to rise up? Chapter 67. You engage in ambush, yet cannot handle the consequences. Zhu Zhuqing. He appears to possess a rather compelling argument. Although something feels amiss, Hu Laina approached from the side and remarked, "It's fine if you don't grasp it all at once. Take your time. Our junior brother often proposes whimsical ideas that, while seemingly absurd, can prove to be exceptionally useful. He even coined a term for our straightforward approach." What was it? "Ah, the knife team." Yin interjected. Hu Laina clapped her hands. "Yes, that's it. The knife team. It signifies that we should strike down our opponents with the same efficiency as chopping vegetables." Wait a moment. The knife team might not mean that, Yin mused. Never mind. As long as Nana is happy. If there are no further questions, let us commence without delay. The rather unassuming Title Douluo Academy head interjected. Tianling should first engage in a match with Hu Laina and Xia. Understood. The three individuals, adhering to their agreement, distanced themselves to complete the manifestation of their martial souls, while the remaining participants retreated to the periphery of the training grounds. Ensuring ample space for the impending confrontation, without uttering a single word, Xia brandished two crescent blades and directly engaged in a martial soul fusion technique with Hu Laina. They understood that, although the current Xia Tianling was unable to utilize his soul power, his mental faculties remained intact, rendering Hu Laina's series of enchantment skills nearly ineffective against him. It was far more prudent to directly execute the martial soul fusion technique, thereby exerting further suppression upon him. A crimson luminescence suddenly materialized and expanded, enveloping both Hu Laina and Xia at the moment of their physical collision. Simultaneously, the red aura erupted, resembling a half-dispersed sphere of light, casting a significant shadow over the training arena. Hu Laina, having also donned her gear, experienced a substantial enhancement in her mental state. Now, she and Xia could perform the martial soul fusion technique without relying on the assistance of teammates, nor did they need to gradually build momentum as depicted in the original narrative. The enchanting form that emerged was immediately the apex of their power. With her crimson hair flowing behind her, the enchanting figure wielded two crescent blades, and unlike in the original tale, she now sported 9 ethereal red tails trailing behind her. Xia Tianling, in jest, bestowed upon her the moniker Jiawei. Although both of his companions vehemently opposed this appellation, a dense red mist enveloped Xia Tianling, and he instantly felt as though all his sensory perceptions had diminished by 50%. With his movements becoming increasingly sluggish, soul power. But soul power could not be utilized at all. Had he been in a normal state where soul power was accessible, he would have had a genuine chance to disrupt their fusion before it could be completed. However, his actions were severely constrained, and before he could close the distance, the enchanting figure was already poised with her blades, awaiting his inevitable approach. A red silhouette flickered through the crimson haze, swiftly arriving at his side. The two crescent blades sliced through the mist, sending ripples as they clashed against Xia Tianling's formidable physique, producing two sharp sounds of impact. Clang, clang. "How could you possibly discern my position?" the enchanting figure exclaimed in astonishment. Now, the dominant force had shifted from Xia to Hu Laina, who was far more formidable than her original counterpart. A smile crept across Xia Tianling's lips as he forcefully pushed off with his right foot, propelling himself toward the enchanting figure. The tremendous force he exerted shattered the tiles of the training ground beneath him. Even diminished by 50%, "I am still sufficiently strong," he proclaimed, launching a powerful punch with his left arm. Yet, he was a fraction too slow, merely grazing past the enchanting figure. Indeed, the red mist had halved his sensory capabilities, but therein lay the crux of the matter. A soul master's perception relied on their 5 senses, whereas a cultivator's perception was rooted in spiritual awareness and consciousness. With a sweep of his consciousness, The enchanting figure's trajectory became utterly transparent to him. As his spiritual awareness stirred, he instinctively sensed her impending attack. Requiring little mental diversion, this was the might of having attained the primordial spirit. Ah, another bug, I see. What are spiritual awareness and consciousness? The red mist seemed to murmur. Barely evading a punch, the enchanting figure lunged forward, exploiting Xia Tianling's current sluggishness to unleash a flurry of fierce assaults with her crescent blades. Even though he could not wield soul power and his physical attributes were hampered by the weighted armor, his innate strength was still sufficient to engage in a direct confrontation with the Soul King. The enchanting figure was barely brushing against the threshold of a Soul Emperor herself. Junior brother, if this continues, you shall surely lose, she warned. In a brief span, they clashed numerous times, the enchanting figure's agile maneuvers compelling Xia Tianling into a state of distress. In that case, do not blame me, Xia Tianling muttered to himself, suddenly adopting a peculiar stance. 9 turns treading the heavens, third turn, ascending to heaven. With no special effects or fluctuations, he simply walked as if on a leisurely stroll, stepping out of the mist and into the air. Impossible. Your soul power is sealed. How can you still fly? The enchanting figure, now on the training platform, exclaimed in disbelief as she gazed up at Xia Tianling, who had emerged from the suppressive range. Hee, a secret, but I assure you, I am not using any soul power, he replied, relishing the astonished gazes of those below. Strictly speaking, the 9 turns treading the heavens, from the perspective of its second phase, had transcended the realm of basic movement techniques and entered the domain of divine abilities. Xia Tianling's inability to utilize the third turn earlier was not due to a lack of diligence and practice, but rather due to the stringent requirement of possessing a primordial spirit to employ such divine techniques. Divine abilities are skills enacted by cultivators after they coalesce their primordial spirit, utilizing a fragment of the power of rules, thereby negating the need to actively mobilize soul power. The powers of heaven and earth, or rather, this divine ability would directly draw from the user's source of strength as needed, sealing divine power. I see now. This lad excels at exploiting bugs. Thus, even with his soul power entirely sealed, Xia Tianling could freely wield the third turn of the 9 turns treading the heavens, just as he reveled in his aerial display. The dean interjected. Oh, so you can fly, can you? Then, you little rascals, all of you, come at him together, Xia Tianling. You are violating the principles of martial ethics. My soul power is sealed, yet you dare to gang up on me. If you have the ability, then unseal me. Upon hearing this, Oscar, who had been eagerly awaiting his moment, instantly conjured 5 rapid-fire flying sausages to hand to his teammates. Brothers, grab your weapons and bring the boss down. Ma Hongjun, wearing a mischievous grin, unleashed a line of phoenix fire aimed directly at Xia Tianling. Zhu Zhuqing cast him a fleeting apologetic glance, internally expressing her regret, before also consuming one of Oscar's flying sausages. With a single leap, she entered the void and reappeared mere moments later, right in front of Xia Tianling. Zhuqing, you wouldn't be coming for me too, would you? He exclaimed, having just evaded Ma Hongjuan's assault, only to see a poised little cat before him. Zhu Zhuqing, uncharacteristically, blinked innocently at him, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Xia Tianling sighed in relief. I knew you were the most understanding. Zhuqing, wait, what? Before he could finish, he was met with a flurry of claw strikes from her assassin's claw. Chapter 68. 7 Soulbones with his resilient physique braving the onslaught of Zhu Zhuqing's feline barrage. The penetrating nature of the assassin's claw rendered his weighted armor of little protection. Before he could retaliate, Zhu Zhuqing vanished from before him with a deft movement through the void. Immediately afterward, Oscar's Buddha palm descended from above, casting a colossal handprint that completely enveloped him. Damn it, little Oscar, do you truly believe I am made of clay? Xia Tianling seethed, summoning his third divine eye, unleashing 6 beams of light that struck each individual present. Instantly, Oscar's momentum faltered, and the golden handprint nearly dissipated. Being forcibly weakened by 10% across all attributes during the skill's activation was an unbearable ordeal. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Tianling propelled himself forward in the air, meeting Oscar's palm with a resounding clash. Bang! In the ensuing violent collision, Oscar's Buddha palm was shattered, and he stumbled backward in the void while Xia Tianling utilized the momentum to dive toward the arena below. His target, the Flame Lord Yan, who had already unleashed the first 2 of his skills, the enchanting figure, noticing his intent, seemed poised to intercept him. However, Xia Tianling, burdened by the weight of his armor, was propelled forward at an astonishing speed by the explosive force of the impact. Boom! In an instant, Xia Tianling collided head-on with the enormous Flame Lord, whose entire form was encased in granite-like defenses. Cough, cough, cough. The training ground's surface, as expected, was demolished, leaving Xia Tianling, disheveled and covered in dust, to rise from the crater, extending a hand to assist the barely conscious Yan, had he not moderated his strength. Redirecting most of his power into the earth, a true clash would likely have left Yan gravely injured or worse. The sheer weight of Xia Tianling's armor was staggering for an ordinary soul master. Donning such gear would render them nearly immobile. "Are you all right?" he asked, wiping the dust from his face, feeling somewhat sheepish that "I'm fine." Yan replied weakly, "But please, let's not continue fighting. Little Oscar, could I have a few sausages?" "I think I might have broken 2 ribs." The others nearby quickly ceased their offensive postures, rushing over to assess Yan's injuries. By the side of the training arena, the healing soul master stood ready, releasing his restorative soul technique at the opportune moment. "Boss, what was that light you just used? I feel like I've seen you employ it once during the strength test," Oscar inquired while crafting a recovery sausage for Yan. Xia Tianling touched the emblem of justice on his forehead, dispelling the effects of his skills and lifting the all-attribute debuffs from his companions. The external soul bone obtained from the last hunt had a skill effect that could diminish the target enemy's attributes by 10%, disregarding any disparity in soul power. Its efficacy was indisputable. After all, this revelation would eventually come to light, and those present were all allies, so sharing this information was of no consequence. "What? An external soul bone? Lingu, are you saying that this thing, resembling a third eye, is akin to Tang San's external soul bone?" Ma Hongjun, who had previously envied Tang San's acquisition of the 8 spider lances, felt particularly disheartened that he had yet to obtain even a single ordinary soul bone. Gazing at the luminous emblem of justice on Xia Tianling's forehead, Zhu Zhuqing silently rejoiced for him. The fortune of possessing an external soul bone was indeed remarkable. Yet it only served to widen the gap between them. An external soul bone. "I too wish to possess one." Hulaina and Xiaoyu approached, having disengaged from their martial soul fusion state. The observing Angel Douluo, the principal, could hardly bear the expectant gazes of the young ones and interjected, "You ambitious youngsters, do you think external soul bones are as common as cabbages? Ordinary soul bones are already rare treasures." "Principal, look at how outstanding we are. Surely the Academy or the Elder Council could reward each of us with a soul bone or something." Xia Tianling scratched his head helplessly, addressing the eager group. In the original narrative, the 3 from the Golden Generation had each received soul bones. There was no reason why he and his companions, who were even stronger now, could not do the same. However, even if the Martial Soul Hall did not provide them, he had already planned to procure several soul bones for each of them in the future, as there were places where soul bones were abundantly piled up. Leaving them unattended would be a waste for himself. He had long since devised a new trajectory for his future after overcoming the divine tribulation. "Take a chance, and perhaps you'll transform a bicycle into a motorcycle," he mused. After all, as a bona fide transmigrator, especially one traversing the realm of Douluo, wouldn't it be a disservice to his identity as a traveler if he did not assemble a complete set of exquisite soul bones? Just as Xia Tianling was lost in these lofty thoughts about the future, the Titan Giant principal spoke again. "Soul bones will be available. Each of you will receive one that the Elder Council has already approved it. And even the Grand Elder of the Worship Hall has personally stated that each individual must be equipped with a high-quality soul bone, no less than 50,000 years old." Hiss. Upon hearing this, not only did Ma Hongjun and the others, who had long coveted soul bones, react, but even Zhu Zhuqing, who typically kept her emotions in check, gasped in astonishment. 7 pieces of soul bones, each over 50,000 years old, was indeed a substantial offer. It was important to note that many soul saints, and even Soul Douluo, had never possessed a single soul bone. However, the principal's tone shifted. "These soul bones will remain there. It is up to you to prove your worth to claim them. These 7 soul bones will serve as the championship prize for the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition held across the continent in 2 years. If you win, the soul bones will naturally be yours. However, if you lose, you wouldn't want to know the consequences." The principal spoke with a smile, yet the final words carried an ominous undertone, sending a chill down the spines of the previously elated group. "All right, the healing teacher will take Yin back to recuperate. The rest of you continue with your paired practice." "Understood." Yin was assisted back, while the others resumed their training. However, Xia Tianling appeared somewhat distracted, carefully contemplating the implications of the principal's words. The Elder Council's swift approval, with even the ancient Angel Douluo personally intervening, raised his suspicions. In the original story, even Bibi Dong faced strong opposition from the Elder Council when she sought to grant a soul bone to each member of the Golden Generation. Among the 3 soul bones, only the one designated for Huliana, the wisdom bone of spirit concentration, was genuinely high-grade. The explosive burning flame right arm bone obtained by Ma Hongjun and the swift pursuit left leg bone acquired by Zhu Zhuqing, despite their impressive names, had very limited potency. Yet now, Angel Douluo had personally decided to provide each individual with a high-quality soul bone over 50,000 years old. In the original narrative, the soul bones were only finalized close to the competition. That such rewards were being determined 2 years in advance was highly irregular. Something was amiss, very much so, even if Bibi Dong had abandoned her world-destroying plans. The long-standing rift between the Pope faction and the Worship faction would not be so easily reconciled. There must be an underlying issue. On another note, did Angel Douluo truly take such a liking to him? The first time Xia Tianling met him 6 years ago, he had already granted him special treatment. Could it be that he had taken a fancy to him, hoping to recruit him as a grandson-in-law? Chapter 69. The unique Do Great Soul Arena. The cycle of receiving blows and delivering them continued unabated. A ceaseless rhythm of existence. This was Xia Tianling's life over the past 2 months. In the initial month, he was relentlessly pursued and beaten by the 6, with no escape in sight. Even when he utilized the sky walking technique to ascend, his companions would still consume Oscar's sausages to catch up and relentlessly pummel him. In the second month, as he gradually acclimated to the weight of the heavy armor and unearthed some latent potential within his body, he finally managed to engage in back-and-forth exchanges with the 6. Although it remained a challenging ordeal, it was a marked improvement over being relentlessly suppressed. By the beginning of the 3rd month, Xia Tianling had nearly fully adapted to the terrifying weight of the heavy armor, turning the tide of battle in his favor as he began to counterattack the other 6, leveraging the armor's substantial weight to his advantage. While the armor was initially intended for training, it was indeed a form of armor, crafted in collaboration by the Limit Douluo and the most formidable master of the era, and thus boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Consequently, those who were not easily penetrated found themselves on the receiving end of the beatings, particularly Ma Hongjun, whose Phoenix Fire initially posed a significant challenge for Xia Tianling, now found himself being relentlessly pursued around the arena. This situation evoked painful memories of his childhood when he was chased by a large white goose from the village entrance to the village's end, shortly after the 3rd month commenced. Huliana, Yan, and Xie were assigned a new mission, leaving the academy. Just as Xia Tianling thought he could shed this burdensome armor and embrace a joyful and refreshing new life, the principal covertly reported to someone. Thus, Angel Douluo returned. Not only did he arrive, but he also brought along a set of even heavier specialized armor plates. After donning this new, even more formidable armor, Xia Tianling found his movements further restricted. More so than when he wore the initial heavy armor, he had hoped to regain his former prowess, only to be forcibly compressed back to a level barely commensurate with the Soul King. Even more frustratingly, this new heavy armor could be regarded as pure weight-bearing armor, with extremely low defensive power, further diminishing Xia Tianling's ability to exploit the advantages of his defense as he had before. Is this some kind of joke? Grandfather Qian, how can you treat me this way? I have grown up under your watchful eye. When I return, I will surely tell Sister Shui that you are bullying me. Xia Tianling lamented dramatically, even invoking the emotional card with Qian Renxua. However, Angel Douluo remained unmoved. Not even if you call for your little Shui, you wouldn't be able to negotiate. It is precisely because I've watched you grow that I do not wish for you to become useless. I am, after all, half your teacher. For the next month, go and practice in the Great Soul Arena with your companions. At the very least, aim to return with a Silver Soul badge. Go there for what? Xia Tianling queried, puzzled. Isn't the training with the teachers and other students sufficient? Angel Douluo shook his head. The combat skills of academy students are too academic. Living in an ivory tower for so long has rendered your offensive techniques overly mild. You need to experience various so-called unconventional combat styles firsthand. Moreover, the variety of martial souls within the academy is limited. Spending a month battling in the soul arena and personally witnessing the myriad of peculiar martial souls will be beneficial for your future cultivation. All right, I will heed your advice. Xia Tianling scratched his head. Experiencing more battles wouldn't hurt. By the way, Grandfather Qian, after this month of battles, can I finally remove this heavy armor? The divine power seal will also automatically lift. Qian Douluo was aware of what he wanted to ask, and after dropping a single sentence, he vanished. Tianling was overjoyed, finally liberated from the oppressive weight of these two towering figures. However, considering the timing of their venture to the Soul Arena, especially with a month-long duration, it seemed rather delicate. Yet, it appeared they were nearly 20 days ahead of schedule. After Qian Douluo's departure, Tianling gathered a few companions and briefed the dean on the situation. Since it was the Grand Offering who had spoken, you may proceed, but remember to keep your identities concealed. Expenses for food and necessities will be reimbursed by the Academy within the limits set for students. Any excess will be your responsibility. Upon hearing it was Qian Douluo's request, the dean readily agreed. Then, which Grand Soul Arena are we headed to? The one in Tiando Imperial City? Oscar inquired. Ever since he had taken up martial arts, despite his occasionally mischievous demeanor, he had developed a sincere yearning to battle formidable opponents. When they had previously sparred with Xia Tianling, he had been the most vigorous, even relishing the moments when he was on the receiving end of the blows in the final days. The dean waved his hand dismissively, stating that the specific location was of little consequence. They would simply head to the Soto Grand Arena nearby. Understood, Xia Tianling responded promptly, leading his three companions straight to Soto City. What? You wonder why we're not preparing first? Nonsense. I, Lingo, am someone who carries a stove and various fresh ingredients with me at all times. Do I need to pack? As he calculated the days, he suddenly lamented. This caught the attention of the other three. What's regrettable? Zhu Zhuqing glanced curiously at the boy beside her, who appeared utterly relaxed. We're nearly half a month early, Xia Tianling replied lazily, but then suddenly sat up, letting out a dramatic wail. Oh no, Zhuqing, you've corrupted me. Why are you pinching me? Who told you to speak only halfway? Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head away. Feigning nonchalance, Xia Tianling rubbed the spot she pinched while shooting a glare at Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who were grinning mischievously across from him. Ma Hongjun, winking, asked, Lingo, stop being cryptic and explain what's going on. Actually, it's nothing too serious. Tang San and his group will also be heading to Soto City for the Soul Duel in a bit over half a month, so we might run into them. That scoundrel, will he be going too? Upon hearing that Tang San and his companions would also attend, Zhu Zhuqing turned back, hesitant to voice her thoughts. You mean Dai Mubai? That fellow is from the same academy as Xiao San and Rong Rong. He will undoubtedly be going with them, Xia Tianling replied. Right? What's the name of Rong Rong's academy again? Shrek. By the way, do you think Rong Rong and the others will participate in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition? Oscar chimed in enthusiastically. They probably will. Xia Tianling hesitated, genuinely unsure if Tang San and Rong Rong's group would be able to partake in the competition. After all, 3 of the Shrek 7 had been eliminated by him, leaving only 4 remaining. Even though Flinder had taken them to Lamba Academy, it was uncertain whether they could reach the finals. As for the Tiando Royal Academy, currently, Xiao San and his companions had not faced off against the Royal Fighting Team, nor had they established any connections with Qin Ming, making it difficult to predict whether they would participate. What developments will unfold in the future? A question mark lingered in Xia Tianling's mind. Since his arrival in the Douluo continent, the fates of numerous characters had been dramatically altered. Who could tell how it would all evolve in the end? Chapter 70. A New Code Name. A new beginning. Upon arriving in Soto City, the group opted not to seek out Su Yuntao for the sake of maintaining anonymity and instead chose a hotel near the Soul Arena for their stay. After having lunch, they planned to visit the Soul Arena in the afternoon. Xia Tianling felt a flicker of anticipation at the prospect of experiencing this unique feature of the Douluo continent. Upon catching sight of the Soul Arena, Xia Tianling's face lit up. Its design was undeniably familiar. The Soto Grand Arena was oval-shaped, towering approximately 120 meters high. Wasn't this reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum? It seemed that the Tiando Empire was quite prosperous, boasting both the resources and cultural wonders. By the way, boss, do we have any specific requirements for participating in the Soul Duel? Oscar inquired, brimming with enthusiasm as he walked ahead. We just need to secure the Silver Soul Badge, Xia Tianling replied. Then we should not only participate in 1v1 duels, but also engage in 2v2 battles, or else we may run out of time. With Xiao Ao's sausages, we can easily handle 3 to 4 matches in a day. 2v2. How should we pair up? Boss, I'll team up with the fatty, Oscar quickly declared, pulling Ma Hongjun over. Then I suppose I'll pair with Zhu Qing. Xia Tianling hesitated that it wasn't that he was unwilling to team with Zhu Qing, but rather that if they teamed up, they would have to face two soul masters together. He was indifferent to the challenge. His concern lay with whether Zhu Qing could adapt. Zhu Qing shot him a glance and said, all right, nodding in agreement. Qing, I know what you wish to say. I am aware of the rules of the soul arena. But only by challenging the strong can one progress. Fighting the weak will only lead to stagnation. Zhu Qing looked him in the eye, speaking earnestly, I want to become stronger. Very well, I understand. Xia Tianling sighed. This little cat was indeed stubborn. As they approached the entrance of the soul arena, Xia Tianling instructed everyone to wear the masks he retrieved from his ring. Try to speak as little as possible. And conceal your identities and ages. Since we are hiding our identities, should we not adopt code names? Ma Hongjun suggested, displaying rare cleverness. Indeed, I had already thought of code names for each of you before we arrived. Xia Tianling smiled, a hint of mischief in his expression. Yiming Lingmao, Xiahua Feng Wang, and Sausage Vendor, such titles are fit to be discarded into the annals of history. It would be inappropriate for the enhanced trio to retain those names. Xiao Ao shall be called Angered Diamond, which suits his favorite technique, the Tathagata Palm. The fatty, who practices the Lustful Phoenix technique, shall be named Lustful Phoenix, and Zhu Qing, with her mastery of Void Walking, shall be dubbed Void Walker. What about you, boss? Me? Xia Tianling glanced at his own hands. I shall be called Dawn of the Breaking Dawn. What does that mean? Zhu Qing inquired. In the context of Douluo, there were no such connotations. And the lack of historical depth among the Douluo people would render them unable to grasp the profound significance embedded within that term. You will come to understand in due time. Despite Oscar and Ma Hongjun's persistent questioning, Xia Tianling merely smiled enigmatically. Remaining silent, it was not until many years later that Zhu Qing and the others truly comprehended the magnitude of the power contained within that phrase. Upon reaching the registration counter, the group each paid 10 gold coins to register for the soul duel. Oscar and Ma Hongjun named their duo the Fiery Diamond, originally intending to call themselves Lustful Diamond. They were thwarted by a clerical error. Xia Tianling and Zhu Qing's pairing was designated as the Defense Breakers. One was literally capable of breaking through an opponent's defenses, while the other, Xia Tianling's overwhelming strength, might instill despair in their foes. After completing the spirit power test and signing up for the day's soul duel, the four of them awaited in the preparation room. Although spirit power aids in physical development, their youthful appearances were apparent against the backdrop of the predominantly adult assembly. This drew the attention of the room, which was precisely what Xia Tianling desired. If others did not focus on them, how could he achieve his objectives swiftly? To amplify this effect, he cleared his throat and spoke in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear. What is the big deal about a silver soul badge? That's a piece of cake. Winning or losing in 2v2s is inconsequential, 8s long, as we have one 1v1 match per day for 20 consecutive days. The Silver Soul Badge is easily within our grasp. Keep in mind, every 5 victories will yield 10-fold points. His words stirred a tempest of reactions. The room was filled with seasoned soul duel veterans, some of whom had painstakingly accrued their Copper Soul Badge after hundreds of matches. Hearing Xia Tianling's bold claim, their pride was undoubtedly bruised and anger flared. Winning 20 consecutive matches. Kid, do you fear your tongue will be blown away by the wind? Do you think it's so easy to win 20 matches? A brutish bald man stood up, glaring with evident displeasure. Xia Tianling had intended to respond with mockery, but realized he was wearing a mask, rendering his sarcasm invisible. Thus, he simply replied with nonchalant words. Having hands is sufficient. He did not seek to provoke others merely to showcase his prowess and then stealthily engage in lethal actions for treasure. Instead, he simply yearned to capture the attention of those around him. He wished to swiftly participate in several 1v1 matches upon his arrival, aiming for a rapid 20 consecutive victories to relish in a splendid new life. The burly man, exasperated, was constrained by the rules of the preparation area, which forbade him from striking back, and he begrudgingly returned to his seat, leaving behind a stern warning, "You better not let me encounter you on stage." This scene elicited laughter from the onlookers, as this formidable figure had garnered a modicum of fame in the Soto City Soul Arena, only to find himself at a loss against a mere child. Beneath her mask, Zhu Qing couldn't help but chuckle softly, surprised to discover that the usually amiable Xia Tianling possessed such a mischievous side. "Now, let us welcome the next pair of contestants to the stage," announced the staff. They're moving quite swiftly, aren't they? Xia Tianling glanced at the slip of paper in his hand, then rose to his feet. At that moment, a bald man emerged from the crowd in the corner. Well, what a coincidence. Bald brother, it seems we are quite fated, he teased, the tone of his voice turning quite unpleasant as he mocked the bald man who had previously looked down on him. Just wait. I will make you regret it once we're on stage. The bald man, not one for words, was clearly infuriated. On the Soul Arena, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat stood at the center. After clearing his throat, he boomed, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence the second bout of our one-on-one soul battles at the 13th Soul Arena. The contestants entering the stage are heavyweight figures at the Soul Zone level. They are the Soul Zone Iron Tower, who has achieved 4 consecutive victories with his giant elephant martial soul, and the newcomer, just registered today, the Soul Zone Dawnbreaker with his Dawn martial soul. Will Iron Tower claim a glorious 5th victory and unlock tenfold points, or will the newly arrived Dawnbreaker secure his first victory in soul battles? Let us await the outcome." Chapter 71. Do you look down on me for not using my martial soul? The audience for this Soul Zone level match was notably substantial. In the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, battles between Soul Zones were already quite thrilling that a portion of the spectators cheered for the giant elephant Iron Tower, while the rest displayed expressions of skepticism towards the newcomer. Dawnbreaker. It appeared that the bald man possessed a bit of a following here. Unbeknownst to Xia Tianling, aside from these monsters, those who could achieve 5 consecutive victories in the Grand Soul Arena were indeed formidable individuals, each possessing some measure of skill. Iron Tower had already ascended the stage, raising his arms in response to the cheers of his fans. Observing Iron Tower's ostentatious display, Xia Tianling gracefully executed the 9-turn celestial step. Floating onto the stage, once settled, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. Unfortunately, clad in black, he lacked the ethereal charm of a figure draped in white robes. He's so young. The audience below was taken aback. Having heard such a commanding name as Dawnbreaker, they had expected a seasoned warrior, but instead, a somewhat slender youth had leaped onto the stage. In truth, Xia Tianling's physique was impressive beneath his fitted attire, and he was far from weak. However, in comparison to the towering Iron Tower, who stood at 2 meters, he appeared diminutive. Contestants, please take your positions and unleash your martial souls, the host proclaimed with enthusiasm. Giant Elephant, manifest. Iron Tower bellowed, and 4 soul rings of yellow and purple appeared beneath him. His already imposing frame expanded further, reaching an astonishing height of approximately 2 meters and 5 centimeters. His muscles bulged violently, broad shoulders and a robust back adorned with veins resembling those of a colossal serpent, pulsating beneath his bronze skin. Unlike Xia Tianling and Oscar, whose physiques were well-proportioned, Iron Tower, now imbued with his martial soul, resembled a human-shaped giant elephant standing proudly on the stage. After completing his martial soul manifestation, he let out a deafening roar directed at the audience, particularly aimed at Xia Tianling. Perhaps intending to showcase his might. One glance at his physique and martial soul made it clear that Iron Tower was a powerhouse, perhaps following a similar path as Yang Wudi. Listening to the audience's fervent cheers, Iron Tower appeared quite pleased. However, he was caught off guard when the black-clad youth opposite him remained unfazed, leaving him perplexed. "Kid, are you not going to unleash your martial soul?" Iron Tower asked in a deep, rumbling voice. Though he bore the fearsome appearance of a brutal fighter influenced by his martial soul, he was not a villain. In fact, he had adhered to the rules throughout his time in the Grand Soul Arena. Yearning for a fair confrontation and disdainful of underhanded tactics, Xia Tianling shook his head. No need. This simple refusal infuriated Iron Tower, who interpreted it as a slight against him. In a fit of rage, he clenched his fists and charged at the audacious youth before him. "You insolent brat, you will pay for your arrogance." Xia Tianling thought to himself, "Is it that I look down upon you? I too wish to unleash my powers. Alas, my true dragon martial soul cannot be used. What good would summoning a hammer or axe do?" As he faced the oncoming Iron Tower, resembling a tank in his charge, Xia Tianling felt a surge of excitement. This was precisely the type of adversary he relished, free from the intricacies of skill-based combat, offering only the purest form of collision. A contest of raw strength. This was the true romance of manhood. Come, experience the primal thrill of battle. Boom, the fist of the two, one large and the other small, collided with tremendous force. Xia Tianling effortlessly retracted his previously extended right fist, as if the preceding events were merely a figment of imagination. In contrast, Iron Tower, though outwardly unscathed, felt his body teetering on the brink of imbalance. Unlike the audience who merely observed for entertainment, Iron Tower had sensed a tremendous force surging through his right arm and into his upper body, rendering the right side of his body somewhat numb, but it felt as though he were facing not a youth, but a powerful soul beast transformed into human form. Iron Tower remained silent, but the anger previously in his eyes was replaced by solemnity. He had exerted 60% of his strength in that punch, and the youth had effortlessly absorbed it. That a soul master who could withstand his blows without unleashing their martial soul was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. In a fleeting moment, his thoughts raced. Within 2 seconds after their exchange, Iron Tower attempted to retreat, preparing for the next round of assault. It's my turn to counter, Tianling murmured softly, not granting him the chance to withdraw. With a swift step, he followed closely. He advanced just half a step forward, far from the optimal point for launching an attack. Iron Tower, instinctively believing Tianling would continue his advance, merely activated a defensive skill from his first soul ring while shifting his weight backward. However, in the next moment, Tianling's fist shot out with tremendous force. He had extended only half an arm's length, yet it struck Iron Tower with great impact. A half-step burst punch. Ever since Tianling's powers had been sealed, he had revisited numerous martial arts techniques he had wished for in the past. Though he had practiced some in his youth, he had ceased after awakening his soul power, leaving him only with the raw strength of his body to seek breakthroughs. The techniques he now employed were remarkably sophisticated, representing a pure dimensional strike against the raw combat style prevalent in Duel continent. Just like Iron Tower, he had never encountered such an unreasonable offensive technique. Unable to predict Tianling's next move, he was caught off guard by the punch, stumbling backward and nearly losing his balance. Yet it was not over. Just when he thought Tianling could not possibly attack from such close range, the black-clad youth abruptly pivoted halfway, using his shoulder as a point of force and crashing into Iron Tower's embrace. 8 Extremes Iron Mountain Crash. Once again, a martial arts technique was unleashed. The already unstable center of gravity of the Iron Tower was struck fiercely once more in the abdomen. At that moment, he felt as though he had collided head-on with a charging millennia-old armored rhinoceros, his entire body seemingly on the verge of disintegration. Despite the pain, the Iron Tower remained unflustered. He believed that Tianling could no longer mount any offensive maneuvers in such a confined space. There was simply no room to exert force. Calmly, he illuminated his third soul ring. This soul ring was particularly unique, amplifying both his strength and weight. With this extraordinary ability, the Iron Tower forcibly steadied himself, preparing to teach Tianling a lesson. However, unbeknownst to him, there indeed existed an unreasonable close-range force application technique. Tianling, cradled in his arms, shifted her position once more, her left hand barely a foot away from his body. This unexpected maneuver left not only him, but also the spectators in stunned silence. Tianling's left fingers, poised like a blade, suddenly clenched into a fist at a distance that seemed almost to touch her opponent. Her diminutive fist traversed less than half a foot, striking the upper part of his abdomen. This technique, known as inch punch, represents the ultimate essence of close-quarters combat in martial arts. It enables a person to surpass their limits, unleashing even greater force at an extremely close range compared to a conventional punch. This legendary technique from Huaxia martial arts finally revealed its remarkable prowess in the Soto Great Soul arena. Despite the Iron Tower's third soul skill, he was ultimately unable to maintain his balance. His feet lifting off the ground from the impact, his massive form bent backward, crashing to the ground like a boiled shrimp, causing the arena to tremble. That moment, he pressed a hand against his severely injured abdomen, his eyes gradually shifting from solemnity to sheer astonishment. This seemingly unarmed youth had defied all expectations, completely dominating him with merely 3 successive attacks. Unable to rise after the 3-hit combo, the Iron Tower chose not to pursue the advantage but instead stood still, hands behind his back, much like when he first took the stage. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into thunderous cheers, chanting Tianling's codename. I concede that I retract my earlier statement. You truly are formidable, and you have earned the right to say so. The Iron Tower struggled to his feet and voluntarily acknowledged defeat to the referee. He was quite straightforward, recognizing that with his own strength, he was no match for Tianling, even in her unarmed state. Although he still had his 4th soul skill in reserve, his opponent hadn't even deployed her martial soul. Continuing in this manner would only lead to further humiliation. There was no shame in being defeated by such a strong adversary. Upon hearing the Iron Tower's concession, Xia Tianling nodded in acknowledgement, indicating goodwill in the face of an adversary who could accept defeat gracefully. There was no need for him to appear arrogant. Moreover, it had been he who had instigated the challenge, making it all the more inappropriate. The host, displaying remarkable professionalism, rapidly ascended the stage to announce: "The dawn of breakthrough wins. Record: 1 victory, 0 defeats. Soul Master Iron Tower. Record of 120 victories, 68 defeats. Please proceed to the scoring registration area after exiting the stage." Following the announcement, the audience erupted into even more fervent applause. Xia Tianling waved to them before gracefully leaping off the stage. Unnoticed by all, as he secured his victory, the corners of Zhu Zhuqing's mouth unconsciously curled upward beneath her mask, a gesture even she failed to notice. Upon returning to the preparation room, the first to greet him was Oscar. He approached and lightly punched Xia Tianling's shoulder, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. "Boss, you're not being fair. Such a powerful close-range technique. And you didn't share it with me." Xia Tianling made a face at him, though the mask concealed it from Oscar's sight. "Don't give me that nonsense. I handed those techniques to you years ago. Yet you buried yourself in the Buddhist teachings and couldn't get out. Can you blame me?" It was just that the results took too long." Having dismissed Oscar's unreasonable antics, he plopped down beside Zhu Zhuqing. Despite the mask, she was undeniably alluring even with her fiery physique. Was she not? "You've grown stronger," a calm voice remarked. "But I will not give up. One day, I will catch up to you." Xia Tianling had countless witty retorts on the tip of his tongue. Yet he found himself unable to voice them. All his words coalesced into 3 simple ones. "I await you." In the midst of many single souls in the resting area, the atmosphere between the two seemed increasingly out of place. Gradually shifting to something more intimate, A Hongjun observed from a distance, his round face beneath the mask displaying a look of disdain. This nauseating scent was truly contemptible. However, an idea seemed to strike him, and he suppressed his expression, instead breaking into a goofy grin. Humming a tune, he swaggered out, ready to take the stage for battle. "Come on, let me show you the might of Xiaoma." As the host concluded the introductions, Ma Hongjun embarked on his own showtime. With the embodiment of the evil fire phoenix, empowered by lustful flames, he unleashed a torrent of fiery projectiles upon his opponent. This bizarre yet ferocious assault left his adversary in dire straits, earning him a chorus of cheers from the audience. His striking appearance while wielding his martial soul captivated many female spectators. Meanwhile, at another segment of the arena, Oscar began to carve out his own astonishing tale. A soul master with a martial soul based on fists. What an unusual configuration. Not only was Oscar's opponent baffled, but the audience was equally perplexed. Even the host was at a loss. What kind of martial soul is a fist? We've never seen such a thing. However, it didn't take long for Oscar to provide them with a lesson, revealing why he was deemed a strong assault-type soul master. Martial soul. A real man never needs a martial soul to fight. Fists are sufficient. After 3 months of training, Oscar's soul power had reached level 37. His body, brimming with vitality, was unrivaled in its might. Without utilizing his martial soul, he unleashed his iron fists, neglecting to rely on his favored technique, the Buddha palm, opting instead for a straightforward approach akin to Xia Tianling's earlier display. The primal clash of flesh ignited the enthusiasm of the male spectators, who fervently chanted his name, angry-eyed Vajra. The decision to forego his martial soul was a directive from both the academy head and his mentor, the soul master of combat. The notion that a food-type martial soul could engage in battle would be too shocking to disseminate. In truth, Oscar's sausages merely served as an accessory to his combat prowess. He rarely consumed other sausages aside from his beloved flying dash sausage. Thus, he decided to leave an enigma for others to ponder. The 1v1 soul battles progressed swiftly, and soon it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn to take the stage. Compared to when she first acquired her soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing had now achieved level 34 in soul power. Throughout these 3 months, she had the potential to soar 3 or 4 levels due to the blessings bestowed by the modification of her body through the assassin's divine power. Yet, she chose to advance step by step, solidifying the soul power cultivated from the assassin's strength before opting to elevate herself by a single level. While her overall level had only increased by 1, her total soul power now nearly doubled compared to before. Coupled with the mental fortitude honed through the refining spirit technique, alongside her refined mastery of the assassin's claw and void walking, her strength could only be described as earth-shattering. Chapter 73. Swift Assault Against Swift Assault. The True Assassin. Once again in the 13th Soul Arena, the same host in a tailcoat introduced the upcoming match. We are about to commence the 5th one-on-one duel in our 13th arena. Featuring 2 Soul Masters. They are the Soul Master Yilan, who has secured 3 consecutive victories with her Azure Eagle Martial Soul, facing off against the newcomer registered today, the Soul Master of the Void Walker, who possesses the Nether Spirit Cat Martial Soul. Coincidentally, both Soul Masters were captivatingly beautiful young women. Another newcomer today has seen an unusually high influx of new registrants. Surely, the previous dawn of destruction, the Fiery Phoenix, and the wrathful Titan from the adjacent arena have left an indelible impression on everyone. One wonders what kind of performance this Void Walker will deliver. Ladies and gentlemen, let us await the spectacle. The masked Zhu Zhuqing gracefully leaps onto the stage, manifesting her martial soul. Her fingers, adorned with the claws of an assassin, ripple like waves. This is a habitual gesture she performs before battle, aiding her in swiftly entering the fray. Crowned Eagle, manifest, the young woman opposite her exclaims, as a pair of wings unfurl from her back, flapping vigorously. Simultaneously, her hands and feet undergo a transformation, resembling the formidable talons of an eagle, clad in white, yellow, and purple. Her 3 soul rings, nearing the optimal configuration, complement her formidable soul power of 39, exuding an overwhelming presence on the stage. The 3rd ring is a Millennium Soul Ring, quite commendable for a wild soul master. Yilan, Yilan, Yilan. Below the stage, a group of young men fervently chant Yilan's name, clearly ardent admirers. Phantom Spirit Cat, manifest, unfazed by her surroundings. Zhu Zhuqing similarly activates her martial soul. Upon doing so, her legs elongate, and cat ears and a tail sprout from her head and back for balance. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings suddenly appear beneath her feet, causing Yilan, once confident in midair, to lose her composure. While the audience, primarily ordinary folks, may not be soul ring experts, they are well aware of the significance of soul ring configuration, with 200-year rings and 1,000-year rings. The Void Walker distinctly holds an advantage in soul ring quality over Yilan. Moreover, her 3rd soul ring is evidently of a superior grade. This revelation further ignites the audience's enthusiasm, who wouldn't relish a fierce contest between equals, especially when both competitors are beautiful women. Feeling the shift in audience support, the anxious Yilan decides to initiate her attack. With a swift motion, she launches herself like a released arrow, diving towards Zhu Zhuqing while igniting her first 2 soul rings. As the 1st ring glows, her feet transform rapidly. They elongate and sprout sharp claws, resembling true eagle talons. The 2nd ring ignites, accelerating Yilan's movements to an extraordinary speed. Faced with the oncoming opponent, Zhu Zhuqing opts not to evade but to engage directly. After long-term training with several atypical fighters, she struggles to gauge her strength against regular soul masters. The sharp eagle talons slice through the air, accompanied by the piercing sound of 2 swift strikes. Zhu Zhuqing remains calm, crouching into a defensive stance while illuminating her 2nd soul ring. Phantom claws. In that fleeting moment, the 2 beauties collide. The clash of eagle and cat claws produces a symphony of harmonious sounds in the air. Yet, for Yilan, soaring above, the experience is far from delightful. Zhu Zhuqing's phantom claws, shielded by the assassin's claws, offer her protection, while Yilan's eagle talons do not. Following the confrontation, her once graceful claws are marred by countless tiny wounds. Oozing blood, overwhelmed by pain, Yilan's beautiful face twists in fury. "You wretched cat! How dare you? I shall mar your visage." In the presence of another woman, particularly one equally stunning and evidently superior, some women often unleash a greater jealousy. Zhu Zhuqing, however, remains unfazed. Having spent years in a cold, unfeeling family, she has heard far worse rumors. Such threats evoke no response within her, even inciting a faint smile. Yet, below the stage, Tianling is less pleased. A surge of unnameable anger swelling within her. How could this woman be so malicious? Merely a normal injury in a competition, and she wishes to disfigure another. Such narrow-mindedness is truly venomous, regardless of Xia Tianling's thoughts. Having once tasted defeat, Yilan resolves not to engage Zhu Zhuqing head-on again. Instead, soaring to greater heights, the sinister smile graces her lips as she activates her 3rd soul skill, but a cross-shaped wind blade coalesces beneath her claws, hurtling downwards towards Zhu Zhuqing. This is her signature move. In the Soul Sovereign stage, few possess the ability to fly. However, for one with the crowned eagle martial soul, this is merely a minor skill following soul manifestation. Coupled with the long-range attack of her third soul skill, this underhanded strategy proves highly effective. Ascend into the sky, strike from a distance, and after the opponent has endured a few hits, deliver the finishing blow. This imbalanced combat style is undeniably aggravating, yet remarkably efficient. Hardly anyone can effectively counter such a deceitful tactic. Unfortunately for Yilan, her opponent is none other than Zhu Zhuqing, the Voidwalker, inheritor of the assassin goddess legacy. In the face of the approaching colossal wind blade, Zhu Zhuqing calmly employs her void walk, slipping into the interstitial spaces of subspace. Boom! The wind blade, expending a significant amount of Yilan's energy, strikes the ground with devastating force. Is this the true reason she claims to be a Voidwalker? Is it because she can genuinely traverse the void? A cold sweat trickles down Yilan's brow. Despite her keen eyesight, she loses sight of Zhu Zhuqing. The audience below, eyes wide and mouths agape, gaze in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. Where has that large cat vanished? Yet, within the subspace, Zhu Zhuqing remains utterly still, merely observing as the wind blade crashes into the primary material plane beneath her. Void walking, in essence, involves utilizing the properties of space to traverse through subspace, the interstitial void. That if one likens space to multiple layers of stacked paper, then subspace represents the gaps within the sheets. Navigating through these spatial layers requires significant energy, which is why Zhu Zhuqing can only maintain this for a brief moment. However, if one remains still within the void, energy expenditure diminishes considerably. Provided she does not exhaust her stored oxygen, Zhu Zhuqing could even take a nap in this state without issue. Chapter 74. Relying on mountains will cause them to collapse. Relying on people will lead to their departure. Damn it, you elusive fiend. Come out at once. Fear often arises from the unknown. Currently, Yilan, unable to locate Zhu Zhuqing, is in a frenzy, dashing about the arena, clawing and battling the air. Show yourself. Come out. Come out. For one who prides herself on beauty and elegance, this is utterly unbecoming. Observers, including the host and some audience members, frown at her antics. They paid to witness a clash of soul masters, not to endure a hysterical tirade from a shrew. Zhu Zhuqing, in the subspace, feels somewhat exasperated. She intended to test her current abilities, yet her opponent appears somewhat dim-witted, having spent less than 3 minutes in subspace. With no actions taken, Yilan is already on the verge of a breakdown. Oxygen levels are dwindling. It's time to conclude this. With that thought, Zhu Zhuqing activates her void walk ability, breaking through the barriers of spatial layers. Just as Yilan continues her frantic search for Zhu Zhuqing, a graceful figure suddenly appears above her, devoid of any soul power fluctuations. Void walking allows for movement not only in straight lines but also upwards and downwards. As long as the user can perceive the distance. In the audience, the majority hold their breath, captivated by this breathtaking moment. Yet, a small faction of fervent fans lacking basic decorum disregard the fairness of the competition, shouting loudly, "Look above! Lon Lon, watch out above!" Noticing this commotion, Tianling furrows his brow, a flash of irritation crossing his features but swiftly suppressed. A wave of spiritual energy zaps towards the source of the ruckus, striking the loud fan, who crumples in surprise, clutching his head. Fear not. Xia Tianling has no intention of causing harm, merely administering a minor reprimand to induce a headache for a few days. Above, as Yilan heard the fervent calls of her fans, she instinctively tilted her head back. Yet, even as she became aware of the enemy's presence, it was already too late. The grand arena of Soto was designed in an open format, and on this cloudless afternoon, the blinding sunlight poured directly into the arena, creating an exceptionally bright atmosphere. The third spirit ring of that figure gleamed with a purple radiance, as the ominous claws of the assassins were infused with a potent spectral energy, forming a crescent black scythe. The third soul skill, spectral decapitation. The wielder of the scythe was diving downwards at an angle against the light, creating a striking silhouette. From Yilan's perspective, Zhu Zhuqing descended like a divine arbiter. Enveloped in holy light, the intense sunlight rendered her unable to open her eyes. In a flurry of panic, she could only awkwardly adjust her posture, attempting to escape the range of the impending attack with her second soul skill. However, the distance between them was simply too close. The moment she activated her skill, the crescent blade of spectral decapitation had already made contact with her shoulder. Thud, thud. The former was the sound of the spectral blade striking her back, while the latter signified her fall to the ground after the attack. Having taken Zhu Zhuqing's ultimate move head-on at such close range, Yilan plummeted to the ground like a severed kite. Unconscious. According to the rules, she had lost. This was only possible because Zhu Zhuqing had shown her mercy. The arena was not like the elite Soul Master tournament of the entire continent, where even a heavy-handed strike would be scrutinized. Here, combatants were permitted to kill. Zhu Zhuqing, who descended gracefully like a celestial being, glanced at Yilan being hastily carried away by her fans, then turned to face the judge. "That I have won." The judge finally snapped out of his stupor and hurriedly announced, "The victor of this match is the Soul Master of the Void Walker. With a record of 1 win and 0 losses, let us applaud this beautiful rose." A rose, exquisite yet bristling with sharp thorns. The audience erupted into thunderous cheers and applause once more, with countless single men suddenly finding a new goddess in Zhu Zhuqing. Beautiful and captivating, powerful and striking, with an aloof demeanor, she embodied the perfect ideal of a goddess. Zhu Zhuqing, with her cold disposition, was not particularly fond of such adoration. Utilizing her void-walking ability, she flickered back to her original corner. "Congratulations," Xia Tianling said with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. "She is too weak to know. Are you implying that her strength is insufficient?" It wasn't quite that. Zhu Zhuqing paused, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. "That it was her heart that was too frail." Xia Tianling answered her own question. "She lacks the indomitable spirit of a true warrior, which naturally renders her weak. This is also part of the reason I urged you to cultivate the divine refinement technique. That so?" Zhu Zhuqing lowered her gaze to her hands, never having imagined that one day she would effortlessly defeat an opponent several ranks above her, the 39th level agility-type Soul Master, on the brink of entering the Soul Sovereign ranks. Had been utterly helpless against her, dispatched in a mere instant. In just 3 short months, she had become so formidable, it felt surreal. Those 3 months had transformed her as if 3 years had passed, bringing about a monumental change, and all of this was due to the young man beside her. Observing the contemplative feline-like figure beside her, Xia Tianling couldn't help but muse. Cultivating power without nurturing the heart is a futile endeavor. Within the realm of cultivation, it is called the path of the heart. Among martial artists, it is referred to as the martial spirit. In the divine realm, it is known as the core of faith. In the cosmic realm, it is termed the core of spirit, and so on, numerous different names. Yet, at its core, they all refer to the same essence, willpower. To become a formidable warrior, possessing immense power alone is insufficient. One must also cultivate a corresponding mindset and an ironclad will. The cultivation of the heart is an indispensable aspect within nearly every system of training. Unfortunately, the Soul Masters of Duo continent not only neglect the cultivation of the heart, but they also scarcely regard mental fortitude. Coupled with the relatively low energy quality of soul power, it is only natural that the power they can unleash is limited. The Soul Masters of Duo continent rely excessively on their martial souls, soul skills, and soul bones, to the extent that they cannot be said to disregard their other attributes. Rather, they are almost entirely overlooked. This over-reliance on external forces results in an inability to cultivate to the higher levels, leaving them feeble in other realms, let alone at the pinnacle. Why do deities like the Sea God and Angel God no longer solely depend on the power of soul skills and soul bones after ascending to divinity? It is because relying purely on external forces is inherently weak. Why, after 30,000 years, do the super god-level beings of the Dragon and Horse twin stars completely crush the Duo Federation? It is not that the essence of Duo Star is lacking. Rather, it is the Soul Masters who are disappointing. When observing the top Dragon Knights of the Dragon and Horse twin stars, which of them has not developed their own bloodline to near its utmost potential? Even the nearly limitlessly powerful Fire Dragon Knight, on the brink of death, continues to strive daily in training, seeking to break through the limitations of their bloodline and reach greater heights. In contrast, what are the top Soul Masters of the Duo Federation doing? I'm dying. Let me merge with the ancient life tree to alter my life form and extend my lifespan. The essence of Duo Star is inadequate. I cannot cultivate. Why has no one like Ji Juechen emerged? Absurdity has reached its zenith. Chapter 75. The 100 Victories Challenge. What enabled the ancient sea god Poseidon to ascend from a soul master to a level comparable to that of a divine king thousands of years ago? Was it the formidable essence of Duel Star? Was it the nurturing aura of the divine realm? Among the countless deities in the divine realm, why did only he bridge the gap between divine ranks? Cultivating from a first-level god status to nearly that of a divine king, was it not through his own efforts, his own strength that subdued all of humanity and soul beasts, coupled with his charismatic persona that garnered immense faith power? Ultimately achieving his divine status, was it not through his own determination, forging his martial soul, the trident, into a super-divine artifact, endowing himself with unparalleled strength? The remaining 5 divine kings today are all born of the innate essence of the divine realm. Only the ancient sea god, in human form, stood alongside the innate divine kings, ultimately passing down his divine status and departing gracefully. If one does not strive for oneself, relying solely on the essence of the planet for sustenance, can that truly suffice? Divine status and martial souls are merely means to progress, shortcuts, but they are not necessities. If one becomes overly reliant on such shortcuts, they will only become a mere fade, crumbling at the slightest touch, fragile as glass. This is akin to playing a shooting game. The muscle memory developed through diligent practice is your true capital for standing above the rest. Yet, if you rely on an aimbot, with such enhancements, you may slay gods and Buddhas alike. However, once you are stripped of that external aid, you are nothing. Thus, even though Xia Tianling now possesses what could be called an overwhelming amount of destiny points, he has never considered making a wish to the system for a direct elevation of his soul power. Although it would be effortless, he could even become a limit Douluo on the spot. It is uncertain whether he could withstand the ensuing heavenly tribulations. More than half a month has passed, and during this significant time, Xia Tianling and his companions have certainly captured the attention of many, their prominence soaring. Zhu Zhuqing, in particular, has garnered the adoration of countless male fans. Becoming the new idol of Sodo City, Zhu Zhuqing is now referred to as the goddess of the void, in order to hasten their journey to relaxation. Xia Tianling has been reporting to the arena every morning and returning to the hotel only after all opponents have been defeated late into the night. Including his duels with Zhu Zhuqing, Xia Tianling has achieved the remarkable feat of fighting 21 consecutive matches in a single day, winning them all. In the beginning, he actively engaged in one-on-one battles. But as time went on, it mostly devolved into Zhu Zhuqing taking on 2 opponents while he intervened only after she had sufficiently worn them down. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, one relying on his terrifying martial prowess and the other on the advantage of his martial soul, both have been racking up victories in the Soul Master arena, collecting gold coins in abundance. This has delighted the 2, who had grown up in fear of poverty. However, their status still pales in comparison to Xia Tianling's. This evening, a celebration is to be held at the Sodo City Grand Arena. The reason lies in the fact that Xia Tianling is on the verge of achieving an unprecedented feat of 100 consecutive victories in solo 1v1 matches within a mere span of a few weeks. Were it not for the monthly point settlement in the Soul Arena, according to the rule that multiplies points tenfold after every 5 victories, Xia Tianling would have long since secured the highest rank of Diamond Medallion. Nevertheless, in a remarkable exception for him, the Sodo City Grand Soul Arena has arranged a unique challenge match, placing him at the very center of the main Soul Arena stage, scheduled for 3 days hence. This evening's celebration serves both to attract Soul Masters to register and to promote ticket sales. Should he triumph in this match that symbolizes his 100 victories, the Grand Soul Arena will not only award him the prestigious Diamond Medallion, but also bestow upon him the unparalleled title of King of Soul Battles, the singular sovereign rank. This upcoming contest is indeed captivating. The organizers have stipulated that Xia Tianling must face a standard 7-person team composed entirely of soul respect level opponents. However, these 7 individuals cannot belong to the same organization or fixed team. Interestingly, the conditions for victory differ for both parties. Xia Tianling merely needs to defeat them within the conventional rules to achieve his 100 victories, while the opposing team only needs to force Xia Tianling to reveal his martial soul. Regardless of the ultimate outcome of the battle, the organizers will fulfill their promised rewards. If anyone manages to succeed in the challenge, the Grand Soul Arena will exceptionally grant each of the 7 a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins, as well as an elevation of 3 ranks in their soul battle badges. Should the seven indeed manage to defeat the dawn of day within the rules of battle, the arena will directly award them badges and a sum of 100,000 gold coins each. However, it is evident that the latter condition is merely a gimmick thrown out by the arena. With such generous rewards on the table, a multitude of participants flocked to register, for no other reason than the allure of fame. It is worthwhile that it is worth noting that throughout this past month and a half of battles, the Dawn of Day has not once unleashed his martial soul, relying solely on his physical prowess. Though the chances of defeating him are slim, it is always possible to force out his martial soul, right? Even if one ultimately loses, they would still have the bragging rights. I fought against the king of soul battles in his 100th victory. Such a statement would surely enhance one's reputation. Among the throngs of eager registrants, there exists a group contemplating the challenge against the 45th level soul respect, the Dawn of Day, for the opportunity to force out his martial soul and achieve a 3-rank elevation in soul battle levels. Along with a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins per person, should they be selected, regardless of victory or defeat, they would receive 1,000 gold soul coins. This opportunity is limited to those of soul respect level. A middle-aged man with round glasses scrutinized the flyer in his hand and turned to his companion, saying, "Xiao Gang, this venture seems promising. I sense potential here." The short-haired middle-aged man behind him took the flyer and examined it for a moment before replying. "Promising? I believe you are blinded by the prospect of profit. Xiao Gang, your perspective is misguided. I merely wish to challenge them. Do you not trust the potential of the little monsters we've cultivated?" The short-haired man appeared slightly swayed, glancing at a nearby youth. "Xiao San, what do you think?" I think it sounds fine," the youth replied in a rather indifferent tone, yet still acquiesced. "Then let us proceed to register." It is evident that this group comprises the Shrek Quartet, who have just concluded a grueling 3-month training regimen. Throughout this same duration, Dai Mubai, brimming with fervor, has relentlessly pursued his training day and night, achieving the remarkable feat of reaching level 40 and becoming a quasi-soul respect that in normal circumstances. Such an accomplishment would be nearly impossible, yet for reasons unknown, he has succeeded. However, due to Master Yu Xiaojiang's subsequent training curriculum, he intends to leverage his level 40 soul power to secure a silver soul battle badge at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. First as for the distracted youth, he is none other than our classmate Tang San. After nearly 3 months of monotonous training encompassing sparring and running, his spirit has dulled. Can such training truly cultivate formidable soul masters? Tang San harbored a significant doubt within his heart. If this method of training were genuinely effective, then why is the dean still merely a soul saint? The master himself is only at level 29, while he, having just celebrated his 13th birthday, possesses soul power at level 33. How can such a person be referred to as a master? The title of Titan Giant cannot be achieved solely through physical training, can it? Reflecting on some insider information shared by Ling Gu, Tang San resolved to sever ties with the master entirely after graduation. Continuing under his tutelage would surely lead him astray. Throughout these 3 months of relentless training, Tang San has exerted more effort than depicted in the original narrative, striving diligently to graduate swiftly so he can escape with Xiao Wu. Perhaps it would be best to flee sooner rather than later. He could seek refuge with Ling Gu if he could join the Spirit Hall. He would no longer lack funds to craft hidden weapons and could enlist Ling Ji's assistance in locating his wayward father. He truly wished to vacate this wretched place without delay. Chapter 76. Are you really using this to evaluate the candidates? The Shrek group entered the Grand Soul Arena in a line. Instantly taken aback by the throngs of people before them, gigantic portraits adorned the walls, with the central figure being a man wearing a white mask, flanked by the grand characters, Dawn of Day. Today, the arena held no matches, and countless civilians flooded into this typically inaccessible venue, indulging in the free food provided to promote this upcoming contest. The Grand Soul Arena has spared no expense. Goodness, there are indeed a great many people today. I haven't seen the arena this crowded in years, Zhao Wujing remarked, using his soul power to part the dense crowd. Flinder ignored him, instead producing a few masks and handing them to Tang San and the others. If they were to agree, these little monsters would discover that he frequently visited the arena alongside Zhao Wujing to make a living, a rather embarrassing truth he wished to keep from them. Compared to Xia Tianling's dashing white mask, the ones in the hands of Tang San and his companions appeared quite unappealing, a grotesque figure in a sickly green hue. These masks are simply hideous. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong whispered at the back of the line, critiquing Dean Flinder's taste. These two similarly mischievous individuals have formed a deep friendship over the course of just 3 months. Upon reaching the registration desk, the receptionist greeted them warmly. After filling out forms, testing their soul power, and submitting their information, they awaited the final review from the organizers. Although Soto City boasts over 2,000 soul masters, the number of those at the soul respect level is rather limited, especially after excluding the personnel assigned by the Spirit Hall. Esteemed soul masters, please arrive at the main arena of the Grand Soul Arena at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening, where we will announce the selected participants. As there were no matches to compete in today, the Shrek group returned to their hotel to await the results of the following day. In the hotel, Tang San pondered the name Dawn of Day, which felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. Damn, isn't Ling Ji's martial soul called Dawn? Could this person be Ling Gu, coupled with other names he had heard at the arena today? Phoenix of Flames, which sounded like Ma Hongjun, whose martial soul is indeed a phoenix, and the Fierce-Eyed Diamond, likely Oscar, given that there is no Buddhist influence in Dodo for the Void Goddess. That must be Zhu Zhuqing, who possesses a skill that allows her to traverse through space. Tang San swallowed hard, convinced that the likelihood of Dawn of Day being Ling Gu was a staggering 90%. Damn it. Ling Gu is a cultivator. I see you are testing me. Tang San. He now felt that the curse words he had learned from Xia Tianling were particularly fitting to express his current exasperation. The next morning, registration closed, and the data of all participants was submitted to the organizers. The Void Goddess? Isn't she always partnered with the Dawn of Day? Why is she registering as well? A staff member perused the submitted list. Feeling perplexed, the Void Goddess is also signing up? No matter. Let's give her this chance. The competition between partners could serve as an interesting angle that a leader dispatched by the headquarters of the Grand Soul Arena decisively concluded. They had never anticipated that the Soul Respect team could win. This was merely an opportunity to capitalize on the Dawn of Day's 100 victories. Add the Phoenix of Flames and the Fierce-Eyed Diamond to the list as well. Though they are relatively new, they have made quite a name for themselves over the past half-month, undoubtedly stimulating further consumption from the fans. Leader, take a look at these 4 individuals that owe the Evil-Eyed White Tiger, a level 40 strong attack quasi-soul respect, the soft-boned Charming Rabbit, a level 32 strong attack soul, respect .7 treasures glazed tile, a 32nd level auxiliary system soul master, Thousand-Hand Azura, a 33rd level control system soul master. These individuals possess an intriguing essence, and astonishingly, they have all chosen to enroll together. Shrek Academy. I am familiar with this place, a small institution that masquerades under various pretenses to extract money. The leader scrutinized the registration information of these individuals. A control system soul master wielding the blue-silver grass martial soul, and an auxiliary with the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul. Excellent. Simply splendid. Another 2 enticing prospects. Enough of the searching, it shall be these 4. Along with the Void Goddess, Wrathful Vidra, and Fiery Phoenix, forming a perfect 7-member team. Furthermore, it consists of 1 agile attacker, 1 support, 1 control, and 4 powerful attackers, a quintessential 7-person squad. Leader. Shall we not explore further? There may be stronger souls. The employee's words were cut short as the leader struck him on the head with a stack of documents, showering him with reprimands. You fool, do you truly wish for them to win? What we seek is fortune, do you not understand? If they triumph, we shall owe each one 10,000 gold soul coins. Your brain is as foolish as a swine. Yes, your reprimands are duly noted. I shall attend to it immediately. That evening, Xia Tianling and his 3 companions stealthily infiltrated the inner sanctum of the Grand Soul Arena from a very discreet location. Ever since they gained notoriety, they had to shake off a throng of fervent admirers each day after the matches, returning to their hotel in secrecy. Particularly, Zhu Zhuqing was perpetually pursued by a multitude of fans eager to approach her, which left her utterly exasperated. Over the course of more than half a month, their proficiency in void walking had significantly improved. The 4 cloaked figures concealed themselves in a shadowy corner, listening to the fervent oratory of the host on stage. Now, I announce the chosen participants for tomorrow's 100 Victories Challenge. Recently in the spotlight, the 35th level aggressive system battle soul master, Fiery Phoenix. Alongside him, the brawny Wrathful Vajra, who, like the dawn of breaking light, relishes in physical combat, And let us not forget our beloved, the Void Goddess. With each name the host announced, Xia Tianling's lips twitched involuntarily. I regarded you all as brothers, yet you each desire to strike me? Even Zhu Zhuqing has learned from these two rascals. He first kicked Oscar and Ma Hongjun, then glared menacingly at the seemingly indifferent little cat beside him, speaking in a chilling tone. We shall see how I deal with you after we return. Zhu Zhuqing, breaking from her usual aloof demeanor, widened her eyes in an exaggerated display of innocence. Moments later, Xia Tianling conceded defeat on the spot. This stark contrast in demeanor was simply cheating. How could one use this as a test for a leader? Which leader could withstand such trials? The host continued to read through the list, approaching its conclusion. The final selected participant was yet another student from Shrek Academy, a control system soul master wielding the blue-silver grass martial soul at 33rd level. What? Blue-silver grass martial soul. It can even be cultivated to soul master level. Students from Shrek Academy. All four of them. Is Shrek Academy truly that formidable? Upon hearing that the final participant wielded the blue-silver grass martial soul, the audience erupted in a frenzy. Shrek Academy, a 33rd level control system blue-silver grass soul master. Surely, they cannot be referring to Shao San and his companions. My goodness, is it truly this coincidental? In the end, the Shrek 7 monsters have gathered once more, but instead of contending against the Imperial battle team, they are facing me, the great demon king. Xia Tianling mused with a peculiar expression, sensing numerous points of contention but unsure of where to begin. Chapter 77. The Shrek 7 monsters unite again on the morning of the competition. Those who received the qualification were invited by the Grand Soul Arena officials to meet one another, allowing for a brief period of acquaintance. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Originally meant to belong to the same faction, the seven were brought together by fate, poised to fight side by side. Upon their initial meeting, despite wearing masks, both parties instantly recognized each other, as they were once comrades who had faced life and death trials together. They could identify each other solely by voice. Moreover, Oscar and Ning Rongrong were present as well. However, due to the confidentiality of their identities, both sides tacitly refrained from acknowledging one another, yet the atmosphere was imbued with a sense of relaxation. Upon seeing the three from the Spirit Hall, Tang San confirmed his suspicions. The opponents his group would face that night were none other than his elder brother, Xia Tianling. Everyone, please take a moment to get acquainted. I shall not intrude further, said the supervisor from Soto City's Grand Soul Arena, before discreetly exiting the room, leaving the seven alone. In the room, only Tang San and his companions remained. Even Flinder and Yu Xiaojing, the two teachers from Shrek Academy, had been politely escorted to another VIP lounge to await. So, how is Ling's strength when he is not using his martial soul? Tang San sighed and inquired. 3 months ago at the academy, we tested it. Our leader, without activating his martial soul, relying solely on his physical prowess, reached a strength of 40,000 Jin. His punching power hovers around 80,000 Jin. As soon as the topic of fighting arose, Oscar perked up, momentarily neglecting Ning Rongrong. The room was plunged into silence upon Oscar's revelation. Physical strength of 40,000 Jin. What are we supposed to do? Can we withstand even a single punch from him? Dai Mubai gulped, his voice quavering. He began to doubt his life choices, initially believing that reaching level 40 after 3 months of training would narrow the gap. He found himself feeling even more distant. Not only Dai Mubai, but even the usually composed Tang San was momentarily lost in thought upon hearing this figure. The disparity was crushing. Perhaps they should consider fleeing instead. After 12 years of undergoing mental interventions countless times, Tang San adopted a rather zen mindset, feeling no psychological burden regarding a retreat. As Ling would say, what was it called? A strategic withdrawal to preserve their remaining strength if they could not win. Then why engage? It was merely a competition, and they were even fighting against their own kin. Zen Tang San, contemplating retreat. He is not as strong now, Zhu Zhuqing remarked coldly. Upon entering the room, she immediately recognized Dai Mubai, who wore a grim green mask. Seeing the two appear apprehensive, Ma Hongjun quickly added, don't worry, Ling. He isn't that strong now. We still have a chance. What do you mean? Dai Mubai's eyes brightened. He was eager to defeat Xia Tianling. During this period, he has been unable to utilize his soul power, and he is burdened with extremely heavy weights. Ma Hongjun sank into the sofa, enjoying a sip of the juice prepared by the organizers. His current strength is probably only at the initial level of Soul King, and he lacks soul skills, possessing merely the physical capabilities of a Soul King. That seems promising, Tang San pondered, while Rongrong had already acquired her third soul ring. Now able to provide a substantial 40% enhancement for them. My third soul skill is a soul power boost. Ning Rongrong interjected, that by the way, Tang San, can we use that Zhuge crossbow you mentioned earlier? I do have it, but the power of the Zhuge crossbow, Tang San hesitated. Though he had several Zhuge crossbows available for use, they were ultimately weapons designed for lethal purposes. Using them against his elder brother seemed out of the question. Oh, it's fine. Our leader is quite resilient, Oscar boldly stated. That I know the most about his physical capabilities, and considering the heavy weights he wears, while his defensive capability is nearly zero, it's not as if the Zhuge crossbow could easily injure him. We've tested this before. However, Tang San still found himself somewhat indecisive. Oscar and Ma Hongjun engaged in a lengthy discourse, and after Tang San repeatedly confirmed that there would be no life-threatening dangers, he finally acquiesced to lending the hidden weapons to the group. Once they had determined who would utilize these concealed armaments against their foes, they diligently spent an entire day devising strategies before ultimately reaching a consensus just before dinner. The consensus was unanimous in designating Tang San as the central commander, a role everyone had grown accustomed to during their previous experiences in the Star Luo forest, with the decision made to secure victory in the competition. Tang San no longer entertained thoughts of retreat, resolutely assigning tasks and objectives to each member of the team. His state of mind, though more tranquil and significantly less driven by a desire for victory, did not signify a loss of ambition. Rather, it indicated that his inner state was increasingly aligned with the training requirements of the Taoist principles of the Xia Tian skill, gradually embracing a state of effortless tranquility. Perhaps it would be more apt to describe his demeanor as Taoist rather than Buddhist. Oscar, too, was unable to employ his martial soul in this match, which left Tang San feeling somewhat regretful. Had Oscar been able to summon his restorative sausages and swift flying sausages, their chances in battle would have been significantly bolstered. For now, they could only rely on Oscar and Dai Mubai to take the front lines. Drawing the fire of Xia Tianling, originally a powerhouse in offensive combat, Xiao Wu was temporarily repositioned as a swift attacker at Tang San's suggestion, coordinating with Zhu Zhuqing. The two, one overt and one covert, awaited the opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, wielding long-range skills, provided support from the rear with his Phoenix Fire line, simultaneously protecting the defenseless Ning Rongrong from any potential assaults from Xia Tianling. As the evening of the competition arrived, the area surrounding the Great Soul Arena in Soto was teeming with spectators, even drawing in audiences from neighboring cities who had rushed overnight to witness the event. In an era where transportation relied heavily on foot and communication was predominantly vocal, those who could afford to attend were indeed of the upper echelon of society. Yet, precisely because of this, amidst the dire scarcity of entertainment options and the low levels of recreational pursuits on the Duo continent, watching soul battles had become a favored pastime among the populace, from nobility to common folk. All shared an immense passion for this activity. Who among those capable of attending would not wish to witness this unprecedented 100 victories challenge? Observing the throngs of people, the high-ranking officials atop their vantage points beamed with delight. Knowing that the Great Soul Arena would reap substantial profits to AS for the 100 victories bonus awarded to Xia Tianling and the 7,000 gold soul coins distributed among the 7 soul masters. That was but a trivial expense, as the profits were derived from the very patrons themselves. Chapter 78. The modernized Great Soul Arena in the Soto Great Soul Arena, within the VIP lounge. Room 1 exuded opulence, spanning over 200 square meters. The walls were adorned with gold and silver artworks, a testament to the lavishness of the space. The table was replete with an array of fine wines and delicacies, as well as fruit juices and snacks for the guests to indulge in. Beside the exquisitely crafted table, a massive genuine leather sofa, exceeding 15 meters in length, could comfortably accommodate several individuals. This was not the first time Xia Tianling had entered this lounge, but each visit brought a pang of heartache upon seeing the sofa. This was due to the staff having informed him that it was crafted from the hide of a century-old soul beast in its bovine form. A costly material indeed. If a century's worth of cowhide was so valuable, then the skin of the dragon he had slain 6 years prior would surely be worth a fortune if skinned. Though he was not in want of money, the thought still caused him considerable distress. Wait, upon further reflection, it seemed that soul masters on the Dugu continent typically absorbed soul rings after slaying soul beasts and departed without taking the bones, tendons, or hides with them. Aside from himself, even those who took the flesh of the soul beasts were exceedingly rare. This raised an intriguing question. How did the Soto Great Soul Arena acquire the genuine leather for their sofas? Moreover, this was no ordinary stiff sofa, but rather a soft one equipped with springs. One should not underestimate the significance of such springs, for their manufacturing demands a high level of expertise in alloy metallurgy. Yet, the blacksmiths of the Dugu continent have always been remarkable. Perhaps the disciples of Master Lu Gao were capable of concocting some extraordinary elastic alloys. As his thoughts spiraled, he turned his attention to the other furnishings in the room. It was not merely the sofa that piqued his curiosity. Numerous elements left Xia Tian bewildered. For instance, the single-sided glass before him. Though it appeared as glass, it was, in fact, a single piece of specially crafted crystal. One could see out, yet those outside could not see in. Setting aside the question of why such a massive crystal panel was standard in a VIP lounge, the unique method of its fabrication seemed remarkably advanced. Had the premier artisans of the Dugu continent mastered the art of coating crystal with aluminum or silver films? Not only was this a matter of the coating technology, but even the refinement and processing of the raw materials for the films should be beyond the current technological capabilities of the Dugu continent. Through the single-sided crystal glass, Xia Tianling's gaze shifted toward the central soul battle stage that in just a few days. The stage had undergone renovations to allow numerous spectators to witness this unprecedented spectacle. A host was passionately delivering a speech on stage, fervently extolling the achievements and impressive records of the dawn of the Rising Sun Soul Sect over the past 20 days. Following this were various song and dance performances that further elevated the atmosphere. However, Xia Tianling's attention was not on these performances, but rather fixated on the grand illumination apparatus above the central soul battle stage. This circular platform, boasting a diameter of 70 meters, was illuminated by a striking golden soul guide device. At that moment, the large golden spotlight cast its glow upon every corner of the battle stage. It is noteworthy that, in this era, soul guides had been lost to time for over 10,000 years. Even the affluent spirit hall possessed only 4 such massive illumination soul guides, although the illuminating soul guide at the Soto Great Soul Arena was considerably smaller than those of the spirit hall. It was evident that it had been frequently utilized and was not ancient. Its creation could not have exceeded a century. Could they have developed soul guides? Yet, that seemed implausible. This was Soto City, merely a border town with some renown in the Barak Kingdom. How could the Great Soul Arena here possess the technology to manufacture soul guides? Moreover, there seemed to be perfectly normal sofas, mass-produced single-sided crystal glass, and this seemingly new large illumination soul guide. If one were to forcefully explain that the golden soul guide was preserved through special means, what of the identical small soul guides scattered around the arena? Surely they had not discovered an ancient factory for light bulbs. After all, even he, the heir of the spirit hall, had to light candles when dining outdoors with a kitten. The Great Soul Arena, regardless of its wealth, could hardly rival the spirit hall. At that moment, a chilling realization struck Xia Tianling. Technological disparity. The level of technology displayed by the Soto Great Soul Arena was no longer merely describable by the ordinary term of luxury. The intricacies embedded within surpassed the expected standards of the Dugu continent. This was not simply due to some locales having deviated from the technological tree. The Spirit Hall, too, had glass made from transparent crystals. Yet he could assert with certainty that even the Spirit Hall, with its millennia of legacy, could not produce single-sided glass. This was a unique offering of the Great Soul Arena. Externally, they could claim to have used special crafting techniques, and those unfamiliar with the details might assume it was impressive, allowing it to pass without scrutiny. But he was different. He hailed from a more advanced era and understood what such technological capabilities implied. Connecting the inexplicable kindness shown to him by Angel Douluo and the alliance with Bibi Dong, Xia Tianling clenched his fist and brought it to his mouth, exhaling softly. This was a small habit of his when contemplating difficult issues. If the preceding matters were of little concern, perhaps he was overthinking them. But what about the golden Qilin? Such a creature did not exist in the original narrative. This was a divine beast from outside the Dugu continent. In its prime, it could turn the entire Dugu universe upside down with a mere word. Furthermore, What was the nature of the dark, malevolent substance that clung to it, capable of forcing such a powerful divine beast to burn its life force to prevent its spread? Something was amiss. This Duluo continent was profoundly peculiar. Bibi Dong and Xian Douluo must be concealing something significant from him. Although he was already 90% certain of his suspicions, he ultimately lacked irrefutable evidence. However, the scene before him soon solidified his belief that the Soto City Great Spirit Arena was indeed fraught with anomalies. That a metal pillar, approximately 2 meters in diameter, emerged at the center of the central spirit platform, upon which stood a young lady, currently addressing the audience gathered to witness the competition that evening. This was Dodo, the female commentator who had previously appeared in the original narrative. She appeared quite ordinary, as did the metal pillar beneath her. Yet, when the pillar retracted, it left no trace upon the ground, which was decidedly unusual. Such manufacturing prowess could not be attributed to an ordinary craftsman. It certainly necessitated the support of precision CNC machinery. Perhaps a Titan Giant Ape could achieve this level of control through their mental prowess, but the question arises, which Titan Giant Ape would stoop to perform such tasks? The Soto Great Spirit Arena. Or rather, the master behind the arena must possess some technology surpassing the capabilities of this era, perhaps even technology not of this world. Chapter 79. The Invincible Divine Fist. This time, we are fortunate to have not only the Lord of Soto City attending the match, but also the esteemed master of the Spirit Hall's branch in Soto City, Lord Su Yuntao, gracing us with his presence. Let us give him a warm round of applause. Well then, without further ado, let us welcome the competitors of this 100 Victory Challenge to the stage. Dodo, also a soul master of the Soul Sovereign level, was eager to witness the dominance of young Master Dawn on the arena. As she spoke, a radiant white light burst forth from the host. Suddenly, amidst her flowing brown waves of hair, a streak of white appeared, and a pair of pristine wings quietly unfurled from her back. 3 spirit rings materialized around her, the third ring shining brilliantly, as her wings fluttered, lifting her gracefully into the air. This spectacle was undeniably astonishing. The audience in the stands erupted in awe, exclaiming at the arrival of an angel. However, Tianling, familiar with the original text, knew that this was no angel, merely a white dove to the sides of the spirit platform. A large door opened silently, and the 7 members of the challengers' team entered in black attire. Proceeding towards the center of the arena. Do not question how the high platform opened. It is described as such in the original text. However, under the insistence of 2 young ladies, they replaced their masks with the pure white ones of the Spirit Hall. In the VIP lounge, Tianling concluded his contemplation and swiftly appeared in the air above the spirit platform. Dressed in white, he descended step by step, as if treading upon the heavenly staircase, illuminated by the giant golden spirit illumination device. With his arrival, the audience erupted into a frenzy, chanting his nickname. Divine Fist, Invincible. Divine Fist, Invincible. In recent days, he had not summoned his martial spirit during competitions. His most frequently employed combat technique was to wield his iron fists, swiftly dispatching opponents with various astonishing fighting skills. Consequently, the spectators who frequently attended his matches had dubbed him the Invincible Divine Fist. Dai Mubai clenched his fists tightly, glaring fiercely at the opponent before him. He firmly believed that one day he would defeat this young man. Attention, challengers. You now have 1 minute to summon your martial spirits. You may only attack once I declare the match to commence. The contest will continue until one side concedes, is completely defeated, or falls from the spirit platform.